Capitulo 74, Chapter 74, Toru also wants to buy a bunny girl outfit, my notes down the restaurant address. Being called that by others would be one thing, Sakurajima Mai didn't care that much. But being identified as a lewd erotic woman by a little girl like Kana really broke her defense, making her instantly turn red all over. Hayashi laughed for a while before properly explaining to Kana. Kana, she awakened a strange ability that makes weaker beings ignore her presence, but she can't control it, so she's testing like this. Oh tilde, although Kana indicated she understood. She seemed to only have one concern. She won't make Hayashi leave us, right? Hayashi spread his hands. Our life is so good and there are quite a few good girls around me, why would I have to go with her? Just because she's wearing a bunny girl outfit. Cough cough. Oh tilde, I understand now. Only then did Kana nod. That's good then. Sakurajima Mai was behind Hayashi. Listening to the first part, Mai thought it was acceptable, but hearing the latter part about, why would I have to go with her? She suddenly felt like her charm was really that low. Was it the ability's fault? She used to be very popular, but this young store manager actually didn't care. She was wearing a bunny girl outfit. At this time, Toru looked at Sakurajima Mai. You can't control your own ability, can't you feel it? Mai nodded. Yes, I can't feel it at all, though I felt a little bit today. Toru thought about it, then I roughly know how you should feel it. How should I feel it? Face stronger beings, and have it forced out through pressure. What kind of training method is that? When dragon younglings are small, they all experience the dragon's might from their elders. They naturally learn it when they grow up. There are also some magical insights. They're all inherited knowledge that can only be felt better when challenged. It's all like this. I understand. Sakurajima Mai now understood. She looked at Hayashi. It seems similar to what you said. Toru was curious. How does Hayashi-sen see it? Hayashi told Toru about his two methods. First was exposure, second was also challenge. Of course, using both approaches together was also possible. Maybe the effect would be even better. Toru agreed and gave a thumbs up, as expected of Hayashi-san, thinking the same as me. Hearing this, Sakurajima Mai finally understood what she needed to do. The first year's excitement. The second year's blandness. All the way to this third year's living difficulties. The first 2 years were fine, but this year was really torturous. The feeling of being ignored by the entire world. Unless you had autism, otherwise humans who survive socially really couldn't bear it. 2 or 3 years were fine, but what about 30 or 50 years? It was very possible to develop mental illness and commit suicide. Don't mention shut-ins. Being a shut-in was because there was internet, food delivery, online social interaction. But this kind of presence erasure meant having nothing at all. Only the naked eye could see, but you couldn't participate in anything yourself. Sakurajima Mai heard everyone's suggestions. She stepped forward and seriously bowed to Hayashi and Toru. Although I don't know if it will work yet, thank you very much. At least now I have some leads. It's nothing, just practice more. Hayashi waved his hand. Toru looked at Sakurajima Mai's clothes and curiously asked her. Where did you buy your outfit? I want to buy one too. Hayashi. Hearing this, Sakurajima Mai looked at Hayashi, secretly smiled, then looked at Toru. There are many places, let me tell you. Sakurajima Mai told Toru where to buy the clothes. Then Kana was curiously staring at her. Mai immediately couldn't stay any longer. She hurriedly waved and said, I'll go back and change clothes first. Sakurajima Mai turned and ran away. Her retreating figure, with that white bunny tail bouncing up and down, looked very cute. Though it was an accessory, not an insert. Toru looked at Hayashi's expression and suddenly smiled teasingly. Hayashi-san really likes that outfit. Hayashi stood straight and answered frankly. This is appreciation, you know. Women become more attractive wearing it, so it's a good outfit. Tilde. Toru made a nasal sound, indicating she understood. It's just clothes, right? It adds combat power, is that it? She could wear it too, it's not like she couldn't. Let's find a place to rest for a bit. Hayashi led everyone to rest nearby. Kasumigaoka Utaha's book signing seemed to be ending soon. It had continued from club time until club time ended. The staff timed it well. From the final stage of queuing, no more people were allowed to join the line. Then the length of the queue visibly shortened. After a while, the people in front of Kasumigyaka, Utaha, finally finished getting their book signed. The signing event ended. Utaha stood up, rubbed her sore wrist, and took a bottle of water handed over by her editor and drank it. After one sip of tasteless mineral water, Utaha didn't take a second sip. If only there were drinks made by Hayashi-kun. Her editor was puzzled. Your Hayashi-kun makes things that taste so good. Of course, Utaha confirmed. The editor understood at this point. So her stomach had been conquered by a man too. This was a done deal. The editor pointed not far away. They're still waiting for you. Kasumigyaka Utaha turned to look, and immediately put down the water and ran over. But while going over, she suddenly collided with a blonde twin-tailed girl. Both cried out in pain. Utaha looked at the twin-tailed person and immediately sneered. If it isn't Iriri, I thought after seeing my results you'd already hidden away from people. Ha, who are you talking about? Sawamura Iriri got up and immediately jumped in anger. Your good results this time are just a temporary victory. Next time won't be certain. And who said I was hiding? Utaha turned her head aside. Anyway, I haven't seen a certain someone for many days. If not hiding, what else could it be? Iriri clenched her fists. I went to gather material, to find inspiration. Utaha, who knows? You. All right, no more chatting. Utaha interrupted, turned and waved. I'm going to find my good friend. Bye, temporary defeated opponent. Ah, Tilda, Iriri raged helplessly. Hayashi in the distance watched both sides with interest. He didn't expect that Utaha and Iriri here actually knew each other directly. Both were angry because of competing over results. Facing Iriri's angry stare, Utaha walked in front of Hayashi, immediately changed her demeanor, and smiled brightly. Sorry to keep you waiting, Hayashi-kun. We can go now. Sure. In the distance, Iriri glared at Utaha walking to a man's side, suddenly changing her demeanor, which left her stunned. What was wrong with Kasumigyaka Utaha? What happened during this time? Under Iriri's bewildered gaze, Hayashi and Utaha, along with Toru and Kana, left the badminton gymnasium. Walking on the road, Utaha explained the situation to Hayashi. That blonde loser just now is called Sawamura Iriri, the ace of the art club. She's very good at drawing, but she's my defeated opponent. Her manga has garbage plots like sewage, only the art looks good. Hayashi was puzzled. Is she the second place you mentioned? No, Utaha shook her head. I didn't count Iriri. Her illustrations are amazing, but her manga works don't count, so there's nothing worth first publishing. But her online illustration results are quite good. Oh, Hayashi understood. Publishing meant being featured in manga volumes or literary journals. They'd be printed in manga or novel volumes, and good performers would get standalone volumes. That's called publishing. But for Iriri's type, publishing was difficult because the plot was too poor. But her artwork was really good, so she could only go viral with online illustrations. Standalone publishing was almost impossible. When they reached the parking lot, they got in the car. Hayashi drove back. Shortly after leaving the school gate, Hayashi suddenly remembered and looked at Toru. Toru, did Mai say she'd come back after changing clothes? Toru recalled, doesn't seem like it. Then never mind, let's go back. Hayashi continued driving. Utaha was a bit curious. Who's Mai? In such a short time, did Hayashi-kun already hook up with a girl? What are you saying? Hayashi shook his head. She's the one who approached me. Utaha, It's nothing much, just a girl with a strange ability. Speaking of which, she's actually from your school, also a senior, just in a different class. Sakurajima Mai, have you heard of her? Sakurajima Mai. Hearing this name, Utaha thought carefully, but her brow furrowed more and more. She thought for a long time, why do I feel very familiar, really familiar, but have no impression at all? I can't remember who she is, what she looks like, what her voice sounds like. That's right then. Hayashi and Toru nodded simultaneously. Then he told Utaha about Sakurajima Mai's situation. Toru occasionally added details from the side. So Kasumigyaka Utaha's expression went from confused to slightly understanding, to enlightened, to clear understanding, then back to surprised and shocked. Wait. Kasumigyaka Utaha raised both hands and called for a stop. I remember now. Sakurajima Mai, the child star who was extremely popular before, right? Hayashi nodded, right. She's at my school, and in the neighboring class. Hayashi nodded, same school, senior year, whether neighboring I don't know. How could this be? Hayashi spread his hands, that's her ability. At this time, Kasumigyaka Utaha suddenly remembered something and looked sharply at Toru and Kana. Wait, didn't you also say they're dragons? Yeah, Hayashi nodded, what about it? Don't let it be the ghouls and demons issue again. If they exist, why can't dragons exist? But Utaha was curious about something else, but they clearly look like humans. Oh, you mean that? Hayashi understood. He lifted his chin toward Toru. Remove the recognition magic just for her, Toru. Hi Tilda, Toru winked at Utaha. Utaha suddenly felt her eyes itch, so she closed them and rubbed them. When she opened them again, Toru and Kana had both changed. Their faces and body shapes hadn't changed. But their characteristics had. Both Toru and Kana had very distinctive dragon horns on their heads. They also had tails behind them. Toru had a thick dragon tail, Kana had a light, yo-yo-like one. Their clothes had also changed. In Utaha's original view, Kana wore normal clothes, but now she appeared in a maid outfit. Toru hadn't changed much. But this still gave Utaha quite a shock. Ah, Utaha exclaimed in the car, dragon form beautiful girls. Toru nodded happily. Seeing the maid outfit, Utaha turned to look at Hayashi. This time, without Hayashi needing to speak. Toru actively explained. When I first came to this world, Hayashi-san saved me, so to repay Hayashi-san, I voluntarily went to work as head maid at the shop. Hayashi-san wanted me to be a shop employee, I wanted to be head maid, and finally we agreed that counted as being an employee. Utaha was puzzled, then Kana. Kana just arrived, Toru explained. She's temporarily staying here, also counts as an employee I guess, like a mascot to attract customers. Anyway, I'll help Kana with her work. After Toru finished, she looked at Hayashi for confirmation. Right, Hayashi-san. Whether Kana was an employee or not. That wasn't even a question. On the first day she moved into Midnight Diner, Hayashi had already included her in the employee system. Even if Kana didn't work much and her promotion was slow, that was fine. As long as she slowly worked her way up, when Kana became a formal employee, Hayashi would automatically learn a bunch of dragon magic. Kana was a dragon who was more skilled at magic, perfectly complementing Toru's strengths. So Hayashi nodded in confirmation. They're all the same. She could also count as employee family. Toru is so capable, the shop really depends on Toru. This was the truth. Once Toru arrived, Hayashi could finally focus on just cooking with peace of mind, not having to worry about anything else. It completely freed him from his most hated tasks. Hearing this, Toru also hummed happily. Meanwhile, Utaha beside them had been amazed for quite a while. Although ghouls and demons existed, the probability of encountering them in daily life wasn't that high. Now dragons were right in front of her, and a big star was also a classmate. The key was only discovering this now. This really refreshed her worldview. It's truly unbelievable. Kasumigyaka Utaha twirled her hair with her finger. The boss I know is actually very strong. His housemaid is a dragon beautiful girl. His customers are beautiful girl famous writers, as well as another famous writer. Hayashi first nodded, then reacted. You're including yourself too. Seeing Hayashi's expression, Utaha smiled slightly. Am I not a beautiful girl? All right then, you are. Hayashi nodded, then suddenly remembered. How are your new book's results? Do you have any predictions? Speaking of the new book's results, Utaha also became genuinely nervous. I don't know yet. Utaha shook her head. I have to wait until tomorrow for first day statistics. The editor predicts it will be very good, and the signing event went well too. At this moment, Hayashi was driving and about to pass a bookstore. He casually asked, did they stock it there? Want to stop by and take a look? No, Utaha immediately shook her head, covering her eyes. Drive past quickly. Looking at audience response beforehand could cause explosive failure. Hayashi stepped on the gas and left. There's such a saying. There is. Utaha nodded affirmatively. Some authors even give up on themselves when they see no popularity and even consider suicide. Hayashi took a sharp breath. You could only say they put too much heart and soul into it, caring to the point of obsession. The car passed the bookstore. After driving a bit more, they reached the restaurant's alley. At the same time, on campus, Sakurajima Mai, who had finally changed out of the bunny girl outfit, returned to the gymnasium wearing her school uniform. But she found that the book launch had already ended, and the place was empty. Hayashi and those two dragons were no longer there either. For a moment, Sakurajima Mai suddenly panicked. Could all of that just now have been a hallucination? Having been ignored for 3 years, Mai even suspected whether she had developed mental illness and was experiencing hallucinations. After all, things like strong people and dragons might all be fake and non-existent. And abilities and such were all jokes. If it really was a hallucination, that would be a big problem. That's right, Sakurajima Mai suddenly remembered. His name was Hayashi, the address, I still remember. Recalling the address Hayashi had mentioned, Sakurajima Mai hurriedly noted it down on her phone, then turned and ran. No matter what, she absolutely had to confirm this. Capítulo 75, Chapter 75, Sakurajima Mai comes to the shop, even stars will be hooked after eating. Downtown in the alley. As soon as the car stopped, everyone got out. Hayashi checked the time, exactly 5 p.m., still a bit of time before opening. Waf tilde, come quick. At this time, Pachita saw Hayashi return and hurried out to alert him. What's wrong? Waf tilde, seeds. Come on, take me to see. Hearing it was about the seeds, Hayashi followed Pachita into the yard, going directly to where the seeds were planted at noon. As soon as he arrived, he saw that the soil pit that had been slightly covered had already been pushed up into a small mound. When planted at noon, the soil above the seeds had only been lightly packed down, not protruding at all. But now there was clearly a mound pushed up. Obviously, something was happening underneath. Kasumigaoka Utaha had watched these seeds being planted. Seeing this, she was a bit worried. Could there be bugs under the soil, or something pushing up, or too much water? Shouldn't be. Hayashi was confident about the seeds. First, they were system products. Second, the seeds had monster attributes. They couldn't be as fragile as ordinary seeds. Hayashi squatted down and poked the mound with his finger. The moisture and softness are just right, there should be no problem. It's probably just growing too fast. Utaha didn't quite believe this growth speed. Can they grow this fast? Toru stepped forward. Let me handle this, Hayashi-san. You have a way to check. Yes. Go ahead. Toru came to the seed mound. She first lowered her head to smell it, then nodded in confirmation. The seeds smell fine, and there's a fragrant aroma, even richer than at noon. No problems. Then she also inserted her finger, but used magic power to sense around. Finally, she confirmed. No problems, Hayashi-san. The seeds are very healthy. I just injected some magic power into them, so they should grow even faster tonight. Having been tested with magic power, Hayashi confidently spread his hands. Then they're just growing fast. Utaha was very surprised. That's way too fast. They were only planted at noon. Only about 5 hours had passed, and the seeds had already pushed up mounds. At this rate, they'd definitely sprout tonight. By tomorrow, they could see seedlings. I'm thirsty, Hayashi. At this time, Kana tugged at his sleeve. Let's go inside first. Hayashi hadn't had anything to drink all day either. Entering the restaurant, Hayashi first made some refreshing and satisfying lemon tea to quench their thirst. It was already June, and the weather was getting hotter. Perfect time for drinking ice water. He directly made a bucket of lemon tea, nearly 20 liters, put it in a glass jar, then inverted it to form a self-serve drink dispenser. Several people took 500 ml large cups and filled them up. But before drinking, Hayashi called out, "Wait a moment." Everyone looked at Hayashi. "Put your cups together, watch me work." Everyone placed their undrunk lemon tea side by side. Hayashi scanned everyone's full appearance, confirmed their looks, then began making custom ice cubes. Ice Devil's manifestation, Demon's essence. A cold air appeared above the cups. Then ice cubes of different appearances condensed in the air and dropped into the lemon tea. Toru's cup had Toru-shaped ice cubes. Kana had Kana's, Utaha had Utaha's, basically identical. Wotilda. Toru had seen this before. But like Kana, she still showed delighted expressions. Maximum emotional value, okay. Utaha also opened her mouth in surprise, looking at her cup, then at Hayashi. Drink up, why are you looking at me? Hayashi picked up his own cup and dropped a few normal ice cubes in. Toru and Kana immediately started drinking. Kana finished hers in one gulp. Then she took out an ice cube to look at, and after looking, popped it in her mouth to suck on. Utaha took a sip, then also took out her ice cube. She looked carefully at the ice cube. It was exactly the same. Even the marks from stockings on her thighs were reflected in the ice cube. Involuntarily, she lowered her head, tilting the ice cube to try to see the mysterious area under her skirt. Hey, what are you doing? Hayashi noticed from the side and was speechless. You're trying to peek under your own skirt? Pervert. What? Utaha was caught and immediately blushed. She quickly glanced once more, then put the ice cube back in the lemon tea and said with a red face while being stubborn, I was just checking to see how well you know what's under my skirt. If you know it very well, then that means hee hee tilde tilde tilde. Utaha hummed twice and gave Hayashi a knowing look. She had never shown Hayashi under her skirt. So how would Hayashi know? Therefore, the underside of that ice cube skirt was actually solid, not hollow. But Hayashi chuckled. He leaned back on the sofa and stared at Utaha for a while. Utaha felt a bit shy being stared at, but still put on a show of displaying her figure. Does it look good? After watching for a while, Hayashi guessed. Black or dark blue? Kasumegyaka Utaha, who was showing off her figure, suddenly froze. She stiffly turned her head to look at Hayashi. Hayashi had an expression like he'd guessed correctly and said happily, looks like I guessed right. Hentai tilde. And so, just as they were about to open for business, Hayashi ran to the kitchen to prepare ingredients. Kasumegyaka Utaha chased him to the bar counter before stopping. Finally, she came back panting and angrily gulped down 2 mouthfuls of lemon tea. Hayashi had guessed correctly. Today's color really was on the black side. In the kitchen, Hayashi was actually preparing ingredients. He took out some commonly sold ingredient materials to process first. Like fish, whole pieces of meat, vegetables, and such. He generally processed enough for 2 or 3 days at once, saving a lot of trouble. Of course, he didn't need to worry about things going bad from being stored too long. After processing these things properly, he would directly put them in the system warehouse, taking them out when needed, and they'd still be in the same condition as when he put them in. As for why he only made 2-3 days of inventory. Don't ask if you ask, it's because he was lazy. Wasn't 2-3 days enough? If he stored for a week or even a month at once, how much work would he have to do all at once? Then he'd have nothing to do again. And so it continued until 6 o'clock. When the time came, Toru came over to ask, It's 6 o'clock, Hayashi-san, are we opening? Opening, flip the sign over. Okay. Toru knew they would open, but the confirmation process was still necessary. At 6 o'clock sharp, they opened for business. Hayashi was in the kitchen processing ingredients, cutting fish and cleaning out innards. They had been open for a while. No one had come yet. But after a bit longer, a new customer arrived. A youthful and beautiful girl. Sakurajima Mai. When Toru saw Mai at the entrance, she was also slightly surprised. Oh, it's you, that bunny girl. Sakurajima Mai almost had her defenses broken as soon as she arrived. She blushed slightly, quickly looked around, then added, Please don't mention bunny girl anymore. Toru nodded, Mem. Sakurajima Mai breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, countless feelings of relief welled up in her heart. On the way to the shop, Sakurajima Mai had been constantly checking her phone, looking at the map, hoping this location really existed and that she hadn't found the wrong place. When she reached the shop entrance, Mai had to muster up courage to walk in. She was really afraid that after going in, it would be some other shop. The owner would ask her what she was doing there, or what she wanted and such. Then when Mai came back out, she would definitely have a mental breakdown with vacant eyes. Fortunately, Toru-san at first sight matched up. It was that dragon maid. Sakurajima Mai asked with anticipation, Where's your manager? Toru, holding a towel, pointed toward the kitchen. He's processing ingredients. Do you want to order? I can go call him. The food Hayashi-san makes is the most delicious cuisine in the world. Order, Mai only then remembered this was a restaurant. She happened to be hungry too, so she agreed. Okay, let me take a look. Toru found her a seat and gave her the menu. After sitting down, Sakurajima Mai looked at the menu. Finally, she ordered something she often ate. Mapo tofu rice bowl and a glass of water, thank you. No need to thank me, but how about a drink instead? Hayashi-san just made a big bucket, it's really delicious. Okay. Then I'll go. Toru returned to the kitchen. She stuck her head in from outside and said, Mai-san is here. She wants one mapo tofu, mild spicy. I'll get the drink myself. Mai came. Hayashi first curiously went out to take a look. He saw Mai sitting at a table near the front. Just as she was looking around, he raised his hand and waved. The bunny girl senpai came. Ah, hearing this form of address, Sakurajima Mai directly stood up. Unexpected, really unexpected. I'll never wear that while wandering the streets again. Ha 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 tilde tilde. After Hayashi finished laughing, he waved and went back. I'll go cook first, just wait a bit. Seeing Hayashi go back, Sakurajima Mai, after feeling embarrassed, had a sense of loss. 3 years, a whole 3 years. From being unnoticed to being completely ignored. Today was the first time someone said such things to her, and it could make her happy, angry, embarrassed. She hadn't had any emotional fluctuations for 3 years. Today alone had more than the previous 3 years. Really? Sakurajima Mai sat down and muttered with unclear emotions. Good thing I found this place. At this time, Power's foster cat was sleeping on the windowsill. After being woken up by Sakurajima Mai, it rolled over and continued sleeping. Meow tilde. Sakurajima Mai looked at the cat with delight and said quietly, Kitty tilde. The cat, being called, turned to look at her, nodded, then lay back down. Meow tilde. Now Mai was surprised. Even the cat in the shop could see her. This was too unexpected for her. You should know that in these 3 years, not only humans, but even animals ignored her existence. Sakurajima Mai had once thought that if she really had to live like this forever, she could just raise a bunch of animals to keep her company, so it wouldn't be too boring. But animals ignored her too. This was ultimate loneliness. But the cat in this shop could also see her. Waff tilde. At this time, Pachita heard the cats meowing and came over to take a look. Mai heard the sound and turned to look. She saw Pachita. Wow, what a strangely shaped doggy, so cute too. Waff, Pachita looked at Mai strangely. I'm cute now. You're worthy of calling me cute. Only my manager, boss is worthy of calling me cute. Pachita glanced at her dismissively. HMPH, shallow woman. Then, confirming the cat was fine, he left. Mai stared blankly as Pachita walked away. At this moment, she also discovered. Pachita could actually see her too. This shop was simply too amazing. Not only people, but even cats and dogs could notice her. The changes in this one day were more than all the changes Mai had encountered in 3 years. Too incredible. On the other side of the restaurant, Kasumigiaka Utaha was a bit confused. She looked left and right, feeling like she had encountered a ghost. Who is Hayashi-kun talking to? Who is Toru taking an order from? What is Pachita doing? Is there a ghost customer? Utaha nervously curled her toes, huddled in a corner, looking around to make sure there was no extra space behind her. When Toru walked past her, she quickly grabbed Toru. Who are you serving? Who is Hayashi-kun greeting? Did a ghost customer come? Toru didn't understand. It's Mai-san, you, oh tilde. Toru suddenly remembered that Mai's ability was always activated. Kasumigiaka Utaha was just an ordinary person, so she couldn't see her at all. I forgot. Toru reached out and touched Utaha's body, magical light flashing on her. All right, from now on, you can see Mai-san too. After receiving the change, Utaha immediately rubbed her eyes and looked around. Now she could see. She clearly saw a very beautiful girl sitting at a window seat, staring at the little cat. From her appearance, this girl was really beautiful. Really too beautiful, making Utaha feel very threatened. At the same time, she recognized her and remembered. It really is Sakurajima Mai. She's actually at our school and same grade, Utaha exclaimed. Sakurajima Mai on the other side heard the voice. Across the restaurant, the two made eye contact. Mai also recognized this girl. She was the person holding the book launch at the gymnasium today, who supposedly had good results. This manager, Hayashi, knew excellent girls. That's what Sakurajima Mai thought. As for being seen by the other person, Sakurajima Mai was already getting used to it. This showed the restaurant's advantages. But the two only nodded at each other to show recognition. Then there was no more socializing. After all, this was basically their first meeting. Unless, with a splash tilde sound, the mapo tofu had already been poured over the rice. Hot steaming rice paired with red and tender white tofu. Just one look was enough to whet one's appetite. Toru. Coming tilde. Toru came in and sniffed the aroma. Then she carried out the prepared lemon tea and mapo tofu rice bowl together. With a soft thud, Sakurajima Mai looked at the mapo tofu rice bowl in front of her, her eyes widening slightly. How could it smell so good? How could it be so fragrant? Just placing it before her eyes made saliva continuously secrete. Gurgle tilde. Mai's stomach gurgled. At the same time, she instinctively picked up chopsticks, started mixing a portion, then picked it up and put it in her mouth. Tilde. The moment it entered her mouth, tender, fragrant, spicy, refreshing various sensations impacted her brain through her tongue's taste buds, making Mai's legs involuntarily clamp together, pursing her lips, chin slightly raised, forehead tilted back. As if her entire body had reached its peak. Her mouth involuntarily chewed. The deliciousness kept blooming. When Mai swallowed, she also pursed her mouth, savoring the taste that had just passed. This is so delicious. Mai exclaimed, is this really cuisine that humans can make? This is the most delicious dish I've ever eaten. After saying this, Mai sped up and began devouring the food. Her mature woman image instantly crumbled as she began wolfing it down. So far, the only one who could maintain maximum rationality in front of Hayashi's cooking was Makima. Kasumigaoka Utaha in the distance saw Sakurajima Mai's expression. Also proudly lifted her chin slightly. As if saying, see, you'll be like this too. Everyone's the same. Capitulo 76, Chapter 76, Utaha's #1 enemy, it's all the manager's fault for making us like this. During Mai's ravenous eating, Hayashi had already come out of the kitchen, wiping his hands. After drying his hands and putting the towel aside, he saw Sakurajima Mai eating in a rather inhuman manner. Girls don't usually wolf down food like this. She even choked after a few bites. Then she would grab the lemon tea beside her and gulp down a couple of mouthfuls. Then continue eating. Hayashi watched with interest while also taking out his phone to snap some photos. Her mouth wide open while shoveling rice. Her cheeks bulging like a hamster while chewing. Grabbing the lemon tea and gulping it down. Though these were all unflattering angles with facial expressions breaking down, since the subject was Mai, the photos actually looked better and more interesting. This was why good-looking people looked good no matter how you photographed them. Tilde, can't help it, I'm the same way. Hayashi turned around, using the same photography angle as Makima that day, taking a selfie while leaving the upper right corner for Sakurajima Mai. Click one shot done. Hayashi put away his phone, checked his work, smiled and put it away. These would all be nuclear weapons in the future. He was still keeping those bunny girl photos too. After Sakurajima Mai ate ravenously for a while, she finished the entire plate of mapo tofu in less than 10 minutes. Few tilde. After finishing, Mai let out a long breath, then picked up the lemon tea beside her. Gulp 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 tilde. Finally, she took a tissue and wiped her lips. It really was too delicious, Mai sighed. At this moment, she felt a powerful, magic power automatically circulating within her body. Like a thin membrane or a core. This sensing ability seemed to be her presence erasing power. This is my ability. Mai carefully sensed it, trying to touch, control, and master it with her consciousness. But just as her consciousness began to guide the ability, this feeling suddenly disappeared. As if it had never happened. Only leaving behind a trace of lingering sensation. So mysterious. Sakurajima Mai opened her eyes and looked around. She found that not only Hayashi, but also Toru were watching her with interest. Tilde. Mai recalled how she had just eaten, and immediately felt embarrassed again. As said before, she hadn't felt as much shame in 3 years as she had in this one day. Settle the bill, no wait, another lemon tea. Sakurajima Mai was about to say settle the bill, but looking at the empty lemon tea beside her, she decisively ordered another cup. She wasn't planning to leave right after paying. Okay, Toru went to pour another cup of lemon tea and brought it to Mai. Mai paid for 1 rice bowl and 2 lemon teas. She settled the bill at the counter. Mai then sat down in the seat in front of the bar counter. I didn't expect your cooking skills to be so amazing. How did you do it? Hayashi pretended to think. Added drugs. Mai's eyes widened. You actually believed that. If I drugged you, would you still be sitting here? Of course it's all through my own effort and talent. That's amazing. Mai thought about it and savored the memory. I ate food from Tatsuki when I was little, though I haven't had any these past 3 years, but yours seems even more delicious than Tatsuki's. Thanks for the compliment, Hayashi gave a thumbs up. The two exchanged compliments. After Sakurajima Mai finished speaking, she mentioned feeling that power of her ability. It's in my heart, I could feel it just now, but now it's gone again. Mai looked down and clenched her palm. Those signs were still quite obvious. Hayashi nodded. Remember this feeling. Next time you have it, make deeper contact. You'll be able to control it someday. All beginnings are difficult. Sakurajima Mai remembered and repeated. All beginnings are difficult. Well, actually the middle was difficult, the end was difficult, everything was difficult. But having gotten through the difficult beginning, you had to grit your teeth and get through the rest of the difficulties too. Not far away. Kasumigaoka Utaha watched Sakurajima Mai chatting with Hayashi. She couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis. And this sense of crisis was even stronger than with Takatsuki-sen. Takatsuki-sen didn't dress up and wasn't youthful and beautiful enough. Since she and Utaha were both writers, Utaha felt she could win. But Sakurajima Mai was different. She had been popular since childhood, a household name star. Even grown up she was this attractive, also a senior, practically the embodiment of youthful beauty. Compared to Utaha, she was superior in fame. In appearance, it was at most a 50-50 split. So Utaha thought about it, looked at her lemon tea with a bit left, drank it all in one gulp, and went over with the empty cup. Hayashi-kun, another cup please. Utaha sat down next to Mai. Hayashi drew in a slight breath, then took the cup to pour lemon tea. No problem. He went to pour a cup of lemon tea. At the same time, he handmade a few ice cubes and finally handed it to Utaha. Utaha took a sip. Only then did the two have a chance to observe each other. Both were very attractive in looks and figure. The only difference might be in style and temperament. Sakurajima Mai was youthful and beautiful, reserved and lazy, full of pure and seductive charm. Kasumigaoka Utaha was mature and voluptuous, with long straight black hair, long stockings, tall figure, full of big sister energy. If you asked Hayashi to comment, there really wasn't much he could say. It really was a 50-50 split. You must be Sakurajima Mai sensei. I'm Kasumigaoka Utaha, same grade senior year, please take care of me. At this time, Utaha actively introduced herself. Sakurajima Mai's smile was also very standard. Yes, Kasumi Yutako sensei, your work is also excellent. These past 3 years, I've been troubled by something for a long time, so I haven't been able to meet you. It's fine, it's good that we're meeting now. Utaha also had a standard smile. Hayashi watched from the side. He felt battle power levels rising in the aura between the two. He was afraid they might pull out transformation devices and transform in the next moment. Their smiles were too formulaic. Absolutely standard Japanese business smiles. They had met, sure. But it definitely wasn't a good meeting. Hayashi couldn't accept this. He went back, took out 2 boxes of bear cookies, and placed them on the table with a thud. Both turned to look at Hayashi. Hayashi refilled both their lemon teas, then said gently, "Today's lemon tea has unlimited refills, the bear cookies are on me. Please chat properly and get to know each other for real, okay?" When he said this, he actively used his ability to break the ice wall. Mai and Utaha didn't react in time. They both felt their right hands uncontrollably lift up and move forward. Then they clasped together with each other. Their hands were holding each other. Genuine smiles also bloomed on both Mai and Yutaha's faces. No problem. Okay. After saying this, their right hands regained control. A white fuse line also disappeared. Mai and Yutaha looked at each other. They both understood this was Hayashi's reminder. No conflicts allowed in the shop. He hated that. Hayashi most hated when his friends had conflicts with each other, even turning against each other. In such situations, he was actually the one who suffered most. So he had to firmly oppose such situations. Nip it in the bud. After the two shook hands, the barrier between them immediately disappeared. The feeling between same-grade classmates also warmed up. Hello, Mai nodded and reintroduced herself. Yutaha also returned the greeting and reintroduced herself. Hayashi watched with satisfaction, then turned back to the kitchen. I'll go get busy first. You two get to know each other well, maybe you'll even get into the same university. He turned and entered the kitchen. Mai and Yutaha also had a new understanding. You've been completely missing these 3 years because of this ability. Yutaha now communicated normally. Yes, Mai nodded. I can't control it, but it keeps getting stronger. Now whether it's ordinary people or animals, they all ignore my existence. Yutaha became even more curious. Have you been to any mysterious places? Mai was stunned. What places? Well, one was curious about the other's ability and celebrity daily life. The other was also curious about the other's work and status. The two began communicating like this. These two really were among the few ordinary people in Hayashi's shop. Mai, of course, also counted as an ordinary person. After all, their worldview consciousness was different. And so, during the afternoon hours, the sun slowly set, the sky changed from yellow to red, finally gradually darkening. By around 8 p.m., the operating hours of Anteku Coffee Shop were about to end. Kirishima Tauka brought the Fugachi mother and daughter to eat. As soon as she saw Hayashi, Fugachi Hanami immediately waved and greeted. Manager Big Brother, we came to eat. Hayashi felt extremely comfortable hearing this. He stepped forward and rubbed the top of Hanami's head. What do you want to eat? I'll make you a big portion, guaranteed to fill you up. Let me see. Fugachi Hanami held the menu and looked carefully. She found she wanted to eat everything. I want to eat everything. Hearing this, Fugachi Ryauko patted her head reproachfully. Hanami. Then she said apologetically to Hayashi, sorry. It's fine, when I see delicious food, of course I want to eat everything too. Hayashi thought for a moment and helped suggest. Since you want to eat everything, then eat them in order slowly. Someday you'll try them all, then choose the most delicious. Fugachi Hanami thought that was good and nodded in agreement. Then I'll have a kung pao chicken rice bowl, Big Brother. Tilde, Hayashi nodded with satisfaction. Then he looked at them, what about you two? Kirishima Tauka raised her hand slightly. I want braised meat rice. Fugachi Ryauko touched her daughter's head. Same as Hanami is fine for me. All right then, Hayashi turned and went to the kitchen. Before leaving, he also asked, their takeout orders are all the same, right? I'll make those last. Kirishima Tauka nodded definitely. Yes, thank you for the trouble. No trouble. Hayashi entered the kitchen to cook. In the restaurant, Yutaha and Mai looked at everyone with thoughtful expressions. Yutaha was more straightforward. Hayashi-kun's shop really is full of beautiful women. Mai was more curious. Are there other good-looking ones? Many. Yutaha directly counted on her fingers. Last time I saw a public safety squad, led by a woman with red hair and golden pupils, very dignified, probably a commander. Also Takatsuki-sen is a customer here, though I haven't seen her these past few days. Anyway, there are all kinds of beauties. Hearing this, Mai had an interested expression. At the same time exclaiming, then Hayashi-kun is also a very charming man. Yutaha helplessly shrugged her shoulders, tacitly agreeing. Compared to men, women. When men see that a woman they like has many male suitors around her, most will give up and choose someone else. This is called downward mate selection. But when women see that a man they like has many high-quality female suitors around him, most won't give up but will compete instead. This is called upward mate selection. Having many women around a man is also a manifestation of charm that can't be stopped, unless you stay indoors and don't socialize at all. So the reason a playboy is for this reason. In the kitchen, Hayashi was cooking. Braised meat was something that required precise timing and was time-consuming. If he started braising now, the customers outside would have to wait at least 1 or 2 hours to eat. So Hayashi directly bought pre-blanched meat from the system. He bought quite a lot at once, a whole bucket of meat to braise together. Then he matched it with his own seasonings, timed it properly with the right heat, and began slow braising. This bucket had at least dozens of pounds of meat, enough for many people. As for Kung Pao chicken, it was simple. Match the ingredients properly, time it right, follow the sequence, methodically putting things in and taking them out of the wok. Then pour it over rice. The Kung Pao chicken was ready first. Toru. Coming tilde, Toru entered. Hayashi took the opportunity to remind. Serve the Kung Pao chicken first, the braised meat needs another 20 minutes. Okay. Toru went to serve the Kung Pao chicken, and reminded them the braised meat would take another 20 minutes. So the Fugachi pair ate first. Kirishima Tauka now watched the two eating Kung Pao chicken. Those chicken pieces and sauce, mixed with rice, Fugachi Hinami contentedly putting it in her mouth. Gurgle tilde. From smelling and watching, Kirishima Tauka's stomach rumbled like thunder. Both Fugachi Hinami and Fugachi Ryauko heard Tauka's stomach gurgling. So Ryauko asked, "Want to share half with you? We can exchange later." Kirishima Tauka immediately waved her hands. "It's fine, just a little while longer." Okay. Over 10 minutes later. The aroma of braised meat came from the kitchen. After the sauce and meat quality combined, braised meat was one of the best feasts when hungry. Mai and Utaha at the bar counter heard this. Mai licked her lips. "I want to eat this next time." Utaha looked down and pinched her stomach. "After eating this, I'll have to resist eating when I go back, or I'll get fat." Hearing this, Mai also smiled bitterly. Exactly. A few minutes later. Following Hayashi's call. After Toru went in, she brought out a dish that caught everyone's attention. The aroma of the braised meat was really too rich. The smell of meat made people's taste buds secrete large amounts of saliva just from smelling it. Thud tilde. As Toru placed the braised meat in front of Kirishima Tauka, everyone gulped audibly. Thud tilde. Another thud came from outside the door. Everyone turned to look. Kamishiro Rise had returned. She slightly raised her head, smelling the aroma of braised meat with an intoxicated expression. "Please give me one too, thank you." Toru first spread her hands. "I don't know if Hayashi-san has any extra, let me go ask." She went to the kitchen to mention this. Hayashi was just about to finish, and hearing this he looked like he had expected it. "Good thing I prepared extra braising, serve one portion." Finally Kamishiro Rise also got a portion. Kirishima Tauka was already eating ravenously, with no ladylike image at all. Kamishiro Rise was also a bit crazy. She kept licking her lips, swallowing saliva, and when the braised meat arrived, she immediately began eating. No, it could be called devouring. Kamishiro Rise ate with flushed cheeks, red ears, misty eyes, as if in a state of having gone but not completely gone. Sakurajima Mai watched dumbfounded. This is too amazing. Just now such a dignified and intellectual big sister, in the blink of an eye became like this. After saying this, Mai suddenly remembered something and quickly asked Utaha. "Utaha, was I like this just now too?" "Yes, indeed." Utaha's smile was very teasing. "Actually, everyone's about the same. Just now, you also weren't in a ladylike posture." Ah tilde Mai covered her face with a pained expression. How could this happen? It's all Hayashi-kun's fault. It's all his fault making us like this. Capitulo 77, Chapter 77, Bunny Girl Toru, Utaha's new story is a big hit. Past 10 p.m. at night. After Kirishima Tauka and the Fugachi mother and daughter finished eating, they left with several packed portions of braised meat rice. Fugachi Hinami had a brilliant smile, her joyful expression allowing everyone around to feel her happiness. She waved her hand at Hayashi in farewell. "I'll come eat again tomorrow, manager big brother tilde." "Come often," Hayashi waved back, seeing them off at the door. Soon. Sakurajima, Mai, and Kasumigyaka Utaha also planned to leave together. Mai said goodbye to Hayashi. "I'll come often, manager-kun." Hayashi was rather curious. You've been ignored for 3 years, so where do you live and where does your money come from? That's quite rude, Manager-kun. Mai pouted. I was very popular back then, you know. Although my mother took a lot, my little savings are enough for me to live many years. Then no problem. Hayashi immediately felt relieved. Then there won't be situations like a senior girl who can't afford top-tier cuisine and is ready to work with her body in exchange for food. Mai's defenses were slightly broken. Who are you looking down on? After chatting with Mai, Hayashi looked at Utaha. Are you two going the same way? Utaha nodded, very coincidentally, mostly the same route. Then have a safe trip. If anything happens, call me. Let me know when your new story's results come out. Good or bad doesn't matter. Remember to come often in the future. Hayashi instructed. Utaha smiled happily. I will. Mai watched from the side. Hearing this, she also took out her phone and handed it to Hayashi. Manager-kun, I almost couldn't find you today. If that kind of thing happened, you would have lost a regular customer. Although she didn't say, she wanted contact information. Every word was hinting hurry up and give me your contact info. Hayashi smiled and took the phone. The phone's wallpaper was an ordinary landscape. He opened the social media app and entered his ID. One-click ad. Note, Manager-sama. Hayashi took out his own phone and immediately accepted. Note, Bunny Girl Senpai. Mai had been secretly peeking from the side. Seeing the note was Manager-sama, she wanted to change it, but also thought it was okay. But when she saw Bunny Girl Senpai, she immediately turned red all over. Ah, Tilda, Mai's face turned bright red as she raised her little fists to hit Hayashi's shoulder. Change it, change it. If someone sees this, I'm done for. Utaha immediately stood on her tiptoes, very curious. Change what? What note? Nothing, nothing. Mai quickly blocked Utaha from seeing Hayashi's phone. Then she turned back to glare angrily at Hayashi. Change it quickly, hentai. Hayashi put away his phone and crossed his arms. I wasn't the one wearing it. Are you going to deny it? And Mai was speechless. Hayashi smiled. I'll hold this secret over you for life. As a result, Mai's face turned red again. This time it was Hayashi's turn to be confused. Wait, where did your mind go? Could that sentence really make you think of so much? On the other side, Utaha looked curious, like a bystander who couldn't get the gossip. She looked at Mai, then at Hayashi. What's going on? I'm very curious. Regarding this question, Hayashi was still quite moral. He shook his head apologetically. I really can't say this. I can only reveal that Mai wore something very well that day. What it was, you can imagine yourself. If she's willing to tell you, pretend I didn't say anything. You'll have to ask her. Hearing the word sexy mentioned, Sakurajima Mai's ears turned red with embarrassment. But fortunately Hayashi had moral boundaries, though not many. Utaha immediately looked at Mai with surprise. Who would have thought that you, this upright, youthful high school girl, would actually play such tricks in front of Hayashi-kun? Utaha looked down at her own stockings. Should she find an opportunity to show Hayashi-kun her victory outfit? Otherwise she'd be outdone by this Mai. All right, let's go, let's go. Mai couldn't stay any longer and quickly pulled Utaha away. We're going home. Utaha was dragged away and had to leave. Hayashi saw them off. Utaha was still asking at the alley entrance, what kind of clothes? A bodysuit. Then came Mai's slightly broken voice. Anyway, it was very embarrassing clothes. It was to test my ability at the time, do you understand? Oh, tilde tilde tilde. Hayashi returned to the restaurant. While passing through the yard, he checked on the seeds. He found that the 3 mounds from the afternoon already had small cracks appearing. So fast, let me see, just the right time to test my ability. Hayashi placed his hand on the ground, thin strings drilling into the soil, wrapping around the seeds to sense their condition. After the strings encircled them, he had a model of the seeds in his mind. The seed shells had already cracked open. Like eggs. But tender shoots hadn't emerged yet, just shallow embryonic buds bulging. But Hayashi was very clear. Seeds were the type that accumulated energy and then burst forth overnight, so this meant it would be soon. Looks like it'll be tonight. Hayashi rubbed Pachita's head, then dropped some snacks and instructed. Pachita, watch carefully tonight. If there are any problems, call out. Waf Tilde understood. Although no one would come to steal them now. But he couldn't guarantee that, when these seeds sprouted at midnight, there wouldn't be some kind of phenomenon, like a fragrant aroma that could attract ghouls or demons. Both types of creatures had particularly sensitive noses. So just to be safe, he needed to keep one hand free. Back in the restaurant, Toru was in the kitchen washing dishes. Kamishiro Rise was leaning on the sofa. Seeing Hayashi return, she blinked. "I want a cup of coffee, Hayashi-kun." "Okay." Hayashi went to brew a cup of coffee, keeping lemon tea for himself. He didn't like drinking coffee at midnight, fruit drinks were enough. "Here." After brewing the coffee, he served it. Just as he was about to leave, Kamishiro Rise pulled Hayashi to sit beside her. Hayashi looked at Kamishiro Rise with an interesting expression. "You learned this too." Kamishiro Rise sipped her coffee before saying elegantly and intellectually, "I've found a good house. Tomorrow I'll pay, the day after I'll move. It's a single house nearby." Hayashi hummed, "Then what?" Kamishiro Rise added, "It doesn't have a basement." Hayashi was stunned, then understood. What Rise wanted to express was that she wouldn't do dangerous things to Hayashi anymore, including, but not limited to, imprisonment. "Not bad," Hayashi praised. "Renting." "Buying," Rise answered lightly. "His Tilda, you're rich, Rise-san." "You can just call me Rise." "All right then, Rise. After moving to the new house, I'll buy a set of kitchen utensils, but what I make is useless, I've tried. Could you come to my house to make the first meal?" Hayashi calculated the time. "If it's between noon and 6 p.m., then yes." "Good." Kamishiro Rise was very happy, but after thinking and seeing Kana and Toru, she added, "Hayashi-kun, could you come alone?" This, Hayashi thought about it and nodded, also possible. "Good." Kamishiro Rise smiled very elegantly, lightly curving her lips, casually brushing aside her hanging hair, suddenly very much like a married woman. Hayashi stood up, and this time Rise didn't stop him. Back at the bar counter, he looked at the fruit wine in the system, feeling the timing was just right. He could try it in a couple days. Fruit wine that both ghouls and demons could drink. And it was just mildly intoxicating. Late at night, time passed quickly when Toru finished washing dishes and came out to chat with Hayashi. Before they knew it, it was almost 12 o'clock. Kamishiro Rise was tired. Holding her book, she said good night and went upstairs to sleep. Kana was dozing on the sofa in the corner of the restaurant. Not playing with TV or phone anymore, she was truly tired. Hayashi looked at Toru. "Let Kana sleep first." Toru saw this and smiled mischievously, then hugged Hayashi, pressing his arm against her chest, humming and laughing. "Then I don't have to coax Kana tonight." "You, all right." Hayashi used his ability. With a thought, white strings emerged from the sofa, gradually weaving together, finally forming the shape of a cradle nest. Incredibly soft, they lifted Kana up, moved silently across the floor, then sent her upstairs. Now there were no customers late at night. Hayashi and Toru were bored. He suggested, "How about watching a movie or TV series? Since it's midnight anyway, when we have time later, we'll set up a big TV or projector in the restaurant." Hearing this, Toru immediately nodded happily. Yes, yes. So in the last 2 hours, the two of them. They ruthlessly watched Crayon Shin-chan together. Shiro tilde, where are you tilde tilde tilde? Elephant tilde, why is your trunk so long? Toru had never seen this kind of animation before. The two sat on the sofa, with Toru laughing so hard she kept burrowing into Hayashi's arms. Until 2 a.m. came and they closed up to rest. Toru hugged Hayashi's arm going upstairs and kept saying, "Hayashi-san, I want to watch this again in the future, it's so good." "Sure." In the bedroom, just as Hayashi was about to wash up, Toru stopped him saying, "I want to wash first." Hayashi didn't know what Toru was up to but still nodded. "Then go ahead." Toru entered the bathroom. In just over 10 seconds, a flash of light appeared. The next moment, when Toru came out again, she had changed into an outfit that only covered up to her thigh roots on the bottom, with a tight waist-cinching top and white bunny ears on her head. Hayashi was stunned. "Isn't this a bunny girl outfit? You couldn't buy one today, so you just used magic to transform. Is this how you use magic? Do you like it, Hayashi-san tilde?" Toru wore this outfit, running her finger across her chest. Actually, these are all transformed dragon scales, they won't tear. I don't care about any of that. Hayashi couldn't hold back anymore. Early morning. Toru's intermittent voice echoed in the bedroom. Ha, Hayashi-san, the ears. Ears can't be pulled constantly, they won't come off there. They're transformed dragon scales, the tail too. I don't care about any of that. The next day, noon. Hayashi woke up early. Last night's Toru had also used magic to clean herself at midnight before going back to sleep in Kana's room. He woke up alone, stretched and rolled around in bed for a while. Then sat up to mentally prepare for getting up while playing on his phone. On his phone, Yutaha had sent the most messages. Opening it revealed her congratulatory messages. Kasumegayaka Yutaha, Hayashi-kun, the first day sales are out. We sold several thousand copies on the first day alone. The editorial department estimates total sales will increase to 800,000 to 1 million copies, a huge success. Kasumi Yutako's Love Metronome had 5 volumes before this story was published, with total sales of 500,000 copies. 500,000 copies, already counted as a best-selling author. Based on first-day statistics and projections, the new story was estimated to reach 800,000 to 1 million copies. That meant this story could directly boost sales by 300,000 to 500,000 copies. No wonder Kasumegayaka Yutaha was so happy. As long as she could maintain this momentum, she could also become a major author like Takatsuki-sen, achieving results like Black Goat's Egg with millions of copies. Maybe Love Metronome couldn't reach that level. But as long as she could accumulate popularity, writing even better next time would make achieving such results much easier. Hayashi, congratulations, congratulations. He congratulated her, then immediately asked about what he cared most about. Hayashi, how's the reader feedback? Did anyone say the male protagonist is very charming, has good character design, and they love him so much? Cough cough, this was what he cared most about. After all, Yutaha said half of the male protagonist was based on him. On the other side of the phone, Kasumegayaka Yutaha chuckled after seeing this. She sweetly said narcissist in real life. And sent the same on her phone. Yutaha, really narcissistic, Hayashi-kun. Although readers did say that, why don't you ask about the female protagonist's reviews? Hayashi, do I need to ask about the female protagonist? You based her on yourself, how could you write her badly? Seeing this on her phone, Yutaha couldn't suppress the corners of her mouth. Yutaha, good answer. Yutaha, anyway, thank you so much, but I'll be busy these next few days. The editorial department has arranged several more signing events to build buzz for the new story. I have to go. I'm really sorry I can't share this with you. Oh right, Maya's fine and will accompany me during this period. Hayashi indicated it was fine. What's there to be sorry about? Finish your work first. Yutaha, Hayashi-kun, don't you miss me? Hayashi, miss what? Don't I have plenty of beautiful women in my shop? Yutaha, hateful, big stupid pig. Hayashi, hee tilde, just teasing you. Getting up now, bye-bye. After sending the last message, Hayashi really got up. Brushed his teeth, washed his face, prepared for breakfast. On the other end of the phone, Yutaha looked at Hayashi's last message, both angry and red-faced, yet wanting to laugh. Finally, she kicked her legs around on the bed in speechless frustration. Idiot! Hayashi finished brushing his teeth and washing his face. Then went downstairs to make breakfast. Today he planned to make steamed dumplings, stuffed with yesterday's braised meat. Absolutely deliciously fragrant. But just as he got downstairs, another message came on his phone. From Yutaha. He took it out to look, it was from Makima. Makima first sent a photo. In the photo, Power was following Public Safety Division 4 on a mission to find targets, probably looking for gangs or something. Makima wasn't in the photo. Makima finally finished moving. Power moved a bit slowly. I want to eat breakfast at your place, is that okay? Hayashi replied, sure, isn't your squad coming? Makima, they've already eaten and have an emergency mission. Hayashi, all right then, come over. We're having steamed dumplings today. Makima, does Hayashi-kun have time today? All the kitchen utensils at home are ready. I want to eat cuisine that Hayashi-kun makes at home. Oh right, there was such a thing. Hayashi nodded, sure. Makima, good. After ending the messages, Hayashi began making steamed dumplings. He directly bought dumpling wrappers from the system, then took out the fresh braised meat from yesterday that he'd put in the system after stewing. Then chopped it up, applied water to the wrappers, and began wrapping steamed dumplings. 1, 2, 10, 20. Hayashi even used the string fruit, having strings thread through the wrappers to bundle, pull tight, then extract, the same result, even more uniform. Soon, Hayashi had wrapped several hundred steamed dumplings. He placed them in steamer baskets over pots of boiling water. Only then did Hayashi clap his hands, start steaming. At the same time calling upstairs, "Get up." There was immediately a jingling response from upstairs. Pochita at the door heard this and ran over to report. "Waff tilde, Hayashi, the seeds have sprouted." "Really?" Hayashi quickly wiped his hands and went outside. "I'll come look right away." Capitulo 78, Chapter 78, Gecko and Motto investigator are dead, in Makima's office. Following Pochita outside, Hayashi came to the yard to take a look. As soon as he opened the door to the yard, he turned his head and saw 3 new sprouts on the grass. All 3 seeds planted in a row had sprouted overnight, looking a bit like flower buds, bare but extremely emerald green, vivid and dripping with color, like jade, extremely beautiful. Hayashi approached, knelt on one knee and looked carefully. This should be the germination stage. No, it had already entered the seedling stage. On the main stems of the sunflowers, several small green leaves had already grown at different angles and intervals. These green leaves were only thumb-sized. When they grew larger for a while, the next stage would be when the heads grew out, the flower buds. Finally, when the flower buds matured and grew larger. That would be the mature stage, with sunflower seeds to eat. Good, grow up quickly. Hayashi reached out to touch the new seedlings. The moment he made contact, he felt the consciousness and emotions the seedlings released toward him. Very weak, just newly born. The consciousness contained dependence and joy. The general meaning was that they knew they needed to grow up quickly, and they were happy and liked him as their master. So this is what monsters are like. Hayashi found it very interesting. Monsters and spirits are probably the same thing. Anyway, they all have magic power and consciousness. I just don't know to what extent you can grow. He touched the first one. Then he also touched the second and third ones. He found that each consciousness was different. The original flavor sunflower seed 1 had a mild and friendly temperament, just expressing affection. The caramel one was very sweet and happy, and extremely dependent on him, meaning if it could move now, its leaves would definitely stick to him. The salty one was a bit aloof. When Hayashi touched it, it just indicated it understood, "You are my master, that's all." Interesting. Hayashi smiled, then called up to Toru. "Toru, today use magic power mixed in water to water the seeds. They've sprouted." "Okay, Tilda." Toru poked her head out from the second-floor window. Hayashi added, "Call them down to eat. The steamed dumplings are almost ready. I'll go make the dipping sauce." "Got it, Tilda." Entering the kitchen, Hayashi mixed a whole bowl of dipping sauce. Soy sauce, dark soy sauce, minced garlic, vinegar, etc. paired with steamed dumplings. Anything tastes good when dipped. It's like hot pot without dipping sauce loses its soul. In the kitchen, Hayashi made the dipping sauce while waiting for the steamed dumplings to cook through. In the restaurant, after Toru came downstairs, she filled the watering can with water, infused it with magic power, then went to water the flowers. Splash, splash, Tilda. The magic-infused water from the watering can poured onto the sunflowers, and they swayed comfortably, absorbing it fully. "They're growing so fast." Toru looked at the sunflowers. "I'm giving you magic power, grow up quickly, then produce sunflower seeds for us to eat." She watered the 3 sunflowers in turn. Kana watched from the side, very curious. "Can they only grow if watered?" Toru shook her head. "It's because the water has magical nutrients, just like us, we eat and sleep to grow up." "Oh, Tilda," Kana understood. "Then let me water them from now on, Toru." "Sure, then these sunflowers will be your responsibility from now on. Just water them once every morning." As the watering continued under the bright sunshine, a small rainbow actually appeared above the seedlings. "Wow, Tilda," Kana looked with starry eyes. "So beautiful." Toru was also amazed. "That's not my magic. Could it be the sunflowers?" Is it magic? I don't know. Then let's ask Hayashi. Just then the steamed dumplings were ready, and Hayashi came out carrying them. He had just set them down when he saw Toru and Kana running back after finishing watering. Kana pulled at Hayashi's hem, pointing to the yard and saying, "The sunflowers can do magic. They made a small 7-colored magic." 7-colored magic, Hayashi was stunned. Toru also nodded confirmingly. Yes, very small, we discovered it while watering. Then Hayashi pretty much guessed it. Looking at the sun outside. Hayashi went out to look, the rainbow had just disappeared. This isn't called magic, this is physics. Physics. Hearing this word, both Toru and Kana had expressions like they'd never been contaminated by materialist knowledge. Just know that it's a physical phenomenon. Hayashi pointed to the sun, then to the water to explain. It's light being scattered by water refracting light that happens to become a rainbow. In places with sufficient sunlight, you can form this change by spraying water. Oh, Kana looked curious. Can we do it now too? Sure, Hayashi nodded. You can try spraying water into the sky with a watering can. Master the technique and rainbows appear easily. Kana immediately nodded. Then let's try quickly, Toru. And so, Toru and Kana went to get water again and played with rainbows in the yard. Wow, there really is one. So pretty, The two played happily. Pachita accompanied them, occasionally jumping up trying to bite the rainbow. The smallest rainbow Hayashi had ever seen appeared at a faucet, particularly small but most magical, close enough to touch with your hand. After Toru and Kana played with rainbows for a while, just as Hayashi was about to say it was time to eat, a black car drove into the alley. After stopping in the yard, Makima got out. Seeing everyone playing happily, Makima smiled. Am I in time? Perfect timing, Hayashi called everyone. Time to eat, we can play more after eating. Everyone returned to the house. Kana put the watering can away properly. Kamishiro Rise had already come downstairs and was waiting. Hayashi opened the steamer. As steam floated up, the aroma of meat dumplings swept through the entire restaurant. Smells so good, Toru took a deep breath. Eat quickly. Hayashi brought out the dipping sauce, pouring a small bowl for each person. You can dip the dumplings before eating. How much you dip depends on your taste. Okay. Everyone sat down, following Hayashi putting the first dumpling whole in his mouth. Kana and Toru were fastest, immediately swallowing one each. Because it was so delicious, both made satisfied humming sounds. Kamishiro Rise and Makima also began eating. The result was about the same situation. After eating one, Kamishiro Rise closed her eyes in enjoyment. Consistently delicious as always. After eating, Makima gently bit her lower lip without comment. But that was also a comment. At one table, one human, 2 dragons, 1 ghoul, and 1 devil were ravenously devouring steamed dumplings. Everyone ate happily. Just then, footsteps came from the entrance. Hayashi looked up. It was Kirishima Tauka, bringing Fuguchi Hinami over. At the entrance, even though the door was open, they knocked. Knock knock. Hayashi nodded. Please come in. After Kirishima Tauka brought Fuguchi Hinami inside. Fuguchi Hinami's eyes lit up looking at the steamed dumplings, but this was other people's food and she hadn't ordered, so she was too embarrassed to step forward. Naturally, Hayashi wouldn't be short on food. He beckons to Hinami. Hinami, Tauka, come eat, sit next to Kana. Hearing this, Hinami immediately bowed gratefully to Hayashi. Thank you, manager big brother. Hayashi waved. It's nothing. Kirishima Tauka also thanked him. After sitting down and eating one, although very satisfied, she seemed to have something to say, fidgeting restlessly, not knowing how to speak. And with unfamiliar outsiders beside her, she didn't know if she could speak. Hayashi noticed and said directly, Is there something? Just say it directly. Everyone here is familiar. Makima heard this and gave Hayashi a gentle smile. Kamishiro Rise brushed back her long hair. Only then did Kirishima Tauka nod and speak. Gecko has been killed by the CCG. Our people first wore down Gecko's stamina, then lured him near patrolling CCG before withdrawing. Finally, Gecko was killed by 2 CCG investigators, one first class and one senior investigator. However, that senior investigator was killed in return by Gecko. Soon after, the plan will proceed normally, the plan between Eatery Tree and the CCG. The revenge for Fugachi Ryoko and Hinami has also been completed. First class was lower rank. Senior investigator was upper rank. It was strange that the senior investigator died instead of the first class. Wasn't the weaker one supposed to die more easily? Who was the senior investigator that died? Hayashi asked. Do you have information? Kirishima Tauka nodded. Mato Curio, an experienced investigator, but Gecko was very brutal. In his dying counterattack, he took him down. Now Hayashi knew who it was. That perverted investigator. 2 perverts met each other. Kamishiro Rise was a bit curious. Hayashi-kun, you know these investigators? A little, not much. Hayashi ate a steamed dumpling. Didn't I say before that ghouls and demons aren't necessarily all bad people, and humans aren't necessarily all good people? That dead investigator was one of them. Everyone understood then. As for Eatery Tree's plan, it had been mentioned before. Using Gecko's death as justification, Eatery Tree would officially declare war on the CCG and take special action. Originally, they were worried the CCG wouldn't make any moves. Now with a senior investigator dead, the CCG would definitely respond and seek revenge. This cycle of revenge would escalate things, which was exactly what Eatery Tree, or rather Takatsuki-sen, wanted. It was all planned. But the real good news was that the revenge for Fugachi Ryoko and Fugachi Hinami had been completed. The future threat, Mato Curio, had also conveniently died. A senior investigator killed in retaliation by an S-rank brutal ghoul. This was basically reasonable. If you're not satisfied, then practice more. Speaking of which, since the enemies of Fugachi Ryoko and Fugachi Hinami were already dead, and future threats were eliminated, Hayashi looked curiously at Tauka and Hinami and asked, so what are Fugachi Ryoko and Hinami's future plans? Kirishima Tauka pondered for a while. Still, she spoke up. Aunt Ryoko will probably join our Anteku, learn to make coffee or other skills. Opening a shop would also work. Hearing this, Hayashi understood. With that man dead, no matter what, there would be a large compensation payment. And the Fugachi family was well off. The money the doctor left behind was probably all given to Fugachi Ryoko. So they just wanted to pursue a peaceful, normal life. Learning some skills or opening a shop would be fine. Fugachi Hinami nodded and raised her hand. Mom is preparing for me to review and go to school. I'm about to start tutoring. Hearing about school, Kana immediately perked up, her yo-yo tail standing upright behind her. She looked at Hinami. Do you like going to school? Hinami nodded. Everyone goes to school when they reach this age. Humans are socialized. School has become subconscious. Even ghouls, living in this kind of society, would want to go to school as long as their family was normal. But Kana was a dragon, so she didn't understand. Only seeing so many people going to school made her more and more curious. Hayashi looked around. Let's take Kana to see a school sometime, see how they attend school. Hearing this, Kana's eyes lit up and she immediately nodded. After everyone finished talking, the steamed dumplings were almost finished too. Kamishiro Rise rested for a while, then prepared to leave. I'm going to the new house to pay the money. I'll leave first. Hayashi waved, bye-bye. Since there weren't many dishes to wash from the steamed dumplings, Toru asked, Hayashi-san, are we going shopping today? Shopping? Hayashi looked at Makima, then shook his head and explained, today's not convenient. I promised Makima I'd visit her workplace and new home to cook something. But Toru, do you want to try shopping by yourself? Buy what you want to buy. Go by herself. Toru hadn't experienced or tried that yet. Hearing this, Toru nodded. Okay, then I'll take Kana with me. Sure, Hayashi told Toru where he kept money at home. Actually, it was just under the bar counter, casually locked up. It guards against gentlemen but not villains. If villains came, they'd be directly eliminated. So Toru got the money. She directly took Kana out grocery shopping. Kirishima Tauka also left with Fugachi Hinami. In the entire restaurant, now only Hayashi and Makima remained. The weather was too hot. Makima was now only wearing suit pants and a white shirt, looking very capable, exuding an OL aura. But her temperament and body were very mature. So the feeling she gave was like a cold workplace succubus. Hayashi-kun, Makima saw that everyone had left. Want to visit my workplace first? Hayashi decisively nodded. Let's go. The restaurant closed. Hayashi instructed Pachita at the door. Watch the house well, watch the seeds well. We'll be back in the afternoon. Waff tilde, Roger. Pachita directly lay down on the footrest of the lounge chair on the grass, sleeping while watching. Hayashi prepared to get in the car. But Makima had already opened the driver's door and sat inside. Then she opened the passenger door for Hayashi from inside. So he could only be a passenger. Fastening his seatbelt, Makima drove to her workplace. A building with a classical exterior. Makima parked in the parking lot. As soon as Hayashi got out, he saw public safety, devil hunter personnel coming and going. This way. Makima led Hayashi toward another passage. After going upstairs, they saw a few personnel moving around inside. These are the real devil hunters. Makima walked beside Hayashi, leading the way. Some have contracts with devils, others have powerful personal strength. Hayashi nodded. After walking for less than 2 minutes, Makima pushed open a classical wooden door and entered. Hayashi followed. Inside were carpets, bookshelves, a large wooden desk, full of European style. Makima pointed to the chair in the very center and innermost part. This is where I work. After saying this, she sat down to show herself. Hayashi looked around. He was indeed very curious. These were scenes that only existed in his imagination, but now they were real. He touched the bookshelf, found a book to flip through, and asked, "Is work busy? When you interface with the cabinet, what attitude do those high officials have?" Seeing Hayashi looking at books, Makima stood up, took the book over, and placed it on the desk. Then she pulled Hayashi, pressed him to sit in the chair, before continuing to explain. "I just need to make decisions. The humans in the cabinet are all greedy people who desire longevity and power. People are actually quite..." Hayashi hadn't finished speaking. Makima looked down at Hayashi from above, somewhat displeased. "Are you still planning to say so much nonsense?" As soon as she finished speaking, her body gradually lowered. Are devils this direct?" Capitulo 79, Chapter 79. Eternity Devil, combination attack with Makima, shattering the building. Inside the public safety devil hunter building. At the entrance to Makima's office, 1 or 2 people occasionally passed by. They basically all slowed their pace when passing, with few daring to linger or even glance at the door. In the entire devil hunter public safety bureau, Makima was the most mysterious one. Everyone only knew she directly interfaced with Japan's cabinet, and no other department could interfere with this place. And the cabinet, to these people, was an existence they could never look up to. They couldn't even think about it. And at this time in the room, who knows how much time had passed? Tisk tilde. As the two separated, silver threads stretched between them before breaking. Makima's cheeks only had a faint pink tinge. Her golden pupils stared into Hayashi's eyes, taking on a bit of human flavor. "How was it?" Makima asked. Hayashi wiped the corner of his mouth. "Had to say. Felt very good." But was this where it ended? He had been reverse-dominated. This was simply shameful. Hayashi stood up, carried Makima to the desk, and placed her on it. Then under Makima's expectant gaze, she was pressed down onto the desk surface. Hayashi also leaned down. The same amount of time. Hayashi got up and returned to sit properly in the chair. Makima was still lying there, her clothes slightly disheveled, but that was it. In the office, Hayashi couldn't possibly go all out with the door unlocked. And Makima lay on the desk, as if savoring something. After a long while, she lay there, turning her head to look at Hayashi. "It would have been good if you had bitten me just now." Hayashi frowned. "If you want me to try S&M, I could play with you, but if you're talking about physical biting, I'm leaving right now." Hayashi spoke very seriously, not joking. Hearing this, Makima's eyes became a bit clearer, and she sat up to adjust her open shirt. "I meant what you want." Hayashi just watched Makima like this. When she was arranging her shirt buttons, she really had feminine charm, full of workplace OL flavor. But after stopping, this feeling diminished greatly. At this time, Hayashi saw several notebooks on the desk. The notebooks had devil assassins written on them. Seeing his gaze, Makima picked up the notebook and handed it to him. Hayashi directly opened it to look. It actually clearly recorded files of devil assassins from abroad. Some devils were ones he had never heard of. But familiar people were also in there. However, the information wasn't complete. Some only had code names, some only had gender, or only knew which devil they contracted with, etc. Many didn't even know what they looked like. Only then did Makima explain. Many humans who contract or coexist with devils are chosen according to the devil's own will, with no signs beforehand. I know this, Hayashi nodded. Usually it was devils choosing humans. How could humans have any say in choosing devils? Ordinary humans, like Hayakawa Iki and Himeno, all paid great prices to contract with devils. Seeing this, Hayashi picked up another action notebook and flipped through it. It turned out to contain actions and plans against these hostile targets. One of the gangs was from the plot. Seeing this, Makima helped introduce. This gang is colluding with devil hunters, hiding in a special building. That building very likely has a devil. Hayakawa Iki and Himeno have already taken a squad to arrest them. Oh right, power is in there. If things go smoothly, they should be able to find out who the devil hunter colluding with the gang is tonight. After hearing Makima's introduction, Hayashi felt the characters differed somewhat from his impression. It seemed like they were split apart and merged together. Hayashi showed a thoughtful expression. Are they your bait? Makima shook her head. The real bait is other action squads. Where Power and the others went, the gang is just a group of ordinary people at most with firearms. Firearms, so guns. This wasn't too dangerous for them, but it was very dangerous for Hayakawa Iki and Himeno. Forget it. Since the plot had changed, he didn't want to think about it. It didn't matter anyway, the blood wouldn't splash on him. After looking at Makima's office, the two chatted in the office. Hayashi wasn't in a hurry. But Makima looked at the time. It's almost 2 p.m., Hayashi-kun. We can go buy groceries and go back to cook. All right. Hayashi nodded, stood up and left with Makima. At this time, most of the action personnel in the public safety Devil Hunter building had already deployed, so there weren't many people inside. As the boss, Makima definitely didn't need to personally charge to the front. Unless there was a big problem. Otherwise, she just needed to wait in the office. Going downstairs, Hayashi got in the car, and Makima drove away. Looking at the office building, getting farther away. Hayashi sighed. It's good being a director, don't even need to clock in, can leave whenever you want. He had to clock in, but she didn't even need to punch a time card. Makima glanced at Hayashi. How about Hayashi-kun comes to work for me? Whatever I have, Hayashi-kun will have. Hayashi immediately shook his head. Never mind that, working for yourself is more free. Makima didn't refute this point, but nodded and continued driving. As the car drove on, it gradually headed toward Makima's new home. Along the way, Hayashi saw many public safety officers. And not just public safety, Devil Hunter action officers. There were also CCG ones. It seemed that after a senior investigator was killed, the CCG had already reacted quickly. Simply put, get revenge, purge ghouls. Throughout the entire area, all ordinary ghouls would be found and eliminated immediately. Whether you were C rank, B rank, or A rank. If caught, you die. This was the CCG establishing authority for itself. And eatery would also use this opportunity to similarly seek revenge, hunting CCG investigators. But fighting with the CCG was just a cover. Takatsuki Sen's plan was to secretly execute their prison break operation. Really lively, Hayashi sighed. It would be nice if there were melons to eat. Having free time at this point, and it being so lively. Having melons to eat would be great. If there were also sunflower seeds to crack, that would be even better. Unfortunately, the sunflowers at home hadn't grown up yet. Makima glanced at Hayashi. She didn't quite understand why being lively meant eating melons. This meme was a bit advanced for her as a devil. Hayashi saw Makima's confused expression. He smiled and explained. Watching excitement is called eating melons. It means being curious and watching a show, like watching a movie with detached interest. Like watching a movie. This phrase made Makima understand immediately. It also suddenly reminded her. Hayashi-kun, when you have time, how about going to see a movie? Hayashi thought about it and nodded, sure. Speaking of which, he hadn't seen a movie in a long time. Watching movies alone was the most boring. It's still best to watch with friends, chatting about the plot together. When it's a bad movie, cursing it together. When it's a good movie, praising it together. Ring 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 tilde tilde tilde. At this time, a phone ringtone sounded in the car. Hayashi looked and saw it wasn't his. Makima glanced down, mind. Then she took out her phone, driving with one hand and answering with the other. Hello. Makima-sama, Public Safety Division 4 entered the target building and hasn't come out for a long time. We can't reach them by phone, and there's no movement from the targets inside either. Requesting guidance. Hearing the phone content, Makima didn't give instructions. She directly hung up. Then turned to look at Hayashi, asking apologetically. Hayashi-kun, are you busy this afternoon? Hayashi shook his head, not until 6 p.m. Then could you accompany me to take a look? We'll be back quickly. Hayashi checked the time, only 2 p.m. in the afternoon, there was enough time. The melon had also arrived. Naturally, he wanted to eat it. Sure, let's go, might as well see what devil is in the building. Hearing that Hayashi was willing to go, Makima smiled intimately. Then she dialed the number that had just called, saying in a flat, emotionless voice, "Wait for me to come over." Then hung up again. For some reason, Hayashi found that emotionless voice quite pleasant. After hanging up, the car turned. The black car headed toward the scene. Hayashi sat in the car, looking at the scenery outside the window, when he suddenly remembered something. Building trapped no signal. Wasn't this another matter? What's the nature of that building where the gang gathered? Makima answered directly without thinking, hotel. Hotel. No wonder. Now Hayashi understood what devil it was. Wasn't this the Eternity Devil? A devil that had eaten fragments of the gun devil's flesh. Using the building as a vessel, time flow inside stopped. People inside would only cycle repeatedly until they were exhausted and devoured by the Eternity Devil. Seeing that Hayashi seemed to understand something, Makima asked, "You know the problem with that building?" Hayashi neither confirmed nor denied. Instead, he said directly, "You'll know when you get there. You should be able to tell just by smelling." Good, Makima continued driving. After a while, the vehicle arrived at the crime scene. Outside the building, over 10 public safety officers in black suits were waiting. Seeing Makima arrive, they all stood at attention. After Makima got out of the car, they all bowed. Makima-sama. Hayashi watched this scene from the car, finding it very interesting. Makima's authority was sufficient. This scene was quite satisfying to watch. You get out too, Makima said at this time. Hayashi had no need to keep a low profile. The moment he got out of the passenger seat, he attracted the gazes of all the black-suited people present. Makima-sama brought a man. Who was this man? What abilities did he have? Everyone remained silent, the scene terrifyingly quiet, but their minds were racing with thoughts. After getting out of the car, Makima led Hayashi directly toward the building. The black-suited people immediately followed behind. A reporter stepped forward to brief Makima on the current situation. Makima-sama, Public Safety Division 4 has been trapped for some time now. This building has cut off signals, personnel cannot enter, and those inside cannot come out either. Also, simply put, it was like a formation. Inside had become an independent space. Never mind ordinary people. The Eternity Devil that had eaten gun devil flesh fragments was an instant kill, even for ordinary devils. Makima stopped nearby. She sniffed lightly, then nodded and looked at Hayashi. You're right, Eternity Devil, and it carries the scent of gun devil flesh fragments. Seems like it's a lucky one, or a product fed by foreign devil hunters. As expected. With Makima's experience, she could recognize it just by smelling. What devil in hell didn't Makima recognize? As long as there was gun devil scent, Makima could definitely smell it. What do you say? Hayashi asked with a smile. Makima also smiled at Hayashi. What do you think? Hayashi shook his head. If I don't care about the people inside, I'd call for rockets to blast this building, but the gun devil would become stronger from this. If I care about the people inside, either use powerful force to crush this building, or let the people inside break out themselves. The current Eternity Devil could be understood as an egg. The time inside the egg was indeed stopped. At the same time, the egg's exterior was very hard. But it had a critical threshold. As long as the eggshell received one-time damage exceeding the critical threshold, the Eternity Devil couldn't defend the entire building either. So once the eggshell cracked, the Eternity Devil would be finished too. The only difficulty here was that you had to blast this eggshell in one go. That's why Hayashi suggested using rockets. This thing was still most effective. Hearing Hayashi's suggestion, the surrounding black-suited public safety officers were all rapidly calculating the trade-offs in their minds. But for Makima, among the people inside, the only one with any value might be power. But she also couldn't use rockets to bomb it. So, before taking action, Makima leaned close to Hayashi's ear and asked softly, "Can the Eternity Devil's heart serve as the main course for later today?" Hayashi looked at Makima with surprise. He nodded, yes. Makima nodded slightly, indicating she understood. But after thinking, she asked again, "Can you devour the gun devil fragments?" Hayashi still nodded, yes. At this point, Makima no longer needed to consider. While the numerous black-suited public safety officers were still puzzled about why Makima was so intimate with Hayashi, Makima held Hayashi's hand, raised it up, aiming at the building, then made a gun gesture with her hand index finger forward, thumb up, other fingers curled back. Aiming at the building, pulling the trigger. "Bang tilde," Makima said softly. The next moment, like an air cannon blasting out, the spot on the building, where Makima pointed instantly, developed a huge hole nearly 2 meters in diameter. One strike pierced through the entire building, even showing the backyard through the building. Hiss! The pierced building actually let out a violent shriek. At the same time, running sounds could be heard. Then several heads popped out from the pierced opening, shouting at everyone. "This is a strange devil. It has infinite stamina, infinite revival, retreat quickly." This was Hayakawa Aki shouting. "Remember to distribute the compensation to my former comrades' families." This was Hyemno shouting. "This devil has nowhere for me to suck blood." This was Power shouting. Power was the blood devil. Theoretically, as long as she could keep sucking blood, she could fight the Eternity Devil forever without stopping. But after the Eternity Devil possessed the building, she couldn't very well suck on steel beams, right? It didn't give her any chance to suck blood at all. Facing the squad shouts, Makima looked at her hand with regret, turned to Hayashi and said, "The power is enough, but the range isn't." Makima's hand cannon was very powerful. It could even shoot devils from land into space. The penetration was sufficient, but the attack range was a weakness, like how a bullet couldn't destroy an entire car with one shot, but could pierce through it. Range, huh? Hayashi thought about it, then suddenly had an inspiration. Got it. Makima. Under Makima's puzzled gaze. This time Hayashi took Makima's hand and made the same gun gesture as before. He mobilized the power of the tremor fruit, adding it to his hand. Ready to fuse with the hand cannon, Makima would fire at any moment. But Makima couldn't sense it. At this time Hayashi said, "One more shot, Makima." Although Makima didn't know what had changed, and the surrounding black-suited people were anxious and didn't know what was happening. But Makima was willing to trust Hayashi. So Makima said softly again, "Bang tilde." The next moment, the hand cannon carrying the tremor fruit's power instantly fired. The moment it hit the building, the Eternity Devil let out an inhuman, more torturous than torture shriek and scream. And the entire thing turned to powder. Capitulo 80, Chapter 80. Devouring Gun Devil Flesh, tonight being a devil night. Boom! With Makima's hand cannon combined with Hayashi's tremor fruit power, the entire building directly turned to powder. From its complete form, it trembled for an instant. Then like a sand pile, it cascaded down with a rustle, piling together to form a mound. Hi. Hayakawa Iki, Hymno, Power, Kobni and others from inside the building. The entire squad also fell from the 8th floor, their bodies crashing onto the 2-meter-high pile of ash and dust, stirring up a large cloud of dust. Cough 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 tilde, some people coughed. Tui, tui, Power spat forcefully. She had gotten a mouthful when she fell while shouting. What's the situation? As soon as Hymno landed, she immediately stood up and surveyed the surroundings. But she discovered. Where was the building from before? Weren't they inside the building? Where was the building? Turning her head, she saw Makima, Manager Hayashi, and the black-suited public safety officers all looking at them. Outside the building, the black-suited public safety officers were now looking at Hayashi with shocked gazes. Makima's hand cannon was already enough to shock them. A single gesture attack could casually pierce through a building. But Hayashi's operation, they didn't even know what had happened. Why did the hand cannon suddenly become able to shake the building to powder after Hayashi gripped Makima's hand again? How was this accomplished? What happened? As for the main parties, only now did Hayashi release Makima's hand, looking at the building with satisfaction. Not bad, looks like I controlled it well. Only shattered the building, everyone else was fine. This was called microcontrol. Makima turned to look at Hayashi. Although there was no change in her eyes or expression, the gaze in her eyes had almost become tangible. Hayashi felt a bit awkward being stared at like this. He looked at the surrounding public safety officers and the confused people on the mound. Then tilted his head toward the scene. Stop staring, shouldn't you handle this? Emma. Makima nodded, and her first words to everyone were, dig through the mound and find the devil. Black-suited officers, yes. Due to the overwhelming display of power just now. After Makima's command, these black-suited officers immediately went to dig through the pile. Those with tools used tools. Those digging by hand dug by hand. In any case, they were extremely diligent. At this time, Hymno led the team over to report to Makima. Makima-sama, all other members of the gang were devoured by the devil. The devil hunter information was cut off. Just now in that building, time and space kept looping. Hymno recounted everything that happened inside. Hayashi listened from the side, finding it quite interesting. The plot was indeed different. The Eternity Devil inside the building hadn't threatened Kobni to do this or that. Instead, it wanted to divide everyone. It proposed that everyone choose one person to die, then everyone else wouldn't have to die. This kind of plot, Hayakawa Iki and Hymno understood it all too well. Without a word, Hymno went straight into battle. And had Kobni contact the outside world, telling Power that if they couldn't get out, everything would be gone, good food would be gone, everything would be gone. When Power heard that good food would be gone, her appointments with Hayashi would be gone, and she wouldn't see the cats anymore. She directly went berserk, entering basic devil mentality. That is, the horns on her head grew longer, and her weapons became richer and more powerful. But in the end, that was it. The Eternity Devil was hardest to fight inside. Unless you could compete with it in perpetual motion, or break its tolerance limit in one go, you'd be tortured. So they had no choice, and were already prepared to die. Then Makima and Hayashi turned the building to powder with one-hand cannon. Hymno finished her report. Makima nodded, then looked toward the black-suited officers, waiting for results. Hymno didn't know what the next instruction was. She stepped forward, about to ask. Makima said lightly, "Rest well, you did very good." Everyone stayed in place. Hearing Makima's praise, they felt a bit happy. Then Makima pulled Hayashi to the side of the mound. Hayashi said helplessly to Makima, "You're too much of a scumbag, won't you give them any reward?" Makima thought about it and asked, "How about inviting them to have a group meal at your shop this afternoon?" "That works too," Hayashi nodded. So Makima turned back and told everyone about this. Everyone expressed happiness. Bonuses would also be provided. Power even jumped up with joy. On the ruins side, since the powdered building was easy to dig. So after the black-suited officers kept digging, soon bones and bone fragments were dug out piece by piece. Makima took one look and said flatly, "These are all from the gang members," meaning the remains of those who were devoured. But where was the devil? Soon, A black-suited public safety officer dug up something and immediately shouted, "Come here quickly." Everyone gathered around and accelerated the digging. They soon dug out a rather ugly meatball. The surface of the meatball was various arms embracing each other, and in the exposed areas was a humanoid large mouth, even with 2 nostrils. The meatball's current state was somewhat withered and shriveled. After being dug out by the public safety officers, it was immediately dragged to Makama's feet. "Report, the devil has been found," the black-suited person reported. Makama nodded, and the black-suited person stepped back. At this point, Makama looked at the meatball that had shrunk to only the size of an electric scooter and spoke. "Don't you have anything to say?" The meatball said nothing. So Makama raised her hand and rolled up her sleeve. She turned to Hayashi and said, "The heart's core is still there." Hayashi nodded. Seeing this, the meatball immediately said in panic, "I know what the devil hunters want to do. They're right around here. I know their plans too. Let me go and I'll tell you everything. I don't want to die, I only just ate gun fragments." The Eternity Devil's voice was very pitiful. But Makama remained expressionless and plunged her hand into the meatball's core. Squelch tilde. No blood splattered. The Eternity Devil had shrunk to this size and no longer had much blood left. The power of the tremor fruit, combined with Makama's hand cannon, had directly reduced it to baby bus size. So after Makama plunged her hand in with a squelch, she pulled it out with another squelch. The Eternity Devil came to an abrupt stop, and in Makama's hand appeared a still beating heart. Looking at the heart in her hand, Makama turned to look at Hayashi. After getting Hayashi's confirmation, her smile was exceptionally beautiful. "Bag," Makama extended her hand. The people around immediately found a briefcase and handed it to Makama. Makama directly placed the beating heart into the case, then said to the people around her, "Leave the rest for you to handle, I'm going back." The black-suited public safety officers shouted, "Yes." Then Makama said to the surrounding public safety squad, "Go back and rest first. At 6 p.m., gather at Hayashi-kun's shop." Power shouted, "Yes." The others also nodded. Then, Makama took Hayashi's hand, carried the briefcase, and walked toward the black car. The two got into the black car. Makama stepped on the gas and left. Destination, new home. The remaining people looked at each other and continued working. Whether Makama or Hayashi. From their recent performance and the completely undisguised relationship between them, neither was a party that could be angered. Makama's performance was already mysterious enough, and Hayashi just now was even more outrageous. No one could figure out what happened. But Hayashi just regripped Makama's hand, and that solved it. Simply ridiculous. In the car, Makama also turned her head and asked curiously, "That hand cannon shot, I felt the power of vibration. Is this your ability?" Hayashi nodded, "One of them. Just simply adding the power of the ability to it." Makama nodded in understanding, without asking more. Instead, she asked about the most important thing coming up. "That heart, is it okay?" "Okay for what?" "Okay to eat, will it disappear if eaten?" That was probably what she meant. Hayashi nodded but then shook his head. "Eating it raw is too barbaric. Let's buy some vegetables nearby later, I'll cook a dish, and we'll eat together." "Good," Makama nodded, then added, "By the way, gun devil flesh fragments are also inside that heart, so there are now 2 disposal methods." Hayashi didn't decide, "Up to you." Makama still explained. Countries around the world are collecting gun devil flesh fragments to strengthen their own devil powers, so Japan's cabinet is also collecting them. Previous collections have all been preserved by the Japanese government. That's disposal method 1. But they don't know yet that this devil has gun devil flesh fragments inside. So, Hayashi understood. "So you want to ask me if this can also be devoured, and whether devouring it will weaken the gun devil's abilities?" Makama nodded, "Yes." "Well, of course, girl." Hayashi nodded and said, "The Eternity Devil is definitely dead. If I devour the gun devil flesh fragments, this part of his power will disappear forever, but he'll also hold a grudge against me." Honestly, Hayashi wasn't afraid of being targeted by the gun devil at all. After devouring gun devil fragments, he would also possess part of the gun devil's abilities. In the future, all his weapons and attacks would be enhanced with powerful multiplication abilities. And he could easily manipulate and control various firearms. So it was worth it. And needless to say about Makima. After getting Hayashi's confirmation, Makima was also exceptionally happy. She lightly stepped on the gas and said directly, "Then you eat it all together, Hayashi-kun. I'll suppress all cabinet matters. Unless there's an explosive day, then I'll break away from Japan's official organization." Hayashi was deeply moved. What was this called? This was called a sugar mama. She hunted to support him and was willing to bear all the pressure. This soft rice was too delicious. Fed directly to his mouth. Makima drove to a nearby market. Hayashi brought Makima, and they went in to buy groceries. Seeing the blood on Makima's hands, Hayashi had her wash it off first. Then the two bought vegetables, seasonings, and other meats, altogether quite a feast. Finally, Makima drove back to her new home. The black car entered the underground garage. Hayashi carried the briefcase, while the two waited at the elevator entrance. Makima had bought a large flat one elevator, one household. The two entered the elevator, stopped at a high floor, and after getting out, there was only one door after a corridor. Makima went forward to open it. Large flat, floor-to-ceiling windows, gleaming marble floors, simply too luxurious. Standing by the window, you could overlook a large area of Tokyo. "This view is really great," Hayashi sighed. "Wanna live here?" Makima took off her jacket and threw it on the sofa. "You're welcome anytime." Never mind that. Hayashi had his own place to live and couldn't change. But occasionally staying a night wasn't impossible. "I'll go cook first." Hayashi carried the briefcase and various shopping baskets into the kitchen. The kitchen was full of brand new appliances. Various kitchen utensils were all there. Hayashi began washing his hands to cook. In the main hall, Makima began preparing for the dinner party. She set up the tables, chairs, bowls, and chopsticks, and even changed clothes and took a shower. In the kitchen, Hayashi had already made several dishes. They were minced meat fried tofu, braised pork ribs, and red braised flounder. And the final dish, Eternity Devil Core heart stir-fried meat slices. When Hayashi took the heart out of the briefcase, it was still beating. When Hayashi held it to wash it, the heart began beating violently, as if extremely terrified. Hayashi gave it a quick end. Using the string fruit directly, he instantly cut it into over 20 slices. It stopped beating. Hayashi began stir-frying. After it was half-cooked, he added chili peppers, continued stir-frying, and finally served it. Splash tilde. After the heart stir-fried meat slices were plated, the rice cooker also dinged and jumped. The rice was ready too. "Makima," Hayashi called. Coming, Makima walked in wearing casual pants and a t-shirt. Hayashi was stunned for a moment, then said, "Ready to eat, you serve the rice." "Okay." Makima took bowls and began serving rice for herself and Hayashi. Hayashi carried the dishes out. After a while, on a small table, 4 dishes were laid out, along with a small plate containing gun devil flesh fragments and thud tilde. Hayashi brought out his fruit wine and said, "Fruit wine very delicious, want to try some?" Makima was very interested. "Bring it on." The two took 2 wine glasses and poured the fruit wine. Makima directly took a sip. After savoring it, she nodded in intoxication. "Delicious." Then looked at Hayashi, "Let's start eating." "Good." The two began eating. Makima stared at the heart stir-fried meat slices, then moved her chair next to Hayashi and began serving him food. She ate everything herself, but the heart stir-fried meat slices, she only tasted a bite. Then served it all to Hayashi. Even fed him. "Ah tilde," Makima held meat with chopsticks. Hayashi opened his mouth and ate it. The two drank wine and ate until they finished everything 4 dishes, even feeling a bit stuffed. Hayashi sat on the sofa and let out a long breath. "Phew tilde." Makima looked at the last clean gun devil flesh fragments on the plate. Her face was slightly flushed from the wine. She got up to take the flesh fragments, came back and positioned herself above Hayashi. "Ah tilde." Still wanting to hand feed him. "Ah," Hayashi helplessly accepted the feeding. But Makima wasn't directly feeding him. She placed the flesh fragment between her teeth, then lowered her head. Imported candy. No, imported flesh fragment. Poor flesh fragment, pushed back and forth between two people, finally devoured by Hayashi. Thump tilde. Hayashi's heart beat slightly harder once, then returned to normal. Makima straightened up, her eyes misty. Looking at Hayashi's condition, she asked, "How do you feel?" Hayashi nodded, "Very good." Makima's face was slightly flushed, her eyes more watery than usual. She undid her hair from behind, then took Hayashi's hand, placed it on herself, voice soft and tone intimate. "Then we can begin." Hayashi-kun. Naturally, no more words were needed. Hayashi had long been fed up with being passive. Bad women like Makima needed to be ridden hard and used thoroughly. Hayashi directly made a move. Positions began switching. Today he wasn't a dragon knight, but he could be a devil knight. Capitulo 81, Chapter 81, easily defeated Makima, Rizet at the new coffee shop. Lazy afternoon. In the vast, large flat of the new home. On the sofa, in the bedroom, kitchen, bathroom, in front of floor-to-ceiling windows, every position left light traces. Romantic and pleasant. Hayashi thought Makima was like ice cold, emotionless, without reactions. Actually, he was wrong. Makima was like an aloof cat, outwardly indeed cold, rational, and logical, but she would also have reactions. And Makima's body was the same as a normal human's. Whatever should happen, happened. There wouldn't be a situation like eternal ice that remained cold no matter how much you warmed it. Who knows how much time passed? Anyway, when Hayashi came to his senses, he had already showered and was ready to go back to open for business. Looking at the time, 5 p.m., he gently asked in Makima's ear, "I'm heading back first. Are you still coming to the group dinner this afternoon?" Makima was still breathing lightly. Finally nodded. Hayashi's stamina seemed inexhaustible. Anyone who encountered him would eventually be easily defeated. While Hayashi was still in full health condition, his body wasn't tired, and his spirit was greatly satisfied. Because he could not only devour, he had just devoured the Eternity Devil, and the Eternity Devil was a perpetual motion machine. But Makima couldn't do any of this. No matter what, her flesh was still human. Seeing Makima hum in response, he didn't know if she was saying she'd go, or just acknowledging. But it didn't matter. Hayashi waved and turned to leave. Rest well. Going downstairs, taking a car home. His body was cleaned very thoroughly. The tremor fruit's ultrasonic waves vibrated on his body surface, and all tiny particles fell off. Extremely useful. Just like ultrasonic cleaning for glasses. Hayashi took a taxi directly to the city center. After paying and getting out, he prepared to cross to the opposite street via the overpass. While going up the stairs, he saw two groups of 4 CCG undercover members total, disguised as public safety targets, chatting and buying water nearby. When he continued up, at the center of the overpass, he was stopped. But it wasn't just him being stopped, everyone was stopped. "Sir, please go through security check." Hayashi turned to look. In the middle of the overpass, there were 24 subway-like scanning devices. Placed here, completely invisible from other locations. Only when you went up the overpass wanting to cross to the opposite street would you discover this checkpoint upon arriving. Just like catching drunk drivers in his previous life. Hayashi smiled quite happily, good design. The public safety officer on the other side smiled apologetically. "Sorry to trouble you." No trouble at all. Of course Hayashi was an honest person, a law-abiding citizen. He passed through the security gate. The security gate didn't give any alerts either. Then he could leave like any normal person. Everyone else had to pass through here. I remember these gates weren't supposed to appear until much later, but they've already been developed now. This gate was a detection gate, developed by the CCG. Like security screening, but it could only scan whether someone was a ghoul. The method of detection was scanning the RC cell content in the body. Once it exceeded the threshold, they were definitely a ghoul. So after establishing this checkpoint, everyone who came up had to accept inspection, no one could escape. If someone saw this and tried to run, then the 4 CCG members at the stair corners were specifically waiting for you. What a perfect drunk driving checkpoint setup. Why should I? Why should I be checked? Get out of the way, all of you get lost. Hayashi had just passed the checkpoint and hadn't had time to go down the overpass when he heard intense cursing and resistance from behind. He turned around and saw a man with red eyes, having broken down and finished cursing, refusing to go through security, turning to run. The public safety officers saw this and quickly shouted to the CCG behind them. Catch him, might be a ghoul. Seeing that ghoul's condition and strength. Of the 4 CCG members, only 2 came out. 2 quink cases opened, 2 weapons were drawn, and they said to the fleeing person, "Surrender, if you're not a ghoul, we'll let you leave." "Are you kidding me?" the fleeing man shouted angrily. Seeing they were CCG members, he stopped pretending, directly transformed into a ghoul, opened his black-red eyes, and prepared to fight. "It's a ghoul. Run quickly." The surrounding humans saw this and immediately started fleeing. Public safety officers waved their hands. "Come over here, quickly." The crowd ran. Hayashi leaned against the railing eating melons. He wasn't watching the ordinary people, he was watching the battle over there. That ghoul was a Baikaku type. A thin, small kagyun extended from his back. The CCG on the side assessed the strength and decisively analyzed. C rank or B rank, the other team doesn't need to join. Then they started fighting. Coordination between CCG members was all practiced. Even the quink in their hands were partially matched for cooperation. So this ghoul couldn't even last 3 minutes. Didn't even have a chance to run. He was caught by the CCG. Now pressed to the ground, the ghoul's kagyun had been cut off. His face was pressed to the ground by the CCG member's knee. Glaring with black-red pupils, knowing he'd either spend his whole life in prison or die, tears poured out. While still cursing loudly. "I just wanted to be human, what did I do wrong? I've been hungry for half a month, going to work and working overtime every day, even survival is a problem. And you still want to catch me, I don't want to die." The CCG glanced down, pressed harder with his foot, and said coldly, "A ghoul is a ghoul, what nonsense are you talking?" Everyone watched coldly. Hayashi was still watching the show, he didn't plan to intervene. There were actually more than just this one ghoul around, and quite a few people were even filming videos. Even fellow ghouls wouldn't save him. Hayashi had no reason to interfere with these matters either. Setting aside the hero complex, this world was just a mess, rotten through and through. "Hayashi-san." At this time, Toru's voice came to Hayashi's ear. He turned to look. Toru was holding a bag of fruit, looking at Hayashi curiously. "What are you watching here?" "Nothing much, watching a show." Hayashi shook his head, stood up and prepared to leave. "Are you out buying fruit? Where's Kana?" "Buying fruit, Kana also wanted to eat some." Toru nodded, stepped forward to link arms with Hayashi and said, "Kana is at home watching TV with Pachita." "TV. Speaking of which, the projector still hadn't been bought. He go buy it tomorrow or the day after." "Let's go back." Emma. Taking a final look at the scene. Hayashi left with Toru. They walked toward the alley leading to their home. Toru told Hayashi about what she bought at the market that afternoon, what she did, what Kana did, what she discovered. Hayashi also chatted about the Eternity Devil incident that afternoon. Hearing this, Toru immediately pouted. "Hayashi-san, that was a bit dangerous. You should have called me." "Don't worry," Hayashi rubbed Toru's head. "I only did it because I was confident I wouldn't do dangerous things." Hearing this, Toru felt relieved. The two walked to the alley entrance, but then discovered someone at the alley entrance holding up a sign for shop promotion. Sign promotion was very common in Japan. Most were shop employees and temporary workers. The sign simply read, "New shop opening, coffee discount." Hayashi looked up and saw that a new coffee shop had opened at the alley entrance. Haha, someone's here to compete with Anteku's business. Seemed like Anteku's business was too good. Others thought it looked promising and opened shops too. But Anteku really had the skills. The coffee brewed by Yoshimura and Irami was truly good. And they didn't aim for too much profit, willing to use better coffee beans. But none of this was important. What was important was the person doing the promotion. She was a girl with purple short hair, blue-green pupils, and a purple silk choker around her neck. She had many similarities to Kirishima Tauka, but was more lively. Seeing that Hayashi seemed interested in the shop, she stepped forward to promote. New shop opening, coffee discount, wanna try some? Toru looked at Hayashi. Hayashi thought about it and nodded. Please give us 3 cups. Just helping Anteku taste test whether the competition had any real skills. Okay, Tilda. Hearing the order, she immediately went happily into the shop and told the people inside they needed 3 cups of coffee. Then she came back out, saying it would be ready in a moment. Hayashi glanced at her, then turned back to chat with Toru. And this girl, he knew exactly who she was. Wasn't this the devil hunter Makima had mentioned? After a while, the coffee was packaged and delivered to Hayashi's hands. And she also said some pleasant words. Your coffee is ready, handsome customer. I'm called Rize, may I ask your name? Hayashi took the coffee. Hayashi. See you later, Tilda. See you. Hayashi paid and went back with Toru. Rize watched Hayashi's back as he turned the corner into the alley. Then turned back to continue, promoting with the sign on the street. After returning to the shop, Toru took the peaches she bought to the kitchen to wash. Hayashi placed the coffee on the table for Toru and Kana to drink. Then took a cup himself and went to the yard to check on the sunflowers. After a day and a half of growth, the sunflower leaves had grown larger. The flower buds on top had also grown from ping-pong ball size to apple size. They're almost reaching maturity, Hayashi sighed. If they continued growing like this, they'd be basketball-sized. By then they'd be mature and could start producing sunflower seeds. So fast, Hayashi estimated. No wonder the description said they produce seeds every 3 days. At this speed, they also take 3 days to grow up, then another 3 days to produce seeds. Growing up in 3 days, if they weren't monsters, this would be impossible. Hayashi encouraged them. Keep it up, children. When you need magic water, remember to wave your leaves. Hearing Hayashi's encouragement, the sunflowers indeed swayed their bodies, indicating they understood. Good, good. Hayashi nodded with satisfaction. At this time, Toru came out with a cup of coffee. She took a sip, then frowned beautifully and asked Hayashi. Hayashi-san, what do you think of the taste? Hayashi looked down and took a sip of the new shop's coffee. As soon as the coffee entered his mouth, Hayashi could taste its level and cost-effectiveness. Out of 100 points, with 60 being passing, this coffee is at most 70 points. Cost-effectiveness may be 75 points. It looked decent and could normally stay in business. Toru asked further, what about Anteku? Anteku's coffee gets 85 points, cost-effectiveness around 80 points. Calculated this way, it was almost a crushing victory. Whether coffee tastes good or not, coffee beans account for 70% of the reason. The remaining 30% are human-controllable factors like machines and techniques. So the final conclusion. This new shop might survive, but wouldn't make much money. Compared to Anteku, it was far too uncompetitive. Not only were the techniques poor, and coffee beans inferior, even the cost-effectiveness wasn't good. Hayashi quickly finished the coffee without wasting it, then threw it in the trash. Seeing Hayashi finish the coffee before throwing it away, Toru was a bit confused. If it didn't taste good, why did Hayashi-san finish it? Previously, Toru had watched videos about chefs. The chefs in them were all very proud, throwing food they thought didn't taste good directly into the trash without touching a bite. But Hayashi shook his head and answered casually. No matter what food it is, even if it doesn't taste good before I decide to try it, however it is doesn't matter, wasting it or throwing it away is fine, it's not my business. But food I decide to try, even if it tastes bad, I have to finish it. Unless it's poisonous or harmful. Simply put, food he hadn't eaten, however it was wasted by anyone, didn't matter to him. But food he decided to eat, even if it tasted bad, had to be finished. This was a matter of attitude. His own choice couldn't be wasted. Toru said, "Oh, Tilda," indicating she understood. Hayashi-san is very responsible. You can think of it that way. Hayashi returned to the restaurant and began preparing ingredients for opening. Looking at the time, it was already 5:30 p.m. At this time, chatting voices came from the alley entrance. Toru came back from the door saying, Hayashi-san, many customers have come. The previous Public Safety Division squad is all here. Also Tucker and Rika. Today's customers came in groups. Hayashi nodded, then it'll be busy, get ready. As the customers arrived, Power was the first to rush in, heading straight for the kitchen. Hayashi, I want meat. Hayashi had anticipated this. With a wave of his hand, the kitchen door was automatically sealed with thin strings you could see but not pass through. Power clung to the strings, looking in, muttering, I almost died, that devil couldn't be killed at all. Good thing you and Makima saved us. Woo woo woo, I'm so hungry, lost so much blood, waya tilde tilde tilde. Power wailed, but no tears were seen. Hayashi was helpless and took out a box of cookies to hand over. Here, fill your stomach and get lost. Okay, Tilda. Seeing food in hand, Power squeezed out 2 tears, wiped them, and left with the cookies. But Power's reminder made Hayashi suddenly remember. He had just eaten the Eternity Devil's core heart and Gun Devil flesh fragments. How did the Eternity Devil's abilities work again? It seemed like, after defining a space, he could control time and space within that area. Could he control time? Seems like yes, time inside the building seemed to stop. The Eternity Devil's specific requirement was definitely within a defined space. The smaller the space, the easier to control. The larger the space, like going outside, the harder to control. So Hayashi first covered the entire kitchen. Let's try space first. Hayashi held a knife in his right hand and threw it toward the right wall. Whoosh! The moment the knife touched the wall, it went directly through without any obstruction. At the same time, Hayashi extended his left hand and gripped the air. That knife shot out from the left wall and was caught by his left hand in midair by the handle. Right hand threw the knife, left hand caught it. If a battle happened in this room, any attack Hayashi made could potentially come at the opponent from various angles. From below, above, behind, between the legs, cough cough. Not bad, Hayashi looked at the knife. I've played this game before, isn't this Portal? With his Portal speedrun skills, couldn't he easily master this spatial ability? See, he knew playing games was useful. Look at you not playing games properly as a child, only knowing how to study. After testing the spatial ability, Hayashi prepared to cook. Now let's see how the time ability works. Capítulo 82. Chapter 82. Gun Devil Burst Gun, is the Evil King's true eye real or fake? The Eternity Devil's abilities all needed to be used within a defined space. Now the entire kitchen was within Hayashi's control range. He simply fried a steak for himself. The steak was medium-sized, with just the right amount of moisture. Sizzle tilde. As soon as the steak hit the pan, sizzling sounds immediately came. Hayashi used his ability. First, he stopped the flow of time in the pan. Stop. The flames at the bottom of the pan were still burning. The temperature in the pan was still very high. But the steak had been frying for a long time without showing any signs of cooking. Hayashi kept flipping it, frying both sides of the steak, but it remained the same, it just wouldn't cook. So this is time. Hayashi sighed. He touched his chin, then picked up a wide knife and looked at his face in the blade. If I apply this to myself, wouldn't that be eternal youth? Hayashi tested it locally. He defined the space, applied it to himself, then stopped the time of aging. Although there was no particular feeling or change, Hayashi indeed sensed that the ability had taken effect. Devil abilities, the conceptual ones, are really strong. Used well, they're no worse than devil fruits. Hayashi sighed. The birth of devils came from 2 sources. First, the essence of hell. Second, resentment, desires, fear, and so on. This was originally conceptual, and the powerful ones were even more terrifying. Just like the bomb devil, if played to the extreme, could it become the nuclear bomb devil? The operating principle of stars was nuclear fusion reactions. Simply put, it would be a super times n version of the Tsar Bomba. But if you treated it as TNT, that was another story, though sufficient yield would still be enough. After giving himself eternal youth, Hayashi started playing with time acceleration. Accelerate. He used acceleration ability on the steak. Sure enough, the steak accelerated its cooking. 1 second, 2 seconds, half. Off the heat. In less than 3 seconds, Hayashi quickly removed the steak, then covered it and stopped time. Accelerating to 3 seconds before removing from heat, this is pretty good for cooking too. Hayashi sighed. All my abilities seem useful for cooking. Ice imperial arms could maintain temperature. String fruit could cut. Tremor fruit could beat egg mixture, etc. Now the eternity devil's ability could keep food from cooking, or make it ready immediately. Simply invincible. And these abilities could also be used between the sexes. Ice imperial arms could create ice and fire sensations. String fruit could bind. Tremor fruit was a super plus version of a certain eagle technique. Eternity devil could at least make Hayashi a perpetual motion machine, plus eternal youth. What kind of abilities are these, so random? Hayashi's smile was harder to suppress than the gun devil's. Oh right, gun devil, this one shouldn't have random abilities. The gun devil's main body was actually mostly in America. Its ability was to materialize firearms, then shoot bullets with terrifying power, while providing massive quantities capable of killing hundreds of thousands or even millions of targets in an instant. Hayashi wasn't sure if laser guns would be within usable range in the future. But currently, they were all just conventional weapons. So the gun devil's ability was very simple. Materialize firearms. Super amplified power. Hayashi remembered Makima's gesture hand cannon, bang, from this afternoon. So I can do it too. Hayashi made a figure-8 gesture, the gun gesture. He mentally used the ability. Gun devil handgun. The next moment, his hand actually became a revolver with an absurdly large caliber. Hayashi looked at the barrel. This is probably 12.7 caliber. He looked at the revolver's appearance and didn't quite like it. Give me a desert eagle. The next moment, his hand became a desert eagle. Looking at the change in his hand, Hayashi didn't quite like this kind of physical transformation. Can I make one appear for me to hold? Hayashi focused his mind. The next moment, the desert eagle evolved and detached, with the grip connected to his palm by a line, like a drop prevention cord. His hand also returned to normal. This works, Hayashi was satisfied. Then he tried again. Give me an AK. It really became an AK. Give me a grenade launcher. A grenade launcher appeared too. You even have this, Hayashi exclaimed. He looked at the grenade launcher in his hands, dignified and lean in appearance, overall rugged yet fierce, with an absurdly large caliber. It reached 25 millimeters. It could fire explosive arrows, armor-piercing rounds, fragmentation rounds, thermal explosive rounds, and various other rocket ammunition. That's right, each bullet had rocket propulsion at the base. Super powerful, but also with super recoil. You're being serious, tilde. Hayashi thoroughly examined it, touching it repeatedly. 25 in caliber. He pointed toward the window outside, gestured, but didn't dare try firing. One shot from this, the original grenade launcher would start with RPG-level damage. Now with the gun devil's power amplification, it might start with missile-level damage effects. Never mind the backyard. One shot could eliminate the entire street. That would be a big problem. I'll find somewhere at sea to test it. Definitely couldn't test it in the city. He'd find somewhere at sea later, treat it like fishing. Hayashi put away the grenade launcher and prepared to go out and ask what to eat. At this time, Toru's figure walked over. Hayashi-san, they've already ordered. Here's the menu. Hayashi took the menu with their orders inside. Fried pork cutlet, tempura, sushi, rice bowls, grilled skewers, basically everything. Many people today, eating various things. Hayashi nodded and confirmed. 20 minutes later, come get everything at once. Toru felt like she might have misheard. 20 minutes, come carry everything away together. Right. Facing Toru's confusion, Hayashi smiled. Just come get it then. Toru didn't understand but still trusted him, so she nodded. Okay. Now with time acceleration ability. Hayashi planned to add this ability to all his pots for cooking. But dishes ready in seconds was too excessive. So he planned to control all future dishes to 10-20 minutes. Today with so many dishes, he set it to 20 minutes. Then serve everything together, simultaneous service, no need for sequential serving. And being able to control time in the pots. Hayashi could start cooking in all pots simultaneously, with more precise timing control. Everything can be cuisine. Hayashi happily cooked. At the same time, Just a moment ago. Rizet, who was holding the discount sign at the alley entrance, suddenly felt a terrifying palpitation. Her heart seemed to stop and restart, beating frantically. Ha. Rizet hid in a corner, gasping. After recovering, she looked behind her, toward the alley, with heartfelt terror and confusion. What happened there? Just now, her instincts and senses had detected an extremely terrifying threat from that direction. And it wasn't far, in fact, it was very close. That feeling was the sensation of imminent death. As if she would lose her life in the next moment. And how long that next moment would be depended entirely on when the other party decided to let you die. That feeling was too terrifying. Heart palpitations, cold sweats on her hands, hair standing on end like a cat with its fur standing up. She was the bomb devil. She was extremely sensitive to this kind of explosive threat. If there were grenades, TNT, gunpowder, or even nuclear bombs around, Rizet could accurately sense them all. Just now it was like she had become a nuclear bomb close-range observer. She could die at any moment. So terrifying, Rizet sighed while holding the discount sign and came to the alley entrance, secretly looking inside. She couldn't see anything, because at that time Hayashi was in the kitchen hesitating whether to test the grenade launcher. Rizet continued selling coffee while observing inside. At this time, a black business Mercedes passed by her. Rizet immediately looked at the black car. It drove all the way into the alley, stopped, and then a red-haired woman got out. After the woman got out, she seemed to stumble slightly as if her steps were unsteady. She first supported herself against the car door for a moment, looked toward the alley entrance, then closed the car door and walked into Midnight Diner with relatively stable steps. That woman. Rizet's eyes widened in sudden realization. Before coming to Japan, the organization had given her intel. Among them, Makima's file was the highest level and one of the most important. On the core target list they provided, Makima and the Chainsaw Devil were both ranked first. But Makima was on the must-kill list, while the Chainsaw Devil was on the must-capture list. Rizet hadn't expected that while looking for the Chainsaw Devil, she'd also found Makima. In the intel provided by the organization, it only showed that this place had reports of the Leech Devil fighting with another devil. Through various analyses, everyone could only guess this general area. This was also why Rizet was pretending to work here undercover. And she hit the jackpot. She just started working and already discovered super important information. A place that even Makima would personally visit. It must be extraordinary. Rizet decided that when she had time in the next couple days, she would disguise herself and investigate. In the restaurant, Hayashi was cooking. While cooking, Toru came over and said, "Makima-san is here. She seems a bit uncomfortable. Although she looks normal, her legs seem a bit inconvenient." Hayashi pursed his lips and suppressed a laugh. Don't let good women go. He really hadn't wasted anything with bad women. It was all in and all out. But hearing that Makima had arrived, he still went out, walked to the bar counter and asked, "What would you like to eat?" After Makima sat down, she unnaturally let out a slight breath, then answered softly, "Could you order for me?" "Of course." Hayashi thought for a moment. "I'll make you some soup. Black chicken and yam soup, it's very good and you can also use it with rice." Makima nodded, "Good." This time it wasn't just Makima speaking coldly. She had been impacted. Hayashi put down a cup of coffee, then turned back to continue cooking. Just making soup. Before, it would take at least 1 or 2 hours, impossible without preparing in advance. Now he could just accelerate the clay pot, and it would be ready with everything else. Back in the kitchen, Hayashi cooked several dishes simultaneously. Stir-frying, deep-frying, pan-frying, boiling, braising. All proceeding simultaneously, all finishing together. When the promised 20 minutes arrived, Hayashi finished each dish one by one, then called out, "Toru." "Coming, Tilda." As soon as Toru entered, she saw over 10 dishes already. "Wow, Tilda." The serving plates weren't large. Even if she carried 4 dishes at once, she'd need to make 4 trips. But everyone's dishes were still served all at once. Power looked at the fried pork cutlet in front of her, eyes shining. She'd fought all afternoon, and nearly died in that building. Now surviving and being able to eat delicious food, It couldn't be better. I'm starting. Power shouted and began eating directly. The others around were similar. Hymno took a bite of her tempura, finally squinting her eyes in satisfaction, unable to contain her happiness. To eat such delicious food after escaping death. It was truly too blissful. Just like a dream. Midnight Diner, YYDS. On the other side of the table, Tauka and Rika were also eating their food. Rika looked at the others curiously. Tauka tapped Rika's head with her spoon, reminding her. Don't stare around, eat quickly. Rika covered her head. What kind of people are they? Tauka didn't even turn her head. Company gathering. Rika was puzzled. Company gathering, why are some carrying swords? Could be public safety or cosplay, which means this place is safer. I see. Rika looked around. Her golden pupils under the eye patch flashed, then dimmed again as she continued eating. Everyone was eating happily. Makima was serving herself soup, then drinking it spoonful by spoonful, occasionally eating some meat and soaking some rice. She had eaten in the afternoon and wasn't very hungry. She came here just for the group meal. Hayashi came out and went to chat with Tauka first. Tauka and Rika had just finished eating. Hayashi came over with a glass of lemon tea for casual conversation. How was the taste of today's food? Tauka gave an affirmative nod. Still so delicious. Good that it's delicious. Rika looked at Hayashi, and from an unnoticed angle. Her golden pupils flowed with light, and after a moment she suddenly blurted out, Manager, so handsome Tilda. Hayashi was stunned then smiled, handsome then thank you. Who knew Rika would blurt out another sentence? Handsome in all aspects, very strong. Hearing this, Hayashi looked at Rika with surprise. These two sentences were a bit ambiguous. Could this evil king's true eye be real? Ouch Tilda. But before Rika could say anything more, her sister delivered a hand chop, curing Rika's Chunibyo syndrome. What skillful healing, doctor? Then Tauka thought for a moment, decided, and said to Hayashi. Rika's high school has been confirmed. It's nearby. I'm planning to move with Rika to this area so school will be closer. If I'm not around, Rika's future cafeteria will be set here. I can prepay for meals. If I am around, we'll still come eat often. Rika was stunned and quickly asked, Sister, where are you going? Tauka smiled and rubbed her head. I haven't said I'm definitely leaving. It's just a possibility. Ah tilde, Rika looked miserable. But Tauka was mainly looking at Hayashi. Simply put, she had already decided to have Rika live nearby, probably on the next street over. This way Rika would be close to school and clothes for meals. If she really did leave, she'd feel at ease with such delicious food here. Rika wouldn't have to eat convenience store lunches every day until she got sick of them. After thinking about it, Hayashi nodded in agreement. There was no reason to refuse business. That works. If you leave, she can top up a meal card here in the future. But in this world now, safety is most important. Before making decisions, it's best to prioritize safety. Tauka nodded in agreement. If not for safety concerns, she might have left a year or two ago. This world with ghouls and devils was too unsafe. And it wasn't just Japan ghouls were manageable, but devils were truly everywhere. Rika listened to the safety discussion. She wanted to say something but didn't know what to say, and finally remained silent. Hayashi saw her lips slightly pursed and knew Rika wanted to say something but didn't know how. But there was no need to ask now. He'd wait for a private opportunity next time. I'm going then. After chatting, Hayashi waved to both of them and left. He went to chat with Makima. As soon as Power saw Hayashi coming over, she immediately stood up, waved and said, Manager, it was so delicious. You're really my kami-sama, God-sama. Capitulo 83, Chapter 83. Hymno's pressure, there's reproductive isolation, so it's okay too. Due to Power's exaggerated movements. Her sudden standing up knocked the chopsticks from Hymno beside her flying. She also nearly knocked the bowl to fall and shatter on the ground. Hayashi was quick with his hands and eyes. Thin strings shot from his fingertips, wrapping around the two chopsticks in midair, then flinging them back to rest on Hymno's bowl. After doing this, he happened to walk to Power's side and delivered a hand chop to her head. Smack Tilda. Making such a fuss, you knocked someone's chopsticks flying. Sit properly. Power let out an ouch, her head shrinking as she covered it and sat down. The people around looked at Hayashi with amazement, since the strings he shot out were invisible. Everyone thought Hayashi might have used telekinesis or some similar ability. Himeno picked up her chopsticks again and nodded to Hayashi. "Thank you." Hayashi waved his hand, indicating it was nothing. "No need to thank me." Then Himeno thought for a moment. She reached into her pocket to pull out cigarettes, preparing to offer Hayashi one. Since she was offering to others, he did feel like smoking a bit. But this wasn't the place. Hayashi waved his hand. "Let's smoke outside later, no smoking in the shop." Himeno nodded and put the cigarettes back. "Okay." Everyone was chatting. Kobni was saying how dangerous today was, how that devil was this and that. Hayakawa Aki reminded everyone not to believe devil's lies. Devils are all liars. To get something, you have to pay something. Power retorted, "Who says that? I haven't been lying lately." Right, lately, she used to love lying before. She even lied to Makima. But later, due to unknown methods, she never dared lie to Makima again. Himeno finished her last bite and put down her chopsticks. She looked around, then looked at Hayashi and Makima and asked, "I say, the ones who actually saved us were Makima-sama and manager Hayashi. Aren't you going to thank them, or at least be curious about how the building was pulverized?" "Right, how was that done?" Higashiyama Kobni immediately clapped, looking at Hayashi and Makima with surprise and admiration. Hearing this, Hayakawa Aki and Power also looked at the two of them. After all, an entire building, completely pulverized. Turned to powder, this was indeed somewhat exaggerated. When Makima was asked this question, she stopped drinking her soup, looked up, glanced at Hayashi and smiled. "It's all Hayashi-kun's achievement. I just fired one bullet." Hearing this, Hayashi almost rolled his eyes. "Right, you just say one bullet. Why don't you mention that your bullet's penetration could send someone from Earth to space orbit?" The problem with that building was that Makima suffered from her bullet having too good penetration. Makima's bang tilde, except for dragons like Toru, only top-tier fighters among other creatures could withstand it. But facing everyone's gaze, Hayashi just smiled. "I just added a tiny bit of power to Makima's bullet. The main thing was still Makima's bullet being powerful." Makima said she was ordinary, Hayashi was amazing. Hayashi said he was ordinary, Makima was amazing. So in everyone's eyes, both of them were amazing. These two were being modest. Himeno and Power knew even more that these two were flirting. After everyone finished eating, they began chatting enthusiastically. Having just escaped death, everyone had pressure in their hearts that needed to be released. Things like binge eating and making noise were actually good outlets. Many people's breakdowns don't happen under high pressure. But after high pressure, the contrast is too great. Once you start thinking about making up for it, compensating, or whatever. In short, once you can't return to normal state, a person's mentality will change from then on. Everyone chatted. Time flew from 6 p.m. to past 9 p.m. Outside, the sun went from setting to completely down. Dusk also turned to night. During this time, Toka came to pay the bill. Hayashi went to settle accounts, also winked at Rika who was staring at him, then saw them to the door and watched them leave. Looking at the twinkling stars outside, Hayashi didn't go back in either. He took a glass of iced lemon tea and sat outside for a while, also checking on the sunflower's condition. Coming to the yard, the 3 sunflowers had grown a bit more. The fist-sized flower buds had already grown to half a grapefruit size. The leaves on the stems were even more green and lush, growing vigorously. Hayashi looked at them with satisfaction. "Grow up quickly." The sunflowers heard this and swayed in the wind, indicating they understood. Click tilde tilde tilde. At this time, the door opened. Himeno walked out from inside, saw Hayashi, and came to his side. Then she took out a pack of cigarettes from her pocket, pushed one out, and handed it to Hayashi. Hayashi took it and put it in his mouth. Himeno took out a lighter and helped him light it. When Hayashi took his first puff, she also lit one for herself. Neither of them spoke at first. Instead, they leaned against the yard's railing, smoking. He took a few puffs. She also took a few puffs. Then they started chatting. Himeno leaned back against the wall, one hand resting on the railing, letting out a long breath. Couldn't contact the outside, phones didn't work, couldn't get through the door. Today I almost thought we wouldn't make it back. What kind of devil was that exactly? Hayashi knew Himeno was telling the truth. Because the moment Makima broke open the building, her first words upon showing up were asking for compensation money to be given to the families of her previously sacrificed teammates. That's called the Eternity Devil, Hayashi explained. The building was its possessed vessel. When you went in, it was like being swallowed into its stomach. To get out, you either break it directly or it willingly lets you out. Hearing this, Himeno took a puff and shook her head. Good thing the manager saved us, otherwise this team would have needed me gone at least. Himeno meant that in the end, she would have had to sacrifice herself to a devil to try breaking through the building. She had a contract with the ghost devil. Maybe it could work, but she'd definitely be gone. Himeno's spirit of sacrifice proved she was a good teammate. Don't think about it so much. Hayashi took a light puff, looking up at the sky. No one knows whether danger or opportunity comes first, so improve yourself and live well in the present. Yes, Himeno nodded heavily in agreement. After that, the two chatted more. Himeno took this opportunity to vent the high pressure in her heart, confiding many of her stresses to Hayashi, this strong person. This was a kind of verbal release. Hayashi understood and listened like hearing a story. Himeno said she'd already changed teammates 5 times, and her previous teammates had all sacrificed themselves. Himeno said she just hoped everyone would be okay. Himeno said she was under great pressure and actually wanted to quit, becoming a civilian bounty devil hunter instead. She said many things. Hayashi could see. Himeno was like a worker in a high-pressure electronics factory, but also a worker facing life-threatening danger. Not only could she see no future, but it was high pressure and full of danger. The salary was quite high, but she might not live to spend it. Hayashi took another puff. Himeno also took a puff. After exhaling, Hayashi shook his head and said, "For many things in life, others can't give advice. You'll never know the result until you try it yourself. I can't give you much help." Hayashi couldn't directly improve Himeno's strength. Even if he could, did he need to? Just out of pity for others. Maybe others didn't even want charity. Sure enough. After hearing this, Himeno thought carefully and nodded in agreement, with no emotional change. That's right, Himeno exhaled smoke. She lazily leaned against the railing, also learning from Hayashi to look up at the starry sky. So beautiful today. However, at this time Hayashi said another sentence. Himeno turned her head while looking up, waiting for the continuation. Hayashi added the final sentence, "If you really want to quit, that's the only thing I agree with. If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. If the pressure is really too much and you can't hold on, go confess to Makima. Say I told you to. If you have no income, you can work at my shop too. I quite like your character and qualities, very reliable." Well, mainly quality assurance. Hearing Hayashi's words, Himeno was stunned for a while, then smiled very warmly and brilliantly. She extinguished the cigarette in her hand, then stepped forward to hug Hayashi, patted his shoulder, then stepped back. "Thank you for taking me in. If I really have no income, I might really come." Hayashi waved his hand indifferently. "Just remember what I said. Confess to Makima in advance, say I told you to." Himeno nodded vigorously. Yes. Others might not know. But how could she not know the relationship between Hayashi and Makima? She wouldn't believe it if others said this. Don't let blood splash on her face. But she really believed it when Hayashi said this. With these words, she really felt at ease. The pressure in her heart immediately felt so much better. Soon, the two finished their first cigarette. Himeno took out another, preparing to hand it to Hayashi. Hayashi waved his hand. "Forget it, one is enough." Himeno nodded, planning to smoke another one herself. But at this time, another person came from the entrance. It was Makima. Seeing it was her, Himeno interrupted her action, stuffed the cigarette back, and waved to Hayashi. "I'll go back first then." Hayashi nodded. "Okay." Himeno went back. Makima came to Hayashi's side instead. She gently leaned against the wall, very close to Hayashi, separated by only about a ping-pong ball's distance, while Himeno had been about a soccer ball's distance away. But that was because Makima was in the shop, so she didn't dare. Seeing Makima's somewhat restricted movements, Hayashi was curious. Your injuries, can't you transfer the cost and heal quickly? Makima pursed her lips, rarely not knowing how to answer. Her light golden pupils were vacant for a while. Then she shook her head and answered. This is different. Oh, so this didn't count as an injury. It was the kind that connected to the heart. Hayashi continued asking, how do you feel, afraid or anticipating? Makima recalled, both. As everyone knows, devils are very direct. Hayashi asked, Makima answered. Interesting. Hayashi touched his chin. It seemed that sexuality was one way to restore humanity. Kamishiro Rise was becoming more and more like a Yamato Neitshiko. Even Makima's mentality had changed. This could be called one of the major discoveries about humanity. Before it was always human to human. Now there was human to ghoul and human to devil. Hayashi thought about it and became curious again. Humans and ghouls have difficulty getting pregnant, I know that, but do you know about humans and devils? Makima was stunned again. Why were these all questions about knowledge gaps? Not to mention humans. Even devils themselves didn't know. Their birth was also different from ghouls. Humans and ghouls had some reproductive isolation, simply put. You could freely go all the way, but pregnancy was extremely difficult. But humans and devils really wasn't clear. Hayashi had gone all the way this afternoon. Would Makima get pregnant? This matter, not just now, even in Hayashi's previous life, there was no answer. But Makima thought seriously. Then answered, in hell, between devils, it's also extremely difficult to give birth to new devils. Generally, they only create new devils after mutually seeding part of their essence and fusing. Besides that, there's only natural birth as a conventional method. Coincidentally, Hayashi knew all the methods Makima mentioned. So if even Makima wasn't clear, then Hayashi could only experiment day after day himself. No choice, he just loved contributing. But his guess was about the same. It was the same as with ghouls. Could also go all the way to the end. Hayashi turned to look at Makima, his face showing a pleased smile, quite unrestrained. Being stared at by Hayashi, Makima experienced for the first time a feeling called love and fear combined, even not daring to look into Hayashi's eyes. This was her first time experiencing this. Fear and anticipation intertwined together, bringing an unprecedented sense of novelty, making Makima also feel somewhat excited. Hayashi smiled, patted Makima's shoulder, and whispered in her ear, I'll come find you again another day. Previously, Makima might have been indifferent to these things. But this time, she felt her ears tingling, shrank her neck slightly, and softly hummed in response. After saying this, Hayashi returned to the restaurant. Makima stayed outside for a while before going back too. Soon after, Makima paid the bill and left with her squad. Hayashi saw them off, then returned to sit and rest in the yard. But with summer approaching, the evening was a bit hot. He went back in to get a glass of lemon tea before coming out to sit. After a while, Toru finished washing the dishes and also came out with a glass of lemon tea. She sat next to Hayashi. First took a sip of lemon tea, then tugged at her collar. Hayashi-san, the weather seems to be getting hotter. Looking at Toru's maid outfit made from dragon scales, Hayashi asked curiously, don't dragons have high magic resistance? Do you feel summer heat? Yes, Toru answered definitively. She also explained, it's just that my tolerance is high, but I still feel it, and the physical sensations in human form are different from dragon form. If I transform into dragon form and use a little magic, I could sleep in a volcano. Hayashi asked, have you tried it? I have, Toru nodded. While chatting, she was still pulling at her collar to fan herself. She might not be hot anymore. Because from Hayashi's angle, he could see the large expanse of white skin that Toru was deliberately exposing. Hayashi smiled helplessly. All right, I get it, put it away for now. Tomorrow we'll go shopping. I need to buy books, and then we'll buy a big screen TV, and how about air conditioning too? Hearing this, Toru's eyes immediately lit up. Great, great. At this time, Kana came out. She knew about books and TV, but didn't know about one thing. Kana climbed onto Hayashi's lap to sit, looking up at Hayashi's chin and asked, Hayashi, what's air conditioning? Hayashi looked at the restaurant. This restaurant had only been open for less than half a year and really didn't have air conditioning installed. He explained, air conditioning sucks in air, uses a machine to turn it into cold or hot air. When it's hot in summer, it blows cold air and makes people very comfortable. Hearing this, Kana immediately nodded. Then we need to buy air conditioning. Air conditioning good, summer bad. Haha, summer isn't bad. Hayashi rubbed Kana's head. But he had a flash of inspiration, thinking of his own abilities. Oh wait, maybe we don't need to buy air conditioning. I have a method. Toru and Kana asked together, what method? You'll know tomorrow. Capítulo 84, Chapter 84, Utaha and Mai became besties. Japan cannot live without makima. Late at night. The restaurant didn't have any customers, all the way until closing time. Hayashi went upstairs to rest. He had Toru take Kana back to sleep. Before entering the room, Toru gestured to Hayashi, giggling with a slightly perverted smile. Hayashi nodded, indicating he understood. Back in the bedroom. He took a shower, then put on a bathrobe and leaned against the headboard, playing with his phone. He hadn't looked at his phone for a while. There were messages from people. Utaha had sent something around 11 p.m., and it was now past 2 a.m. Utaha, picture JPG. Utaha, hentai-kun, guess which legs belong to me and Mai. The picture showed 2 pairs of legs from a fair angle. They looked like they had just finished bathing or something, not only round and smooth, but also white with a rosy tinge, with water droplets still hanging on the skin. According to Utaha's explanation, 1 pair was Utaha's, 1 pair was Mai's. Last time Utaha said that Mai, having nothing to do out of boredom, accompanied her to various book signing events. Others couldn't see Mai, but she could see her. So Mai was also willing to be with her. This led to their relationship getting better and better. Don't tell me they're becoming best friends, Hayashi speculated. Whatever, let's look at the legs first. Both pairs of legs in the picture were very beautiful. But recognizing people from just legs was quite difficult. Fortunately, after becoming stronger, Hayashi had very good eyesight. He immediately distinguished the characteristics. Utaha's legs were a bit more plump, the kind that would jiggle when slapped. While Mai's legs were just right, with very harmonious proportions. So with one glance, Hayashi knew the left was Utaha, the right was Mai. Hayashi, both are very beautiful, can't tell them apart. Hayashi, let's talk about it tomorrow at noon. Tonight I'll just make do with these 2 legs. How could he immediately tell them apart? If he could tell them apart right away, wouldn't that mean he could see the differences? They had to both be beautiful. At this time, Utaha and Mai should both be asleep, and there was no reply from the other side. Hayashi played with his phone for a while longer. Around 2:30 a.m. His room door was quietly opened. Yaho tilde Toru poked her head out, with bunny ear decorations on her head. Hayashi-san, is this the meal you ordered? Hayashi smiled and put down his phone. Yes, that's right. Hihi tilde. Toru closed the door and pounced over. Fortunately, the bedroom's decoration was solid, with very good soundproofing. Nothing more needed to be said. Time to be a dragon knight. Noon. Hayashi curled up in bed for a while before gradually waking up. He picked up his phone to look. Utaha had replied, and it was another picture with a sentence. How about now? In the picture, 1 black stockings, 1 flesh-colored stockings. Hayashi drew in a breath. He replied, now I can tell them apart, but they're still both beautiful. Then Utaha sent several more photos. But not legs anymore. Instead, it was where they were now. Utaha sent several pictures. The location was at a book signing event. Photos of various places, her signed books, and some pictures with Mai making peace signs, showing her face or appearing in silhouette. There were also photos of the 2 together. It seemed Mai really was inseparable from her. Same school, same grade, just different classes, they easily got along together. Utaha, so busy I'm about to fly away, Hayashi-kun. The weather's getting hotter. When we rest, we definitely want to come drink lemon tea. By the way, does the shop have air conditioning? Hayashi, no air conditioning, but I have a way to make the shop more comfortable than having air conditioning warm in winter, cool in summer. Don't worry. Utaha, Mai just said she's looking forward to it, and so am I. Hayashi, you'll know when you come. After chatting with Utaha, When getting up, Toru had already returned to her own room to sleep last night. Stretching lazily, Hayashi first went to wash up, then left the room. He glanced at Kamishiro Rai's room. Kamishiro Rise hadn't returned last night, didn't know what she was doing. But maybe she had finished buying the house. Last night she went shopping for things and stayed at her own home for the night. Hayashi went downstairs and began preparing breakfast. He thought about what to eat today. Suddenly, he remembered the aphrodisiac meat he had drawn from check-ins many days ago. How about some nourishment? Hayashi actually didn't want to nourish himself because he really didn't need it. He was already very vigorous. Facing strong opponents, he could replenish mana while exercising. Facing normal people, he only needed to make slight moves to already take them down, didn't even need to replenish mana. Last night's Toru was easily taken down by him, using the tremor fruit. Today's bed sheets needed a good washing. But he couldn't just leave it sitting there. Let's see how it is first. Hayashi took out that piece of meat and examined it carefully. With a thud, a piece of meat weighing a full 150 pounds dropped onto the kitchen counter. So big. Looking at the quality. Not bad. Looking at the muscle quality. Tender and juicy, excellent meat flavor, good meat. Hayashi patted the meat twice. The whole piece of meat also bounced along. Had to say, it was good meat. Sigh, since I've already taken it out, might as well eat it. Hayashi helplessly used thin strings to cut off 3 centimeters of thickness, a thick slice. Everything else was put back in the system. And this cut slice already weighed several pounds. How to eat it? Hayashi wanted to eat noodles this morning. Noodles plus meat chunks. Got it, Hayashi snapped his fingers, braised beef noodles. Pure big meat chunks. Laying the meat slice on the counter, Hayashi used the string fruit to cut horizontally and vertically in countless Chinese letter patterns, directly turning it into hundreds of small beef cubes. Beef cut. Hayashi began making noodles. Then started stir-frying the beef, adding some vegetables. When the noodles were also put in the pot, Toru came downstairs with Kana, without Hayashi needing to remind them. Smells so good, tilde. Kana ran to the kitchen, following the aroma. What are we eating today? Braised beef noodles. Hayashi gave a thumbs up. Super delicious, guaranteed you'll drink all the soup. Wow, tilde, Kana looked expectant. A moment later. Braised beef noodles coming, tilde. Hayashi and Toru carried 3 large bowls of noodles to the restaurant, ready to eat. Toru and Kana looked at the meat chunks in their bowls. These meat chunks piled on the noodles had already formed a small hill. Eat. Hayashi picked up 2 pieces and put them in his mouth. What are you looking at? Don't like eating meat. Eat. Toru and Kana swallowed and immediately started eating. Kana opened her mouth wide, stuffing noodles and meat into her mouth with all her might. In less than a few minutes, 1 bowl of noodles was finished. Then she picked up the big bowl and gulped down the soup too. Toru was the same. The 2 dragons' speed was almost synchronized, gulping everything down, while Hayashi had only eaten half. Full tilde, Kana comfortably held her stomach. Toru stood up, wearing her maid outfit, and said, "Leave it, I'll wash them later. I'll go upstairs to clean first, we still need to go shopping later." Okay, Hayashi nodded. Just like that. In the time it took Hayashi to finish the remaining half bowl, Toru was already quickly cleaning and organizing upstairs. Last night's towels for wiping water. Last night's soaked bed sheets. Toru blushed, giggling while first using cleaning magic, then throwing them in the washing machine. As for Hayashi's clothes, they had to go through her mouth first. After she tasted all of Hayashi's flavors, only then would they be thrown in the washing machine for a wash. After the upstairs cleaning was done, Toru came downstairs and cleaned all the bowls and chopsticks that Hayashi and everyone had finished eating. At this time, Hayashi was in the yard. Kana had just finished watering the 3 sunflowers with magic water. Under the intense sunlight, the sunflowers grew vigorously. After another night of change, the sunflowers had grown up and already entered maturity. The flower buds were each the size of grapefruits or watermelons. The green leaves were also very large. The whole sunflowers looked very big. Each color was very vibrant. The stems were emerald green, the flower buds were golden yellow, extremely beautiful. So beautiful, feels like they might get stolen. Hayashi touched his chin, walked around the 3 sunflowers several times, and touched the flower buds. The next step should be growing sunflower seeds, right? 3 days. After hearing this, the sunflowers actually nodded their flower buds, like nodding to confirm. That's great, we'll have sunflower seeds to eat soon. Hayashi was extremely satisfied. At the same time, he promised, "Don't worry, no one can steal you. I live upstairs, usually Pachita will guard you and Toru too." Hearing this, Kana also raised her watering can nearby. Kana too. Hayashi nodded, right, Kana too. After hearing this, the 3 sunflowers swayed their green parts back and forth. And Hayashi, without touching them, actually felt their emotions from a distance. Happy, right, and grateful too. No need to thank me, just grow well. The sunflowers were even happier after hearing this. Really interesting. Hayashi-san, everything's ready, shall we go out? At this time, Toru came to the yard and asked. Hayashi checked the time and nodded. Let's go. Getting in the small van again. Hayashi took Toru and Kana to the market. Along the way, everyone still enjoyed the scenery while chatting. Toru looked at the people on the street. Public safety officers in Ward 20 had obviously increased. If Ward 20 was like this, other wards probably had even more. Gecko was already dead. A senior investigator had also died. That was a senior rank investigator. The CCG couldn't just let it go. So they launched strike operations and caught quite a few ordinary ghouls. Of course, these were just for show. What really mattered was catching a rank and above ghouls. When the situation escalated further, eatery would reach their limit and openly seek revenge against the CCG. Takatsuki-sen should be taking action soon, right? Hayashi speculated. Seems like she's been preparing for quite a few days. Toru held up 2 fingers with both hands, then made her fingers fight each other while saying, Hayashi-san, they seem like the beast tribes and humans from our world, also fighting endlessly every day. Hayashi thought about it and shook his head. That's different. Beast tribes are beast tribes, none of them hold seats in human leadership, right? Hayashi asked. Toru thought about it and nodded. Yes, how could humans let beast tribes have that kind of status and position? So this is different, Hayashi explained. The CCG's leadership is actually controlled and manipulated by a major ghoul family. What you see is all tacitly allowed by them, subtly changing things from within. The more normal investigators die, the deeper the CCG leadership gets infiltrated. After Hayashi finished speaking, both Toru and Kana were stunned. The CCG's leadership was controlled by ghouls. Weren't humans doomed then? Suddenly, Toru remembered something from before. Wait, Hayashi-san, when Makima-san was chatting with you before, didn't she say that Makima-san signed a contract with the cabinet, where her injuries would be transferred to Japanese people as diseases and natural disasters? Hayashi nodded, yes. After getting confirmation, both Toru and Kana's expressions were exceptionally vivid. They probably couldn't believe how miserable these humans were. The CCG department fighting ghouls was actually secretly controlled by ghouls. The government department fighting devils had actually secretly signed contracts with devils. The former was just being deceived. But the latter had even been used as chips put on the gambling table. What was this? The Emperor's coin. Ba fuel, right? This is, Toru helplessly sighed, so miserable. Hayashi smiled and added, actually, what's even more miserable is that the Japanese cabinet has no choice but to sign contracts with Makima. Toru was confused again. Why? Because devils are essentially a country's highest military force. Hayashi began explaining. Foreign countries, like America, they even have the most gun devil essence fragments. If Japan didn't have Makima, they'd have nothing and would be at everyone's mercy. It's fortunate that Makima is willing to dominate all of Japan. If there was no Makima, then America could just threaten with the gun devil, and Japan would have to pay tribute with no possibility of resistance. Whatever America wanted, they'd have to give. Otherwise, once the gun devil landed, Japan could lose millions of people in an instant. The essence of life is violence. Whoever has stronger violence gets to call the shots. Without Makima, what would the Japanese cabinet be? Who would face a nation-destroying weapon like the gun devil? It didn't even have nuclear weapons. When angry, it could only get angry for a moment. Strictly speaking, Makima would even be more compatible with America's capitalist government. Domination would be even stronger in that regard. But then the whole world would have no game left to play. As for nuclear weapons, whoever played with those pressed the button for mutual destruction. Once a nuclear bomb devil appeared, the result for Earth was simply unimaginable. Everyone would be nuclear boys. Really unbelievable. After finishing listening and seriously thinking, Toru sighed. Everyone actually survives together in such a delicate relationship. This is much more complex than another world. Yes, Hayashi shrugged. For these matters, not knowing was probably better. Knowing didn't help much. Toru's other world was simple. You destroy me, I'm destroyed, that's it. Next. The small car puttered along. The three came to the market, parked the car, and began shopping. Kana raised her hands. Seafood tilde seafood seafood tilde. Kana wants to eat seafood, Hayashi asked. Kana shook her head. Seafood is fun, crabs. Forget it then, Hayashi shook his head. Using food to play would be too indulgent of Kana, just play with phones. Hayashi reminded, today we're buying a big TV, do you still want to play with crabs? Big TV. Hearing about the big TV, Kana decisively gave up on crabs. Big TV it is. All right, after buying groceries we'll go buy a TV. Hayashi rubbed Kana's head, then together with Toru bought the daily food they needed at the market. Nothing more than seasonings, vegetables, and meat. After buying these three categories and putting them back in the car, Hayashi took the two to buy a TV. Oh right, and physics books too. Capitulo 85, Chapter 85, Buying a Big TV, Dragon Ice Sculpture, Takatsuki-sen comes. The three came to the department store mall and headed straight for the home appliances section. After finding the TV display area, there were various TV brands in a dazzling array, all sizes available. But no matter what kind, they were all quite expensive. After seeing the prices, Toru counted on her fingers. Seeing this, Kana tugged at Hayashi's hem. What's wrong? Hayashi asked. Is it very expensive? Kana said. If it's very expensive, let's not buy it. Hayashi smiled and patted Kana's head. It is expensive, but we can still afford this much. Kana, we have money. The big TVs here cost tens of thousands of yen each, roughly a few thousand yuan. It was expensive, but not outrageously so. But it wasn't cheap either. Hayashi picked around and chose a big TV from one of the big four manufacturers, finally paying for it. It totaled over 80,000 yen. The shop clerk asked if they wanted home delivery. Hayashi was still considering. Toru said, no need, I'll carry it back. Then, under the shop clerk's shocked gaze, Toru picked up the TV and walked away directly. Such a big TV seemed weightless. And if she wasn't afraid of crushing the TV, Toru probably could have run with it. It was because TVs were too fragile. Ignoring the dumbfounded shop clerk, Hayashi rubbed Kana's head and smiled. Let's go quickly. After buying some books, we'll go home. Kana followed. Hayashi caught up with Toru, who had already reached downstairs. Slow down, Toru. Wait for me to buy a few books or you can go back first. I'll come over in a bit. Okay, Toru carried the TV back just like that. Watching this, Hayashi couldn't help but smile. Then he took Kana to buy books. Books about physics. Hayashi went to the bookstore and picked out 3 books. One was a school physics textbook. One was on vibration mechanics. One was on vibration and waves. 3 books total, 1 introductory, 2 advanced. Hayashi didn't expect to master them without cost. He just needed to understand the principles, then keep experimenting. Practice was the main thing. After buying the books, Hayashi brought Kana back to the car. The big TV had already been loaded into the back seat by Kana. Seeing Hayashi approach, she asked with some concern. Hayashi-san, would this break it? Why don't I carry it and fly back first? Hayashi looked at it and shook his head. No need. He extended his hand and flicked thin strings in several directions toward the big TV. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The invisible thin strings secured the big TV properly, ensuring it stayed stable in the car unless there was an accident. Pat pat tilde. After tying it down, Hayashi clapped his hands with satisfaction. Okay, let's go home. Wow tilde. Everyone got back in the car, and Hayashi began driving home. They chatted and enjoyed the scenery along the way. Everyone was very happy. Because they bought a TV, the restaurant would have TV to watch from now on. When bored, they could always watch TV. It wasn't entirely about the TV, though. It was about everyone being able to watch together, and it being something new. But the weather was getting hotter. Hayashi closed the car windows and turned on the air conditioning. Air conditioning, Kana was very interested. As soon as the air conditioning turned on, with the compressor running, cold air slowly blew out from the small vents in the car. Wow tilde, Kana exclaimed after feeling the cold air. She quickly moved close to the air vent, opening her mouth to eat the cold air, making sounds. Just like that, the small car drove all the way to the city center. When they stopped at a red light, the super big TV on the building was originally showing advertisements, but suddenly switched to news. In this ghoul extermination operation, the CCG achieved absolute victory by capturing 3 A-rank ghouls and 15 B-rank ghouls. The operation leader stated they are warning eatery that ghouls who provoke the CCG will face severe punishment, even execution. The advertisement showed the host, arrest scenes, captured ghouls, ghouls killed on the spot, CCG operation leaders, etc. Simply put, the CCG was telling everyone they had won. Ghouls who dared provoke the CCG would face severe punishment. Seeing this, Toru was a bit curious. Is it true? Did they finish catching those ghouls? How could that be possible? Hayashi couldn't help but laugh. They didn't catch a single S-rank ghoul, didn't take down a single ghoul stronghold, yet claimed operational victory. It's just saving face. They only mentioned killing Gecko on the spot, never mentioned that he took down a senior investigator. Just watch, trying to show off like this, claiming success before finishing the job. If I were Takatsuki-sen, even if I wasn't there on the spot, I'd cause trouble within a day to slap their face and show ordinary people what's really going on. Hearing this situation, Toru thought the same way, too irresponsible. Then, when the light turned green, Hayashi stepped on the gas and went back. The car stopped in the alley. Hayashi turned off the air conditioning and car, got out to move the TV. This TV was 65 inches, already completely sufficient. Hayashi installed it in the restaurant, on the wall in the more spacious area inside, ensuring people sitting further back could still see it when they looked up. Then he began installing supporting equipment, like speakers and such, all installed properly. Hayashi didn't plan to use cable boxes or anything. He planned to connect directly to a computer host, very convenient. And not just a computer host for playback. Also gaming consoles and controllers for playing games. Put a platform underneath with everything placed on top. No worry about theft anyway. After everything was set up, he plugged it in. Toru and Kana stood behind Hayashi, watching with expectant eyes as Hayashi started up the host and TV. Click tilde. The host began running. The monitor lit up and successfully entered the initial page. Hayashi logged into a website, clicked on videos, found Detective Conan and selected play. Shinjitsu wa Itsumo Hitatsu, there is only one truth. Wow tilde, Kana and Toru were both delighted. It works. Hayashi stood up proudly, as if he had done something more worthy of pride than killing devils. So amazing, both Kana and Toru clapped. Hayashi modestly waved his hand, indicating it was nothing. How do you use this? Kana asked. Come, I'll teach you. Hayashi waved, called Kana over, then together with Toru, taught them both how to use the computer. Toru actually knew quite a bit, but she wanted to listen and was willing to listen. So Hayashi spent nearly an hour teaching them both all the computer operations, big and small, and they learned everything. Like shortcuts, system, web pages, search, install and uninstall, etc. Kana and Toru were too smart. They learned everything after being taught once. After finishing teaching about computers, the weather got hotter and hotter, and even inside the restaurant, there was a stuffy phenomenon. Not only did Hayashi and everyone feel hot, their backs started sweating, and their bodies became sticky. At this time, Toru remembered, Hayashi-san, yesterday you said you had your own method. What method? Hearing this, Hayashi snapped his fingers. A large ice block about 2 meters high instantly appeared inside the restaurant. The shape of the ice block was actually Toru's transformed dragon form. In other words, a dragon ice sculpture. Wow tilde. Toru immediately loved it, her eyes sparkling with stars. Hayashi-san, I love this so much. Kana was originally watching TV. Turning around and discovering this, she quickly got up and ran to Hayashi's side. She hugged Hayashi's thigh and looked up pitifully. Kana wants this too. Of course everyone gets one. Hayashi rubbed Kana's head. Then he snapped his fingers again. A 1.5-meter tall, elegant and beautiful white dragon appeared. Wow tilde, Kana's eyes also filled with stars. She ran over Pit-a-Pat to carefully look at her own dragon ice sculpture. Hayashi placed the 2 ice blocks in the center of the restaurant. Cold air quietly emanated from the ice sculptures, flowing down along the surface, then spreading across the floor. Soon, the area around the ice sculptures was filled with white mist. Just like the effect of dry ice, but more natural and fairy tale-like. Clap clap tilde. Hayashi clapped his hands. How is it? Satisfied? Does it look good? It looks good, X2. Toru and Kana answered happily at the same time. With 2 nearly 2-meter ice sculptures placed in the restaurant, if they were a meter taller, they'd almost touch the ceiling. They looked incredibly impressive and stunning. In short, they were beautiful. But Hayashi-san, won't they melt? Toru asked puzzledly. Should I put a magic spell on them so they can be preserved? Kana nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Hayashi shook his head. Toru and Kana initially felt a bit sorry that the ice blocks would melt. But Hayashi explained. These ice blocks are actually shaped by my magic power. They'll be very hard to melt even after a long time. If I maintain them with magic power, they might never melt at all. At these words, Toru's eyes widened, and she joyfully pounced toward Hayashi. That's wonderful. Kana also came over to hug Hayashi's thigh. Hearing the commotion in the restaurant, Pochita and the cats came in to see what was happening. Seeing them, Hayashi remembered. Oh right, you can be included too. Hayashi snapped his fingers twice more. So a 1/2-meter tall Pochita ice sculpture and a 25-centimeter tall cat ice sculpture appeared next to the 2 dragons. Now there were 4 ice sculptures. Toru was extremely pleased seeing this. She pushed Hayashi and persuaded. Hayashi-san, we all have them, you should carve one for yourself too. Kana nodded, agreed. Hearing this, Hayashi quickly shook his head in refusal. Stop, I won't carve one, I don't like this. Hearing Hayashi refuse so decisively, Toru was a bit disappointed. All right then. Seeing there were ice sculptures of themselves, Pochita and the cat also happily approached to observe. The cat patted with its paw, realized it was itself, was quite smart about it, and stopped patting. From when the ice sculptures appeared until now, not even 30 minutes had passed. The temperature inside the restaurant was visibly dropping. Just now they were slightly sweating and a bit sticky, but now it wasn't hot anymore. But just these ice sculptures weren't quite enough. Hayashi thought about it, so he added ice sculpture decorations between the chandeliers, above railings, in open areas, under windows, and other places that weren't frequently touched. For a moment, under this blazing heat, the restaurant actually felt like Christmas. In the end, Hayashi looked at the decorations, added some to the second floor, then nodded with satisfaction. How is it, Toru Kana? Is this unique air conditioning okay? It's perfect. Toru spun around in place looking at the restaurant interior. After adding these ice sculpture decorations, the already beautiful interior decoration became even more dreamlike. Just like a legendary tavern from another world. Full of epic and legendary atmosphere. So beautiful tilde, Kana also spread her arms, looking up while running around the ice sculptures in the restaurant. Seeing everyone happy, Pochita also happily ran around in circles following them. Meow. Only the cat was like Hayashi, leaning by the table, watching everyone having fun. This was the life Hayashi wanted. Happy every day, living earnestly, working joyfully. Just in this short time, the temperature inside the restaurant had dropped to the level of a ceiling air conditioner at full power. And compared to these ice sculptures, ceiling air conditioners weren't aesthetically pleasing either. Most importantly, it saved money, environmentally friendly. Ah no, at this time, a greeting voice came from outside the door. Hayashi turned to look. Purple short hair, wearing a choker around her neck. She wasn't Kirishima Tauka, but that Rize from the other day. Seeing Hayashi look over, Rize smiled embarrassedly and asked, "Sorry, is this operating hours? I'm a bit hungry." Hayashi shook his head, then pointed to the operating hours on the wooden sign hanging nearby. "We're a midnight diner. Operating hours are 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. every day." "Ah, Tilda, is that so? Sorry, I didn't see it." Rize immediately apologized. Then after seeing Hayashi's face, she suddenly delightedly discovered, "You're that customer from my first day at work, right?" Hayashi nodded, "Yes." "Wow, Tilda, I didn't expect you to be a manager too, so amazing," Rize said with slight blushing and delight. "This is such a coincidence." "Coincidence?" Hayashi smiled. "Very coincidental, just that there's still a long time." "I'm called Rize, I'm an exchange student. How should I address the manager?" "Hayashi, I'm not that old either, you can call me anything." After some exchange, Hayashi, to be polite, gave Rize a box of cookies and told her to come back in the afternoon. Rize happily ate them on the spot. Although she stared wide-eyed in shock for a long time, she then smiled broadly and waved, indicating she'd come eat right after getting off work in the afternoon. After Rize left, Toru came to Hayashi's side, looked at Rize's retreating figure and reported, "Hayashi-san, her motives aren't pure, I can sense it." "Too much acting, right?" Hayashi closed the door and went back to sit down. "Yes," Toru nodded. "Also, she's too interested in you. As soon as she came in, her eyes were all on you, her heart was beating fast, she definitely has thoughts." Hearing this, Hayashi realized that Toru's impure motives wasn't the same meaning he understood. Toru was saying this Rize liked him. Hayashi thought she meant Rize had plans. But it was kind of the same thing. "Ah," Hayashi scratched his head. "Let's just see how it goes. We can't directly refuse customers, right?" Toru thought about it and nodded. True. When 6 p.m. arrived, the shop opened normally. Today seemed like there weren't many people. Toru said regretfully, "Hayashi-san made so many beautiful ice sculptures, what a pity." Hayashi smiled indifferently. "Please, the ice sculptures were made for cooling, just incidentally for beauty, not to attract customers, Toru." True. But not long after saying this, half an hour later, once it got dark, a long-unseen customer came to the restaurant. She had emerald green hair, too recognizable. "Takatsuki-sen," Hayashi exclaimed, "how do you have time to come? This is really a rare guest." Takatsuki-sen entered, still holding Utaha's new book in her hand. Her smile was still so interesting. After entering, she waved the book and said, "Utaha's new book is quite well written. The male protagonist's inspiration clearly has traces of the manager. Many places in the book are nearby. Now there are quite a few people online looking for your shop." "Spare me," Hayashi smiled wryly. "The current number of customers is about enough. Too many would be troublesome and tiring." Takatsuki-sen looked at Hayashi with curiosity. "Then manager, you're even more unusual, a manager who doesn't want to make big money. How refined." Capitulo 86, Chapter 86. Live broadcasting the 13th Ward tragedy, Rize's shock at the restaurant. The first customer to arrive, after opening this afternoon, was actually the long-unseen Takatsuki-sen. Today she had her emerald green hair beautifully styled, particularly eye-catching. Wearing a short-sleeved knit shirt that gave off a gentle, lazy yet elegant feeling, with well-coordinated shoes. She clearly came dressed up. Completely different from the slightly slovenly big sister image from previous visits. The two chatted at the bar counter. "All normal things." Takatsuki-sen asked, "Utaha's new book is doing well. I heard she's holding book signings everywhere." "Still some distance from you though," Hayashi shook his head. "Not necessarily, Tilda," Takatsuki-sen smiled. "After my identity is voluntarily exposed, Takatsuki-sen might cease to exist, and Black Goat's Egg might become a banned book." "Haha, Tilda," Hayashi couldn't help but laugh when he heard about becoming a banned book. Takatsuki-sen looked puzzled. "What's wrong?" "Haven't you heard that being listed as a banned book actually attracts more people to read it? Although the author Takatsuki-sen won't exist anymore, the sales will get better and better." Hayashi couldn't help but laugh. Takatsuki-sen was stunned. "There's that possibility." "Absolutely. After you expose yourself, the results will actually be better." That's not bad either. Too bad I won't be able to get the sales money. You're short on money. Not really. That was right. For Takatsuki-sen, writing books was just for interest, to write out the stories in her heart. She wasn't doing it for money. Eatery had plenty of money. Takatsuki-sen sat at the bar counter, extending her hand to curl her hair while chatting with Hayashi. Chatting away, they forgot to order something. Not hungry yet, Hayashi asked. How about something to drink first? Takatsuki-sen nodded. I want coffee. After saying this, she looked at the ice sculptures and various decorations in the restaurant, admiring them. They're all beautiful, must have taken quite a bit of effort, much cooler now. Not that much effort, Hayashi nodded. Then he began making coffee for Takatsuki-sen. With no other customers, he used the hand grinder. He shook the machine with grinding sounds while continuing to chat with Takatsuki-sen. After the coffee beans all turned to powder, he started up the machine and began pouring into the cup. During this conversation, Hayashi suddenly thought of something. When you voluntarily expose your Takatsuki-sen identity, would it be inappropriate for me to call you Takatsuki-sen in public? What should I call you? It was fine in the shop. But if he suddenly shouted, Takatsuki-sen outside, combined with the publicity, it might cause street riots. Takatsuki-sen also realized this problem. She thought carefully, then nodded seriously. Then you can call me Ito. Ito, just Ito. I don't like that surname. That surname referred to Yoshimura, the Anteku manager. Takatsuki-sen could let go of past matters, but that didn't mean she had to accommodate her still-living father. She'd just treat him as a stranger from now on. So she planned to just go by Ito. This was what her mother had named her, and probably no one else could call her by this name anyway. Thinking of this, as Hayashi served the coffee, Takatsuki-sen tilted her head and casually grasped Hayashi's hand as he set it down. But if possible, I could also take Hayashi-kun's surname. Hayashi opened his mouth and smiled helplessly. That's a nice thought, but the government wouldn't be able to register your identity anyway. In Japan, if a woman was willing to take the man's surname, that meant marriage. This was called taking the husband's surname. But Takatsuki-sen's identity would be finished the moment she was exposed. Marriage, dream on. After hearing this, Takatsuki-sen shook her head. That's a pity. Then she picked up the coffee and took a sip. Then closed her eyes to enjoy it for a moment. Still so delicious. Hayashi cleaned the hand grinder. If it's good, drink more. Takatsuki-sen savored the coffee, while also leaning on the bar counter, carefully observing the restaurant's new decorations. But as she looked around, she also noticed Kana watching TV. At this moment, Kana was leaning on the sofa with Toru, watching Detective Conan on TV, watching the various murder methods and solutions to murders. The two dragons would go, wow tilde for a while. Then oh tilde for a while. Anyway, they hadn't seen this kind of thing before. Seeing the two dragons like this, Takatsuki-sen couldn't help but smile, then turned to look at Hayashi and asked, Do you know about the victory declaration the CCG issued this afternoon? I know about that, Hayashi nodded. This afternoon when I was driving back, while waiting at a red light, the big TV switched to broadcast it. Do you think they achieved victory? Haha tilde Hayashi couldn't help but laugh. Where's the victory? Did they clear out ghoul strongholds, catch operation leaders, or capture S-rank or higher ghouls? If they had these achievements, why not announce them? Are they being modest? PFFD tilde. Hearing Hayashi's modest sarcasm, Takatsuki-sen also couldn't help but laugh. Only people who blindly trusted the Japanese government would think this news represented real victory. But anyone with sense could easily see. They had no real achievements. Striking at some ordinary ghouls could be called victory. Playing people for fools. With the upper levels infiltrated like this, it was already hopeless. Hayashi-kun really has keen insight. Takatsuki-sen nodded and sipped her coffee. Actually, I've been displeased with these people for a long time. Other wards are already taking action. If we don't wake them up, we need to let ordinary people know that the CCG isn't any good either. Clap 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 tilde tilde tilde. Hearing this, Hayashi immediately started clapping. He turned to shout at Toru, Toru, I guessed right, come listen. Takatsuki-sen was stunned. What? Kana and Toru paused the video. After running over and understanding the situation, Toru smiled happily for a while before actively explaining. That's because this afternoon, Hayashi-san said that if he were you, he'd definitely find a way to slap the CCG's face and show ordinary citizens what kind of people the CCG really are. I think the same way. These CCG higher-ups don't treat ordinary people as human, and they're so deeply infiltrated by ghoul forces that they're basically useless. After listening, Takatsuki-sen's eyes widened slightly as she looked at Hayashi with some surprise. She hadn't expected Hayashi to think along the same lines as her. But Hayashi understood her better. Really? Takatsuki-sen smiled and shook her head. As expected of Hayashi-kun, you see right through me. Not at all. Then let's switch to the news channel. Takatsuki-sen checked the time. The operation plan starts at 8 o'clock sharp. It's 7:48 now, about to begin. Hayashi looked at Toru. Toru quickly ran to the computer, searched for news live streams, clicked in, and waited for it to start. The current news was still broadcasting miscellaneous stories, occasionally mentioning ghouls and devils. Hayashi leaned on the bar counter and asked, "Which ward is the operation in?" Takatsuki-sen sipped her coffee. Ward 13. Oh, tilde. Hayashi immediately understood. Ward 13 was the area where Gecko had once rampaged. The ghoul organization in white suits he used to lead had their base in Ward 13. Now Takatsuki-sen was having her subordinates attack the CCG branch department in Ward 13. Once this incident broke out, the story between S-rank ghoul, Gecko, and senior investigator, Mato, would definitely become known to everyone. Then public opinion would explode. Ordinary people would go crazy, cursing the CCG department. You dare call this afternoon's little incident a victory? They exchanged kills. Did you capture S-rank ghouls or destroy ghoul strongholds? In the end, showing off in the afternoon only to get slapped in the face at night. If the CCG doesn't turn red with embarrassment then, they're this. Hayashi gave a thumbs up. Seeing Hayashi understand instantly, Takatsuki-sen couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This manager stayed at home but seemed to know everything. What kind of existence was this? Knock knock tilde. At this time, a customer arrived at the door. It was Kirishima Tauka, bringing the Fuguchi pair. Good evening, manager big brother Tilda. Fuguchi Hinami immediately waved her hand warmly. Good evening, Hayashi waved back. You came at just the right time, you can watch some drama too. Watch what? Kirishima Tauka was puzzled. You'll know in a bit. What would you like to eat? I want sushi. What about Hinami and Ryauko? Hayashi called them casually. Hinami didn't mind, but hearing herself called Ryauko, Fuguchi Ryauko felt a bit embarrassed. Ah, whatever Hinami wants. Hinami looked at the menu. Eel rice bowl. All right. Hayashi put away the menu and was about to cook. But then he saw another customer arrive. Were they all coming in groups? It was Rize, who had just gotten off work. Rize entered and waved at Hayashi. I'm here, manager. I want fried pork cutlet rice bowl and a drink. Okay, all together. After noting everything down, Hayashi turned to go to the kitchen to cook everything together. Meanwhile, after the three Kirishima Tauka and the others came in and saw the ice sculptures, they were all somewhat surprised. Tauka particularly knew these ice sculptures were real. These two dragons were the two girls, one big and one small, currently gathered around the television watching TV. Similarly, when Rize was shouting at the entrance, she hadn't noticed yet. Only when she came inside and felt the cool air did she turn her head and see the two dragon ice sculptures in the center of the hall. In that instant, her body stiffened slightly. Not because of the ice sculptures themselves, but because of the information they represented. She still remembered something mentioned in the intelligence report. Namely, that District 20, where she was currently located, had once experienced an incident where ghouls surrounded and attacked dragonkind. It was said that the dragon was in a near-death state, but could still sweep through countless ghouls. If it was true, the country's combat power evaluation for dragons was national level, much higher than even city level. So when Rize saw these ice sculptures, her nervousness immediately spiked. National level units in the shop. This appearance wasn't it definitely dragons. exactly the same as in the intelligence. And the intelligence only mentioned one of them. Who was the other one? That other little girl. She was only elementary to middle school age. Rizet suddenly felt a bit numb. Was this assassination mission even necessary anymore? Maybe she should just run. After all, she had no loyalty to the government. She wasn't the kind of assassin spy raised by the government from childhood. She was someone who was captured, forced to try one after another, and finally achieved symbiosis with the bomb devil. She was the bomb devil, and the bomb devil was also her. How could this kind of assassin be loyal? In one small shop. First there was Makima, then 2 dragons. All of them had national-level combat power. And there was also a chainsaw devil, somewhere unknown. She, a bomb devil, was supposed to kill them all. Huh? Who? Me? I'm supposed to kill these people. While Rizet was sitting in her seat, dazed and thinking. Hayashi timed it perfectly. At 7:59 p.m., he finished preparing all their dishes and brought them to the table. Everything's ready, Tilda. Kirishima Tauka and Fuguchi Ryauko, thank you for the meal. Then they immediately started eating. Rizet, snapping back to reality, quickly added, thank you for the meal, and began eating as well. The result, she was amazed from the very first bite. This is so delicious. Really? Rizet was first shocked and doubtful, then began devouring the food. When had she ever eaten such good food abroad? This was too delicious. During that period, when she was trying contracts with devils one after another, forget about eating well, being able to eat enough was already good enough. Every day she ate food that was just meant to fill her stomach. Meat, pitifully little. Now, after eating the food Hayashi made, only one thought remained in her mind. If she could eat these things every day, who would want to be a devil assassin? Nom 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 tilde tilde. The ravenously eating Rizet actually made sounds similar to Kana's. Everyone looked over, then exchanged glances. Then they all bashfully lowered their heads. Who wasn't like this the first time they ate here? The food was so delicious, it made your toes curl. At the same time, just after 8 o'clock, while drinking coffee, Takatsuki-sen saw the news broadcast beginning. Hayashi was leaning against the bar counter, looking down at his phone. So she put down her coffee and reached out to tug on Hayashi's sleeve. Look quickly. As Hayashi looked up, Kirishima Tauka and Fuguchi Ryauko also looked up, staring at the news in surprise, as well as at Takatsuki-sen. Takatsuki-sen's expression remained unchanged. On the news, emergency broadcast began. Breaking news, breaking news. Ghoul riots have occurred in District 13. A group of ghouls launched a surprise attack on the CCG branch in District 13. They are organized, repeat, these are organized ghouls. CCG investigators are resisting with all their might. But among this attacking group of ghouls, there appear to be several S-rank ghouls. Several investigators have already been killed. We've just received word that CCG branches from other districts are rapidly coming to provide support. As expected, the news exploded. In the news broadcast, on the pitch-black night, the CCG branch building in District 13 was engulfed in raging flames. Around the building and on the rooftops, sounds of fighting and screams could be heard everywhere. Some were ghouls dying. Some were investigators dying. But because the ghouls were planned and organized. Moreover, Takatsuki-sen had just recently reorganized the internal structure of the Aogiri Tree organization. So the ghouls in this operation coordinated very well. This resulted in the scene being roughly a 7-3 split. Ghouls 7, investigators only 3. During the broadcast process, before the broadcast was even finished, the CCG couldn't hold on anymore and began retreating in groups. And the ghouls weren't the type to chase endlessly. They knew when to stop. They only pursued isolated CCG investigators for a while. Then they also withdrew completely. Even during their withdrawal, these attacking ghouls would take their fallen comrades' bodies with them. Those they really couldn't carry, they would cover with clothes or throw into fires to burn. Thus, the broadcast time was only about half an hour. The operation ended. The scene became empty, with only a small number of ghoul corpses and a large number of investigator corpses. This operation Could be said to be a great victory for eatery and a great defeat for the CCG branch. After watching, Hayashi nodded. Not bad organizational ability, much better than before. When deploying troops, organization and discipline are very important issues. For ghouls to display this kind of discipline was already quite good. Although this might be due to Takatsuki-sen's intimidation and authority, as long as it achieved the goal, that was fine after all, they were just ghouls. Takatsuki-sen nodded and finished her first cup of coffee. Thank you for the praise. Could I trouble you for another cup, Hayashi-kun? Hayashi fell silent. I just finished washing the hand-ground cup. If I had known, I wouldn't have washed it. How about machine-ground instead? But I like the coffee Hayashi-kun grinds by hand. Takatsuki-sen's voice was lazy. All right then. Capitulo 87, Chapter 87, Does the shop owner have a girlfriend? Oh no, the shop is going to explode in popularity. Evening. After Kirishima Tauka, Fuguchi Ryauko, and Fuguchi Hinami finished eating, watched the news, they took their packed food back to Anteku. Takatsuki-sen was drinking her new cup of hand-ground coffee, savoring it carefully. This time, Hayashi didn't clean the machine after making it. He would wait until closing time to clean it. And after Rize finished her rice bowl, she leaned back happily in her chair, reminiscing about what had just happened. Actually, when she saw everyone watching that news. And during the light discussion, Rize had already noticed something was a bit off. But she was busy eating first and didn't observe carefully. Now that she had come to her senses, she remembered that during the discussion just now, everyone had an expression as if they already knew what would happen, and from beginning to end, they weren't surprised at all, but were waiting for the news to happen. Were these ordinary people? Impossible. Even that smallest girl, the one called Kana. She also sat in front of the TV, calmly watching from start to finish, just finding it entertaining. Was this normal? None of the people here were normal. After finishing her rice bowl and drinking some lemon tea, Rize squinted her eyes comfortably. Toru was cleaning up the dishes from Kirishima Tauka and the others. Hayashi came over to Rize and began sizing her up, chatting with her. I saw you working at that coffee shop the other day making signs. Did you just come to Tokyo for work? Rize nodded. I just came to Tokyo. Where are you staying? Rize lowered her head, embarrassed, her cheeks flushing red as she said, I haven't found a place yet. The rent is all too expensive, so I'm temporarily staying at a single-person internet cafe. Actually, Rize had already found a place. But she didn't have much money on her, so she only found a very ordinary, very plain small room with no furniture at all. It was practically bare. But Rize was still happy because it was her own home. The privacy was all hers, much better than being in the organization. As for single-person internet cafes, in Japan, some internet cafes are very similar to hotels. The ones with computers are single-person booths with just enough space for a bed, with the computer mounted above the bed, only a few square meters in size. But internet cafes also have manga books, convenience stores, and bathrooms for showering. It could be said they're very suitable for temporary single-person residents. Single-person internet cafe, huh? When Hayashi heard this and saw Rize's blushing appearance, he knew it was fake. Because Rize's blush was itself fake. What about your parents? Where are they in Japan? Did you come out to work on your own, or did you run away from home? For someone Rize's age, running away from home really wasn't uncommon. Being asked about her parents. Rize was suddenly struck speechless. She didn't have those circumstances at all. She had never known from the beginning. I came out to work on my own. My parents are in Osaka. Rize saying this seemed a bit unprofessional. But she quickly realized she couldn't keep going back and forth with Hayashi on these questions. So she hurriedly took back the initiative. Speaking of which, the shop owner's cooking is really too delicious. This is the most delicious food I've ever eaten in my life. Is that so? Hayashi smiled. Then what have you eaten before? Borscht, stewed potatoes, black bread, tofu, Rize accidentally spoke the truth. When Hayashi heard this, he laughed. Borscht, is that a local Osaka delicacy? Borscht was Soviet food. On this planet, it wasn't currently Russia, but rather the Soviet Union. There is right, Rize seemed to lack confidence. But black bread really couldn't be explained away. Japan really didn't eat black bread. They didn't really eat stewed potatoes either. Facing Hayashi's smile, Rize was becoming less and less able to handle it. She was a professional assassin. How was she being made to feel more and more unable to cope? At this time, Hayashi asked again. How do you feel about coming to Tokyo? What are your future plans? It feels all right, Rize immediately replied. Just to work, make money, buy things. What do you like? Hayashi asked. I like delicious food and beautiful things. After Rize finished speaking, she looked at Hayashi's face and physique, then blushed and added, and handsome guys. Hayashi was used to this. What a coincidence, of the things you like, I cover 2 of them. Rize nodded repeatedly, so I'll come often. The more she chatted with Hayashi, the more Rize felt unable to handle it. He who could take down Makima was now a bit too intense for Rize. Simply put, after defeating a boss, his experience increased greatly. He wasn't afraid of these elite monsters anymore. Rize couldn't handle it and was about to be exposed. So she prepared to flee. She hurriedly paid her bill, preparing to go back and calm down. Shop owner, the check please, Tilda. All right. After paying the bill, Hayashi walked her to the door. Rize still had quite a bit of professional ethics. Just before leaving, she suddenly lowered her head, blushing. Hayashi made a nasal sound. Rize looked up, her face flushed red as she looked at Hayashi, her fingers fidgeting, her voice soft as she asked. The shop owner is so handsome, you must have a girlfriend, right? A girlfriend? Hayashi knew this was a subtle way of confessing. Or rather, it was one way of expressing liking, asking about your relationship status indirectly. Well, I don't have one at the moment, Hayashi replied. Really? Rize showed obvious happiness, her cheeks pink and tender, looking especially beautiful. What's wrong? Hayashi deliberately asked. Not having time to go out and socialize is normal, isn't it? Who says being good-looking means you definitely have a girlfriend? Nothing, Rize smiled happily. Then she waved and left. Well, I'll go first, shop owner, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. After seeing Rize off, Hayashi smiled and returned to the shop. As soon as he returned to the bar counter, he saw that Takatsuki-sen had finished a phone call, probably giving some instructions. The moment she put down the phone, Takatsuki-sen tilted her head and began teasing. Hayashi-kun is really popular with girls. I can't control that. Hayashi spread his hands innocently like a little bear. I can only not disappoint their enthusiasm. Is that a Playboy declaration? No, I'm a great love immortal. Just kidding. Whoever is good to me, I'm good to them. There's no need for me to choose. That's true. After all, everyone has reasons they can't escape from you. Those with conditions, those with abilities. Being fearless with something to rely on, that was Hayashi. At this time, thud, there was a loud noise from the entrance. Hayashi and Takatsuki-sen turned to look. Kamishiro Rise was leaning against the doorway, half covered in blood, but blinking bright eyes as she looked gently at Hayashi. Hayashi got up and came to the entrance to help her up first. Rise, what happened to you? After he helped Rise up, he discovered that the wounds on Rise's body had healed. She might just be weak. Hayashi had thought she was seriously injured, so he wanted to let go and let Rise walk by herself. But Rise grabbed onto Hayashi's arm. She pressed it into her embrace and walked while hugging it. Hayashi could only first bring her to a seat. But when he set Rise down, Rise also pulled him down to sit, then leaned against Hayashi's shoulder and sighed in relief. Where have you been these past few days? Hayashi couldn't help but ask. Didn't you say you were going to handle a house transaction? How did you get ambushed again? Kamishiro Rise pressed her forehead against Hayashi's shoulder. She took a deep breath of Hayashi's scent, then shook her head, lifted her head and said, The house transaction is already done. I just happened to discover some additional clues about the group that attacked me last time. So, Hayashi asked, you went and killed them all? Kamishiro Rise nodded. I knew it. Hayashi had an expression of, I understand you. And Kamishiro Rise nodded proudly, reaching out to hug Hayashi again. Wait a minute, we're in the shop. What does this look like? Ito is still watching. Kamishiro Rise turned to look at Ito. And Ito was still savoring her coffee. She took a light sip and thought for a moment. Rise, did you find another reason why that group captured you? It was for experiments, right? Experiments. When Hayashi heard this word, he knew what it was about. Rise being captured had two reasons. One, the Washu family head wanted to bring Rise back. Two, a doctor called Kanu needed Rise Kagyun for mass transplantation to create one-eyed ghouls. The later Yasuhisa sisters and others were all created this way. Kanu had unspeakable collusion with the CCG. Simply put, it was biological experimentation. When Kamishiro, Rise heard Takatsuki-sen's words. She first looked at the coffee and could tell who made it just by smell. Hand-ground. Rise looked at Hayashi. Hayashi-kun, I want a cup of hand-ground coffee too. Hayashi looked at his hands, deeply buried in softness. If you let go of me, I'll go make it for you. Never mind then. Rise wanted to hug him a bit longer. Then Rise answered Takatsuki-sen's question. You're right, that's exactly the reason. That day, by chance, I encountered another kidnapping incident. I tracked and investigated all night, only to discover it was for Kagyun transplant human experimentation. So part of the purpose for capturing me that day was also for this reason. This was indeed as Hayashi had thought. So Hayashi used his other hand to make a slicing motion at his neck, indicating, you killed everyone there. How could that be possible? There wasn't time. Kamishiro Rise smiled. It was a hospital basement. I destroyed all the ghouls as well as the biological instruments and materials and killed a doctor called Kanu, who should be the main culprit. Kanu was killed too. That's good. This way, at least the Yasuhisa sisters wouldn't be transformed into one-eyed ghouls. But without Kanu, there might still be other noose appearing. After hearing Rai's answer, Takatsuki-sen sipped her coffee and nodded in confirmation. The beginning part matches the intelligence I just received, but I only knew it was related to a hospital. I wasn't clear on who it was. I didn't expect you'd already found and eliminated them. After speaking, Takatsuki-sen took out her phone and opened an encrypted message. The message indicated that some of the ghoul corpses at the scene, as well as CCG and innocent human corpses, had mysteriously disappeared. The key point was that the CCG hadn't said anything, even acting like they hadn't seen it. So after analysis, eatery believed someone was using the corpses for experiments. The intelligence ended there. After reading it, Kamishiro Rise nodded in agreement. And thanked Takatsuki-sen. Speaking of which, I should thank you. If you hadn't caused such a big commotion in District 13, I couldn't have launched a surprise attack on that hospital alone, and no CCG personnel would have come. There were many doctors inside who were ghouls, and the security were all A-rank ghouls. There were even S-rank ghouls with quinks, which gave me quite a bit of trouble and got me injured. S-rank ghouls weren't much to Kamishiro Rise. But limited time plus confined space, plus clear targets plus quink weapons, plus multiple factors. These were the reasons Rise got injured. Otherwise, fighting at her own pace. She could have dragged it out until she killed everyone, just needing a bit of time. After hearing this, Takatsuki-sen nodded. No need to thank me. On the sofa here, Kamishiro Rise had been hugging too long. Hayashi's arm was starting to sweat. Are you still drinking coffee or not, Rise? Yes. Kamishiro Rise finally had enough hugging and let go of his arm, letting Hayashi go make coffee. Good thing the hand-grinding machine wasn't washed. Now it was being used again. While Hayashi was hand-grinding, Toru finished washing dishes and came out. She wiped her hands like Hayashi, then suddenly sniffed and looked around puzzled. Why is there a bit of a bloody smell? Who's injured? Toru looked toward the source of the smell. Rise. Rise shook her head indicating, it's already healed, the injury wasn't serious. Miss Rise, didn't you go to buy a house? How did it take so long? Why did you get injured? Toru immediately became curious. Rise explained to Toru as well. After hearing it, Toru clenched her fists hard. People who do human experiments really deserve to die. Miss Rise did well. Hearing Toru's approval, Rise became even more certain of her thoughts. She was the type who didn't let grudges sit overnight. If she had a grudge, she'd settle it on the spot. So these past 2 days she'd been tracking, finding the destination. Then tonight she directly eliminated them. Hayashi was grinding coffee on the side. After grinding, he began brewing. After brewing, he added milk and handed it to Kamishiro Rise. Rise first smelled it, then let out a long, satisfied breath, her expression intoxicated. I haven't had this for days, I really missed it. Hayashi's expression seemed a bit off. Mainly because Kamishiro Rai's performance was a bit too much. Rise smiled at Hayashi, then began carefully savoring it, drinking sip by sip, her cheeks slightly red, body relaxed, completely absorbed in the experience. Takatsuki-sen nodded at Hayashi, indicating this was normal. Next, after Rise had drunk a few sips and recovered, she turned to look at the large ice sculpture in the center of the restaurant, then looked at Hayashi. Is this a perk? It's quite cool. Hayashi asked, want me to carve one for you too? Both Kamishiro Rise and Takatsuki-sen decisively shook their heads. Is it cool? Then they both nodded. Is it beautiful? Still nodding. Then that's enough. Hayashi was also very satisfied with his work. At this time, Takatsuki-sen finished her coffee again and handed it to Hayashi. Another cup. Ito, you've already finished 2 cups. It's almost 11 p.m. now. Are you still going to sleep? I'm a ghoul. Caffeine has no effect, didn't you know? I really didn't know that. Then I'll make it for you. Hayashi made another cup for Takatsuki-sen. So she and Rise together slowly savored their coffee. At this time, a message came to Hayashi's phone. Opening it, he saw it was from Utaha. Utaha, something big is about to happen, Hayashi-kun. Some fans of Love Metronome found that someone had previously promoted your shop, discovered the photos and content were very similar to what's in the book, and have already confirmed the location. Tomorrow they'll probably organize a group visit to check it out. Your business is going to explode tomorrow. Remember to rest early. Wishing you prosperity, Tilda. Hayashi, Wait, where did they find this from? Who promoted it, who? Hayashi's brain raced, then he remembered, it seemed to be Kirishima Tauka's friend. Or Takanashi Tauka. They could even find this. Oh no, it's going to get busy. Hayashi-kun, when you have time, could you help me move? At this moment, Rise spoke up and asked. Hayashi smiled bitterly and shook his head, telling everyone about the message on his phone. Unfortunately, I'm probably going to be incredibly busy during this period. After learning about it, Takatsuki-sen congratulated Hayashi. Kamishiro Rise said it was a pity, but kept staring at Hayashi, probably having some new ideas. Toru and Kana together cheered for the prosperous business. Only Hayashi felt that he might also have to experience pain and happiness at the same time. Capítulo 88, Chapter 88, Leisurely Shop Owner Winning Over Rise, Soaring Popularity, Boundless Power. Although when Utaha was writing her book, she mentioned that Hayashi's shop might explode in popularity along with her success. Because everyone loves to check out trending spots. But Utaha didn't write the exact address in her book. She only mentioned District 20, a mysterious little shop deep in an alley, and described the surrounding environment, like coffee shops and such. This kind of thing, with careful comparison, could eventually be dug out through details sooner or later. But no one expected it to be discovered this quickly. It's only been a few days. The key point was it wasn't even discovered through the surrounding environment. These readers actually had someone find promotional posts about the Midnight Diner from food recommendation posts. After discovering it looked particularly similar, they shared it with the fan community. The final analysis revealed an 80% chance it was this shop. So they all planned to come over. Oh my, Hayashi scratched his head. How busy will this period be? After seeing this, Takatsuki-sen knew Hayashi probably didn't like being that busy. But the business was so good, so she smiled a bit schadenfreude. Wishing you prosperity. Hayashi's expression was caught between crying and laughing. Seeing his own business doing well was definitely happy, but what if he had to be busy all the time from now on? Wouldn't that mean being busy for life? He didn't want that kind of thing. Ding tilde, random mission triggered, leisurely shop owner. Mission description. To become a leisurely shop owner, you must first ensure your cuisine is welcomed by everyone. Please conquer all customers who come to the shop within 3 days, achieving a rave review rate of 90%. Mission reward, customer group adjuster function. A mission was triggered. How rare. Hayashi first looked at the mission reward function. Customer flow adjuster. For ordinary customers, you can set the midnight diner's visibility to different customer groups. You can choose all customers, general customers, student customers, office worker customers, high-quality customers, etc. The higher quality customers you select, the fewer the customer flow. The more groups you select, the more customer flow. Oh tilde. This is good. Simply put, as the shop owner, he could actually pick ordinary customers. He could reject those troublemaking, uncultured garbage customers. And only need polite, high-quality customers. High-quality customers were definitely fewer, so customer flow would also be less. If he needed all customers, customer flow would naturally increase, meaning he could adjust it at will. Although it only applied to ordinary customers, this was enough. Mission requirement: 3-day customer satisfaction rate, 90% or above. 90% or above, that shouldn't be too difficult, just need to be busy for 3 days. But being busy for only 3 days was better than being busy for who knows how long. Then let's work hard. 12:07 a.m. Takatsuki-sen looked at the time, put down her finished coffee cup, indicating she was leaving. Take care, Ito. Hayashi walked Takatsuki-sen to the door. Thank you for the hospitality. Takatsuki-sen waved at Hayashi, turned and walked into the dark night. Walking on the street, she felt very happy. Today's biggest gain wasn't her successful plan, nor drinking coffee. But at Hayashi's place, she felt no differential treatment at all. Hayashi still chatted with her as usual, made food for her, and didn't slack off in making the food either. Because if a chef slacked off when making food, it would be hinting that you're not welcome. Not only that, as their relationship grew, her conversations with the shop owner became more and more frequent, more and more unrestrained. When discussing Eatery's plans, Hayashi, as a human, didn't favor humans. Instead, he criticized all things from a god's perspective. This point made Takatsuki-sen very fond of him. She practically revered him. How wonderful! Takatsuki-sen's happy smile stayed on her face, even skipping as she went home. For Hayashi, he actually belonged to the type who stood in the middle and criticized both sides. He had no strong sense of belonging to any side, so naturally had no reason to favor anyone. It was like asking, a museum is engulfed in flames, inside are the Mona Lisa and a cute little cat, who would you choose to save? Animal lovers would save the little cat. Antique lovers would save the famous painting. But Hayashi would appreciate the burning painting, because it was more unique than the original Mona Lisa. Then casually blame the watching tourists, asking them why they didn't save the little cat. In the shop, after Hayashi saw off Takatsuki-sen, Kamishiro Rise lay on the bar counter, chin resting on her arms, head tilted as she looked at Hayashi. Hayashi-kun, my room hasn't been cleaned up yet, right? I want to stay another night. Not yet, Hayashi shook his head. I was waiting for your definite news. How could I clean it up? That's good. Toru and Kana were both watching TV. Hayashi casually picked up the coffee cups that Kamishiro Rise and Takatsuki-sen had finished. He began washing the cups and machine at the bar. These small things didn't need Toru to come over specifically to clean, or he'd be too lazy. He just disliked trouble, but wasn't really lazy. Kamishiro Rise bit her lower lip, her eyes sparkling as she watched Hayashi, watching him wash cups, watching his fingers press the cloth, moving in circles inside the cup. For the remaining 2 hours of the night, no more customers came to the shop. Hayashi spent some time with everyone, and feeling bored, took out his fruit wine for everyone to try. Come try the new wine. Wine, Toru and Kana paused the TV and ran over. Kamishiro Rise also looked curiously. Hayashi took out several glass cups and arranged them one by one. Then he took out the fruit wine stored in a watermelon, took out a spoon, and scooped it into everyone's cups. This one watermelon contained about 1,000 milliliters. Divided among 4 people, each person got about 200 plus milliliters, just the right amount for 1 cup. But Hayashi looked at Kana. Even though she was a dragon, Hayashi reduced Kana's to 100 milliliters and distributed the rest to everyone else. Kana, drink a little less first, try it and then we'll see. Kana pouted unhappily, Hayashi looking down on dragons. Try it first and then talk. Toru asked, is wine good? For some people, they don't touch a drop. For others, they're addicted to alcohol, depends on the individual, Hayashi answered. Kamishiro Rise was also a bit curious. I've never drunk before either. That was quite normal. Ghouls hadn't eaten anything. Their taste buds were different. Then let's try it. Hayashi picked up a cup and smelled it. This is fruit wine. Generally, you won't get drunk. Even if you get dizzy, you won't have headaches or nausea. Don't worry. So everyone took a cup and began tasting. Toru took a sip and widened her eyes. Sweet, but also a bit spicy. So strange, but delicious. Kana tried a sip. Ooh tilde, it's biting my tongue tilde. Kamishiro Rise took a small sip and actually nodded satisfactorily. This is quite good. Hayashi took a sip himself. It really wasn't bad. He had already drunk it once, and Makima had also tried it once. Hayashi had asked her how it was. Makima said she really liked it, but could only drink it when free. It seemed this wine was quite suitable for the masses. The taste is indeed good. Hayashi drank slowly, sip by sip. Everyone was the same. But after a while, Kana's little face turned red and her eyes started spinning in circles. Hayashi was startled. Kana, maybe you should transform into a dragon and digest it. No tilde. After finishing her drink, Kana waved her little hands. It feels so comfortable tilde. All the magic power in my body is more active, and my body feels warm. Toru also had a red face, and drained her cup in one gulp, agreeing. I feel the same way. My body is warm, and it seems like my dragon scales got stronger. Hearing this, Hayashi knew this was the fruit wine's buff taking effect. Increased percentage resistance. For dragons, this enhancement was really too significant. So significant that Kana was dizzy and almost passed out from the rush. Even Taro was confused. On the other hand, Kamishiro Rise only had flushed cheeks and moist eyes, without such a big reaction. Hayashi took another sip and finished his fruit wine. What is this? Fruit wine specifically designed to drug powerful beings. The stronger you are, the greater the effect. Gradually, Toru and Kana were already getting sleepy. Hayashi looked at the time, almost 2 a.m., so he waved his hand and said, "You guys go sleep first. I'll close up soon. I need to buy a lot of ingredients tomorrow." Toru was so sleepy her eyelids were fighting, so after saying, she took Kana upstairs to sleep. Watching Toru go upstairs. One more cup. Kamishiro Rise pushed her cup forward again. Hayashi looked. Last cup. Last cup. All right, I'll join you for one. Hayashi poured another cup for both himself and Rise. The two picked up their wine cups and clinked them first. Clink. Then they began tasting. You take a sip, I take a sip, and the wine was quickly finished. Kamishiro Rise propped her chin with one hand, the thoughts in her eyes almost materializing. Seeing closing time arrive, Hayashi put away the cups and began washing them. Kamishiro Rise stood up, walked behind Hayashi and hugged him. It's not closed yet. Let me hug you first, Rise murmured at his neck. The scent of wine mixed with fragrance reached his nose. Hayashi knew today was the final ultimatum. Just a moment. He finished washing the cups and wiped his hands. Rise kept hugging him like this. Even when he went to close the door, Rise half leaned on him. Once the door was closed, Rise and he walked upstairs together, arriving at her bedroom door on the second floor. They hadn't even gone in yet. Rise cupped his face and began kissing him. Hayashi was busy with his mouth and hands too. One hand holding Rise, the other reaching out to open the door, then going inside. Once in the room, Rise used her high heels to push the door closed. Immediately after, a battle spreading throughout the entire bedroom was about to break out. Purple long hair danced with the waves. The luxurious dress was just thrown onto the chair, with half of it trailing on the floor. Rise wanted to take off her last high heels. Hayashi reached out to stop her. Rise made a nasal sound. I like you wearing high heels. HMPH tilde. How could those high heels be taken off? Don't you understand? Red souls to the sky, boundless magical power. The next day, noon. Hayashi was still sleeping in his bedroom. Pachita rushed up to the second floor and gave Hayashi's door 2 pats. Woof tilde. Hayashi had just woken up when he heard Pachita's barking. What's wrong? Woof tilde. Lots of people outside. Lots of people. Hearing this, Hayashi immediately sat up, hurriedly washed and dressed, then opened the door. I'll go take a look. Walking while putting on his t-shirt. Hayashi's well-built, muscular physique flashed before the eyes of Toru and Rise, who had just opened their doors. Then he went downstairs. Once downstairs, after turning a couple of corners, he saw many people standing outside the door. A huge crowd not only chatting, but also taking photos. Is this the shop? The book wrote about that dining hall that only opens at night. It's this one. Wow, the sunflowers in the yard are so beautiful. Haruka-chan, take photos quickly. That doggy is so cute too, and the kitty. This shop owner must be a very caring person. Of course, in Kasumi-sensei's book, the shop owner is a gentle and respectable person. When does it open? I really want to go in and eat. I heard it's the most delicious cuisine in all of Tokyo, no, in all of Japan. The crowd was chaotic. Hayashi's scalp went numb watching. He hurriedly went out and opened the door. Click tilde. Suddenly, it became quiet outside, everyone looking at Hayashi. Hayashi took out the sign, placed it properly at the door, then explained. Sorry, the small shop only starts operating at 6 p.m. There's no food stock in the shop right now. I need to go out and purchase ingredients, so even if I wanted to start business, I couldn't. After speaking, Hayashi brought out a basket of snacks. All made previously. He placed it on the wall and said, Please everyone come back at 6 p.m. this afternoon. Everyone here can take one bag of snacks, all made by my own hands, equally delicious. If everyone thinks they're tasty, then come back. If you think they're not good, then you don't need to come. However delicious the snacks are, that's how delicious the shop's cuisine will be. Consider it testing everyone's taste. After Hayashi finished speaking, everyone went wow, chatting and lining up. Everyone chatted and took photos. Hahaha tilde, what an interesting shop owner, even telling everyone not to come if they don't think it's good. Not wanting business, worthy of being the referenced male lead in Kasumi-sensei's book. Speaking of which, he really looks like him, especially handsome. Amid everyone's discussion and photo-taking, Hayashi was distributing snacks. Yours, his, hers, and yours too. Don't push one at a time. Fortunately, it was just a crowd around the shop. Hayashi distributed for over half an hour and finally finished. Then he hurriedly wrote the prominent time on the sign at the door. 6 p.m. means 6 p.m. First come, first served. Then he immediately retreated inside. Just as he returned, his phone received a message from Utaha. Utaha, hahaha, did Hayashi-kun open the shop? In the fan community, quite a few people posted videos and photos from the scene. Many people said you're very handsome. Satisfied. Hayashi, sweating emoji, the crowd was terrifyingly large. Utaha, then work hard, Hayashi-kun, I won't disturb you anymore. Ending the chat, Hayashi saw more people entering the alley and hurriedly closed the door properly. He also instructed Pachita, today you just need to watch the sunflowers. Woof tilde, okay. At this time, Toru came downstairs. She looked at the scene outside. Hayashi-san, should we go shopping? How can we go out like this? Hayashi immediately shook his head. What we have at home is enough. We'll prepare in advance and process the ingredients first. My Toru nodded. Here's the English translation. Kamishiro Rise, wearing the dress she picked up from the floor, asked from the second floor. Hayashi-kun, call me if you need anything. All right, Hayashi gave an okay gesture. Then he went to the kitchen with Toru to get busy. At the same time, a low-key, luxurious executive sedan slowly drove from another district, entering District 20, heading toward a destination in an alley. The driver was a secretary with short pink hair, called Arado Hisako. In the back seat sat an elderly man with silver hair and a dignified face who, despite his age, still carried himself like a lion. And a girl with golden hair reaching her waist, tall figure, and noble appearance. Watching the vehicle slowly approach its destination. The girl Nakiri Arena really didn't understand. Grandfather, why do we need to eat at some unknown, powerless place where we don't even know who the chef is? She couldn't comprehend why, with their power and influence, they needed to come eat at some dining hall like this. Even famous chefs would find it extremely difficult to get her to taste their food. Hearing this, Nakiri Senziman opened his eyes and slowly said, There are reasons beyond our understanding. You'll know once you eat. Capítulo 89, Chapter 89, the Nakiri family queues up, Kirishima Tauka also comes to help. To be honest, as the demon king of food, Nakiri Senziman had always possessed unique intuition and competitive instincts. When he saw a chef, subconsciously, he could sense that chef's abilities and judge what level the restaurant's chef was at based purely on sixth sense. Besides his powerful subconscious, there was nothing else, just practiced hands. So yesterday, by chance, the suddenly popular midnight diner caught his attention. Looking at everyone's praise and recommendations, Nakiri Senziman also clicked on that strong restaurant recommendation from Kirishima Tauka's friend. Looking at the decor, the food, the chef, Nakiri Senziman had a very strong sixth sense. At that time, more and more recommendation posts were being found. Some people even had videos of themselves eating there. That intoxication and spring-like bliss. Nakiri Senziman could tell at a glance, this was a state where cuisine was so delicious it reached the soul. But these were all his guesses. Deep down, his subconscious told him he must go there, otherwise as a chef, he would definitely regret it for life. So today, he came and brought his granddaughter with the god tongue along. The black car stopped at the alley entrance. As Nakiri Irina's personal secretary, Arato Hisako turned and said, Senziman-sama, I'll go check first. Emma. Arato Hisako got out of the car. She went alone to look inside the alley first. She confirmed the diner opened at 6 p.m. and operated until 2 a.m. Besides that, the sunflowers at the entrance didn't look like ordinary plants either. And at this time, there were already people taking photos and checking in at the entrance. After confirming, Arato Hisako returned to the car and reported, Senziman-sama, it's confirmed to be that diner, and it opens at 6 p.m. There are already people queuing at the entrance, and there are 3 sunflowers in the yard that don't look like ordinary plants. Oh, hearing they weren't ordinary plants, Senziman became a bit interested. In any chef's eyes, culinary skills were certainly important, but good ingredients were also indispensable. Well, it's boring in the car anyway, let's go take a look. Nakiri Senziman got up, opened the car door, preparing to go see, and also asked his granddaughter, Irina, you come too. Nakiri Irina didn't really want to go. She shook her head, I'll just rest in the car, call me when it opens. Emma. After hearing this, Senziman said nothing and got out. He and Arato Hisako walked one after the other to outside the diner's yard. Upon seeing the 3 large, verdant sunflowers, they were immediately very surprised. To the naked eye, they were sunflowers. But this appearance was clearly not ordinary plants. New organisms from genetic cultivation. Nakiri Senziman looked carefully. Even to see more clearly, he leaned against the wall, bending forward to look inside. Pachita, lying beside the sunflowers, heard the commotion. He lifted his head and squinted at the old man. His canine teeth showed slightly at the corner of his mouth, then retracted. Meaning, what do you want? You better be careful. Nakiri Senziman was warned by a dog, but far from being angry, he looked at Pachita happily. Is your master home? Pachita, woof tilde. Yes. Senziman couldn't understand like Hayashi or devils could. But he seemed to grasp the general meaning. Did your master plant these sunflowers? Pachita, woof tilde. How is your master? Pachita, woof, good. How is your master's cooking? Pachita, woof, super delicious. The two had a question and answer session in the yard. One could understand what the other was saying, but couldn't respond. One couldn't understand the responses, but was willing to ask. Their conversation also attracted Hayashi over. What's wrong, Pachita? He opened the window from inside the house and asked Pachita, I heard you barking several times. Pachita turned around and gestured toward Senziman. Hayashi looked at Senziman and didn't recognize who he was at first glance. He just felt this art style definitely wasn't an ordinary character. Very different from the NPC art style nearby. But he couldn't remember. However, after seeing the quietly standing Arato Hisako beside him. Then looking at the old man again. Oh tilde tilde tilde. Hayashi suddenly remembered. Wasn't this Nakiri Senziman? Gray-white hair, messy and wild like an aged lion. A scar over his eye, combined with his arms-crossed posture. Once remembered, he was quite recognizable. Was I found out? Nakiri Senziman saw Hayashi's expression and knew he'd been recognized. After all, he wasn't some unknown person. In the culinary world, he was the food's demon king. So being recognized by a chef was very normal. Sigh, how troublesome. If he was recognized, what if the chef tried to curry favor with him wholeheartedly? Would he cook with care? Or rather, opens at 6 p.m. With so many people, remember to queue. If you can't get in, come back next time. After Hayashi finished speaking, ignoring the instantly petrified Senziman, he turned and left. Senziman, the demon king of food, fell silent. Arado Hisako beside him widened her eyes, not even having time to shout. How rude. If you didn't recognize me, that would be one thing. But your expression clearly showed you recognized me. And this is how you respond. Or is it that after recognizing me, the greatest respect you can give is reminding me to queue up, otherwise there's nothing to eat? After Senziman was petrified, he immediately smiled with relief. To put it bluntly, he suddenly realized why the other party wasn't flattering him. Arado Hisako beside him was slightly dissatisfied, a bit dis. As expected, before Arado Hisako could finish, Senziman slowly said, "In the past, the chefs we encountered were all chefs within the Tatsuki system. Their respect and flattery toward me was natural. But that chef just now operates completely independently, self-taught and self-made. Not flattering is normal. And precisely because of this, I'm even more curious about what kind of cuisine he can make." Hearing Senziman explain it this way, Arado Hisako suddenly realized that the man just now was more natural, more self-possessed. Go call Irina to queue up. We'll start queuing now to be the first ones in. Arado Hisako was shocked and widened her eyes. Then immediately nodded, yes, I'll go right away. A moment later, Arado Hisako brought over a slightly dissatisfied Irina. It's only after 4 o'clock. We have to queue for over an hour. Irina was very confused. This was also normal. In the Tatsuki chef system, who would dare make them queue, and for so long? Did you still want to work? Just one dissatisfied review from either of these two. Any chef within the Tatsuki system would be finished. But for Hayashi, useless. Senziman looked at his granddaughter and said indifferently, "Queue up, if you're not satisfied, I won't care about you anymore." When Nakiri Irina heard this, she immediately became interested. "You said it, grandfather, then I'll wait patiently for a while." People outside were waiting. People inside were preparing ingredients. Hayashi prepared everything in advance: rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, tea, and such. Rice, broth, all prepared in advance. Ingredients were also processed beforehand. Toru helped Hayashi on the side, specifically moving things around, arranging and placing them, bustling about. As she busied herself, she suddenly started laughing. Hayashi looked at her questioningly. Toru wiped the corner of her eyes while laughing. "Hayashi-san, don't you think this is very much like the co-op kitchen game we played before? You cook, I move things." Hayashi couldn't help but laugh too. It really is exactly the same. In the game, they played like this too. At 5 o'clock, more and more customers were queuing outside the door. Soon the entrance to the diner was completely surrounded. Toru went out to look and immediately ran back saying, "Hayashi-san, there are too many people. I feel like they're all very hot." Very hot. Hayashi thought for a moment, looking at the crowd outside. His system mission was to achieve a good review rate, reaching the effect of rave reviews. But there were no rules on how to get good reviews. Hayashi thought and said, "How about this? I'll make lemon tea, 1 cup for each person queuing, served until 6 o'clock. Toru nodded, good. Lemon tea was thirst-quenching and refreshing, and most importantly, had no real cost. There weren't that many people outside, just dozens. If they drank lemon tea before coming in, it would also whet their appetite. These little tricks of Hayashi's would definitely get rave reviews. Soon, Hayashi quickly made several large buckets of lemon tea. Toru directly moved them all to the entrance, then brought several stacks of disposable cups and began distributing water. This is lemon tea distributed in advance by the shop owner, free of charge. refreshing and cooling, everyone queuing gets some, one by one. Toru began distributing lemon tea to everyone. Kana saw this, Kana will help. She also ran over to help pour lemon tea. So one big and one small began helping. People receiving the distribution outside began praising. It's free, the shop owner is really generous. It's lemon tea, I absolutely love drinking it. Don't cut in line, you guy. Toru saw someone cutting in line. She casually picked up a stone, crushed it with a crack, then bared her teeth at the crowd. Crowd. Seeing the stone crushed, the crowd immediately became well-behaved. Even Nakiri Senziman widened his eyes to look. Arina did the same. In her eyes, such a small girl could actually crush a stone. Next, lemon tea was distributed to everyone's hands. Those who got it first drank it immediately. After one sip, their eyes immediately widened, and they gulped it all down. Super delicious. Wow, Tilda, really good, this lemon tea is super delicious. Who hasn't drunk theirs yet, can I buy it? You guy, it's just 1 cup, I don't even have enough for myself. Stop arguing everyone, it's almost my turn. Everyone tried it from front to back. Nakiri Senziman, Arina, and Arato Hisako also tasted the lemon tea immediately. Senziman took a small sip, and his eyes slightly opened, muscles bulging. Ahem. But it quickly subsided. Arina also just tasted a small sip. But this one sip made her open her eyes wide, looking at the cup in disbelief. How could, this is just a drink. Arina couldn't believe it. A drink could actually reach such a level. After one sip, the sweet and sour taste first touched her tongue tip, and the deliciousness immediately transmitted to her brain. When the drink filled her mouth, that feeling of saliva production, the mouth automatically savoring, brought nothing but deliciousness. For a moment, Arina's god tongue automatically began analyzing. The lemon flavor, water ratio, white sugar, etc., all components appeared in her mind. Yet she couldn't find any flaws. When she came to her senses, Arina and Senziman looked at each other, and both nodded satisfactorily. That is to say, if a Tatsuki chef could serve such a drink, for both him and her, it would be a qualified work. For a moment, both became more and more anticipatory of the main meal. Arina even frequently checked the time. This countdown of less than an hour felt more torturous than the previous 2 or 3 hours. At the same time, in Anteku coffee shop, Kirishima Tauka, Fuguchi Hinami, and Fuguchi Ryauko looked at the midnight diner from Anteku's entrance. Watching more and more people at the entrance. Watching people frequently walking toward the alley. Fuguchi Hinami was genuinely happy. Shop owner Big Brother's business will definitely be especially good from now on. Fuguchi Ryauko looked at the crowd, calculating in her mind. And Kirishima Tauka, as a shop employee. She looked at the number of people in the crowd, then thought about the diner's staff. Only Toru alone. Won't they be too busy to handle it? Rise could help, never mind about her. Kirishima Tauka quickly realized. Hayashi's shop might not have enough manpower. She turned to look inside Anteku. Today, Anteku actually had fewer customers because they were diverted by the coffee shop next door opening. After all, which was better could only be known after tasting. At this time, Irami Kaya had nothing to do and came out from inside. She and Kirishima Tauka looked into the alley together. Seeing so many people, Irami Kaya looked at the somewhat anxious Kirishima Tauka and understood what she was thinking. Tauka. Tauka turned around. If you want to go help, then go. I'll talk to manager Yoshimura. Irami Kaya patted Tauka's shoulder. I believe manager Yoshimura will agree too. Manager Hayashi is our food god, we definitely can't let him get exhausted. Tauka nodded in agreement. Fuguchi Ryauko also said, after eating so much delicious food, we should give back a little. Hearing this, Fuguchi Hinami also raised her hand. I want to help shop owner Big Brother too. You, Irami Kaya touched Hinami's head and smiled. You just go cheer them on and play with Kana. Kirishima Tauka looked at the time. It was almost 6 o'clock, less than 10 minutes left. She nodded and waved as she left. Then I'll go help first. Please take care of the shop. No problem. Irami Kaya shook her head. There aren't many people anyway. Soon. Kirishima Tauka, brought the two Fuguchis to the midnight diner. Because there were too many people at the entrance, Tauka looked around and could only take Hinami and Ryauko out of the alley entrance, climb over the wall from the other side, and circle into the backyard. In the kitchen, the other door and window of the kitchen faced directly toward the backyard. When Hayashi saw Tauka, carrying Hinami and Fuguchi Ryauko climbing over the wall to get in, he thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. "Wait, why are you here, and climbing over from there?" Kirishima Tauka put down Hinami. Fuguchi Ryauko politely explained, "We came to help." Fuguchi Hinami raised her hand and said, "Tauka-chan saw you had too many people, so she decided we'd come help shop owner big brother." Tauka also nodded, "Yes." This, Hayashi admitted that having people come to help during these few days would indeed be great. Otherwise, having dozens of customers in the shop, with only Toru doing everything, would be too cruel. He had just been thinking about whether to temporarily hire some people, like bringing Hyemno and Power over. But he didn't expect Kirishima Tauka and her group to show up. At this point, Hayashi didn't act coy either. He nodded, "The shop really needs confirmation. Thank you all, I'll pay you extra wages." After hearing this, Tauka and Ryauko wanted to refuse, saying helping was just their way of giving back. But Hayashi said business was business. The shop would need them for 3 days. Only then did the three agree, but they only wanted normal wages. Hayashi said no problem. And meals were included too. This made them all very happy. Capítulo 90, Chapter 90, Nakiri Arena's shock, Senziman explodes his clothes. After confirming they would help, Fuguchi Hinami asked, "So shop owner big brother, what can I do?" Hayashi thought for a moment. "You sit at the bar counter, help watch the customers, call people to check out, and while helping, study math." Hinami's face stiffened. Fuguchi Ryauko covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "Thank you, shop owner." Kirishima Tauka looked at the time. "Should we open now? Do we need to change into uniforms?" "Right," Hayashi thought for a moment and extended his hand. The next moment, thin threads appeared in groups from his hand, weaving together, finally forming 4 beautifully detailed armbands. Hayashi handed 3 of them to the girls. "Just wear them on your left arm. This way it's easy for everyone to recognize you. As for clothes, you can wear whatever you like." "Wow, Tilda," Fuguchi Hinami looked at the armband. She not only loved it extremely, but was also curious about how Hayashi made it. Hinami stepped forward to take an armband, slipped her hand through it, and pulled it up to her upper arm. The armband's elasticity and smoothness felt like nothing at all. And there was barely any sensation. Wearing it on her upper arm was extremely comfortable, like premium silk. So beautiful. Fuguchi Hinami immediately fell in love with this armband. Seeing this, Kirishima Tauka and Ryauko also stepped forward to take theirs and put them on their arms. "Toru." Coming Tilda. Toru entered the kitchen. Hayashi handed her the other one. "There are many people today. Wearing armbands makes it easy to recognize us. You wear one too. These 3 are here to help for 3 days." Memo. Toru immediately put on the armband. Looking left and right, she liked it very much. "Is this a gift?" Hee Tilda. After all 4 put on their armbands, Hayashi looked at these 4 people and felt much more at ease. At least when dozens of customers came to the shop, he wouldn't have to worry about being too busy to handle it. As for him cooking, with the power of the Eternity Devil, he wasn't afraid of that. After a while, 6 p.m. arrived. The sun began to set. Dusk spread over the streets, turning the streetscape golden. The crowd outside the midnight diner saw that the time was about to arrive. Everyone's conversation topics immediately changed to when the shop owner would open, whether the shop owner would open on time, etc. The answer was of course punctual. When the time came, Hayashi nodded at Toru, who was looking at him. Toru's figure flashed. She came to the entrance, pulled open the door, and flipped over the "Now Open" wooden sign. "Now open for business. Seating inside is limited, please enter in batches." Toru began controlling entry at the door. She knew exactly how many seats were inside. Looking at Nakiri Senziman's group, Toru asked, "How many people?" 3 people, Arato Hisako replied. "Then go to the 4-person table." "Thank you." Toru confirmed the number of people, assigned seats, and let people in batch by batch. After Hayashi looked from the bar counter, he turned to Tauka and Ryauko and said, "Tauka, Ryauko, please take orders, record the slips table by table, bring them to the bar counter, then have Hinami give them to me. Toru can usually handle serving dishes, thank you for your help." Tauka and Ryauko perked up, no trouble, we'll go now. Thus, people entering the restaurant began taking their seats. Tauka and Ryauko began taking orders. Following the order, Tauka first went to Nakiri Senziman's table. "What would you like to order?" Nakiri Arena was looking at the menu. She glanced up, Dongpo pork curry rice bowl and lemon tea. Senziman looked, red wine braised beef and a bottle of sake. Arato Hisako also chose her meal. After Tauka noted everything down, she nodded. Coming right up. Then, while going to the next table, she handed the slip with the table number to Hinami at the bar counter. "Hinami, this is for table 1. "Got it." Hinami took the slip and hurriedly delivered it to Hayashi in the kitchen. "Shop owner big brother, this is the order for table 1. "All right." Hayashi took the order. He knew this was from Nakiri Arena's table. But it was all the same, he'd still cook normally. After scanning the requirements, Hayashi began cooking. The string fruit ability, the Eternity Devil's power, the Ice Tegu's ability. Hayashi used all his abilities in cooking. Every portion, every minute, every second was timed with incredible precision. At this time, outside the diner, after the first batch all went in, the crowd queued up, with dozens more people still waiting in line. Seeing the restaurant was full, Toru told everyone, "It's full inside. Please wait until the current customers finish dining before other customers can enter." The customers all expressed understanding and disappointment. A few people left, but most were still willing to wait in line. "Just wait. I must eat this meal." Inside the restaurant, Nakiri Arena was examining the restaurant's decorations and interior design. Around her, people waiting for their food. Many were taking photos of the giant dragon ice sculptures in the center of the restaurant. Because the ice sculptures were so exquisitely detailed, they looked like artworks rather than industrial products. Arena also took out her phone to take some photos. Then she looked around, observing the decor. Strictly speaking, the restaurant's interior design definitely couldn't be called luxurious or noble, couldn't compare to those Prince restaurants or world-class top restaurants. But it had an atmosphere that was unique in this world. No other restaurant had it. The materials, style, design, and materials used in this decor were all distinctive, making the final product one of a kind. That is unique. Others would find it hard to copy even if they wanted to. Looking at these ice sculptures again, Arena was certain these ice sculptures were definitely hand-carved by the chef to showcase their knife skills. When knife skills reach the ultimate level, ice sculpting naturally becomes effortless. So from the perspective of knife skills, Arena already approved. At this time, Senziman spoke up. "What do you think of this decor compared to those Tatsuki system restaurants?" Nakiri Arena immediately shook her head. "They're completely different. Tatsuki system restaurants are all decorated according to grade and price, aiming for luxury. But this restaurant shows more style and care. Or you could say it's about taste." "Unique." Senziman nodded. He agreed with this view. The two sides had almost no comparability, the style gap was too large. Senziman looked around. His gaze was naturally also attracted by the ice sculptures. Two such large dragons. And the cats and dogs at their feet. Ice sculptures with such detail definitely weren't industrial products, but hand-carved. If handwork could reach this level, then knife skills must also be excellent. Showing strength without leaving traces, Senziman murmured. In their eyes, strength was displayed so casually. And in all aspects, not necessarily just in culinary skills. At this time, a call came from the kitchen. All three looked toward Toru entering the kitchen. Senziman looked down at the time. 10 minutes. In less than 10 minutes, Hayashi had already finished all the dishes for table 1. Toru. Coming tilde. When Toru came to the kitchen, Hayashi had already plated the dishes and stuck the labels on them. Look at the labels, table 1. Got it, Toru looked and carried several dishes at once to serve them. Coming to the restaurant. With a clatter, Toru placed the 3 dishes and drinks on the table. All dishes are served, please enjoy. Then she left. At the dining table, Senziman looked at the dishes, then at the time. 10 minutes. What the hell could be cooked in 10 minutes? A glance showed. 3 dishes at that. Did you serve me pre-made food? For a moment, Senziman and Irina looked at each other, both showing helplessness and embarrassment on their faces. Like a work that had high expectations placed on it, but then... Wait! Before the thought in his mind was finished, the aroma of the cuisine had already wafted to his nose. Senziman took a light sniff. This aroma. No mistake, it was definitely fresh cuisine. This taste definitely wasn't any pre-made food or frozen meat, it was all fresh. How could this be? It's only been 10 minutes. Irina also smelled it. Her eyes were also puzzled. This aroma is indeed fresh, authentic flavor. The two looked at each other. Arato Hisako was already swallowing her saliva. Well, let's try it first. Senziman still decided to taste it first. Everyone divided up the dishes, utensils in hand. Then almost simultaneously, each person picked up a piece and put it in their mouth. Nakiri Senziman. Nakiri Irina. Arato Hisako. The 3 pairs of widened eyes reflected their inner shock. Senziman was still in shock, but his mouth had already begun chewing on its own. This was instinct. This rich, mellow texture and complex layered flavors were intoxicating. The beef was stewed to perfection, retaining the meat's natural texture while providing a melt-in-your-mouth experience. With a light sniff, the fragrance of red wine and spices hit him. When they mixed together, chewing produced saliva, and he simply couldn't stop. Rip tilde. Suddenly, with a ripping sound, the clothes on Senziman's body burst open, revealing his muscular physique that remained strong despite his age. Arato Hisako couldn't care about the deliciousness in her mouth and widened her eyes in shock. Senziman-sama's clothes exploded. And it was just the first bite. This was too exaggerated. This cuisine was indeed delicious. Arato Hisako was only shocked for a moment, then hurriedly continued eating. She couldn't help it. This was too delicious. Hearing the commotion, customers around them all stared in shock. Is this for real? Is it that delicious? Amid everyone's surprised voices, the diners quickly discovered it wasn't an act. Everyone was like this. Then, from Hayashi's side, the 2nd table, 3rd table, 4th table dishes were served one after another, as diners at each table began eating. Suddenly, the restaurant filled with continuous exclamations and eating sounds. Wow, super delicious, this is too good. This rice and curry is the best. Too delicious, om nom nom, it's truly divine cuisine, om nom nom. How can this meat be so delicious? What have I been eating before? Seeing others eat like this. Other customers made continuous swallowing sounds. So envious, really envious. The way they were devouring their food looked so delicious. Was it really that good? Amid everyone's exclamations. At the first table, Nakiri Irina was already somewhat dazed. When her dongpo pork curry rice bowl entered her mouth, that rich deliciousness exploded in her mouth. Her tongue was like a bullied girl, being thoroughly dominated by the rice bowl. Due to the overly rich layers, her tongue was processing too much information, with too many images appearing in her mind. So she short-circuited a bit. When she came to her senses, only then did she marvel at the deliciousness of this dish. Unbelievable. The freshness of ingredients, processing methods, cooking time, all incredibly precise. In Irina's mind, Hayashi held various strange cooking utensils, working on her from top to bottom, binding with strange sharp thin threads, loosening with vibrating cooking tools, handling with powerful hands. For a moment, Nakiri Irina clenched her legs together, curled up, blushing as she chewed and swallowed the food in her mouth. She also saw her grandfather, who had burst his clothes. At this moment, her grandfather was eating ravenously without regard for his image, stuffing pieces of beef into his mouth. After eating almost everything, another gulp of sake, finally letting out a satisfied sound. Erina had only seen her grandfather like this in very rare situations. And usually, he recovered immediately. When had she ever seen him eating so ravenously without regard for image? No good, I can't hold back. Nakiri Erina found she had only restrained herself for a moment, then immediately became irresistibly hungry. She immediately began eating ravenously too. I'll eat. Dongpo pork curry rice bowl. Nakiri Erina ate continuously. Nakiri Senziman and Arado Hisako beside her were the same. The food was served in less than 10 minutes. They also ate for less than 10 minutes. And finished all the cuisine in front of them. Nakiri Senziman even licked the plates clean, not letting a drop of sauce go to waste. The sake was drunk to the last drop. Erina and Hisako were the same. In front of her, the cuisine was eaten completely clean, only leaving a little bit of sauce that couldn't be picked up. If someone came up to her now and asked what dish this was, probably no one could answer. It was eaten too cleanly. No identifying features left. Few tilde. After finishing the cuisine, Senziman breathed out a long breath and picked up another piece of clothing to put on. He opened his eyes and looked at Erina. Actually, both found it quite unbelievable. Such a small shop was actually hidden in such a place, deep in an alley. If it hadn't been discovered by a popular book, they might never have found it. That would be such a pity. Hisako. Yes. Go settle the bill and ask for the shop owner's contact information. Yes. Hisako went to pay the bill. Fuguchi Hinami saw someone checking out and hurriedly called Kirishima Tauka over. Tauka handled the payment while Hinami helped with calculations. Kana watched from the side, occasionally helping Toru make lemon tea and fetch things, her little legs running back and forth. But paying the bill was fine. After Tauka heard they wanted Hayashi's contact information. She hesitated, she needed to know if Hayashi was willing. But Hisako immediately explained. We have a Tatsuki cuisine supervisor here who found it extremely delicious and would like to meet him. Please. The supervisor she mentioned was Nakiri Erina. After hearing this, Kirishima Tauka was willing to ask Hayashi. In the kitchen, the first batch of customers in the restaurant were almost finished with their meals. Kirishima Tauka came in and explained what had just happened. They want contact information, who's asking? Tauka replied, they said it's a supervisor from Tatsuki Culinary Academy. That would be Nakiri Erina. No, it could also be Nakiri Senziman. But he knew both of them. Hayashi thought for a moment and pointed to the bar counter. There are my business cards in the drawer, give them one. All right, Kirishima Tauka nodded and went back to find the business cards. She found the business cards in the drawer Hayashi mentioned. Only then did Kirishima Tauka discover that these business cards were actually carved from small wooden boards, made from hardwood material with the natural fragrance of raw wood. So fragrant, so refreshing. Capitulo 91, Chapter 91, 5 million yen income, 100% good review rate. Here, this is our shop owner's business card. Tauka handed the business card to Hisako. Hisako received it with both hands, paid the bill and left. Returning to the table, she handed the business card to Senziman. Senziman didn't add the contact immediately. Instead, he looked at the anxiously waiting crowd outside and said, let's go back first and let other customers taste this deliciousness. We'll contact him when we have time. So the three got up and left first. As the first table to leave. As soon as they came out, customers immediately asked, hey, that grandfather, how was the taste? Senziman didn't have his usual serious demeanor from Tatsuki. Instead, he warmly gave a thumbs up with immense praise. Seiko no Ryari, the most delicious cuisine. After saying that, he left. Immediately, his table was cleared. Then Toru came to the entrance again, letting another table from the crowd enter. Just like that, people inside finished eating table by table, paid their bills and left. People outside entered table by table and began ordering. Among those entering, there were expectant ones, nervous ones, those just checking it out, all kinds. But those coming out were almost all the same. Excited, cheering with blissful expressions. almost everyone praised the cuisine extremely. Words like seiko, invincible, super, all such adjectives were used, making the people queuing outside more anxious than each other, wishing they could go in and eat immediately. On the street outside the alley, the three Nekiri family members returned to their car and breathed a long sigh, especially Erina and Senziman. As soon as the two leaned back on their seats, they simultaneously began squinting their eyes, reminiscing about the deliciousness just now. With the lingering taste on their lips and teeth, the deliciousness seemed to still be on their tongues. The texture seemed to still fill their mouths, making them unconsciously purse their lips. But once their mouths were empty, once people sobered up, what they felt was emptiness, regret. Erina rubbed her stuffed little belly with her hand, her face flushed. Why would there be such a top-level chef among ordinary people, with no prior news about him? Senziman squinted his eyes and sighed. There are many top-level chefs among ordinary people, but someone this top-level, he's the only one. I know many top-level chefs, including those who haven't studied at Tatsuki. But in my memory, none have the culinary skills of the shop owner. Moreover, he only used this much time for these dishes, showing this is just his average level, or rather daily level. Erina nodded in agreement. As someone who had been intensively trained with the god tongue since childhood, the cuisine she had tasted was truly countless. But those who could reach shop owner Hayashi's level, no, you couldn't compare by level. Erina tried to describe it. She took out her phone and began organizing her evaluation of this extraordinary deliciousness. It's like a deliciousness that strikes directly at the soul. It triggers people's instinct for food. Once it enters your mouth, your lips and teeth automatically begin chewing. You cannot refuse, nor do you want to refuse, you just keep swallowing. At the same time, your soul feels pleasure and your body reacts. This is an incredible sensation, as if both body and mind have been baptized. Erina murmured while recording on her phone. Listening to this description, Arato Hisako's face turned red. Although these descriptions were factual, taken alone they were too ambiguous. After hearing this, Senziman smiled. Written quite realistically, Erina, do you want to eat again tomorrow? I want to, Erina suddenly looked up and answered. But then realized she was being a bit too eager. So she blushed slightly and explained. I want to taste more of that shop owner's techniques. His works are too incredible. Why would there be such magical culinary skills? Ordinary good chefs at most make your mouth and tongue happy. A very few top-level chefs make you feel pleased and satisfied. But today's chef struck directly at the soul with exhilaration. After eating, your whole person was radiant. After listening, Senziman nodded and turned to Hisako. Then let's stop here for today. Let's go back and come again tomorrow. Yes, Hisako nodded and started the car to leave. The black car slowly departed. But the crowd still gathered toward the alley. More and more people queued at the midnight diner entrance. Outside Anteku coffee shop, Irami Kaya and Koma Enji stood at the entrance, looking into the alley. This is a huge explosion in popularity, Irami Kaya marveled. Koma Enji smiled. Tauka and the Fuguches probably don't even have time for a sip of water. Irami Kaya glanced at him. Why don't you say the shop owner's spatula is smoking from all the cooking? While the two were marveling, Yomo returned from outside. Seeing this commotion at the alley entrance, he fell silent. Irami Kaya and Koma Enji explained the situation to Yomo. After listening, Yomo became even more silent. He looked at the two and said something that made everyone silent. With the shop owner so busy, won't our food be even more troublesome for him? Now that was a problem. The three fell silent. It shouldn't stay explosively popular for a long period, right? Even the SS rank ghoul Koma Enji was nervous enough to stutter. Irami Kaya was also breaking out in cold sweat. Maybe during this period, we should only trouble the shop owner to make sushi or anything at all, as long as it's swallowable. To be able to eat a proper meal. As long as it was swallowable. They could accept anything. They had survived that kind of life before. Now as long as they could swallow it, as long as they didn't have to eat what they used to. Yomo crossed his arms and thought. Finally he sighed, we'll know when Tauka comes back, let's go back first. Right. Emma. On the neighboring street, Rizet found time to come out and look at the alley. After discovering so many people, a wave of uncomfortable feelings immediately welled up in her heart. My dinners. Yes, compared to intelligence gathering. She was now more regretful about missing her dinner and building a good relationship with shop owner Hayashi. But with so many people, even just wanting to see him would require queuing for a very long time. So this period was definitely impossible. At this time, at the midnight diner, since the diner's waitstaff were either ghouls or dragons, so facing the busy crowd, they had no pressure at all. Instead, they handled everything with ease and coordination. Taking orders, cleaning, serving food. 3 main categories, each person responsible for one. When free, they'd help another. The coordination between experts. It was simply too synchronized. Handling so many customers, yet not a single one became unhappy. Of course, this was also due to Hayashi's fast food preparation, and the food being so delicious that people eating were too busy to talk. In the kitchen, Hayashi cooked easily and relaxedly. Good thing I have the Eternity Devil's ability. This ability is too useful for cooking. He never would have thought the Eternity Devil's ability would be so useful in this aspect. If it were before, with so many customers, I'd probably be busy to the point of flying around. Even with the string fruit to control things, I'd be spinning in circles. But now with the Eternity Devil's ability, even if the kitchen is at full capacity, for me it's simple and easy. Hayashi operated 2 pots by himself. The remaining pots were all controlled by the string fruit, tied to various positions on the pots, making movements and operations similar to a person. He just needed to continuously add prepared side dishes and ingredients to the pots. During this period, Toru, Kirishima Taoka, Fuguchi Ryauko, and Hinami all came to the kitchen to check. They were all shocked by Hayashi's operations. They all watched for a while before hurriedly leaving. In their eyes, Hayashi was like a conductor at a concert. Under the dance of his fingers, all cooking utensils danced gracefully like dancers. Clearly intense and bustling. Yet it looked full of elegance and coordination. So skilled. Just like that, the midnight diner was bustling with activity. Customers entered in batches, then came out in batches, then another batch went in. During this time, people sent messages to Hayashi's phone. He had no time to look, because customers kept coming continuously. After Makima learned about this, she didn't come looking for Hayashi today either, but sent a message. The midnight diner was busy from afternoon to evening. At this time, there were still many customers queuing outside. Then busy from evening to midnight. By this time, it was reduced by half. Busy until after 12 o'clock. Only then did the customers outside decrease significantly. Finally, the end was in sight. Few ... Hayashi breathed a sigh of relief and finally had his hands free. He went to the bar counter to take out his phone and look. Utaha must be incredibly busy, Hayashi-kun. After our mutual help, remember to treat me to exclusive delicacies. Bye-bye, you don't need to reply when you see this, hurry and rest. I've been with Utaha these past few days. That feeling you mentioned, I can control it a bit more recently. When your shop calms down, we'll come find you again. They each sent a photo. In the photos were their group shots. One on the subway. One by the river. Of course, what Hayashi paid more attention to was, they're all so free, and I still have to work hard for 2 more days. Compared to his workload today, Mai and Utaha were too free, almost like they were on vacation. Shiyu's most tiring moment was just getting a sore hand from signing autographs, nothing else. Sai, let me check other messages. Makima, I heard you were very busy today, wishing you prosperity. If you need me, call me. If you're tired, come to my house. I can offer a lap pillow. Hayashi. Honestly, Makima's legs would indeed make for a good lap pillow. Hayashi was indeed tempted. But running over there in the middle of the night was still out of the question. He'd indulge when things calmed down. The messages below weren't important. Hayashi looked through them, put down his phone, and continued cooking. Until 1 a.m. Hayashi looked at the time and instructed Toru. Toru, go out and cut off the flow of people. Starting from the last person, no more queuing, we're closing. Toru nodded, all right. After going out, Toru looked at the people, went back and used magic to create a double-sided wooden sign, then placed it behind the last person and returned. Since it was double-sided, the queuing customers also turned to look. It read, "Closing soon, no more queuing," meaning new arrivals shouldn't queue and should go home. Seeing this wooden sign, people queuing behind immediately breathed a sigh of relief, having finally queued until now. If Toru had cut people off from the middle, that would probably result in many people complaining with bad reviews. This kind of shop practice was stupid. So the correct method was like Hayashi's. Count the people, calculate the time, cut off the position, and no more queuing. Don't be greedy for that last bit of money and cause many people to be in bad moods. Getting complained about like that would be deserved. Just like that. Until 2 a.m. Very delicious. Thank you for the hospitality. I'll come again. Goodbye. When the last customer very politely thanked everyone and left. In the restaurant, everyone gathered together, high-fiving each other. Perfect day. Hayashi put his hands on his hips, looking at everyone's slightly tired faces, and waved his hand grandly. I'll make dinner, a luxurious feast, eat whatever you want plus alcohol. After eating, go get a good night's sleep. When Kirishima Tauka and everyone heard this, they immediately perked up and cheered, "Yeah. You guys clean up first and rest a bit, I'll go make dinner." Hayashi turned and entered the kitchen. Toru and everyone hurriedly finished cleaning up the last of the kitchen waste. In the kitchen, Hayashi first checked the system. Today's customer flow, 4,369 people. Today's average spending per person, 11,294 yen. Today's good review rate, 100%. Hayashi calculated. Today's income was nearly 5 million yen, equivalent to over 200,000 yuan. The restaurant was busy from morning to night. This income was quite reasonable. The main thing was that the dishes weren't expensive, to the point of costing hundreds of thousands or even millions of yen per serving. But this wasn't little either. But none of that matters. The most important thing is the 100% good review rate. The mission requirement was for the good review rate to reach rave reviews. That is, over 90%. With his 4,000 plus people, he achieved 100% directly. This showed that no one was dissatisfied with his cuisine. Even with the restaurant service and all aspects, everyone was extremely satisfied. That's enough. Hayashi's efforts weren't wasted. But that made sense too. Food that could captivate ghouls, devils, and dragons, how could it not win over ordinary humans? Easy to handle. Tilde. Hayashi hummed a tune and began making the feast. Beef, seafood, barbecue, he brought out everything. After finishing cooking, he served it up. Kirishima Tauka was stunned seeing the Manchu Han Imperial feast. Hayashi-kun, isn't this a bit too extravagant? Fuguchi Ryauko and Fuguchi Hinami both nodded in agreement. Extravagant? Where's the extravagance? Hayashi shook his head, unconcerned. Work deserves reward. This is what everyone earned. Hurry and eat. Hayashi directly picked up his chopsticks. He was really hungry. After Toru and Kana saw Hayashi take his first bite. Thank you for the meal. They also started eating directly. Seeing this, the Anteku group also thanked him and hurriedly began eating. With one bite of beef, the Anteku girls all blissfully squinted their eyes, feeling everything was worth it. What was this little bit of busyness? As long as they had this bite to eat. Not bleeding was already profit. No, even bleeding was profit. Only crying tears would make them regret explosively. While eating, Hayashi suddenly remembered. Oh right, where's Rise? Toru raised her hand holding a chicken leg. Miss Rise went back to move in the afternoon. She said she wouldn't stay at the shop tonight. Okay. Hayashi nodded and continued eating. In no time, everyone had cleared most of the delicious food on the table. But Hayashi had made way too much. Several dishes couldn't be finished. Kana and Hinami were lying sideways on the sofa, holding their little bellies and couldn't get up. Hayashi thought for a moment and looked at Tauka. If you don't mind the leftover dishes, take them back to share with the people at Anteku. Tauka's eyes widened. She immediately shook her head and waved her hands. Don't mind, don't mind. Why would we mind such a feast? She immediately went to find containers to pack it up. Such delicious food. Never mind a few bites taken. Even leftovers would still be explosively delicious. So delicious that even if thrown in the trash, wild ghouls would dig through garbage cans to eat it. Soon, Kirishima Tauka and the others packed up the leftover dishes and waved at the entrance. Then we'll head back. See you tomorrow, shop owner. See you tomorrow, Hayashi waved. When the time came, Hayashi closed the door and immediately breathed a sigh of relief from exhaustion. Seeing this, Toru patted his back. How about I give Hayashi-san a massage? Yes, please. Capítulo 92. Chapter 92. The sunflowers moved by themselves. Nakiri Erina comes again. After closing the door, Kana was already too sleepy and went upstairs to sleep. Hayashi was pushed into the bedroom by Kana. Then his shirt flew off, and he flopped onto the big bed with a thud tilde sound. Toru asked, Hayashi-san, where should I mainly massage? Shoulders and back. Hayashi's face was buried in the blanket, his voice muffled. Okay, tilde. Toru sat on Hayashi's back and reached out to massage his shoulders first. Her two hands were positioned on his trapezius muscles, lifting slightly, then pressing down and kneading to provide relief. Hiss tilde tilde tilde. Hayashi immediately made a snake sound. Does it hurt? Toru immediately stopped. Should I be gentler? Actually, Toru could feel the correct amount of pressure through magic and touch. She had also seriously studied bone setting and massage. Ever since Hayashi mentioned it that day, she had studied earnestly. No need, it's just right. Hayashi was actually very pleased. A little pain is better to feel the effect. Please continue. All right, Toru continued massaging. She sat on Hayashi's back, massaging the trapezius muscles. Hiss tilde tilde tilde. Massaging the latissimus dorsi. Hiss tilde tilde tilde. Massaging the waist. This one didn't make him hiss, it really didn't hurt. Hayashi lay on the bed, feeling incredibly relaxed. Toru, you've improved so much. Where did you learn all this? Toru answered, just bone setting and massage. From books. That's right. Really amazing. Hee tilde, not really tilde. After letting Toru massage for a while, Hayashi felt his whole body was relaxed and full of vitality. Just when he was about to say it was enough, suddenly he felt a heavy, overwhelming pressure on his back. Hiss tilde tilde tilde. Hayashi hissed. Just as he was about to say something, Toru's dreamy voice whispered in his ear. Now it's massage time tilde. Hayashi was about to say something, but couldn't focus on it anymore. Because at this moment, his scalp was literally tingling. This sensation was the best. On the other side, in Anteku coffee shop, after Kirishima Tauka, Fuguchi Ryauko, and Hinami returned to Anteku carrying large and small packed meal boxes. The three were like successful hunting lionesses, bringing back their prey. Under the intense gazes of Koma Enji, Irami Kaya, and Yomo, Kirishima Tauka placed a large bag of meal boxes on the table. Gulp tilde. Everyone swallowed audibly, literally making sounds. To Tauka, Koma Enji stared intensely at the boxes. These can't all be the shop owner's cuisine, right? Irami Kaya licked her lips. This must have cost a lot of money, right? We should pay for it. Regarding the money issue, Kirishima Tauka shook her head. Koma Enji and the other were puzzled. What did that mean? Was it free, or did Tauka treat them? At this time, Fuguchi Hinami put her hands on her hips and answered proudly. This is our employee dinner. Shop owner Big Brother made a huge pile of delicious food. We couldn't finish it, so we packed up all the leftovers and brought them back. Gulp tilde. Sure enough, not a single person present minded. After hearing this, everyone swallowed audibly. A feast. Koma Enji immediately stared at these meal boxes. Irami Kaya had already walked over, ready to open them. Under everyone's gaze, Kirishima Tauka opened the meal boxes one by one. Half a braised fish, crispy pork belly, stir-fried beef tenderloin, fish soup, blanched vegetables. The meal boxes opened one by one. Everyone licked their lips again and again. Seeing this, Fuguchi Hinami said again, "We're all full, you guys eat. Shop owner Big Brother said we get meals included, we usually eat at the restaurant. Upon hearing this, Koma Enji and Irami Kaya almost had tears of envy flowing from the corners of their mouths. Irami Kaya looked at Tauka. Tauka-chan, are you tired? How about I go tomorrow instead? Koma Enji also nodded. Right, Tauka, Anteku is fine with you guys, we should go help the shop owner too. Faced with their scheming attempts, Tauka smiled somewhat smugly, then directly refused. No way. Koma Enji regretted deeply, then let's eat first. Let's eat first. Everyone hurriedly began eating. Koma Enji, Iramikaya, and Yomo all treated the packed food in the meal boxes like precious delicacies. Each one ate with great relish. They couldn't even spare time to talk. After eating almost everything, only then did Irami Kaya ask, by the way, Tauka, did manager Hayashi say how many days you'd be helping temporarily? Koma Enji also nodded, voicing his inner concern. That is, if the shop owner was too busy, they shouldn't trouble him too much either. Maybe they'd need someone to queue every day. But regarding this question, Kirishima Tauka herself wasn't too clear either. She shook her head. Hayashi-kun said he only needs us to help for 3 days. Irami Kaya was puzzled. What about after 3 days? Tauka shook her head. I don't know either. Everyone was very puzzled. But they could only understand it as Hayashi having his own thoughts and plans. They could only wait and see. If worst came to worst, they'd just have to send someone to queue every day. No matter what, as long as they could eat, it was fine. Noon. Hayashi woke up. He stretched lazily in bed, twisting around for a while before picking up his phone to check. On his phone, Utaha had sent several screenshots. The screenshot content was from forums, social media, and platforms. Basically, all reviews of the Midnight Diner from her fans. Scanning through them, they couldn't just be called good reviews anymore. They were all super positive reviews. Words like Seiko, the best, super, and such descriptors. The posts contained a large number of uploaded photos, all from different angles. The yard, Pachita, sunflowers, the Midnight Diner overall, direction identification, restaurant decor. Of course, appearing most frequently were the ice sculptures in the center of the restaurant. They had been photographed from every angle, countless times. All positive reviews. So yesterday's good review rate reached 100%. Utaha, really amazing, Hayashi-kun. I couldn't find a single bad review. The fans' evaluation of you and the restaurant is very high. It's truly astonishing. I heard even Tatsuki was stirred up. You and the restaurant. Tilde. He was very satisfied hearing that phrase. Of course, there were no bad reviews to be found. As for Tatsuki, their boss had already come that day. Hayashi, with my culinary skills and charm, getting unanimous good reviews is natural, hahaha. It's just a bit too tiring. Shiyu, then rest well, Hayashi-kun. It looks like you're busy from morning to night. You'll probably be busy for a long time. Hayashi, nuo. Honestly, making money was making money. But the current lifestyle wasn't what Hayashi wanted. This had already gone against his original dreams and intentions. That's why he worked so hard for that customer group adjustment function. With that, he could manually adjust things. Return to his previous life, while still earning quite a bit of money. After chatting, he closed his phone, got up dressed and washed up. He hadn't showered last night, so Hayashi took a shower this morning, then with his hair still wet, rubbing it with a towel while walking toward the second-floor balcony. He looked outside, good grief, there were still people out there. Hayashi immediately retreated. He couldn't sunbathe on the balcony, so he went to the backyard to sunbathe. Going downstairs. Woof tilde. Pachita suddenly ran over and barked at Hayashi. Pachita meant the sunflowers moved by themselves. Moved, Hayashi was startled. Where to? Woof tilde, the backyard. To the backyard. Hayashi widened his eyes, feeling somewhat incredulous. He hurriedly walked toward the backyard. Opening the door, a breeze blew, and the 3 sunflowers swayed in the wind, as if greeting him. Seeing Hayashi come out, he could visibly see the sunflowers' green leaves sway, just like a person extending their hand to wave hello. How did you get here? Hayashi exclaimed. He scanned the grass. He found a very obvious crack in the soil. The 3 sunflowers also extended their green leaves together, pointing at the traces on the ground. You moved yourselves over. Hayashi found it too interesting. Did the root system move itself, or did you use magic power to move the soil? This question was a bit complex. The sunflowers couldn't express it just by swaying. Hayashi moved a bit closer. The sunflowers used magic power to transmit their emotions and thoughts to Hayashi. When he got within about 2 meters, he felt it. Both methods, you queued up to come over. Hayashi looked at the trail. It was indeed one line. That is, they formed a single file, with the first one breaking through the soil and the rest following. Really interesting. Haha Tilda. Hayashi laughed and brought over a chair, drying his hair while chatting. You were doing fine, why did you come over to the backyard? Hearing the question, the 3 monster sunflowers answered one by one. The original flavor one said, too many people don't like. Me, this one's aloof. The salty one said, too noisy. Me, this one's similar. The caramel one said, they all moved so I moved too. Me, this one's a follower. All quite interesting. Hayashi nodded, saying, as long as you're happy, it doesn't matter either way. If you don't like the front yard, coming to the backyard is fine too, as long as you can grow big. All 3 sunflowers expressed gratitude. Hayashi watered them and patted them. Looking at the buds on the sunflowers, Hayashi suddenly realized, you're starting to produce seeds. The 3 sunflowers nodded. How many more days? The sunflowers raised their green leaves once. 1 day, so fast. That meant by this time tomorrow, he'd have his own grown sunflower seeds to eat. And in 3 different flavors. Good, good, good. Hayashi encouraged them. Keep it up. The sunflowers swayed, showing happiness. Next, Hayashi began making breakfast. Toru cleaned the 2nd floor, washing and hanging out clothes and bedding. Kana came downstairs, took the watering can, filled it with water, infused it with magic power, and watered the sunflowers. When it was time for breakfast, that is, when eating golden fried rice, Toru looked outside the door and asked, are we going shopping today? Hayashi glanced outside and immediately shook his head. Let's forget it. Going out would get us chased and surrounded. Let's wait until after a couple days when there are fewer people. Toru and Kana nodded. Shopping for the midnight diner was actually more like going out daily to buy things, browse around, and restock. It wasn't serious procurement. Optional depending on mood. Anyway, it wasn't urgent now. After eating and washing the dishes. Afternoon. Hayashi, Toru, and Kana all rested and entertained themselves in the shop, watching TV together. Hayashi read books for a while, then watched TV with them. Kana's Detective Conan would take a long time to finish. Not to mention there were also Crayon Shin-chan, SpongeBob, Naruto, One Piece, and other anime. This continued until 5 p.m. The 3 from Anteiku Tauka and the others arrived. Hayashi looked at them and asked, have you eaten? All 3 shook their heads. Then have a meal before working. The 3. For ghouls, 1 meal could last 1 to 2 weeks. Of course, that was the worst-case scenario. Now having 1 meal a day was already extremely satisfying. But now they could eat twice. Twice. Hayashi entered the kitchen. He made 5 dishes and a soup. This time he didn't make extra. Several people ate all 5 dishes and soup completely clean. Even drank the soup dry. Hayashi looked at the time. There's still more than half an hour. Rest a bit, digest, then we'll open. For the remaining hour. Everyone rested and prepared to work. Hayashi went to check the entrance. He discovered that in first place were still Nakiri Senziman and Nakiri Arena. Seeing Hayashi come out to look, Senziman even raised his hand slightly as a greeting. Nakiri Arena was quite aloof. She didn't really want to greet him. But when Hayashi looked over, she didn't know why herself, but recalling her inner feelings when eating the cuisine yesterday, her face turned slightly red, and she nodded, also greeting him. If this were at Tatsuki, she would completely ignore people when looking at them. If others nodded, she'd just walk away. Even acquaintances were treated this way, let alone someone she'd only met for 1 day. But this time, the delicious food the other party made was different. It was really too intoxicating. It hadn't even reached the emotions yet, but had already entered the body. Nearly an hour later, Hayashi returned to the kitchen. Toru came to the entrance and, under everyone's gaze, opened the door. Now open for business, please queue properly. Hearing the door open, Nakiri Senziman and Irina actually both showed impatient movements. They hurriedly entered as the first customers. Tauka still served them. What would you like to eat today? Senziman and Irina had already memorized the menu. This time, both answered decisively. Smoked barbecue plus smoked curry rice bowl and sake. Grilled sari and sea bream soup and a drink. Senziman wanted barbecue. Irina wanted 2 fish dishes. After Kirishima Tauka noted it down, she sent it to the bar counter. Fuguchi Hinami took the slip and delivered it to Hayashi in the kitchen. Hayashi glanced at it and began cooking. Looking at this menu, he knew at a glance that they wanted to eat some high-difficulty plus time-consuming cuisine. This was normal, who didn't want to eat good food. This kind of cuisine wasn't bad either. There was only one issue: expensive, very expensive. But being expensive wasn't the cuisine's fault. When people ordered expensive dishes, Hayashi was happy about it. Smoked barbecue was very time-consuming, as was the sea bream soup. But time brought ultimate deliciousness and texture. Hayashi set up the grill and began smoking. At the same time, he started making soup and preparing fish. These 2 were time-consuming, the others were fine. But for Hayashi, with the power of the Eternity Devil, it was simply easy. Speed up for me. Acceleration plus precise control. Still, after more than 10 minutes, all 4 dishes were done. Toru served the dishes. Coming Tilda. Toru carried 4 dishes plus bottles in one go to serve them. When the food was set down, Senziman and Irina could only be shocked. How long had it been, and it was done again? You must be a god, Kami. The timing seemed ridiculous. But the finished product wasn't lacking at all, it even exceeded expectations. Senziman picked up his fork and knife with somewhat trembling hands, cut off a corner of the smoked barbecue, then pressed down on it with his fork. After seeing the collagen juices from slow cooking seep out from the layered muscle textures, Nakiri Senziman was completely stunned. How is this possible? On the other side, Nakiri Irina was equally shocked. Capitulo 93, Chapter 93, The Unconfident Nakiri Irina, Kana's Anxieties. Nakiri Irina looked at the grilled sari and thick soup before her, feeling completely unconfident about herself. Was this really cuisine that could be made in such a short time? Even if it could be made, wasn't this quality too heaven-defying? Nakiri Irina picked up her chopsticks, silently saying, "Thank you" for the meal in her heart. Then immediately started eating. She first picked up a small piece of sari meat and put it in her mouth, making contact with the taste buds on her tongue for the first time. In an instant, Irina felt a tingling sensation appear throughout her body. From inside out, as if floating on the ocean. This was grilled sari. Grill it slightly too much, and it would be dry. Grill it slightly too little, and the fishy smell would mix with the grilled flavor, becoming neither here nor there. But this fish actually maintained the fish meat's tenderness, while keeping the heat at the extreme limit when taken out. The chef even calculated in the residual heat from outside to inside after removing it. Residual heat could also slow cook it. This was too extreme. Really, can't hold back. Irina pressed her legs together, savoring the deliciousness in her mouth. After swallowing the grilled sari, she looked at the sea bream soup. Sea bream was nutritionally rich, full of various elements, while also delaying skin aging, reducing wrinkles, age spots, and other aging problems, and could improve human metabolism. Its appearance was completely red and very gorgeous, crowning it among sea fish. The meat was tender and delicious, and making soup was one of the best cooking methods. Nakiri Irina picked up her spoon. She stirred it in the soup, then scooped up a spoonful. Then seriously, slowly put it in her mouth. In an instant, the moment the soup entered her mouth, it rolled from tongue tip to the entire mouth. Much richer umami than the sari instantly filled the inside of her mouth. The speed at which soup's deliciousness transmitted was extremely fast. Just one small sip, Irina felt her mouth was completely filled. Her legs clenched together. Her other hand on her thigh tightly gripped. Her whole body tensed up. until she swallowed the thick soup in her mouth. Only then did she suddenly relax her body. Like deflating. Then hurriedly panting. Her chest continuously rising and falling. At this moment, only one thought was in her mind. Only this kind of cuisine is worthy of my god tongue. Other cuisine is just trash, just fodder. Only this kind of cuisine is worthy of violating my god tongue. Soon, Nekiri Irina couldn't spare time for more thoughts. She hurriedly began eating. Finish the delicious food first. She simply couldn't hold back. On the other side, Nekiri Senziman was also in deep shock. After seeing the juices of the smoked barbecue, he felt completely overwhelmed. Smoked barbecue required a lot of time. If the meat was thick enough, it might need more than 10 hours of slow fire to grill. The benefit of this was that the meat would be tender, cooked, and juicy. When the whole piece of meat was removed, all the collagen would be grilled into juices, mixed within the meat's layers. This kind of meat would also be very soft. With a hand grab, the meat inside would scatter into small tufts. Not even chunks, just small tufts. When eaten, it hardly required chewing. It was the kind where your upper and lower jaw just pressed together. And the meat would melt in your mouth. It could be said to be explosively delicious, with the whole mouth full of meat aroma, not dry, not greasy, and could be swallowed in one bite. This method was just time-consuming and labor-intensive. But the piece in front of him was even better than what was described above. Senziman gently touched it with his fork, and the meat's wobbling with juices, plus the permeating meat aroma, made him immediately swallow. Never mind using a fork. He hurriedly took out pre-prepared rubber gloves from his pocket, specifically for eating this kind of barbecue. Putting on the gloves, he shredded the meat, making the cooked meat as soft as meat floss. Then he grabbed a small handful and put it in his mouth. Rip Tilda. The moment the barbecue entered his mouth, even with mental preparation, Senziman's clothes still burst open. He kept chewing. Couldn't stop. Simply couldn't stop. Now he didn't even have the mind to critique. His whole brain was just, I'm fucking eating, eating, eating. I'm fucking eating like crazy. Finish eating first. Couldn't care about any evaluation. Senziman, wearing gloves, was the same as Irina now. Both lowered their heads, gesticulating wildly. Finish eating first. During this time, Kirishima Tauka and Fuguchi Ryauko repeatedly took orders and delivered them to Hayashi. After Hayashi read them and finished cooking, he would call Toru to serve dishes again and again. The restaurant continuously echoed with exclamations, praise, and the sound of ravenous eating without regard for image. After a while, Senziman and Irina had finished eating. Both collapsed back in their chairs, waiting to come back to their senses. On the dining table, all the plates were once again spotlessly clean. Senziman's meal was fine, finishing it wasn't too stressful. But Irina was incredible. She had drunk all of the soup. Although the ceramic pot wasn't the very large kind, only about half the size of a grapefruit, there were quite a few milliliters. After Irina finished drinking, she completely collapsed back in her chair. Her delicate hand touched her visibly swollen little belly. Even her breathing had to be slow and careful. Senziman came to his senses. Seeing Irina had eaten so much, he also smiled. Irina, this is the first time I've seen you eat this much. It seems very much to your taste. Irina nodded with a red face. It was really too delicious. Compared to other cuisine, other dishes are like mortal food, while this is divine cuisine. Divine cuisine, Senziman fell into contemplation. This evaluation was already quite bold. At Tatsuki, if anyone dared to make such an evaluation, the chefs challenging him could line up from the academy all the way to Tokyo Tower. An evaluation of divine cuisine meant not playing with you mortals anymore. There was no one above his cuisine. But somehow, Senziman knew this evaluation was bold. But he couldn't find fault with it. Not delicious. How could that be possible? No emotion. That's nonsense. No soul. Even more ridiculous. With just one bite, he could see his great-grandmother roaming the depths of the universe. So after thinking it over, he still couldn't refute it. After the two rested for a while and looked at the intoxicated crowd in the restaurant, Senziman stood up and said, "Are you rested? Let's go back first." Irina stood up, supporting herself on the chair. When paying the bill, her gaze kept looking toward the kitchen. She really wanted to see that chef again. Although she'd only met him once, the changes brought to her body made her feel very close to him, and she wanted to see him again. Unfortunately, he was really too busy. Irina thought of the business card at home. After leaving, she decided to add his contact when she had time. She couldn't care about so much, she was really too curious. After the two left, the change in the restaurant was just someone coming to clean up. Then Toru called for more people to come in. Just like that, the restaurant changed people in batches. But the customers outside kept increasing. Yesterday, it was just filled outside the restaurant, at most occupying the inside of the alley. But today the queue reached the alley entrance. Outside Anteku, Koma Enji and Irimikaya watched with great admiration. Although we expected it, this is indeed too exaggerated, Koma Enji sighed. Irimikaya's eyes were full of praise. This is natural. Just like that. Starting to queue when the sun was setting. Still queuing when the sun went down. Still queuing when it got dark. The queuing people came in endless streams, but only a few who couldn't wait anymore or didn't have time could only leave. The midnight diner started from 6 p.m. The queue continued until midnight. Not a moment's break. Seeing the crowd outside so bustling, Hayashi even found time to go outside and look. As a result, he saw people queued to the alley entrance even at midnight. He was completely dumbfounded. At this hour still queuing. You really aren't afraid of danger. This world has ghouls and devils. For those living far away and in remote areas, going home at this hour could be dangerous. Hayashi was helpless. After he went back, he directly instructed Toru. Toru, cut off the flow. There are too many people today, no more queuing. These people are enough to queue until 2 a.m. All right. Toru took the sign and went out to stop the flow. She placed the sign behind the last person. The sign still read, "Near closing time, no more queuing." The people behind saw it and were almost scared to death. Some even expressed gratitude. Others exclaimed, "Wow, close call. Yesterday they cut off 1 hour early, today 2 hours early. Too popular." Really? Yesterday they already started cutting off 1 hour early. Why would I lie to you? Yesterday it was this same sign, placed in that same position. After Toru returned, looking at the crowd filled with queuing people, infinite admiration for Hayashi arose in her heart. Hayashi-san is too amazing. Not relying on intimidation, not relying on schemes, not relying on authority. Unlike her old man, just relying on his own ability to make so many people submit. In Toru's view, this was the most amazing. Just like that, the last 2 hours of the midnight diner also ended with people going in table by table and leaving table by table. As the last table of customers left, everyone sat together at one dining table and all breathed a sigh of relief. Only Toru and Kana didn't feel very tired. It could be said, this kind of physical labor, Toru and Kana could do for a lifetime. Only boredom, no fatigue. So Toru poured everyone a glass of lemon tea. Everyone drank to quench their thirst and also rest. "What do you want to eat?" Hayashi asked everyone while leaning on the sofa. "Just tell me whatever you want, I'll make it." This sentence made everyone's eyes light up. Their energy seemed to return. Fuguchi Hinami raised her hand. "I want fried rice." "Good, then seafood beef golden fried rice with all the toppings." Hayashi waved his hand. Kirishima Tauka raised her hand. "I want soup. The soup served to customers today, I really want to drink it." "Good, I'll make you the freshest." Hayashi waved his hand. Then, Fuguchi Ryauko, Toru, and Kana all reported what they wanted to eat. Hayashi waved his hand grandly. "No problem, supersize everything." After resting adequately, he went to the kitchen and made everything everyone wanted to eat, all supersized. Toru, coming tilde, when a full large table was placed before everyone again. Kirishima Tauka's happiness seemed like it was about to overflow. "This is too blissful," she said happily with a red face, looking at everyone. Then looking at Hayashi, "From the moment I met you, my life's happiness began." After she said this excitedly, She immediately felt something was wrong. The meaning of this phrase here was like hinting at a confession. Like, the moon is beautiful tonight tilde. Tilde, for a moment, Kirishima Tauka blushed and immediately lowered her head, using her hair to cover her face. Fuguchi Ryauko covered her lips, looking at both parties with slight surprise and teasing. Oh my tilde, young people these days tilde. With Ryauko's teasing, Kirishima Tauka could barely hold it together. Too embarrassing. At this time, the unknowing Fuguchi Hinami also raised both hands to express. Me too. Everyone looked at her in surprise. Hinami also said, Hinami has also felt especially happy since meeting shop owner Big Brother. Everyone was stunned, looking at the innocent Hinami. They all burst into laughter. Ha 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 tilde. Hinami looked at everyone, not understanding at first. But after thinking about it, she suddenly understood, blushing bright red just like Tauka. After laughing enough, Hayashi picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. Eat. Only then did everyone hurriedly start eating. Eating happily. Drinking happily. Chatting happily. After eating and drinking their fill, Kirishima Tauka again packed up the unfinished food, preparing to take it back. Toru finished washing all the dishes. Before leaving, the three from Anteku said goodbye to Hayashi. We'll come on time tomorrow too, Kirishima Tauka waved. Hayashi waved, it's the last day, just keep up the good work. Anteku left. Hinami said goodbye to shop owner Big Brother before leaving. Back in the restaurant, Kana tugged at Hayashi's hem, sleepy. Then let's sleep, Hayashi patted her head. But Kana shook her head, today I want to sleep with Hayashi. Hayashi crouched down, letting Kana lean against him. What's wrong today? Kana buried her head in Hayashi's shoulder and didn't say anything. Toru was beside them, not daring to make a sound. She thought she had been found out. Kana must have discovered her going out at night and coming back at night. Yes, it must be that. What to do? Did this mean she couldn't do night raids anymore? No way. Wait, she couldn't do night raids. But secretly in the kitchen, in the backyard, maybe she could also. Hehe tilde. While Toru was having her mental storm, Hayashi began slow motion recalling. He recalled the earlier scene. It definitely wasn't something from the daytime. During the day, Kana was still normal. And before, Kana would sleep whenever she wanted to, so it should be something unexpected that happened in the evening. He recalled and recalled. Right during the last dinner. He remembered. It was when Hinami borrowed from Tauka's exclamation. Kana was startled, then nervously looked at Hayashi. Her expression wasn't very panicked, but her eyes were very anxious. Having been together for so long, Kana saw Hinami calling Big Brother every day. She saw a sense of crisis in someone more like a peer. So that's how it is. Hayashi shook his head and didn't directly counsel Kana. Because children, this age, all have an inexplicable self-respect. No matter if you mean well or whatever. Directly exposing it would make the other party embarrassed and angry. So he didn't say anything, instead gently patted Kana's back and agreed. All right then, how about we sleep together with Toru tonight? Hearing this, Kana immediately lifted her head from his embrace, looking at Hayashi in surprise. Her eyes were a bit moist. Then she nodded vigorously. So Hayashi gave Toru a look. Toru understood and hurriedly went to close the door. Then went upstairs with Hayashi. In the bedroom, Hayashi slept on the inside, Toru on the outside, Kana in the middle. He patted Kana's head and said softly, Sleep, Kana, in the future we'll all be together, don't worry about so much. Hearing this, Toru immediately understood what the reason was. She nodded at Hayashi. She also patted Kana's head and said softly, Yes, Kana, sleep. Kana curled up in Hayashi's embrace, getting sleepier and sleepier. After hearing the voices, she answered in a soft, sweet voice. We will always be together. Capítulo 94, Chapter 94, Mission Settlement, Toru upgraded to official employee, learns magic. The next day at noon. This was also the last day of the third day. After Hayashi woke up, Kana and Toru also woke up at the same time. He went to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash up. Behind him followed two sleepy dragons, one big and one small, also brushing their teeth and washing up together. After everyone finished and came out, Hayashi prepared to go downstairs to cook. Toru stayed on the second floor to clean. Kana prepared to go downstairs to water the flowers. But just as Hayashi reached the second floor, Pochita ran out, barking at Hayashi. "Woof Tilda, the sunflowers have seeds." Hayashi immediately perked up. "They have seeds. Let me see." Hayashi took Kana and rushed straight to the backyard. Opening the door. Under the sunlight, the 3 sunflowers swayed in the wind, their huge flower buds heavy but not bent down like ordinary sunflowers would be from the weight, instead standing straight up. Sensing Hayashi coming out, the sunflower's green leaves even waved, more vivid and lively than yesterday. "Have you produced seeds? Let me see." Hayashi walked forward and looked at the flower buds. Sure enough, the seeds were arranged in order, looking really neat. Kana stood on her tiptoes to look, then turned to Hayashi and asked, "What are sunflower seeds?" "Food. Food." Hearing about food, Kana perked up too. Almost all of yesterday's worry and panic was gone. "Wait for me a moment." Hayashi went to the kitchen and brought out 3 basins. He picked up one basin and said to the caramel sunflower, "I'll try using vibration to shake out all the seeds at once. Bear with it for a moment. If it's uncomfortable, tell me and I won't shake any more in the future." Kana watched carefully. The specific operation was simple. Hayashi first placed the basin in front of the sunflower's bud, catching underneath. Then, with his other hand, he held the base of the flower bud. Finally, using his ability, Tremor Fruit, ultrasonic fine vibration. In an instant, fine vibrations occurred on the caramel sunflower. More powerful than a massage gun, but not with the large amplitude of a massage gun. Soon, the seeds rattled down into the basin. Hayashi withdrew his hand, set the basin aside, and first asked about the sunflower's condition. After all, this was a monster sunflower, renewable. Not like ordinary sunflowers, which were one-time use. How did that vibration feel? Does it hurt or feel uncomfortable? The caramel sunflower had no immediate reaction. After a while, it finally released its emotions and thoughts, as if with a delay. Caramel sunflower, happy, comfortable, smooth once more. Indicating that this vibration not only shook out all the seeds at once, but also made its whole body comfortable, with much smoother magic flow. It has this function too. Hayashi patted it and shook it again, making it tingle on the side. Then he looked at the seeds. One flower bud wouldn't have too many seeds really. About 1,000–2,000 grains. Looked like a lot. Actually just half to 1 bag of normal market sunflower seeds. Hayashi picked one up and tasted it. Crunch Tilda. "Miss Sweet. I want some too." Seeing this, Kana reached out her hand. "Here, try it first. I'll roast the rest before eating." Hayashi handed her a few. Kana took the seeds and put one in her mouth, then ate it shell and all. "Sweet Tilda." Seeing this, Hayashi quickly taught her. "Don't eat sunflower seeds with the shell. Use your teeth to crack it and eat the fruit inside." Crunch Tilda. He demonstrated once after speaking. Kana tilted her head, a bit puzzled. "Why can't I eat it? Are sunflower seed shells poisonous?" "No, but the shells don't taste good. But cracking them is hard. Eating them together is simple. You'll learn with practice. There's no soul without cracking them. Practice first, and when I roast them, they'll be easier to crack." I'll listen to Hayashi. Hayashi grabbed another small handful for Kana. Right after, he felt the anxiety of the other 2 sunflowers. They also wanted to be shaken. Coming. Hayashi took out another basin and began shaking the salty one. Same as before. Catch and shake. The seeds all rattled out and were caught. Hayashi patted it, then moved to the original flavor aloof sunflower. Continued the same operation, finally producing 3 basins of seeds, about 5,000+ grains, enough to crack for quite a while. If it was one batch every 3 days, that would be completely enough. As for the 3 sunflowers, they were still swaying comfortably there. "Kana, after you finish eating, water them. I'm going to cook." Hayashi returned to the kitchen. The left pot started roasting sunflower seeds. The right pot started making luxurious golden fried rice. Finally, both finished at the same time. The seeds were filled with the aroma of fruit. Hayashi found 3 jars and stored them separately. Then called Toru down to eat. Toru. Coming Tilda. Toru had finished cleaning the second floor. Before eating, he let Toru try the sunflower seeds. Toru also ate them shell and all. But Toru's eyes still lit up. This is delicious. Good that it's tasty. Let's eat first, then crack seeds later. Everyone finished eating, then went to the backyard to sunbathe and crack sunflower seeds. Last day, huh? Hayashi sighed. Good thing it was only 3 days of being incredibly busy. If it were always like this, he'd either move or close shop. He wouldn't want to continue anyway. Toru cheered. Last day, let's work hard. Yeah. 5 p.m. The 3 from Anteku arrived. Everyone had an afternoon meal, got ready, and started working. 6 p.m. The sun set. The midnight diner entrance was filled with people, even queuing to the alley entrance. Toru opened the door, and again, Nakiri Senziman and Nakiri Arena were at the front. 3 consecutive days at the front. They very likely used money power, buying positions or something. But it didn't matter, as long as they weren't forcing their way. Before 7 p.m., the Nakiri-do ate until their little bellies were full and left after paying. Nakiri Arena looked like she really wanted to meet the chef. But there were really too many people. She could only leave disappointedly. On the car ride home, seeing the disappointed Arena, Nakiri Senziman asked, This is the first time I've seen you want to meet a chef so badly, Arena. Arena admitted. From the aloofness of the first day, to the restraint of the second day, to the anticipation of the third day, which was today. One change each day. And the two had only met once. But Arena believed she had already got to know Hayashi through his food. There's the saying, handwriting reveals character. Arena believed cooking was the same. Someone who could make this kind of cuisine must have soul-deep qualities. Seeing Arena's absent-minded appearance, Senziman sighed and made a suggestion. How about inviting him to Tatsuki to challenge the Elite 10? If he succeeds, he might start as the chairman of the Elite 10 and maybe even sit in my position in the future. Senziman's position was that of Director General. Never mind that the Elite 10 was already an unreachable position for most chefs. Director General was even beyond imagination. But such high praise was now an accepted fact between them. He was just that amazing. Hearing this, Arena's eyes lit up. But she immediately shook her head in denial. Never mind whether he'd agree or not. The shop owner is an existence that doesn't belong to the Tatsuki system. Joining Tatsuki would only make him like the others, unable to create soulful cuisine. Being here is enough, being himself is enough. Arena's words filled Senziman with surprise. He hadn't expected his granddaughter to already understand to this degree. Cuisine was a work that poured one's heart and soul into it. If cooking was done for exams and passing grades, to put it harshly, one would only go with the flow. Tatsuki was very good. But Senziman also knew. Shop owner Hayashi was a chef who completely didn't belong to Tatsuki's system. Tatsuki was technique. Hayashi was the way. Arena, you finally understand how to evaluate cuisine from the essence of cooking itself. I'm very pleased. Blindly supporting Tatsuki won't reach a realm that surpasses Tatsuki. Only by tasting more of these soulful cuisines. Can you understand what the essence of culinary artistry truly is? This is also the reason we've been queuing and waiting for so long. Hearing this, Arena understood. She nodded and seriously said. Senziman contentedly stroked his beard. Then thinking of something, he suddenly smiled and persuaded. Arena, you and this shop owner are the same age. You should come often in the future and exchange ideas. What he said sounded normal enough. But the tone was full of implications. Moreover, the Nakiri family was a famous noble house, with many adoptions and arranged marriages throughout the family. Arena's father had married into the family and even changed his name. Although the family didn't force adoptions and arranged marriages, there was a very strict evaluation standard. That is, whether male or female, whether cooking or tasting cuisine. No matter what, they had to have extremely high talent for cuisine. So Senziman's implied meaning was, As long as it was him, grandfather wouldn't care how you worked it out, as long as you could unite. After hearing this, Irina's face turned bright red. She reached out to twirl her golden hair, looking at the scenery outside the car with wandering eyes. Let's talk about it later. We only know each other through cuisine, we haven't really interacted yet. Senziman smiled. So after going back, add the contact information on the business card. Irina was silent for a while, realizing she indeed wanted to add it, so she agreed in a mosquito-like voice. Emma. On the other side. Midnight diner. After Nakiri Senziman and Nakiri Irina left, the impact on the restaurant was essentially nothing. In less than 3 minutes, their vacated table was cleaned and replaced with new customers. 10 p.m., the restaurant was still packed. Outside the midnight diner, the queue extended to the alley entrance. Still endless streams of people. 11 p.m. Still the same. Midnight. The alley entrance still had that many people. Hayashi found time to go out and look, then came back and instructed Toru. Same as before, cut off the flow. The people currently queuing in the alley are enough to keep us going until 2 a.m. closing. All right. Toru went to put up the wooden sign again. The people who arrived late saw it and made sounds of regret. Those who arrived early made sounds of celebration. The last 2 hours. Everyone worked like it was a final sprint. 2 hours straight. Working intensely. 2 a.m. sharp. After seeing off the last table, everyone collapsed on the sofas to rest properly. Hayashi brought out the sunflower seeds he'd roasted during the day. To share with everyone. Let's crack some seeds and rest a bit. Everyone cracked sunflower seeds. After Kirishima Tauka cracked one, she opened her eyes in surprise. She looked at Hayashi hesitantly. These sunflower seeds seemed to restore stamina. Hayashi was startled. How did he not know this? Everyone cracked several more and found it was true. It really is good. Really works. Hayashi thought for a moment, then had a realization. These were seeds produced by monsters. So these weren't ordinary sunflower seeds either. But seeds infused with magic power. That's why they had the effect of restoring stamina. If they're tasty, eat more. Hayashi cracked a few and stood up. I'll go make dinner, get ready to eat. He got up to make dinner and checked today's sales figures. Today's customer flow, 4,596 people. Today's average spending per person, 14,537 yen. Today's good review rate, 100%. Still 100% positive reviews. This was strength. 3 consecutive days of 100% positive reviews. The system mission would definitely be completed. Just had to wait for closing to settle. Hayashi quickly prepared dinner and brought it out. At the dining table, everyone ate and chatted. When they were almost finished, the 3 from Anteku were somewhat silent. Hayashi looked at them strangely. What's wrong with you? Not happy? Oh right, I haven't paid you yet. Hayashi got up and went to the bar counter, settling their 3 days' wages. Each person got a thick stack. About 6 figures of yen. But when Kirishima Tauka received the money, she shook her head indicating that wasn't the reason. She asked, won't the shop need other people's help tomorrow? Fugachi Ryauko also said, looking at today's situation, tomorrow will be even busier, right? So that was the reason. Hayashi nodded, then shook his head. You don't need to worry about that. Actually, I don't like being this busy every day either. So starting tomorrow, I have a way to make the customers much fewer, but also much higher quality. If it gets busy, I'll still call on you all. After hearing this, everyone nodded, indicating they understood. For them, although these past few days were tiring, they were incredibly fulfilling, and the food was excellent. Moreover, for ghouls, this kind of tiredness wasn't the unbearable kind. It could only be called exercise. So everyone felt regretful. After finishing the meal, Kana flopped onto the sofa and fell asleep. Hayashi saw the 3 from Anteku to the door and waved goodbye. Bye, I won't see you off. Mubai, Hayashi-kun. The 3 said goodbye. Fugachi Hinami waved her hand. We'll come eat delicious food again next time, shop owner big brother. All right. After seeing off the 3, Hayashi casually closed the door. Settlement complete, settle mission. Check-in complete, obtained Universal Food Lottery X1. Mission complete, leisurely shop owner. Mission reward, customer group adjustment function. Ding Tilda, your temporary employee. Toru has reached full contribution and has been upgraded from external employee to internal employee. Internal employee benefits. The shop owner will acquire all adaptive abilities of internal employees, but needs to continuously learn on their own, while internal employees will receive a 30% boost to all attributes. The moment of settlement. Countless knowledge and abilities flooded into Hayashi's mind. His brain began brainstorming. His spirit began magical enhancement. Similarly, Toru had just been cleaning dishes, but suddenly froze, then her body surface flickered with dim golden light, like sublimation and blessing. As halos appeared layer by layer, then disappeared. Until it ended. Hayashi discovered he had learned countless magical knowledge and possessed a power called magic within his body. But he couldn't turn into a dragon, because dragon was a species. Unless he had a way to be reforged. So this was called adaptive ability. He would learn all abilities he was capable of learning. And after Toru came to her senses, her consciousness also understood that she had received Hayashi's blessing and enhancement. In an instant, Toru flew over and cheered at Hayashi. Hayashi-san, I love you so much. Capitulo 95, Chapter 95, Toru Enhanced Customer Flow Controller, Shop Owner Knows Magic. Toru's flying tackle had too much impact. She pinned Hayashi down on the sofa, then followed with a barrage of kisses. When Hayashi pressed his hands on Toru's shoulders and pushed her back. Only then did he look at Toru and ask, do you feel yourself getting stronger? I got stronger. Toru was very excited. She spread her arms wide, indicating something big. I feel like I received your blessing, like there's a halo around me. My overall abilities improved by about 30%. Such a powerful enhancement. For Toru, she would be very clear about any buffs on herself. As soon as the all-attribute enhancement kicked in, Toru immediately felt how much she had improved. And roughly, who had granted this improvement. But what surprised Toru the most was the magnitude of the improvement. 30%. For Toru, a 30% improvement was enough to destroy a continent. Really not joking. Others thought Toru's power was nation-destroying level. Actually, it was continent-destroying level. Didn't matter which state or province. As long as she spent a little time, she could destroy everything cleanly, leaving devastation in her wake. Good that you got stronger. Stop shouting, you'll wake up Kana. Hayashi covered Toru's mouth. Kana turned over on the sofa, almost waking up. Then Hayashi felt his palm get warm. He quickly let go. Sure enough, Toru had licked it. Hee Tilda, Toru giggled dreamily. Hayashi-san smells so good Tilda. Hayashi smiled helplessly. Utaha says I'm a hentai, but I think you're more like one. Hearing this, Toru was actually proud. I'm only hentai for Hayashi-san, I like it. Hearing this, Hayashi recalled. When the system recognized Toru's name. It wasn't just Toru. Different from last time. But similar to the driver's license Toru had made for herself before. That is to say, this was taking the husband's surname. Toru had completely decided to call herself Toru Hayashi. She treated Hayashi's name as her own surname. Although she could also be called Toru, the full name Toru Hayashi had deeper meaning, representing uniqueness. Coming back to his senses, Hayashi looked at Kana, then at Toru. Take Kana upstairs to sleep first. Toru nodded and left with Kana first. Hayashi got up to check the system rewards. First, the customer group function. Opening the function with his consciousness, a panel appeared with various customer tags and a customer flow progress bar. Tags could be multi-selected or single-selected. If you selected all, then customer flow would be 100%, staying unchanged. If you removed other tags, then customer flow would decrease accordingly. For example, removing students would decrease customer flow by 15%. If Hayashi made multiple selections, he could also actively control individual exposure ratios. This is so practical. Hayashi pointed his finger and removed all the bad tags. At the same time, he only selected good character, good quality tags. Then he pulled the customer flow to the lowest setting. This way tomorrow. Customers would come in small groups like before. But the customers would all be people with very good character and quality. After adjusting the ratios. Perfect. Hayashi closed this panel. When there are related missions, I'll open up the restrictions. After dealing with this function, Hayashi was ready to try Toru's magic. Speaking of which, this had to be mentioned. Toru's magic was really extensive. Hayashi recalled the knowledge in his mind. It was truly countless. From miscellaneous, daily use, attack, defense, status effects, etc., each major category had dozens or even hundreds of small magics underneath. The total number combined was probably thousands upon thousands of spells. After all this magical knowledge entered Hayashi's mind. He knew them all. He could understand them all. But he wasn't proficient, he just knew them. To get better and better, he still needed to practice. Let me look at the commonly used types. Invisibility, gravity, presence, transformation, teleportation, cleaning, organization, recovery, fireball, super fireball, heavenly fire, divine punishment, forbidden curse, extinction light. This is way too many. Hayashi first tried teleportation. From inside the house, he used teleportation targeting the backyard. There was actually guidance involved. The speed of guidance depended on when you could use magic power to completely cast the spell. Due to the development abilities accumulated from the string fruit. In less than a second, he instantly disappeared from his spot. Then appeared in the backyard. The 3 sunflowers. The sunflowers were startled by Hayashi's sudden appearance. Looking at the sunflowers, several more spells suddenly came to mind. Vigorous growth, super speed growth, water magic, soil fertility, soil loosening. Among these, super speed growth would affect plant lifespan. But vigorous growth wouldn't, it just supplemented energy. However, the sunflowers were full of energy and didn't need supplementing. So he pointed at the ground and chanted. Soil loosening, fertility, moisture. With 3 spells cast, the entire grass and soil around the Midnight Diner became incredibly rich. Much, much better than even Black Earth. It was the most ideal land for plants. After the 3 sunflowers felt this, they all swayed their bodies to express gratitude to Hayashi. And after gaining magical abilities, Hayashi also discovered he could feel the sunflower's thoughts and emotions much more clearly across longer distances. This magic is too useful, Hayashi sighed. And this didn't even count offensive magic. Hayashi extended one finger. Electric shock. His fingertip immediately began crackling with lightning power. As long as he released it, this casual attack could achieve ultra-high voltage effects. And this was just his newly learned state. If Toru were to cast it, that would be completely different. The 3 sunflowers seemed to sense the power on Hayashi's finger. They all trembled with fear. Expressing fright. Hayashi put it away. It's okay, I was just testing. At this time, a figure instantly appeared beside Hayashi. Toru appeared beside Hayashi with widened eyes. But after seeing Hayashi, she immediately returned to normal. Hayashi-san, I just sensed a pretty strong magical aura. So it was Toru who sensed it. She thought someone had invaded their home. No one else, it was me. Hayashi snapped his fingers and condensed a fireball at his fingertip. I just learned magic, and it's only because of you that I could learn it. Toru saw the fireball and confirmed it was magic. Her face was full of joy. Really? Hayashi-san, you can use magic now too. Yes, Hayashi nodded. That's wonderful, Toru cheered. Hayashi looked at Toru, not quite understanding why she was so happy. After cheering, Toru looked at Hayashi and said, After some time when I go home I'll help you steal. Get some dragon essence blood. With it, as long as Hayashi-san studies dragon transformation magic well. You can use this essence blood to transform into your own dragon anytime. Although the lifespan and power won't be as strong as normal dragons, you can still live for a very, very long time, and we can be together forever. Hearing this, Hayashi finally understood. So Toru was concerned about his lifespan. Human lifespan was only 100 years. For dragons, that was just a fleeting moment. Too short. And dragon transformation magic could use dragon-related bloodlines to learn and transform into a giant dragon. Except for not having a true dragon soul. It was almost no different from a giant dragon. And you could change size at will. Hayashi could be human when he wanted to be human, dragon when he wanted to be dragon. He would also gain dragon bonuses, like long lifespan, extremely high magic resistance, spell mastery, powerful body. No matter how you looked at it, it was all profit. Only Toru didn't know. After Hayashi gained the Eternity Devil's power, he already had eternal youth and greatly extended lifespan. Of course, he could also want dragon power. Who would think that was too much? All right, but there's no rush recently. Let's go when we have time. Hayashi patted Toru's head. He truly appreciated this kindness, but definitely not at this time. After all, it was going back to steel. Better wait until Toru was strengthened even more. Dragons were all treasure-obsessing races, except for very few exceptions. Even if Toru went back to steel. Even if Toru was of the same race. Being discovered would require a fight to the death. So better wait until there were guarantees. Toru also understood this principle. She nodded and raised her fist. After receiving Hayashi-san's blessing, I've gotten 30% stronger. I was already stronger than those adult dragons before, and now I'm approaching mature dragon level. Just wait a bit more, and as long as I don't encounter those old guys, I'm confident I can steal. Get it out. Due to the dragon race's power. Generally, age equaled strength. Unless aided by heavenly treasures, or being a genius among geniuses. Toru was naturally also considered a genius. Good, Hayashi agreed. When the time came, he definitely wouldn't let Toru go alone. When he had the chance and got stronger, he would go together. Let's go back to sleep first, Hayashi suggested. Memo. Toru immediately became extremely clingy. She tightly hugged Hayashi's arm, pressing it between her chest. Kana is asleep, Tilda. Perfect, I was just thinking of testing whether magic could be used in this area. Ah, Tilda. Noon. Hayashi woke up. This time when he woke up, as soon as he turned around, he saw Toru lying naked beside him. Due to playing with too much magic last night, Toru was too lazy to go back and just slept here. Hayashi reached out and patted Toru. Wake up, the sun is shining on your butt. Tilda. After Toru woke up, she sat up directly and rubbed her sleepy eyes. Good afternoon. Hurry up and get dressed and wash up. Okay, Tilda. Hayashi got up, washed and dressed. Then went downstairs to start making breakfast. Toru also followed suit, then went to Kana's room to wake her up. Kana, time to get up, Tilda. Kana wasn't yet an adolescent dragon. This was the time when she was most sleepy. If she were in dragon form. As long as food was sufficient, strictly speaking, Kana could sleep for decades without waking. On Earth, this might mean closing her eyes and opening them again. An entire country could be gone. Or directly evolving from one era to another. But now she was in human form. Although still prone to sleeping, at least she wouldn't sleep for years or decades. Instead, she would sleep for more than 10 hours a day. Even 17 or 18 hours would be fine. Downstairs. Before making breakfast, Hayashi went to check the entrance. Very good, no one's queuing today. It seemed the adjuster function was very powerful. Yesterday was so bustling. Today it was over. Phew, Tilda. Hayashi breathed a sigh of relief, finally liberated. He returned to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. After thinking, he decided to make steamed buns today. Kneading dough, making filling. Tofu and vegetables, beef with vermicelli, and pork filling, these 3 varieties are enough. Hayashi made steamed buns with 3 different fillings. But he made several hundred at once. Steamer after steamer was used. The kitchen was full of steam, like heavy fog. When Toru came downstairs, seeing the white mist in the kitchen, she thought it was on fire. Hayashi-san. I'm here, just steam. Hayashi came out carrying several stacked steamers. This was just the last batch. He had stored the previous hundreds of buns in the system space. What is this? Toru exclaimed, looking at the steamers. Ooh, Tilda, Kana also looked up. When Hayashi set them down with a thud on the table. Opening the steamer. Steam rose. Both girls' exclamations became even louder. These are steamed buns. Hayashi picked one up still hot, though he didn't feel it. They're delicious, just eat them directly. 3 flavors total, see what you like. Hayashi picked one up and ate it. Seeing this, Toru also quickly grabbed one and stuffed it in her mouth. Instantly, Toru was so amazed by the taste that her eyes widened. With the bun still in her mouth, she made muffled sounds. So good, with mouth full. Kana grabbed buns with both hands. Stuffing the left one directly in her mouth, her eyes widened, then immediately stuffed another, beginning to devour them. Good. Both grabbed buns with both hands, starting to munch away. The buns weren't large. After Hayashi ate more than 10 and was full, he stopped. He sat in his chair, watching them and asked, "Want to go to the market this afternoon? We haven't been in a long time." Though it was only 3 days, it really felt like a long time. Hearing this, Toru and Kana, both with buns stuffed in their mouths, raised their hands high. "Want to go? Good, then we'll go after eating. Take your time." Hayashi went out to wash his car. Though just an ordinary little Honda, it was still his car. He had no particular desire for fancy cars, basically not going far from home. He bought it just for hauling goods, really no need to buy something expensive. For the ritual feel, Hayashi first used water magic to wet the car. Then used cleaning foam to cover the entire car. Finally used water magic to rinse it off. The little van became almost as clean as new. But the interior couldn't be done this roughly. Hayashi opened the car door and pointed inside. Cleaning magic. In an instant, a dark light flashed inside the car. The interior became completely clean in a moment. Looking at the ordinary interior, Hayashi felt a bit unsatisfied. Is there a way to use magic to change to a set of leather interior myself? Hayashi thought about magic. First use decomposition magic to break down materials, then use repair magic to combine materials. Finally, according to his own ideas and design. After Hayashi planned it out, he pointed at the interior, decompose and repair. In an instant, the car's surfaces turned to powder, then instantly combined, becoming a brand new earth tone interior that looked very luxurious. Hayashi thought, repair again. The interior changed again, but the theme didn't change. Only the patterns and decorations changed. This time, the interior patterns displayed nobility. Good, 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 that's it. Hayashi clapped his hands satisfactorily. It seemed he was also a genius. Having just gotten magic, he could already disassemble and combine to create new magic. But mainly because there's a lot of knowledge, so there's a lot I can operate. Knowledge is power. This was absolutely true when it came to magic. Hayashi-san were done eating. Full tilde. At this time, Toru came out with Kana. Then let's close up and get in the car. Hayashi had Toru close the door and left directly with everyone. As soon as Toru got in the car, looking at the interior, she exclaimed, "Hayashi-san, did you make this with magic? You're truly a genius." Capítulo 96, Chapter 96, Passerby with a gun, Devil Hunter ready. Toru looked around at the interior, touching here and there, clearly very pleased. The main thing was that this interior's patterns were very distinctive. They weren't just golden flowing patterns, but also had various dragon elements. The leather prints showed dragons flying, standing upright, breathing fire, attacking. The fabric patterns showed dragon nests, sleeping, stretching, snoring. One fierce, one adorable. Toru and Kana loved looking at it, staring at the interior piece by piece slowly. Look at it slowly on the road, let's go first. The car started and drove out of the alley. When passing Anteku coffee shop, Hayashi even waved at Irami Kaya, who was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, indicating they were leaving. Irami Kaya was a bit puzzled. She came out to look, then looked toward the alley, only to discover that today there were actually no customers already waiting in front of the midnight diner. What was going on? Irami Kaya hurriedly went back to tell the others. Then Koma-enji, Tauka, and the Fuguchis all came out to look, remembering what Hayashi said yesterday. Kirishima Tauka was a bit stunned. The shop owner, what he said was all true. How did he do this? How could he make people come when he wanted them to come? And make people not come when he didn't want them to? On the other side, the small van slowly drove toward the market. Though it had only been 3 days since they'd been out, the three were obviously in much better spirits, much happier overall. Haven't seen them for 3 days, but it seems there are much fewer CCG in District 20. Looking out the window, Hayashi noticed there were far fewer CCG personnel than before. There were still some, but no capable team members could be seen. Basically all lower-tier CCG members. At this time, the car stopped at an intersection for a red light, and the mall's projection ads and roadside propaganda signs let Hayashi discover the reason. Toru looked at the billboard content. Seems like they really angered the CCG. The public criticism is also very loud, they're already fighting. Hayashi looked at the billboard content. Regarding the tragic incident in District 13, CCG will immediately execute a revenge plan. Starting today, we will eliminate harmful ghouls and fully implement the ghoul elimination plan. New ghoul detection devices will appear soon and will be installed in major public areas to prevent any ghouls from appearing. Various declarations and plans had been spreading everywhere for 2 or 3 days. The projection declarations were fine, but the paper ones and posters had already been graffitied and crossed out by many people. In places with few people, they were even written over with words like clown, garbage, useless, salary-stealing waste, and similar vocabulary. That this kind of impact could appear wasn't just because CCG had lost face badly. Hayashi shook his head. When a public department's credibility and authority are attacked, that's a more serious threat than losing lives. At this point, saying more just means making more mistakes. Yes, CCG was being criticized so harshly by the public this time. It was really a credibility and authority problem. Just after fooling the public saying they'd won, the next moment they got slapped in the face by ghouls. District investigators were killed, who knows how many. In the end, they couldn't even defend their building and ran away. This kind of disaster, from humanity's perspective, it was a collective embarrassment. How could people tolerate this? Seeing this, Toru turned to look at Hayashi. So Miss Sen's next move should be all-out war with CCG, right? That means she's not far from exposing herself, is she? Yes, Hayashi nodded. CCG is already furious and doesn't care about details anymore. At this point, eatery going to all-out war with CCG is completely justified. As for Takatsuki-sen, I guess she's waiting until she plans one big operation, and after it succeeds, she'll use that opportunity to reveal herself. Right, Toru nodded. The small car drove along. When they reached the market and parked, the three went shopping. At the familiar place to buy vegetables. The owner was an old grandfather. Seeing Hayashi, Toru, and Kana, he kindly asked, "Wow, long time no see. Have you been busy these past few days? Seems like I haven't seen your family for many days." Being called your family. Toru's tail swayed happily back and forth. Hayashi smiled and nodded. Yes, the shop was too busy the past few days, couldn't help it. The owner was also very happy to hear this. Being busy is good. Being busy means making money. Yes, just a bit tiring. That's true, you need to balance work and rest. The three bought vegetables, exchanged greetings, and left. The grandfather owner was still saying goodbye from behind. Then they went to other small shops. At the meat shop, "Yo, long time no see, young man." The owner also greeted them. At the seafood shop, "Oi, young fellow, why haven't you come for so long?" The owner still greeted them. When buying things, if there were people around, the owner would round down the price. When no one was around, they'd even give discounts, saying to come often. The three returned with laughter and conversation all the way. Having this kind of impact really wasn't because Hayashi or Toru used any abilities. It was really because this family was too memorable. The man Hayashi was handsome and charismatic. The woman Toru was beautiful and charming. Kana, mistaken for their daughter, was cute to death. Like the looks and charm from Spy X Family. When the three went out together, they were easily remembered. So after they shopped more, any shop they frequented would remember them. All had good relationships. After buying various groceries, the three put the groceries back in the car. Then went shopping around. Passing a bookstore. No need to buy books, we haven't finished reading the ones at home yet. Hayashi thought, then looked at Toru. Do you have anything you want to buy? Yes, Toru raised her hand. I want to buy a clothes drying rack, the outdoor kind. The second-floor balcony isn't enough for drying bedding. Good, what about Kana? Kana looked left and right, then turned back. Don't know. Then let's browse first and buy if we see something we want. The three entered the mall. First floor department store, second floor department store, browsing everywhere. Kana saw ice cream and wanted some. Hayashi bought it for her. Kana licked it and immediately frowned. Not good. Not as good as what Hayashi makes. Hayashi smiled. Finish it. I'll make ice cream for you when we get back. Okay. Kana swallowed the rest in one bite without even chewing. The three went to look at drying racks. All metal, requiring assembly, and the metal was very thin. Toru looked for a long time, unsatisfied with all of them. Hayashi thought and suggested, how about we go back and make a pure wooden one ourselves? Toru's eyes lit up. Good. Then let's go home. The three stopped shopping and went straight home. Back in the car. The small car headed directly home. Kana and Toru began admiring the car's interior, the two beauties crawling around to look. Toru even turned upside down with her butt up and head down to see the floor mat patterns. Smack tilde. Hayashi gave her a slap. Can't you look at the bottom part when we get home? Sit properly. Toru wiggled and crawled back up to sit properly. The small car drove slowly. When entering the crowded streets, it slowed down even more. Kana and Toru looked at the scenery outside the window, chatting from time to time. Toru watched all kinds of people, recording everything in her eyes. At this time, Toru noticed something. She looked for a while, then turned to ask Hayashi. Hayashi-san. Can ordinary people have those bang-bang-bang handguns, like the ones on TV? No. Hayashi shook his head. The vast majority of Asia consists of gun prohibition countries. Never mind ordinary people, even few official personnel can carry guns. But I see that group of people all have guns hidden in their clothes. Toru pointed outside the window. Hayashi immediately looked in the direction Toru was pointing. He saw a few people, not too far away, getting into a taxi and leaving. The guns weren't visible from the outside. Toru, with her perception, knew of the firearms' existence. After Toru pointed them out, Hayashi also got a faint feeling about those people. Was this the gun devil ability's perception? Those people getting in the taxi, Hayashi asked for confirmation. Yes, Toru nodded. Hayashi didn't see their faces clearly, didn't recognize them. Even if he had seen clearly, he probably wouldn't recognize them anyway. After all, who remembers random passers-by characters? Especially armed ones. They could also be CCG personnel, or agents, etc. Don't worry about it. Hayashi shook his head. As long as they're not coming after us, let public security handle this kind of thing. Public security matters, he was too lazy to meddle. If he really wanted to get involved, he'd need to know their identities first. Thankless work. Better to go home and make ice cream. Back home. The car stopped. Hayashi and Toru carried the groceries back. Then Hayashi began making ice cream. What flavor ice cream do you want? Hayashi asked. Watermelon, cantaloupe, strawberry, mango, all available, all delicious. Kana raised her hand. Watermelon flavor ice cream. Toru raised her hand. Strawberry flavor ice cream. Good, Hayashi nodded. Then I'll add some shaved ice too. I bet you've never had that either. Sure enough. Hearing about shaved ice, both indeed didn't know what it was, never having tried it. Full of surprise and curiosity, Hayashi turned toward the kitchen. You'll know in a moment. In the kitchen, Hayashi made the shaved ice first. Shaved ice was the simplest. Strawberry flavor, used strawberry juice mixed with water. Then Hayashi gripped an iron plate. The iron plate instantly became extremely cold. Then he poured the strawberry juice water onto the cold iron plate. Upon contact, the strawberry juice water began slowly freezing, becoming semi-solid. Hayashi used an iron spatula to flip it repeatedly. After several times, it became ice shavings. This was shaved ice. Watermelon flavor was made the same way. Hayashi made a large basin. After finishing, Hayashi called, Toru Kana, the shaved ice is ready, come get it. Both were there instantly. Hayashi handed the 2 basins of shaved ice to them. This is shaved ice. When it's cold you can eat it with a spoon, when it melts you can use a straw to drink it. Same either way. Okay, each hugged a basin. They grabbed spoons in the kitchen and started eating. 1 spoonful in their mouths. Both widened their eyes. Delicious. Strawberry shaved ice had strawberry flavor, watermelon shaved ice had watermelon flavor. Cough cough anyway, it was delicious. After finishing the shaved ice, under Toru and Kana's watchful eyes, Hayashi began making ice cream. This was slightly more troublesome. First we need to make cream. Hayashi beat a bunch of eggs, removed some yolks, then began vigorously beating the egg mixture. He took an egg beater and put it in the pot. Super micro vibration. The egg beater instantly whipped the egg whites, turning them into foam like milkshake. Then add milk and sugar, beat again, then heat. After mixing milk and sugar, he put it in the oven to heat, then took it out to stir. Repeating this turned it into cream. With cream ready, the ice cream method was to add milk and your desired flavor to the cream base, stir, then freeze. Hayashi added watermelon juice to 1 portion. Added strawberry juice to another portion. He stirred by hand while cooling the ice cream. Finally, when it solidified, the ice cream was ready. 2 whole large buckets. Ice cream's ready, eat up. Me first, me first. Toru grabbed a spoon wanting to dig in. But Hayashi knocked her hand. He used a clean spoon to scoop large bowls from both flavors, then pushed them toward them. Try it this way. Toru and Kana just focused on eating. Both scooped out a spoonful to taste, and again widened their eyes. This is also so delicious. Kana ate several mouthfuls, enthusiastically, commenting, "This is 10,000 times better than the malls." Haha tilde. Hayashi laughed and started eating himself. He scooped from Toru's ice cream and took a bite. Kana also offered her ice cream, letting him scoop a spoonful. Pachita came running at the smell. Hayashi scooped 2 spoonfuls into Pachita's wooden bowl. Woof tilde. So Pachita also happily started eating. Hayashi ate 2 more bites of ice cream. Beep tilde tilde tilde. At this time, his phone received a message. Taking it out to look. It was actually from Makima. Makima, is the shop free? I have news here. The devil hunters have started moving, but I don't know the exact time. I'm sending the entire Division 4 team over under the pretense of a group dinner to protect you. Don't worry about me here. Devil hunters were moving. Makima knew in advance. Seeing this, Hayashi remembered that group of people he saw when going out. And about this assassination matter, Makima knew about it originally. So in the original plot, Makima was deliberately fishing for law enforcement. She not only used her subordinates as bait, she even used herself as bait. Really ruthless, this bad woman. Shaking his head, Hayashi began replying. Hayashi, I'm free starting today. Have they already come? Actually, I don't really need protection here. Just be careful yourself. What protection did he need? Devils would be lucky if they didn't run when they saw him. But Makima probably genuinely wanted to express care and love. Makima, already on the way. Power is very happy. Don't worry about me. I have a contract with the cabinet. These days I'm thinking of ways to reasonably get the remaining gun devil meat fragments from the cabinet for you to consume. Hayashi. Wait, you're really working to support your husband. The Japanese cabinet only has a few gun devil fragments, and you still want to trick them over for me to eat. Well, consider you half a bad woman then. But speaking of meat fragments, Hayashi remembered again how she fed him that night. And Makima's cold, yet cat-like nuzzling expression, simply the epitome of playing hard to get like an aloof cat. Plus, as a human body, she would also tremble and curl up. Hayashi ate a bite of ice cream and continued replying. Hayashi, don't force it too much. Makima, then how about tomorrow? Hayashi, sure. Ending the chat, Hayashi went to the restaurant and replenished the ice sculpture that had been cooling 24/7 with magic power, keeping it from melting. Then he sat on the sofa, eating ice cream while reading a book. Without the oppressive feeling of being packed in the afternoon, he felt completely relaxed and happy. Finally back to his previous life. Beep tilde tilde tilde. At this time, his phone rang again. Hayashi picked it up and saw it was a friend request on social media. Opening it to look. Avatar name, Nakiri Arena. Message, adding from business card, long admired your culinary skills. Hope to have the opportunity for culinary exchange. Arena. She could actually take the initiative to add people. With curiosity, Hayashi accepted. After accepting, the other side seemed to freeze up. The typing indicator above appeared and disappeared, back and forth. She was probably typing then deleting, deleting then typing again. Finally, she managed to say one sentence. "Nakiri Arena, coming again this afternoon, please take good care of us, shop owner." Hayashi laughed. "All right, thank you for your support." Capítulo 97, Chapter 97, Devil Hunter appears. Countless threads instantly bind, captured. Given Nakiri Arena's aloof and shy personality, what could she possibly manage to say? Hayashi looked at it briefly, then closed his phone. Continued reading his book. I love learning, learning makes me strong. Vibration is a universal phenomenon in the universe, generally divided into macroscopic vibrations like earthquakes and tsunamis, and microscopic vibrations like thermal motion and Brownian motion of elementary particles. Resonance. Material states vibrational temperature. Physics defines absolute zero as the temperature at which even elementary particles cannot vibrate, which is also the lowest temperature in the universe. So that's how the lowest temperature can be produced. The legendary absolute zero, which is -273, 15 degrees C, is the temperature at the lowest kinetic energy point of particles. Seeing the knowledge in the book, Hayashi gained a lot. He opened one hand. An iron spoon was pulled from the kitchen to his hand by thin threads. Let me try this. He gripped the iron spoon, controlling the vibration in his hand toward negative control rather than generating vibration. But soon Hayashi discovered. Compared to making vibrations intense, making vibrations calm down was actually harder. It was like how you could easily raise temperature to thousands of degrees, but it was very difficult to lower temperature to -100 or 200 degrees. So there's this effect too. Hayashi had never known this before. He tried his best to reduce particle vibration effects. Soon he discovered. The iron spoon became brittle. Iron was supposed to be tough and malleable, but now it had become brittle. Hayashi held the spoon in his left hand, bent his right index finger, and lightly flicked it. Ting tilde. Crack. Toru looked at Hayashi puzzledly. What's wrong? Is the spoon no good? No, just experimenting with a new idea. Wow, genius. I haven't even said anything yet, and you're already praising me. Anyway, you're a genius tilde. Toru directly maxed out the emotional value, making it hard for Hayashi to suppress the corners of his mouth. The broken spoon didn't matter. Taking it back in his hand, placing it on the table, he pointed directly at it. Repair magic. The next moment, the broken spoon pieced itself back together, returning to its previous state. This was magic so useful. Scientific knowledge lay in experimentation. Experimental tools that broke didn't need to be thrown away. They could be repaired and experimented with again. Of course, don't do this with lab mice. That would be truly playing Yama, the king of hell. Experiment complete. Hayashi read his book for a while longer, continuing to study. Magic required studying knowledge. Fortunately, modern society had plenty of knowledge. Enough to get by. Just like that. After studying for about another half hour, Hayashi had finished his ice cream. Toru and Kana hadn't finished theirs, so Hayashi froze them again. 3 p.m. The Devil Hunter Division, 4 people arrived. Power charged in front, wearing shorts and a short t-shirt, showing off her long white legs and graceful figure. Bursting through the door and feeling the cool temperature, she exclaimed loudly. Wow, so refreshing this temperature. I love this place, I love the coolness, I love the food, I love the shop owner. Power shouted her declarations of love. Then was pushed inside by Hymno. Don't block the door, idiot. After everyone entered, feeling the perfectly cool temperature inside the restaurant, they all breathed sighs of relief. The outside temperature was now nearly 30 degrees. Standing still was fine, but any movement would definitely cause sweating. Power was pushed inside. She looked around, wanting to ask Hayashi for food and also to see her cat. But then was attracted by the ice sculptures before her. Looking up, they were 2 giant dragons. Because they were too lifelike, and Power knew exactly who they were. She shrank her head and quickly ran to Hayashi's side, asking weakly, Hey, shop owner, Why did you put such dangerous creatures in the center of the shop? Dangerous? Hayashi looked at the ice sculptures. Where was the danger? What danger could ice sculptures pose? Power glanced over and said weakly again, the aura is too terrifying. Only then did Hayashi understand. They were too realistic. They're fake, what are you afraid of? Toru won't beat you up for no reason. Hayashi pushed Power away, telling her to sit properly. Devil's first impressions were based on distinguishing targets through aura. Power was no exception to this. The second impression was the image remembered by the eyes. Because the ice sculptures carried Hayashi's magic power. The carved magic power evolved into relatively realistic aura. That's why Power was afraid. If they were ordinary ice sculptures, no matter how similar, they wouldn't have this effect. Fine, Power glanced once, then forced herself not to look. Saying fine with her mouth, but actually staying far away from the ice sculptures. Clearly a coward. But that was normal too. Who wouldn't be afraid seeing Toru's aura? After the others came over. Hayakawa-eki, Himeno, and Kobni all greeted Hayashi. Hayashi nodded. Sit down. Makima sent you here, right? But I know it's definitely not just about eating, she instructed you about other things too, right? At these words, Power and Kobni had no reaction, not understanding. But Hayakawa, Iki and Himeno were startled. Then nodded. Actually, Makima really did tell them to just come eat. If the devil hunters didn't appear, then they'd just eat normally. But she reminded them to stay alert to their surroundings. The other public safety squads weren't reminded. Because of Hayashi, Makima only reminded Division 4. All right, then sit down, have some ice cream. Hayashi nodded. Then had Toru distribute ice cream to everyone. Hayakawa-eki, Power, and Kobni directly started eating. Then all widened their eyes and frantically ate. Only Himeno sat across from Hayashi, holding her spoon, somewhat hesitant, wanting to eat but not daring to. Hayashi noticed, what's wrong with you, that expression. After being asked, Himeno, even as a mature woman, turned her head slightly. Cough coughs. Oh tilde, Hayashi immediately understood. It was that time when she couldn't eat cold things or drink cold beverages. That thing that happened every month. No wonder she wanted to eat but was hesitating. Understanding, Hayashi reached out, give it to me first. Himeno pushed the ice cream over. After Hayashi caught it, he reached in and infused it with healing magic that restored blood and chi. Then pushed it back. It's fine now, eat up, you won't hurt after eating it. Himeno looked, and though she didn't know why, she just believed him directly. Picking up her spoon, she started eating. Thank you. Power was eating on the side. Suddenly looked up curiously and asked, why couldn't Himeno eat it before but can now? If you're not eating it, give it to me. When she said this, Himeno didn't get shy like a little girl. Instead, she couldn't help laughing. Hayashi knocked Power's head. Eat yours properly, there's plenty. Oh, Power lowered her head and continued eating. Hayakawa-eki silently ate his ice cream. Kobni giggled on the side. Hayashi glanced at him, and he immediately stopped laughing. Bored. Hayashi read his book while chatting with them. Have you been on any missions these past few days, Power? Power lifted her face from the bowl. Yeah, killed some mediocre devils, then just patrolling and stuff. That's not bad. Hayashi turned to Himeno. What happened with that building incident last time? Himeno wiped the corner of her mouth with a tissue and answered seriously. Most of the people in the building were Yakuza, but several escaped, like the Yakuza boss's grandson who's still out there. We can't find him now, seems like he's colluding with civilian devil hunters. For the rest, Makima-san sealed the information. Others don't know, probably only the cabinet knows. Hayashi nodded. So Makima had manipulated the case. She would modify the specific abilities and data of the Eternity Devil, as well as alter her own abilities and the abilities Hayashi had revealed, etc. In short, the case report given to higher-ups looked real on the surface, but was a mix of truth and lies inside. Like the building being destroyed by everyone together. Like the Eternity Devil really being killed by everyone. Nothing else remained. This bad woman is really bad, Hayashi sighed. Fortunately, toward him, she was basically genuinely good. Because he was a much stronger version of the Chainsaw Devil, and Makima loved that. What was this called? My wife is utterly wicked. Hayashi shook his head with amusement. Whatever. Hayashi continued reading and chatting. At this time, his phone received messages. Opening it, he saw they were from Shiyu and Mai. Shiyu, today in the fan group, suddenly many fewer people plan to go to your shop. What happened? Something's not right, Hayashi-kun. Mai, this is bad, shop owner. In Shiyu's fan group, the same situation as mine before seems to be happening. They've all forgotten about your restaurant. I spoke up twice, and they suddenly don't recognize it. So they were worried about this. In order. First reply to Shiyu. It's fine, this is just me using some tricks. Too many people would kill me from exhaustion. Just think of it as a supernatural ability. Then reply to Mai. I deliberately did this. After all, with too many people, there's no lazy lifestyle. The specific operation is a bit like your ability. Hearing this, both girls breathed sighs of relief. They thought Hayashi's shop had blown up or something had happened. As long as it wasn't an accident, it was fine. But immediately, they said they'd find time to come to the shop. Tomorrow. Hayashi replied that was fine. After chatting, he prepared to close his phone screen. But before closing it, another message popped up. Makima, emergency. Makima, devil hunters are nearby, be careful. Makima, if there's an emergency, please let Power and the others die first. Hayashi. Just as the messages ended. Before Hayashi had time to complain, he felt an inexplicably familiar sensation from the alley entrance. Gun. Yes, he sensed the presence of guns. Since familiarizing himself with the gun devil's sensory abilities during the day, he immediately became familiar with this feeling. And now it appeared again. Hayashi turned to look at everyone. Everyone else felt nothing, still eating, chatting, or watching TV with Kana. Only Toru was humming. Suddenly her voice got quieter, then she slightly frowned, feeling something was wrong. When the threat entered the alley entrance, that clear and definite killing intent and purpose made Toru look unhappy and immediately turned to look at Hayashi. Hayashi-san. When Toru looked at Hayashi, Hayashi held up his index finger to her, indicating shush. Toru immediately quieted down. Among those present, only Himeno, sitting across from Hayashi, noticed this action. So she looked puzzled. Hayashi gave her a look, indicating to just wait. Himeno nodded, showing she understood. Below the midnight diner, countless thin threads began spreading, laying foundations, extending. Like an invisible large net, in the blink of an eye it filled the underground and walls of the entire street. At this time, at the alley entrance, Anteku was operating. Kirishima Tauka was serving coffee, occasionally looking outside. After discovering there really were much fewer people today, her attitude toward Hayashi was only admiration. She glanced outside the window again, then was startled and looked carefully. At the alley entrance, a man and woman with somehow wrong auras had entered. The man was wearing all black in the middle of summer, plus a black windbreaker and black leather cap. The woman had short blonde hair, wearing a red oversized hoodie, clearly with something in the pocket. Mainly it was their aura. As an S-rank ghoul, and with considerable combat experience, Tauka's first instinct was that these two were problematic. Kaya, I'm going out for a moment. Kirishima Tauka went to the bar counter to put down her tray, took off her apron, and immediately said to Irami Kaya. Irami Kaya was still making coffee, unaware of this situation. But seeing Tauka's expression, she knew something was up. What's wrong, Tauka? Not sure yet, I'm just going to follow and see. Call you if there's trouble. Tauka left after speaking. Irami Kaya nodded. At this distance, Tauka following first, then alerting them was completely sufficient. They were SS-rank ghouls after all. On the other side, Rize, working her regular job, was still selling coffee. She was also wearing an apron, helping out. But what she was thinking was, when will the midnight diner have fewer people? Now there are lines until late night every day, no chance to go eat. What to do? Rize wanted to eat Hayashi's cooking. But these past few days, there hadn't been any opportunity. It was always packed. As for assassination and such, that could be discussed later. It wasn't her fault the chainsaw devil couldn't be found. As for Makima, That was even less something she could handle. Better focus on living her own life first. Speaking of which, I didn't see anyone queuing toward the alley today. Could there finally be time today? Rizet looked worriedly out the window. She was really hungry and wanted to eat. At this time, two inexplicably familiar figures walked toward the alley. Rizet was startled, searching her memory. These two people. She didn't really recognize the woman. Hadn't the man appeared in intelligence reports? This was a devil hunter. They were. Bang! Rizet didn't know what was wrong with herself. Watching that pair enter the alley, she suddenly panicked and hurriedly ran outside. As soon as Rizet went out, she happened to face Tauka, who was also coming out across the street. After the two made eye contact, they both stared toward the alley entrance. Those two people walked in. The woman said something unknown to the man, who nodded. His two hands, originally at his sides, changed to his left hand gripping his right wrist. Others might not understand. But Hayashi understood clearly. This was the operation before the Katana Devil's transformation. Same as the Chainsaw Devil, needing to pull the chainsaw cord. The woman also gripped something in her pocket, beginning to disguise as customers with the man, stealthily yet pretending to be casual as they walked toward the yard. At this point, both Kirishima Tauka and Rizet sensed something was wrong. Tauka instantly charged forward. You guys. While Rizet watched Tauka in surprise, she also reached toward the pin at her neck, hesitating whether to transform. Memories of Hayashi flashed through her mind. Just as she decided to pull it, the world ahead suddenly changed. Threads tilde. In an instant. As that man and woman reached the yard front, the woman drew her gun, and the man pulled off his right hand. Overwhelming crystalline threads instantly shot out from underground, walls, and various angles, tightly binding their hands, feet, necks, waists, and other parts. Then directly hoisted them up. That man and woman showed shocked expressions. What? Kirishima Tauka emergency braked after charging some distance. Rizet's pin-pulling motion stopped. Division 4 in the shop looked outside in surprise. And at the alley entrance, it was sealed by a layer of magic-infused threads, so thin they were invisible from outside, you couldn't see the situation inside at all. Didn't even notice it was sealed. Capitulo 98, Chapter 98, Interrogation, Taking Sides, Bomb Gun, Instant Kill. When overwhelming thin threads sealed the entire alley, no one present reacted in time. The alley entrance was sealed in the blink of an eye. Semi-transparent threads infused with magic made the alley entrance appear normal, but the inside was completely abnormal. Kirishima Tauka braked halfway through her charge. Rizet's hand had just touched the pin at her neck. As long as she pulled it, she could immediately transform into the bomb devil. In the yard, Pachita bared its teeth and glared at the enemies, almost standing up the instant Hayashi made his move, ready to transform. The people in the shop only reacted after hearing the commotion. Hayakawa Aki immediately stood up gripping his sword, ready to draw at any moment. Power was startled, didn't even wipe her mouth, and hurriedly stood up. She showed off beside Hayashi with claws and fangs, her eyes immediately turning to vertical pupils, and the small red horns on her head became bright red. Kobni cowered in the corner, looking around at everyone in panic. Himeno calmly observed everyone and the enemies. But more importantly, she was watching Hayashi's expression. As long as Hayashi was normal, even composed, it meant no problem. This person was with Makima-sama after all. Himeno glanced at Hayashi. Upon discovering he was even leisurely, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and her clenched fists relaxed. Even in her heart, the ghost devil, who would normally be displeased with this kind of behavior, didn't dare come out to say anything, pretending not to exist. Outside the yard, that pair of man and woman were tightly bound by thin threads at their hands, feet, necks, waists, and other locations. No matter how the man and woman struggled, it was useless. As long as Hayashi wanted, the next moment they could be torn apart by 6 horses, becoming pieces. Damn it! The man dressed all in black in the middle of summer struggled frantically, but it was still useless. Under everyone's gaze, Toru walked out. She opened the door, letting the cool indoor temperature flow out. Then walked out the door, not even glancing at the man. Instead, she first went to the woman. The woman was currently suspended, only 30 centimeters off the ground, but these 30 centimeters still left her completely immobilized. All her joint areas were bound. Each point of tension was perfectly applied, unable to move even slightly. The handgun was clearly gripped in her hand. But she couldn't even pull the trigger, let alone rotate her wrist. Toru looked at the woman, snorted, then reached out to take the gun and observe it carefully. This is a gun. Toru turned it over a couple times, found it boring, then went back and handed it to Hayashi. Here. Hayashi took the gun and toyed with it in his hands. He discovered he inexplicably felt familiar with guns, as if he'd used them his whole life, even though he'd barely touched guns before. This must be the gun devil's ability. And the instant Hayashi touched the gun, Haimno Hayakawa-iki, power, that pair of man and woman, and Rize all suddenly felt extreme threat and fear. Rize's pupils contracted, memories flooding back. That's right, this is exactly the same as that sudden heart palpitation that day. Could it be the shop owner touched a gun that day too? Those who experienced heart palpitations were all people related to devils. In Haimno's heart, the ghost devil urged, "Run, get away quickly." In Hayakawa-iki's heart, the fox devil also urged, "Danger, leave quickly." Rize was the bomb devil herself, so she directly had heart palpitations, her heart pounding non-stop. The pair of man and woman outside were also terrified to the point of widening their eyes. Their pupils contracted to the size of rice grains. You are. How could? At this moment, the devils in that pair's hearts were all telling them to leave quickly. The man before them was too dangerous. The instant Hayashi's devil aura was revealed. Not just the gun devil's aura. Along with previously devoured devils, the aura was incredibly powerful and complex. For devils, this was simply unimaginable. To be this complex and powerful, wasn't this proof of being super strong? Otherwise, why would there be so many auras? It couldn't be gift exchanges, right? Power among devils was like ghoul cannibalism, full of blood and violence. One devil's strength was absolutely accompanied by countless devils' tragic deaths. This gun's not bad, just a bit weak in power. At this moment, Hayashi had already removed the pistol's magazine, looking at the brass bullets inside. He looked up and asked, "Where did this gun come from?" No one answered no, the other side didn't answer. Hayashi raised his index finger and flicked it. Urgh! Instantly, the threads around the two suspended people's necks tightened violently, immediately making their eyes bulge, faces turn red, even purple. Their throats made choking, near-death sounds. Strangled for nearly 6 seconds. Just before the two would pass out, the threads suddenly relaxed. Gasp! Ha. Both gasped loudly. After a long moment, the woman answered first while coughing, "Bought on the black market, cough cough cough, there are Yakuza transactions." Actually, Hayashi didn't care where the gun came from. He just wanted to use methods to break down their mental defenses, making it easier to ask about things he was curious about, plus do an experiment at the end. No matter the process, their fate was sealed. Hayashi continued questioning, "Were the bullets included?" "Yes." "What are your names?" "Sawatari Akin." "Civilian devil hunter." "Yes." Hayashi asked, she answered. While everyone was still doubting whether these answers were true or false, the black-clothed man completely couldn't hold back. "You provided the firearms. You recommended my modification too. You bitch." Aza. After cursing, the man immediately broke down shouting. Perhaps knowing the plan had failed, he turned to curse at Hayashi and everyone. "It's all you people who destroyed the building, killed grandfather and the devils, I'll kill you all. I'll MMPH. Before he could finish his second sentence, a thread knitted a sweater on his lips, then pulled tight. Literally knitting a sweater with lips. The blonde woman, Sawatari Akin, seeing the man's lips, immediately bit her lower lip, scared enough to bite the corner of her mouth. Hayashi smiled and continued questioning. "What's his name?" "Don't know." Sawatari Akin shook her head, then quickly added, "Really don't know. He's that Yakuza boss's grandson, codename Katana. Katana, also known as the Sword Man, the Katana Devil. This devil was like the gun devil. Extremely powerful in swordsmanship, truly a master. Honestly, Hayashi quite wanted this ability. So he's the katana devil. What devil are you? Hayashi asked again. Sawatari Akin lowered her head, hesitating. Snake devil. Hayashi didn't care about the snake devil. He just asked questions as usual. Then turned to Himeno. Record all this information. Right, Himeno immediately took out her phone to record. Hayashi asked, what's the purpose? Assassination. Assassinate who? Everyone's. Are there other devil hunters? Yes. Have they acted? They're assassinating other targets. Hearing they were assassinating other targets, Himeno looked up and asked for confirmation. The entire Devil Hunter Bureau. Sawatari Akin lowered her head. Yes. Assassinating the entire Devil Hunter Bureau. That meant other divisions, other squad leaders, including Makima, were all targets. Lunatics, Himeno commented. If it was just assassinating one division then escaping, there would still be good chances. But comprehensive assassination, including Makima, that was a bit ridiculous. Are you sure this is assassination and not slaughter? Can you really do it? After a while, the questioning was about done. Hayashi waved toward the alley entrance. Rize and Tauka saw this and walked over still unsettled. Hayashi looked at Tauka, nodded at her, expressing affirmation and gratitude. No matter what, she was the first to charge up wanting to save him. That was pretty good. He was very satisfied. Then he looked at Rize. This was interesting. Hayashi's mouth curved into a smile. Looking at Rize, he gestured toward the two suspended people. What's your opinion, Rize? Honestly, I was quite satisfied with your motivation just now. Rize immediately became a bit nervous. But at least she had made the right choice in the first moment. So what followed was a matter of choosing sides. Recalling Hayashi's delicious food and that powerful aura, Rize raised her hand without hesitation. Started snitching. I'm also a devil hunter, but not with them. I have no loyalty to my country. I was just interested in the shop owner before. After speaking, she pointed at the man. This man is recorded in intelligence. Like me, he's an experimental subject fused with a devil. He's the katana devil, very skilled with swords. Can't engage in close combat. I don't know about that woman. Rize's experiences made her have no loyalty to her country. This was normal. Especially after seeing a better life. Otherwise, in the original story, she wouldn't have given up escaping back to her country after mission failure, instead wanting to stay in Japan. But in the original plot, Makima was unwilling and killed her. Moreover, Rize's heart yearned for youth. Yearning for school, romance, dating, these youthful things she lacked. Seeing Rize's decisive side-taking, Hayashi nodded and didn't express anything else. From meeting until now, Rize's performance had been good. Judged by actions, not thoughts. As for these two in front of him, from the moment they took action, their fate was sealed. Everyone quietly waited for Hayashi's move. Hayashi reached out his hand, about to say something. His phone rang. He took it out to look. Makima's. Answering, hello Makima. Once Makima's name was mentioned, Rize, Hayakawa Aki, Himeno, Power, Kobni, and the bound Sawatari Akin and man all jerked their heads up to look at Hayashi. The surroundings were completely silent. Makima's calm voice came from the shop. I was also subjected to assassination here. It's fine now, the assassins have been dealt with. Are you all right, Hayashi-kun? I'm fine, the assassins are captured alive, we'll deal with them later. Hayashi glanced at the watching eyes around. What do you plan to do next? Are you free? I want to come over and take you somewhere, then proceed with the next plan. That works, come over then. Be right there. Hanging up, Hayashi put away his phone and said calmly, Makima will be here shortly. All of Division 4 widened their eyes. Hayashi didn't mind their stares. Instead, he looked back at Sawatari Akin and the man. Going out later, need to hurry. You two can release your devil true forms now. Hayashi's devouring consumed devil essence. What use was devouring these two people? What he wanted to devour was their essence after transformation. That's why he needed them to transform. Hearing Hayashi's words, both opponents were stunned. The struggling man even forgot to struggle. Sawatari Akin, who had been lowering her head, also jerked it up, looking strangely at Hayashi. Are you sure? While they questioned, the threads binding the swordman's hands had already released. The threads binding Sawatari Akin's hands for using devil contracts also released. Division 4, seeing this moment. Their eyes were full of weight, meaning. How could they be released? Snake Princess. Transform. Sure enough, they were professionals after all. Hayashi gave them one chance, and they would bet on a comeback without hesitation. Completely opposite to Rize. The instant Hayashi released them, Sawatari Akin and the sword man instantly transformed, without any hesitation. Sawatari Akin spread her hands, revealing double rows of teeth in her palms. The sword man removed his wrist, revealing a bone blade. The next moment, the snake devil drilled out from Sawatari Akin's hands, instantly growing huge. The sword man also instantly transformed into a katana devil resembling Chainsaw Man, with a blade on his head and blades on his arms and elbows. Seeing this, Kirishima Tauka naturally tensed her body. But trust in Hayashi kept her from acting. In the yard, Pachita could transform and fight at any moment. While Division 4 was tense, Toru just stood calmly beside Hayashi, tilting her head with interest. Kana sat on the sofa, eyes wide, feeling like watching a movie. And the next moment, Hayashi hooked with one hand. Behind Sawatari Akin and the katana devil, a wall of woven threads appeared. The thread wall had no function. What really functioned was the heavy grenade launcher that suddenly appeared in Hayashi's hand. Though your fate is sealed, I did give you one chance. Finally get to try this. Hayashi gripped the grenade launcher with one hand, supplemented with magic and vibration power, aimed at the general location of the snake devil and katana devil, and pulled the trigger. Boom! An explosion-like sound rang out. Haimno, Power, Kobni, and Hayakawa Aki all covered their ears tightly. Tauka and Rize both opened their mouths in shock. The next moment, the heavy explosive projectile fired, with rocket-based explosive propulsion, exploding when near contact with targets. In Sawatari Akin's eyes, she had just summoned the snake devil. Though the snake devil was unwilling, the contract's existence meant she had to appear. The snake devil was huge, several stories tall. But before any reaction, Sawatari Akin's vision fell into endless darkness. Bang! Splash tilde. Couldn't see what happened. The grenade launcher's damage range was too large, precisely controlled by Hayashi to one area, even controlling the damaged targets. Under everyone's gaze, it was just a bright flash. After the light faded and they opened their eyes, the scene before them was a bit too tomato juice explosive. That white thread wall wasn't to prevent escape, but to catch the blood. Under one shot from the grenade launcher, on the white thread wall, an entire wall of tomato juice appeared. Sawatari Akin's, the katana devils, the snake devils all mixed together. Because the snake devil was too large, the amount of tomato juice was comparable to a swimming pool. Even in the center of the pool, there were two still beating hearts, actually completely intact. In the restaurant, Kobni's face turned extremely pale. The swimming pool of tomato juice immediately caused her to have a nauseous psychological reaction. Ugh tilde, Kobni rushed into the bathroom. But the next moment, the white thread wall began surging and wrapping. They overwhelmingly packaged up the pool and took it away. The next second, the street surface was completely renewed, as if nothing had ever happened. Everyone's faces showed complete shock, numbness, and stupor. Only Toru clapped her hands. Hayashi-san, amazing. That move was very powerful, but using magic might be a bit cleaner. Capitulo 99. Chapter 99, Everyone's Awe, Makima at the Shrine, Void Enemy Detection. Regarding Toru's opinion that magic would be cleaner, Hayashi agreed with this viewpoint. For example, if Toru fired one energy beam, the entire city would be gone, turned to ash. That would definitely be clean. But the bullets fired by grenade launcher plus power were completely kinetic damage, not magic damage. So instantly shaking the targets into tomato juice was unavoidable. Kinetic damage was like that. But there was no choice. Just experimenting with abilities. Hayashi put away the grenade launcher, acting as if nothing had happened. Among everyone present at this moment, only Toru and Kana had no particular reaction. After Toru finished speaking, Kana even said, "Hayashi's gun is cooler than that little pistol." How cool indeed. But compared to these two dragons, the others hadn't even recovered yet. Kirishima Tauka stared ahead in shock. Since the chaotic scene had been cleaned up, her gaze lacked focus. But that image was burned into her mind. Overwhelming blood and gore. All the snake devil's blood. In her visual afterimage, she seemed to see the snake devil's flesh and bones separating first in an instant. The flesh flying out first, peeling away from the skeleton. Then the skeleton being shattered by vibration. Finally, a heart actually fell to the ground intact. Splash tilde. On the ground, on the walls, all plasma. Gulp tilde. Everyone present swallowed audibly. Rize's pupils contracted to pinprick size, her heart pounding rapidly. Only one thought in her mind. Siding with the shop owner was absolutely the right choice. Just a little bit. Her tissue components would have been in that plasma just now. Huff tilde tilde tilde, huff tilde tilde tilde. Rize breathed heavily, but her face flushed red. In the yard. After seeing this, Pachita just felt Hayashi was so strong, truly worthy of being the master who saved its life. In the restaurant, Hayakawa Aki gripped his sword, his hands trembling. The fox devil in his heart, after witnessing such a scene, kept reminding him in his mind. Cannot be an enemy. Do not offend. Be respectful. Did this even need reminding? Hayakawa Aki tremblingly released his sword hilt, covering his mouth to calm down. Himeno leaned back slightly. She had expected Hayashi to be very powerful. After all, he was the man who could subdue Makima. But she hadn't expected him to be this strong. This was probably just a casual strike, right? If he got serious, Himeno didn't dare imagine. She glanced at Hayashi's profile, then quickly looked away. Such a man was really too unfair to women. In her heart, the ghost devil really wanted to become a ghost, silent as anything. Just frantically expressing emotions to Himeno. Don't answer, don't answer, don't answer. Power was by the window. Already dumbfounded. She stared blankly outside, then turned to look at Hayashi. Then rubbed her eyes. And repeated the blank staring again. Like a child lacking intelligence. What happened? Only Power dared to speak now. She looked at Hayashi, shocked and disbelieving. Just like that gone, that devil, the snake devil, was very strong. Hayashi nodded. She came out, I killed her instantly, what's there to say? I released them just to have them summon their devils. Otherwise, what's the point of just killing people? I wanted to kill the devils. Saying this, the devils in Himeno and Hayakawa Aki's hearts reminded them again. Power fell silent, then, flatteringly, ran behind Hayashi to massage his shoulders. You only kill bad devils. Good devils like me, you definitely wouldn't kill, right? Hayashi-sama is the best, the strongest Seiko. Hayashi was amused by her simple, direct flattery. Not only couldn't she say nice words, her purpose was so direct. She might as well point at herself and say, I'm a devil but I'm on your side, don't kill the wrong one. But that was just how Power was. Hayashi leaned back in his chair. You know what, Power's massage felt pretty good this time. No half-hearted effort. Her eyes and hands were full of survival instinct. A bit harder lower down, Hayashi tilted his head. Yes, Power was serious and earnest, immediately complying. Next. Kirishima Tauka was still outside. Hayashi looked at her and nodded. Sorry for the disturbance. Go back to work, remember to come eat when you have time. Tauka was still a bit dazed. Those images lingered in her mind. She nodded and left. Hayashi moved his fingers. The thread wall blocking the alley entrance automatically moved away. No one discovered what had just happened inside. Hayashi looked at Rize again. Same for you, just continue as usual. Rize nodded. She was more accepting. At the same time, her cheeks slightly red, she looked at Hayashi with anticipation and asked, Can I still come eat here in the future? I can't forget the delicious food here anymore. Before, Rize's blushing was all fake. All acting to portray a character. But this time, it felt very natural. Hayashi waved his hand. I'm running a legitimate business, don't overthink it. What just happened was called self-defense. Rizen nodded and left. The people in the restaurant, hearing Hayashi call this self-defense, couldn't quite hold it together. Having such ability and power, yet still talking about law. It was good enough he wasn't acting like Homelander. For the following time, the restaurant quickly returned to normal. Toru went outside to clean. She searched the entire yard, inside and out, for any possible remaining tomato juice residue, cleaning it up if found. Hayashi sensed the silk cocoon underground. All that blood and the hearts were wrapped up by silk cocoons made from his threads, hidden under the backyard. This blood, no, it could even be called plasma. How to handle it? Would it be a waste to throw it away? Protein was how many times more than beef? How about feeding it to the sunflowers? Hayashi wasn't sure if the sunflowers could absorb it, since they were monsters. Logically speaking, with such rich nutrition, it should be useful. I'll ask later. Just like that, Power continued massaging Hayashi for a while. Even when her hands got sore, she had no complaints, still diligently massaging. Finally, after a black car stopped at the entrance, Makima arrived. After getting out, Makima's white shirt still had blood on it. Hayashi looked at her head. Nothing on her head. Didn't get her brain opened. So this time she wasn't even acting. As if noticing Hayashi's gaze. After Makima entered, she took tissue to wipe her white shirt and explained. This is all someone else's, I'm fine. Hayashi nodded. Makima threw the tissue in the trash. Power tactfully moved away. Makima asked again, where are the devils who assassinated you? I dealt with them. Then, Makima meant devoured. Hayashi meant yes. Hearing this decision, Makima smiled very happily, stunning Hyemno and Power, who were secretly observing. So Makima could smile like this too. Wasn't she always that kind of world-weary face? Then, Makima went back and brought a refrigerated briefcase from the car. Only after returning to the shop did she say, I trust you, so I prepared in advance. Meaning the briefcase was for hearts. Then after finishing business, go to her house to eat fried meat slices. Sure, let's go. Hayashi nodded, got up and brought Makima into the kitchen. Opening the backyard's small door, Hayashi hooked his finger. Underground, the string fruit separated a small cocoon, drilling up from underground, then peeling away silk to open, revealing the two hearts inside. The hearts were still beating. Because they weren't ordinary human hearts, but devil hearts. Makima looked very pleased. She suddenly turned around to make eye contact with Hayashi. After a moment, their heads moved together. Hayashi reached out to hold her head, engaging in a long session. After separating, Makima's face was slightly red. We need to go, we must hurry. Hayashi looked at the time, indeed very rushed. Makima needed to implement her plan and operations. After finishing, they'd return home to cook, eat meat slices, then do other things. Let's go. Putting the hearts into the refrigerated briefcase, Hayashi also added ice energy from devil essence inside, making it even more preserved. When leaving, Hayashi turned to everyone and said, We're going out for a while, we'll be back before opening this afternoon. You all watch the shop. Everyone nodded in unison. Without any hesitation. Outside, Hayashi threw the briefcase in the back seat and sat in the passenger seat. He didn't know where Makima was going. After she got in the driver's seat, she drove off directly. The car left the alley entrance. Makima began explaining her plan. Many members of other divisions died, and we successfully lured out many foreign devil hunters. I'll use some death row inmates' lives to exchange with those devil hunters from the files. They're already waiting for us on the mountain. After the exchange, we'll go home. When Makima said this, Hayashi already had images in his mind. Makima twisting with both hands. That scene would be truly twisted. Hayashi nodded. The rest had nothing to do with him, he just simply wanted to watch. Then go eat at Makima's house. The black car kept driving. After winding around for a while, it stopped at the foot of a mountain. Hayashi looked at this mountain. Isn't this the mountain where I found Toru? so there's a shrine on this mountain. The shrine was built halfway up the mountain. This mountain had the layout of a master's chair. For feng shui, this was very good feng shui, so it wasn't built on the mountain top. Let's go. Makima got out, preparing to bring Hayashi up. Hayashi looked at the step-by-step stairs up the mountain and shook his head. Don't want to climb, I'll take you up instead. Makima turned back puzzledly. Hayashi raised his hand, making a finger-snapping gesture, looking at Makima and saying, Don't resist. Snap tilde. Teleportation magic activated, magic power started. The next second, Makima really didn't resist. The two teleported from the foot of the mountain to the top. At this moment on the mountain, in front of the shrine's main hall on the blue bricks, 2 rows of blindfolded death row inmates in white clothes were kneeling. On both sides were special agents in full suits wearing sunglasses. After Makima teleported here, she looked at Hayashi with surprise, but more with appreciation. Then she adapted. She walked toward the middle of that group of people. Hayashi walked to the side to watch. Makima walked in front of the agents, and one handed her a paper. The paper had the names of these criminals, and the names of this round of devil hunters. Some names were crossed out, already dead, others weren't crossed out, meaning still alive and escaped. Makima glanced at it, then reached out and crossed out the 2 that Hayashi had dealt with. After confirming the list, Makima looked at the agents. The agents tactfully took out blindfolds and covered their own eyes. But before covering them, they looked puzzledly at Hayashi in the distance, who was watching with interest like watching anime. Why wasn't he blindfolding himself? Who was he? What was he to Makima? With puzzlement, the agents blindfolded themselves. Then, Makima looked at the criminals and walked toward the first one. She looked at the first criminal coldly, her voice emotionless as she said, Say to me, Miss Hima Shiuzo. The criminal kneeling on the ground, blindfolded, slowly said, Miss Hima Shiuzo. Hearing the reply, Makima stood up, pressed her palms together, and slowly twisted. 1 second, 2 seconds. Thud tilde. The death row inmate fell to the ground, no longer breathing, naturally dead. And somewhere in Japan, Miss Hima Shiuzo's body was twisted into a pretzel out of thin air, his head exploding like a watermelon. Miss Hima Shiuzo, his companion beside him, screamed in terror after seeing this. He was just the first, but not the last. Less than 10 seconds later. Splat tilde. Another companion's body and head instantly exploded. At the shrine, the death row inmates' bodies fell thud after thud. Nothing happened to them. They just normally stopped breathing. The 2 blindfolded agents, even with professional training, trembled slightly hearing the continuous sounds of falling, unknown fear gripping them. Fear stems from the unknown. And to them, Makima was far too unknown. Just like that, Makima twisted nearly 20 times in succession. The death row inmates fallen at the shrine also approached 20. She spoke 20 names. 20 devil hunters also exploded. Makima, lowering her hands, nodded at the interested Hayashi and walked to his side. It's finished. Just like that. Thus, Makima's plan was executed completely, using her subordinates and herself to lure out devil hunters from various countries for assassination. After obtaining exact intelligence, then eliminating them all at once. This might not be the first time, but definitely not the last either. Dead people wouldn't leak information, so Makima could use this plan again and again. So, in Hayashi's mind, he recalled Hymno's words, she's been through 5 partners. Should this be said as her partners being weak, or that Hymno was strong, able to survive 5 rounds under Makima? Hayashi looked up at Makima, reached out and pinched her cheek with slight force. Bad woman. Makima felt slight pain but didn't resist, just showed puzzlement, then understood and smiled charmingly. That's right, I am a very bad woman. Hayashi smiled and let go. Back to the car or straight home? Makima answered without hesitation, home. Meaning teleport home, let subordinates drive the car back. Hayashi nodded, sure. He beckoned with his hand, and the briefcase from the car automatically teleported to his hand. Makima first looked curiously. Then without looking back, said to the agents who hadn't removed their blindfolds. "Leave the rest for you to handle, you can take them off now." Hayashi extended his hand. Makima walked to his side, letting his arm wrap around her waist. "Teleport." The next moment, the two instantly disappeared from the spot and appeared in the large flats room. The two agents removed their blindfolds. What met their eyes were only 2 rows of complete death row inmate corpses kneeling on the ground, hands behind backs, heads touching the bricks. Both shivered, then picked up phones to immediately handle the aftermath. Capitulo 100, Chapter 100, At Makima's Place, the Katana Devil's Ability. Anteku Coffee Shop. After Tauka returned, Irami Kaya glanced at her and casually asked, "Tauka, how was it?" Tauka opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. There were many images in her mind, but she didn't know how to describe them. She didn't even know where to start, because what just happened was too shocking. Seeing Tauka's expression, Irami Kaya immediately understood something. She stopped what she was doing. Let Koma and Ji work alone. Then took things to the backyard, and after confirming a secluded position, asked, "Is it about Manager Hayashi?" Tauka nodded. "Take your time, no rush." Tauka organized her words before slowly saying, "Manager Hayashi is very strong, extremely strong. Just now in the alley, there were actually devil hunters assassinating him, but Manager Hayashi killed them instantly in one move." Tauka picked and chose, saying some general content. No need to go into too much detail. Just understanding the gist was enough. Simply put, he was assassinated, but instantly killed the assassins, and the assassins had no resistance whatsoever. Even when given a chance and using their strongest state, they were still instantly killed. After hearing this, Irami Kaya could understand it, but was greatly shocked. Because of Hayashi's friendly manner and personality, you could expect he had strength. But you really couldn't expect he was stronger than even S-rank ghouls. Beyond expectations. Soon, this matter was notified to everyone at Anteku. After Manager Yoshimura learned about it, facing everyone's gaze, he squinted his eyes, and his smile became much more relaxed. "So as I said that day, we have many similarities. Manager Hayashi's strength is the foundation for living a happy life. We are the same. For this kind of life to continue, please everyone work even harder. We can't leave everything to Manager Hayashi, right?" Seeing Manager Yoshimura's stance, everyone's hearts became much more at ease. This meant they could let loose and go all out. They had originally thought Manager Hayashi had some strength, but wouldn't be very strong, so they had to be restrained to prevent being seen as keeping Manager Hayashi or being seen as potential threats. Suspicion was the most terrifying thing. But now knowing Hayashi was super strong, many things could be done without restraint, as long as their side-taking was clear. I'm fucking pro-Hayashi faction. Now everyone also realized why Takatsuki-sen dared to directly make big moves with Aogiri Tree. Perhaps her intuition already knew many things. The penthouse. After teleporting back, Hayashi went to the kitchen to cook first. After all, you couldn't just start writing directly, that would be too crude. Makima hadn't turned on the air conditioning in advance. The room was still a bit hot. Hayashi waved his hand, cool air. Icy mist swept through the air, and the temperature in the penthouse instantly dropped to just over 20 degrees. Hayashi prepared to go cook in the kitchen. Makima went to shower. Before leaving, she looked at Hayashi and said in her usual tone, "There's a small gift I'll give you later." Hayashi nodded, "Okay." He went to cook. 2 hearts directly made into stir-fried meat with green peppers, fragrant and spicy. Then he made 2 more dishes, braised fish and mapo tofu, plus a miso soup. Under normal circumstances, rice would definitely cook slowly. Hayashi pointed, accelerating the space speed inside the rice cooker. A few minutes later, the rice cooker went ding tilde and was ready. Hayashi opened it, and steam rose up. What was quite interesting was, through continuous use of abilities, Hayashi figured out what the Eternity Devil's ability actually was. What's accelerated and decelerated isn't time speed, but space speed. Although the results were similar, the two weren't the same thing. Time speed was a factor affecting the entire universe. If you accelerated 1 second on Earth, would the universe accelerate 1 second? How would you do it? How much strength and energy would it require? This obviously wasn't something the Eternity Devil could do. So, what the Eternity Devil accelerated and decelerated was speed within a certain space. It accelerated and decelerated particle movement speed, thereby affecting changes in process. Therefore, it could only affect space within a certain controllable range. It had to be within planned space. That's right. After Hayashi clarified the principle, his mastery of the ability greatly increased. It was an epiphany. I was wondering how a devil with time and space abilities could be so weak. One moment of enlightenment. Hayashi's use of this ability became much more adept. When all the dishes were ready, Hayashi brought them to the dining table, setting out bowls and chopsticks when serving the miso soup. Sounds of tap-tap came from the bathroom. The sound of high heels stepping on floor tiles. Hayashi looked back puzzledly. He was immediately surprised by the scene before him and took a deep breath. Looking from top to bottom. First was a black bunny hair clip. Further down was Makima's exquisite face with indifferent eyes, but a slight smile at the corners of her mouth. Golden ringed pupils that looked emotionless. But the upturned corners of her mouth carried a succubus-like smile. Combined with this absolutely beautiful face, it was simply pure desire's instant kill feeling. Then further down were smooth shoulders and collarbones. When the overhead light shone down, her shoulders were even glowing. Further down, a black little tie was tucked into the great cleavage. Under the surging waves was a one-piece black leather outfit bearing such weight, like a one-piece swimsuit, but with heavily added sensuality. Further down were semi-transparent one-piece black stockings. White skin loomed through the black mesh. The transparency and luster were just right. Slender legs perfectly showcased the advantages of this outfit. Well-proportioned muscles showed beautiful curves from every angle. S-shaped figure was flawless compared to anyone. Finally, at her feet were red-soled high heels, also the source of the earlier sound. Hiss tilde tilde tilde. Hayashi took a long breath. The meal wasn't even eaten yet, and she was already this intense. Little brother couldn't hold back anymore. How did she put on a bunny girl outfit? And such a top-tier version at that. Leather. Even more extreme. What's wrong? Seeing Hayashi not speaking, Makima thought it was just ordinary. She lifted the calf Hayashi had been focusing on, showing the red sole, not noticing anything wrong. Does it not look good? Cough cough, I never said that. Hayashi coughed lightly. What made you think of wearing this outfit? As long as it wasn't related to Bunny Girl Senpai. Makima held up her phone to indicate, then placed it on the table. I searched for gifts boyfriends most hope to receive, and Bunny Girl suited me best, so I gave this. Do you like it? Wearing this outfit, she had nowhere to put things. So she could only hold the phone in her hand, then put it on the table. Hayashi was very honest. He nodded, I like it. Not only did little brother like it, even just the visual effect, big brother liked it too. Just looking at it was pleasing to the eye. This cleavage was too beautiful. Hayashi pulled out a chair and sat down. Makima moved her chair next to Hayashi, then sat down, crossing her legs. Hayashi's gaze immediately followed downward. This scene, anyone who could resist looking would be incredible. Thumbs up, amazing. Makima served rice for Hayashi. She also pulled the dishes closer. Then scanned the dining table and asked, no fruit wine today. There is. Hayashi waved his hand and fruit wine appeared. Makima nodded, so magical. But this ability had nothing to do with devils, so Makima wouldn't inquire further. She would only learn about devil-related abilities. At the dining table, they began eating. Makima was very enthusiastic. She drank wine and fed Hayashi wine. She didn't eat herself, but picked up the stir-fried meat with peppers, feeding Hayashi piece by piece. Even when Hayashi was chewing, she propped her chin up, appreciating Hayashi finishing and swallowing. Her gaze would also focus on watching his Adam's apple move when swallowing. As if this was the most beautiful thing. For Makima, Hayashi was devouring devil essence. With each piece swallowed, part of the devil would disappear forever, until completely gone, never to be remembered by anyone. So for Makima, this was equivalent to the most beautiful scene. Her favorite, most appreciated scene. Just watching Hayashi devour devils made her face flush with happiness, her smile becoming more and more joyful. Hayashi was fed another piece. He looked at Makima. Do you really like watching me devour devils that much? Makima nodded without hesitation. I think this is Hayashi-kun's most handsome, most charming moment, and also an incomparable moment that no one can compare to. This evaluation surprised even Hayashi. It also made him realize his act of devouring devils, in the eyes of Devil Makima, was the moment of greatest force and authority. So charismatic. No wonder Makima insisted on personally feeding him. If this was Daji, which King Joe could attend court? Makima fed him the last piece. After Hayashi ate it. Makima's smile bloomed with unusual joy. She gently kissed once. This is the dessert reward. After eliminating devils, it was normal mealtime. Makima and Hayashi leaned together, drinking wine while finishing all the food on the table. True clean plate action. After eating and drinking their fill, the two leaned on the sofa, continuing to drink wine while watching TV. Although the TV was broadcasting news, ghouls, policies, civil servants, the two on the sofa paid no attention. The video on TV kept playing, but the figures on the sofa had already overlapped. After 5 p.m., Hayashi timely came to his senses, remembering opening time, and hurriedly went to shower. I'm going back to open the shop, clean up the dishes yourself. Makima didn't respond. Or rather, her brain no longer had memory to respond. She lay there, eyes emotionless, staring blankly at the ceiling. Hayashi didn't care if she responded or not. He snapped his fingers, directly teleported away. The next second, he appeared in the Midnight Diner's backyard. It had to be said, magic was too useful. Just this teleportation ability, being a time management master in the future, would be no problem at all. In the backyard, the three sunflowers sensed Hayashi's arrival and swayed their bodies, extending green leaves to wave as greeting. Hello. Hayashi responded, just remembering about the blood water. Oh right, do you absorb blood and flesh essence, the kind absorbed as nutrients? Hayashi hooked his finger. Above the grass, some blood water immediately seeped out. It looked a bit like a horror movie. The sunflowers bent down, in a humanized way looked and seemed to smell. Actually using their roots in the soil to touch and taste. Absorbing a little to taste. After contact, the three sunflowers visibly shook. Then all nodded their flower buds, indicating it was completely fine. Meaning great supplement, grows faster after absorption. That's great. Hayashi was very satisfied, wasn't this destroying evidence? But he was slightly worried. Oh right, you're absorbing this blood and flesh essence, which is a bit bloody. It won't affect your minds and make you grow into bloodthirsty, mad monsters, will it? If so, Hayashi wouldn't feed them. For this bit of progress, raising 3 bloodthirsty mad flower demons would be a huge loss. He wanted flower demons that made flowers bloom when seen. Regarding this question, all 3 sunflowers shook their flower buds, indicating no. Meaning, only absorbing nutrients and essence won't produce anything bad. That's good. Hayashi nodded, moving his finger as if manipulating something in the void. Under the backyard's grass, the cocoons wrapping large amounts of tomatoes began moving, combining, weaving. I'll move the blood packages directly below you, about 1 meter deep. Your roots can extend in to absorb, so it won't overflow. Hearing this, the 3 sunflowers' roots began automatically extending downward. Soon they found the blood packages. At the opening facing up, the threads automatically became loose, easy to penetrate. But after the sunflowers' roots penetrated, only then did they realize how large these blood packages were. Couldn't finish absorbing. Simply couldn't finish absorbing. The katana devil's body was one thing, just human-sized. But the snake devil's body was several stories tall. Even their bones were shattered to pieces. The blood water weighed several tons. And only 3 sunflowers to absorb it. Who knew when they'd finish absorbing all this? For a moment, all 3 sunflowers were stunned. Then realizing they trembled with joy expressing love to Hayashi. Master Sama, master. All right, you all absorb slowly. Hayashi waved his hand and went to the kitchen. He still wanted to see the abilities of the katana devil and snake devil. Arriving at the kitchen, Hayashi casually picked up a knife. Instantly, he felt the same familiarity as when he touched the gun last time. This feeling was as if he was naturally born a sword and blade master. Various knife techniques and understanding of blades seemed innate. Hayashi moved his fingers. The extremely sharp kitchen knife flipped up and down through his fingers, dancing gracefully. The cold gleaming blade cut through the air back and forth. But it wouldn't harm Hayashi's hands in the slightest. Finally, with a flip of his palm, the knife handle landed steadily in his hand. Quite fun, that was Hayashi's evaluation. Similarly, the gun devil could create guns. So the katana devil could also create swords and blades. Of course, lightsabers, kinetic blades, psionic swords, those definitely couldn't be created. It should only be able to create pure cold weapons. Hayashi first tried those he thought impossible. Sure enough, the laser sword only had a handle, no laser. The chainsaw sword only had teeth, wouldn't rotate. Psionic weapons wouldn't glow either, just sticks. Better stick to creating cold weapons honestly. Hayashi flipped his palm. The next moment, he created a ruined king's blade. But not just this one. In a short while, he had created all famous cold weapons. Capítulo 101, Chapter 101, Demon Blade 1000 Cuts, String Version, Nakiri Arena's Imagination Power. Excalibur Black Sword Clarifier, White Sword Shadow Chaser, Void Blade, Ryujin Jaka, Bloodthirster, Tenseiga, Senbenzakura, Demon Blade Murasame, Nikarin Sword. Hayashi transformed all the famous weapons he could remember. The dazzling array was captivating and irresistible. But the problem was, the attack power is all the same. Hayashi swung the weapons and cut some things, discovering the sharpness was identical. No matter how the appearance changed, they were actually the same. Of course, longer weapons definitely had greater range, that was certain. But it really depended on the weapon most suitable for you. So Hayashi thought about it. Finally, he created a Demon Blade 1000 Cuts. Yes, Demon Blade 1000 Cuts. This blade was somewhat like Riven's broken sword from Lowell. It could be assembled. In anime, it was a demon blade. The fragments could be freely controlled, soaring through heaven and earth while remaining incredibly sharp. But what he created now was just fragments on the ground, completely useless. But I have a method. Hayashi looked at these fragments and moved his fingers. Invisible threads began weaving and combining. They drilled in from the bottom of the Demon Blade 1000 Cuts, then starting from the handle, connected piece by piece of sword fragments until the blade tip. After all fragments were connected, the invisible threads began contracting. In a state invisible to the naked eye, the blade fragments began automatically combining, precisely fitting together. Finally, the pseudo-Demon Blade 1000 Cuts was born. No, it could even be called Hayashi's Demon Blade 1000 Cuts. Because this was a demon blade that belonged uniquely to Hayashi. Not only could it fragment and fly through heaven and earth to stab enemies like the original Demon Blade 1000 Cuts. Now it had something more. Between fragments, there were invisible string fruit threads. Wherever it passed, it cut through countless things. Larger damage area, more unpredictable behavioral trajectories. Hayashi held his Demon Blade 1000 Cuts. In its complete state, he swung it in the kitchen. Cutting sounds came from the air. Hayashi-san, you're back. Toru heard the sound and poked her head out at the kitchen doorway. Seeing Hayashi holding a purple blade, Toru exclaimed, "Such a beautiful blade, what kind of blade is it?" "It's called Demon Blade 1000 Cuts." Hayashi reached out to stroke the blade. "Demon Blade 1000 Cuts?" Toru was puzzled. "Why is it called 1000 cuts? Does it slash 1000 times at once?" You think this is Phantom Sword Dance. Though that didn't seem impossible either. Hayashi shook his head. "Not like that, let me demonstrate." After speaking, he took out an apple. Apples as fruit. If there was nothing else to eat, they generally wouldn't eat them. He took the apple to the backyard. Then under Toru's gaze, directly threw it into the air. During the apple's airborne process, Hayashi gripped the handle. Suddenly drawing slash. But with this draw, the blade shattered completely in the air. Various fragments scattered in all directions, flying toward the sky. Toru was dumbfounded. She thought Hayashi had broken the blade by drawing it. Like it directly shattered from being drawn. But obviously not. These fragments flying toward the airborne apple didn't hit it directly, but flew past from the sides. Dozens of fragments flashed in the air. Under the sword light and blade shadows. The fragments suddenly returned, gathering above Hayashi's handle. Finally returning to the original complete state. Done, Hayashi said softly. The apple in the air also cracked with a snap. Then became countless tiny pieces, scattering to the ground. Toru, looking at the apple's condition of being cut into thousands of pieces. Toru shuddered twice. She now understood, this was Hayashi's fusion of threads plus techniques. Self-created sword technique, Toru shouted excitedly. Self-created sword technique, Hayashi thought, that's true. Toru began explaining. Hayashi-san, in our other world, there are also many knights with pinnacle swordsmanship who create their own techniques and become legends. These sword and blade techniques become the core inheritance of their entire families, very important things. Hayashi-san has also achieved this. Hearing this, Hayashi knew others couldn't learn his sword technique. Because this was developed by fusing string fruit abilities. Without the string fruit, it simply couldn't be done. Even using other threads to fuse. They couldn't achieve this level of sharpness and toughness. So this counted as a supreme technique. A supreme technique with severed inheritance. Hayashi-san. At this moment, Toru, who had just finished speaking, pulled out a pile of books. She pointed to them one by one and explained. This is Stoneheart sword technique. This is Windslash sword technique. This is Forge sword technique. This is... What Toru pulled out were actually all various sword techniques. Finally, she said, Hayashi-san can reference the experience. Maybe even better sword techniques will emerge. After reading, just keep them in the shop. Of course. Compared to sword techniques, Hayashi was more curious about. You didn't get all these things from robbing in another world, did you? Toru's father was the End Emperor of the Chaos faction. Could it be my Toru was also a bad woman before? No. Toru crossed her hands, making an X gesture. These were all things I picked up, traded for, got from quests, or dropped by enemies I killed while traveling the continent. I never robbed strangers. Kana was also someone Toru met while traveling the continent. Hayashi nodded. All right, I'll take a look when I have time. Hayashi put these books away for now. Then checked the time. Found it was almost 6 o'clock. Open up, time to operate Toru. Okay, Tilda. Toru went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, already waiting outside the yard were Nakiri Erina and Rize. Plus several people from Anteku. Welcome. After Toru greeted them, she turned and went back. Rize and the Anteku people entered. Only Nakiri Erina still looked confused. Watching everyone go in. She even stepped back a few steps and looked at the sign. It matches, that's right. She looked at the alley entrance again, even took out her phone to check the location. Everything's correct, but where did all the people queuing for 3 days go? Why was there no one today? Where were they? Could it be that the past few days were all temporary actors hired by the shop owner? Impossible. The moment this actor idea emerged, Erina herself shot it down at light speed. A shop owner who could make such cuisine. Why would he hire actors? If more people ate this, ordinary people probably wouldn't have a chance to try it in their lifetime. The shop owner would definitely be patronized by high officials and nobles. Only cooking for them from then on. So how could he hire actors? Let's eat first. Erina rubbed her eyes and took out her phone to check her hairstyle, makeup, and clothes. After confirming everything was fine, she entered the restaurant. The restaurant now had over a dozen people in total. Division 4 hadn't left yet. At least they had to order a meal before leaving. In the restaurant, everyone took their seats. Nakiri Erina looked around. Finally saw Hayashi at the bar counter, making refreshing hand-beaten lemon tea. In Erina's eyes, Hayashi wore a short-sleeved t-shirt, making drinks. Each time he used the wooden stick to beat the lemon tea, the slightly raised muscle lines on his arms were so attractive. The messy hair on his head bounced with each movement, occasionally revealing his forehead and elegant eyebrows. Hayashi, who was making lemon tea, sensed Irina's gaze and smiled slightly at her. Tilde. Irina immediately blushed, came to her senses, and waved to indicate she wanted to order. Hayashi glanced at Toru, who was taking Power's order. So he had to go himself. Coming. He put down the wooden stick and wiped his fingers with a towel. His slender, strong fingers with perfectly proportioned joints made his entire palm extremely well-balanced, like a hand model's hands. Irina watched the palm being wiped. Her mind automatically conjured images of this palm cooking. Fingers pressing on tender white vegetables, holding them firmly, no matter how the cabbage struggled, it was useless. A big knife inserting into the vegetables, moving back and forth, finally withdrawing, the vegetables motionless. When Hayashi arrived in front of her, his gentle voice asked, "What would you like to eat, customer?" Only then did Irina snap back to reality, blushing slightly as she said, "I've eaten too much these past few days. Something light this time, can't gain weight. So tea-soaked Spanish mackerel rice balls, and one of your hand-beaten lemon tea drinks, thank you." This didn't need to be written down. Hayashi nodded, "All right, coming right up." He turned and walked away. Seeing this, Irina panicked they'd barely talked. But halfway through calling out, she didn't know what to talk about. Hayashi looked back puzzledly. Irina was a bit shy. This was her first time actively approaching a man. After hesitating for a long time, she said, "I'm just the person who told you on the app during the day that I'd come again this afternoon." Oh, tilde. Hayashi pretended to understand. Nakiri Irina, right? Yes. I heard your Tatsuki's Pearl, I know, we can exchange ideas later. Oh, Pearl and such they all, eh? Irina hadn't finished speaking. After Hayashi said they could exchange ideas later, he left. Looking at Hayashi's back. This was Irina's first time encountering such a man. Both embarrassed and excited. At Tatsuki. Whether chefs or anyone else, didn't they all rack their brains to flatter her? Even if she didn't want it, there was no choice. Because she had the god tongue. One comment from her could decide a restaurant's life or death, even a chef's life trajectory. So those people had no choice but to flatter her. But now it was completely different. A chef from another system. Completely indifferent to her. It was a complete dimensional crushing. This feeling. So exciting. In the kitchen. Hayashi first finished making the remaining lemon tea at the bar counter. Then began making Irina's tea-soaked Spanish mackerel rice balls. Spanish mackerel pronunciation, spring fish. Carnivorous fish, fierce in nature, feeds on small fish. Slender and laterally compressed body, silver gray with some reflection, small scales, few bones. All carnivorous fish have one characteristic. That is, the meat is extremely fresh, tender and chewy, with a firm texture and rich nutrition. Everyone says it's good after eating it. Hayashi didn't have this type of fish on hand. So he bought it from the system at a low-cost price, then began making it for Irina. The fish meat was sliced into pieces. Added a little to the tea-soaked soup to enrich the flavor. Also added to the rice balls, still to enrich the flavor. Fish meat is high in protein and doesn't easily make you gain weight. That's why Irina ordered this dish. After a while, the tea-soaked Spanish mackerel rice balls were ready. Toru. Coming tilde. After Toru entered, Hayashi handed her the dish. For table 1, along with the lemon tea, tell her to finish eating first before talking. Give me all the other menu orders. Okay tilde. Toru gave Hayashi the menu orders from Power's table and Anteku's table. Then carried out Irina's order. When it was placed on Irina's table, Irina looked up and saw it was the waitress, feeling a bit disappointed it wasn't Hayashi. But then she understood he was the shop owner and head chef. How could he personally serve dishes? This wasn't a Tatsuki restaurant. Irina, you need to put away your attitude from Tatsuki. Irina smiled slightly, thank you. You're welcome. Toru conveyed Hayashi's message to her, then left. Finish eating first before talking. Irina looked at the food in front of her and nodded with relief. How could a chef disappoint delicious food? Everything and all emotions should begin after enjoying the cuisine. Irina took a sip of soup, enjoyably pressing her legs slightly together, rubbing. Then gently bit into the rice ball. Tilde. It was clearly just a rice ball. Why was it so delicious? So good. Irina ate the rice ball in small bites, her eyes squinting happily, cheeks puffed like a hamster. Her legs also bounced up and down, obviously enjoying it immensely. After a while, Power's table and Anteku's table also got their food. Everyone went, oh Tilda. Hurriedly grabbed chopsticks and started eating. Not a moment's hesitation toward the delicious food. Just wanting to quickly get it all in their stomachs. Everyone ate happily. Hayashi came out of the kitchen, bringing an apple. This was the apple he'd cut up during the experiment earlier. He'd restored it with magic. Now bringing it out, he created a butterfly knife. Sat in the chair behind the bar counter. Left hand holding the apple, the butterfly knife in his right hand dancing gracefully between his fingers. Absolutely beautiful. Kana was originally watching TV. But hearing Hayashi come out, she glanced over and never looked away again. She got up and ran over to Hayashi's side with little steps. Ooh Tilda. Kana's eyes were full of stars, watching the butterfly knife dance, showing extremely interested eyes. Snap Tilda. Hayashi flicked and closed the knife, blade facing up. Pretty. Pretty, Kana nodded vigorously. Just technique, very simple. Can Kana learn it? Hayashi looked at Kana's small hands. Her hand placed in his might not even be a quarter the size of his. How could these little fingers handle a butterfly knife? Do the hand gestures with me, let me see. Hayashi made several finger opening, closing, staggered, and rotating gestures. Kana struggled to learn them, barely managing to do them. Seems possible. How about making a small butterfly knife to try? Hayashi reached out and made an unsharpened wooden knife, the smallest size, and handed it to Kana. You can start learning with this. I'll teach you a few basic moves. Learn these first. Okay. Hayashi taught Kana several 3-move combinations. Kana really was a genius. She memorized them at a glance, but couldn't execute them. Her brain remembered, but her fingers were the weak point. Can't do it, Kana was speechless. Hayashi laughed and rubbed her head. Practice first. You only know if it works after trying. If it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. So she practiced on the side. Hayashi began peeling the apple with the butterfly knife. The apple spun on the knife tip. The peel fell in spirals like a spinning top. Hayashi was peeling blind, his head reading a book. But as he peeled, something felt wrong. Why was there no sound of peel hitting the ground? Hayashi looked down. Kana was below with her head tilted and mouth wide open, catching all the peel in her mouth. Hayashi had finished peeling. Kana, what are you doing? Kana finished catching the peel and stood up chewing. Sour and sweet, delicious. I have the good part here, don't eat the peel next time. Okay, Kana stared at the apple in Hayashi's hand. So Hayashi cut a small piece and flicked the flesh out. Nom Tilda, Kana caught it in the air. Hayashi ate a piece himself. Then cut and flicked out another piece for the ready Kana. Nom Tilda, Kana caught it again. So the two took turns, finishing the apple between them. Capitulo 102. Chapter 102. Power wants to repay her debt. Everyone plans to come to the shop tomorrow. Hayashi ate a piece. An apple piece flew out. Kana caught it in the air, and so the cycle continued. After finishing the apple, only the apple core remained. Just as Hayashi was about to throw it away, he saw Kana staring intently at the apple core. This doesn't taste good, Kana. Kana still stared. Wanna try? Hayashi shook his head helplessly. Then try it. She wasn't an ordinary child anyway, so it wouldn't hurt her. If she wanted to try, let her try. Hayashi tossed it over. Kana caught it, chewed twice, and her delicate eyebrows wrinkled as expected. Not good, doesn't taste good. Then she swallowed it. If it doesn't taste good, spit it out. Hayashi patted his forehead helplessly. There's no rule about not wasting apple cores. But since she'd already swallowed it, what was there to say? After Kana finished the apple, holding her own small knife, I'm going to watch TV and practice. Then she went to watch TV. In the restaurant, everyone had almost finished eating. Kirishima Tauka had eaten enough and was preparing to pack several portions. Hayashi had anticipated this. He had already prepared them and kept them warm with his abilities. Here. Seeing this, Kirishima Tauka bowed gratefully. Thank you, Manager Hayashi. What's to thank? Hayashi handed them to her. Tauka went to pay the bill. After finishing her meal, Fuguchi Hinami saw Kana watching TV. So she also ran over to sit and watch together. Seeing content about school. Kana looked at Hinami's age and asked, Do you want to go to school, Hinami? Yes, Hinami nodded vigorously. I want to study hard and get into a good university. For what? Kana posed a soul-searching question. For what? Hinami first pondered. Then counted on her fingers. Not to disappoint father and mother's expectations, to get along well with peers, to become an excellent person, to be helpful to Anteku and Mama, and so on. All of these. Hinami's mentality was indeed quite mature. After experiencing major life events, people become this way. After a while, Kirishima Tauka finished paying, and Fuguchi Ryauko left with Hinami. After hearing Hinami's examples, Kana tilted her head and thought, then looked at Hayashi. Finally, she ran to Hayashi's side and tugged on his sleeve. Hayashi looked down and asked, What's wrong, Kana? Kana raised her delicate little face and asked, If Kana studies hard and gets into a good university, will Hayashi be happy? Hayashi looked at Kana with surprise. After seeing her serious expression, he thought about it and answered seriously. Hayashi first nodded, then shook his head. I would indeed be happy if you learn more knowledge and achieve higher accomplishments, but this has to make you happy too. You should be doing it for yourself while also for others, not just for others. You studying happily is far more important than you studying with hardship. As for achievements, you decide those yourself. You can want to achieve something for someone, but you can't achieve something only for someone. Simply put, you need to be happy, Kana. After Hayashi finished speaking, he smiled and rubbed Kana's head, then left. He went to chat with Irina. And after getting her answer, Kana also went back to watch TV. But while her eyes were watching, her mind wasn't. Hayashi's answer could be said to be different from what Kana expected, but it was an answer that exceeded the standard. How to think about it was up to the listener. With Kana's intelligence, she had already realized that perhaps before going to school, she had already become someone else's child. Yes, someone else's child in the eyes of children, not in the eyes of parents. The difference was, she had an incredibly good parent. In the restaurant, after Irina finished eating, she first paid the bill, then saw Hayashi. She nodded in thanks. Thank you for the hospitality. The cuisine was very delicious. Good that you liked it, Hayashi responded. Looking at the completely clean plates on the table, Hayashi nodded with satisfaction. You finishing everything is the greatest respect for a chef. Irina looked at her clean plate action, blushing slightly. She had indeed eaten too much these past few days. Oh right, I haven't introduced myself yet. Nakiri Irina changed the subject. I'm Nakiri Irina, currently studying at Tatsuki Culinary Academy Middle School, about to advance to high school, and also serving as supervisor for various Tatsuki restaurants. After hearing this, Hayashi could only say this was truly Irina. Even introducing herself had that absolutely confident show-off quality. But she indeed had the strength to back it up. I'm Hayashi, currently the Midnight Diner's owner and head chef, that's it, Hayashi replied. Though the content was brief, Irina gave great affirmation. She nodded twice. I'd like to ask, how do you ensure quality and inject soul elements when making these dishes so quickly? Ensure quality, inject soul. Some of these things could be replicated, some couldn't. But fundamentally, Hayashi gave a simple answer. Apart from talent, it's just practiced hands. This one sentence left Irina stunned. But thinking about it, wasn't that exactly right? She also relied on talent. Without the god tongue, how could she familiarize herself with ingredients so quickly? What about injecting soul? Irina asked persistently. Hayashi shrugged. Put your heart into it. It can't be adding some mysterious seasoning. My cooking method doesn't restrict ingredients either, anything works. That was called personal style. Nakiri Erina nodded helplessly. It seemed learning this method of injecting soul was impossible. She could only continue learning and practicing herself. But speaking of which, Erina looked at Hayashi and said seriously, "Your cuisine is extremely different from Tatsuki's methods, completely two different systems. If your culinary skills could be learned, then Tatsuki Academy could close down. Though I'm a chef from the Tatsuki system, I'd very much like to see culinary arts flourish in this world." Confrontation between different systems was the opportunity for overall culinary sublimation. Like the arms race between two countries during the Cold War. That's what caused technology to advance greatly. Speaking of this, Hayashi suddenly thought of something. You mentioning this reminds me of someone. She's a head chef at a nearby restaurant, young like you, but because she's not a Tatsuki student, she faces obstacles everywhere. Italy has repeatedly extended olive branches to her, but because it wouldn't be safe for her younger sister to study here alone, she hasn't left. Otherwise, she should have gone 1 or 2 years ago. Tatsuki students were VIPs at any restaurant. Tatsuki's graduation rate was less than 10%. Though this 10% would enjoy the glory of being celebrity stars in the culinary world, the remaining second-tier students were still VIP-level existence at second-tier restaurants. This was Tatsuki's top-tier phenomenal status. Even second-tier Tatsuki students were better than your worldly top-tier chefs. This was Toka's tragic situation. Hearing this, Nakiri Erina also opened her eyes in surprise. Who is she? Same age as me, also a girl. Can I meet her? Hayashi nodded. Her name is Takanashi Toka. She's also a customer at my shop, but I can't say more specific information. They come to my shop often. Usually, she'll come tomorrow afternoon around this time. You come too, then you can chat and get to know each other. Erina nodded seriously. All right. Hayashi had to protect customer privacy. Just mentioning a name was enough, he couldn't say more. The rest depended on whether Erina and Toka could get along. Later, Hayashi chatted with Erina a bit more, then saw her off. Seeing Erina's enthusiastic appearance, she would definitely come next time. When they reached the alley entrance, Hayashi saw her personal secretary had been waiting at the alley entrance. After Erina got in the car, they left. Tatsuki, Hayashi murmured, then shook his head. Tatsuki's internal situation wasn't peaceful either. It wouldn't be long. Nakiri Erina's father would soon sound the horn of rebellion, carry out a revolt against Tatsuki, and drive out senzimen. The current Tatsuki was already formulaic enough. Everyone was studying culinary arts, detached from reality. And Erina's father, Nakiri Azami, was even more extreme. He was simply formulaic to the extreme. Nakiri Azami's idea was to use 1% of top chefs to intensively research cooking recipes, while the remaining 99% of chefs didn't need any research and only needed to follow procedures step by step, eliminating any meaningless culinary exploration. Meaning if these people's research wasn't good enough and couldn't reach the top level, they shouldn't waste resources. Simply formulaic to the extreme. Though this was later overthrown, that was a matter for later. Me going home to drink beverages. Hayashi said nothing, just wanted to go back and lie down. He returned to the kitchen and took out iced watermelon from the refrigerator. Cut it quickly. In an instant, the entire watermelon was cut into 20 pieces. Hayashi brought it out saying, "Time for watermelon. If no one wants it, I'll eat it myself." Eat. Power was petting her cat. Although the cat now got along well with Pachita and didn't want to be petted by Power, there was no escape from her clutches, so it could only be petted. But when Power heard there was watermelon to eat, she immediately rushed over holding the cat. "I want 2 pieces. Get lost, finish eating, then take more." Hayashi handed her 1 piece. Okay. Power obediently took 1 piece and ran back, sitting by the window eating while petting, even trying to feed the cat. The cat wouldn't eat it. Power took a bite and happily swayed her legs. She looked at Hayashi, then thought about the debt she owed. Felt she needed to find an opportunity to repay it, otherwise it would be too inhuman, too undevil-like. Nearby, Hayakawa-eki, Himeno, and Kobni came over. Kobni asked embarrassedly, "Really treating us? Watermelon is quite expensive, right?" Coincidentally, Himeno thought the same. Watermelon was indeed a bit expensive. But that was only if buying from others. Hayashi didn't buy this. It was procured from the system. The system's prices weren't necessarily local Japanese prices. It was pure cost price. Like the lowest global price. Buy from wherever it's cheapest. This watermelon could have cost just a few hundred yen. Because the watermelon's actual value was just that. One seed, all water. Eat up, just occasionally treating. Hayashi didn't seem that enthusiastic. He just wanted to eat some too, so he brought everyone along. Sure enough, Hayashi's lack of enthusiasm, just being casual, actually made everyone more comfortable eating. If it was really daily treating, then this favor would be hard to repay. Everyone took a slice and went to eat on the side. Kana Toru, come eat too. Coming Tilda. Toru had just finished washing dishes and came over. Kana ran over with little steps. Took a piece of watermelon. Then ran back with little steps to watch TV. Everyone ate watermelon and chatted. Until 8 p.m. When the time was about right. Everyone paid and left. Before leaving, Hayakawa-eki, Haim no Kobni, along with the confused power. All bowed in thanks to Hayashi. Thank you for your intervention this afternoon, shop owner. Otherwise those two devil hunters might have been very troublesome. Seeing everyone's sincere thanks, Hayashi nodded with satisfaction. That's enough. Go on then, just come eat more often in the future. Of course. Only then did everyone wave and leave. Before leaving, Power waved and gestured with her phone. After Hayashi went back, he picked up his phone to look. Power, shop owner, this great one wants to repay the debt. What time and place would be suitable? Hayashi's expression was strange. First time seeing someone wanting to actively repay a flesh debt. Of course. It wasn't good to keep owing this debt. He was about to forget it himself. Indeed, needed to find an opportunity to collect it. But there wasn't really any specific time or place. Ahem. Hayashi thought, then suddenly realized he had magic. Wasn't this any time, any place, happy Superman, serious case handling? Hayashi replied, after you get home, send me your location after 2 a.m. understand? Power, got it, boss. Boss. Whatever, this way of addressing was fine too. Hayashi put away his phone and went back. After 8 o'clock. Until 11 o'clock. During this time, 2 groups of regular customers came. All were served normally, nothing special to mention. The evening continued with idle boredom. But this was the state Hayashi liked. Just a few customers here and there. Not too many, not too few. To put it unpleasantly. Not seriously doing business, just running it for fun. This statement was actually correct. Crack crack tilde. By the TV. Hayashi, Toru, and Kana cracked sunflower seeds together while watching TV. When they got tired of Detective Conan, they watched SpongeBob. If that didn't work, they watched Crayon Shin-chan. After watching enough of that, they'd watch Naruto. Until late at night. Hayashi spent time this lazily. So wonderful tilde tilde tilde. Scrolling through his phone. Hayashi looked at various cute girls on TikTok, his legs bouncing happily. While scrolling, his phone started getting messages. Kamishiro Rise, Hayashi-kun, I didn't see any news about your shop today. Has it returned to normal state? Hayashi, yes, the past 3 days were really exhausting. By the way, where have you been these days? Kamishiro Rise, then I must go eat tomorrow. These days, I've been investigating follow-up events of human experimentation. This matter involves not just the Washu family, but other CCG higher-ups as well. Hayashi, of course, one of the CCG higher-ups is the Washu family, but I suggest you don't investigate alone. If needed, go find Takatsuki-sen and say I told you to. Kamishiro Rise, I understand. Thank you for still supporting me, Hayashi-kun. What was there not to support about this? He wasn't contributing anything anyway. At most, it could be considered physical support. Kamishiro Rai's target was the Washu family and CCG, while Takatsuki-sen's target happened to also be CCG. The mastermind behind CCG was also the Washu family. Both had tasted dishes made by Hayashi. It could be said they were destined to come together. At this time, while Hayashi was chatting with Kamishiro Rise, Takatsuki-sen also sent a message. Takatsuki-sen, that little girl writer has been quite popular recently, but your shop seems to have finally quieted down. Can I come to the shop tomorrow? Hayashi, sure, she's already 18, well-developed. How can you call her a little girl? Takatsuki-sen, are you saying her measurements are bigger than mine? Hayashi, I never said that. Takatsuki-sen, HMPH, exactly. Tomorrow when I go to the shop, if she's going too, we can compare and find out. Hayashi, how can you say that, Ito? Although different people have different preferences, you know me, I'm an omnivore, I love eating anything delicious. Capítulo 103, Chapter 103. Takatsuki-sen wants to write a new book, Power comes to repay her debt. Hayashi's comment about being an omnivore who loves eating any grass made Takatsuki-sen on the other end giggle nonstop, clutching her stomach and rolling on the bed. Simply put, he loved looking at anything beautiful. Not to mention mature women and lowlies. Even different species would be fine as long as they looked good. Including but not limited to monster girls, elves, succubi, demon lords, beast girls, etc. As long as they were humanoid and aesthetically pleasing, all were acceptable. What, reproductive isolation? Wasn't that even better? No need to worry about contraception costs, directly going wild. Experiencing the purest skin contact. Takatsuki-sen laughed for a long time before replying on her phone. Your philosophy, though it seems too scummy, I have to say, for us ghoul beings, it's really too unfair. I believe it's the same for other species, even devils, hentai-kun. Seeing Takatsuki-sen's reply, Hayashi started typing. Hayashi, this is called no deception, all sincerity, giving every girl a warm home. Giving each beloved girl a share of great love. This universal great love. As long as they don't covet or compete with each other. Wasn't Hayashi a great love immortal? Seeing this, Takatsuki-sen on the other end felt both helpless and dependent. After all, if it wasn't someone like Hayashi. No matter who met Takatsuki-sen, after knowing her true identity, they wouldn't have the emotional and communicative state she now had with Hayashi. In this world, the only man who could interact and live with her like this was only Hayashi. It was precisely because of this aesthetic that she had her current identity. For this relationship, there were sacrifices and gains. Completely worth it. For a moment, Takatsuki-sen's mind suddenly overflowed with inspiration. Girl, different species, dual identity, contrast, pursuing ideals and revenge. Boy, great love, daily sunshine, encounter, support, romance. Such inspiration would definitely produce a good book, right? For a moment, Takatsuki-sen wanted to start writing again. Using Takatsuki-sen's identity. Write this final book. Whether it sold well or not, as long as it was most important in her heart. After thinking it through, Takatsuki-sen immediately replied, I suddenly have inspiration for a new book. Let's stop chatting. See you tomorrow evening. Oh, and it's a new book created with you and me as the main characters, like Utaha's. Hayashi. No way, you two. Hayashi immediately added, don't include my restaurant's real address. Takatsuki-sen didn't reply, probably saw it. But those days of being packed with crowds. Hayashi never wanted to experience it again. Too exhausting. Not physically tired, but mentally exhausted. In Takatsuki-sen's house. After ending the conversation, Takatsuki-sen, naked, hurriedly ran to her desk, pulled out paper and pen, and began writing. The paper showed a publication plan. Black Goat's Egg was the 7th book. And the next one, the 8th in the plan, was The Inverted MacGuffin. Next to this title, many elements were writ. Actually, she had planned to write a book using Hayashi's existence as an element, but the inspiration wasn't as strong as now. MacGuffin referred to something that drives the plot, goals, and core. Takatsuki-sen's idea for this book was about the series of changes she, the protagonist, underwent after meeting Hayashi MacGuffin, thus driving the plot and producing a new ending. But she had writer's block. Because her new life had just begun, she couldn't write the ending. But now it was different. The new book was interspecies romance theme. For the current Takatsuki-sen, this theme was simply an explosion of inspiration. So Takatsuki-sen wrote tentative next to the inverted MacGuffin. Then in the 9th book she wrote B-stars. Just now with Hayashi, her thoughts flowed like a burst dam. Takatsuki-sen couldn't wait a moment, grabbed her laptop and started typing. Nothing else to say, with her ghoul body. Typing all night was absolutely easy. Tomorrow afternoon, she absolutely had to show Hayashi the opening. In the restaurant, after ending the chat with Takatsuki-sen, Hayashi touched his chin, feeling something was off but also right. What were Takatsuki-sen's later books about again? He only remembered Takatsuki-sen published 2 more books later, but had forgotten what they were called. Who would remember such things for no reason? But Hayashi remembered that Takatsuki-sen's books were all plot-related. Not written for herself, but for the environment. The new book was probably the same. Of course, what surprised Hayashi most was that Takatsuki-sen still had the mood to continue creating. At this time, she was about to go to full-scale war with CCG. After the war began, after eatery achieved their first victory, Takatsuki-sen would self-destruct. Yet she still had the mood to continue creating. Could it be, Hayashi suddenly realized, Takatsuki-sen wouldn't actually be writing that banned book I mentioned jokingly that would become popular, would she? That really would become popular. No doubt about it. Takatsuki-sen was already a major author. When she published new books, publishers would print and publish at the fastest speed. The first edition wouldn't be less than 20,000 copies. Possibly even 50,000 copies. With this foundation, plus Takatsuki-sen's own appeal and influence, even if it got banned after she self-destructed later, that would only make the book more popular. Incredible. That was Hayashi's assessment. There was another point. As long as Takatsuki-sen herself wasn't caught by CCG, she could continue publishing books using her alias identity. It would continue to be popular then. At worst, she just wouldn't take the royalties. Utaha, Hayashi shook his head helplessly. I'm afraid your lifelong rival will have to be Takatsuki-sen. It was too difficult to outright this genius with mortal strength. And so, until 2 a.m. late at night, Hayashi, Toru, and Kana watched TV together. The 3 leaned on the sofa, each holding a pillow, watching until 2 o'clock. On TV, Patrick tilde, let's go catch jellyfish together. Ha tilde tilde tilde, Toru yawned. Hayashi turned to look. Kana had already fallen asleep, head tilted, drool about to flow down. Hayashi checked the time and patted Toru's shoulder. Take Kana back to sleep. Get a good night's sleep today, ceasefire, can't have nightly revelries. Toru was indeed tired. She nodded and carried Kana back to sleep. Hayashi went to close the door. Check in. Save the check-ins, accumulate them for a one-time consecutive draw for good items. Single draws couldn't produce miracles. Then he went to the backyard to check on the sunflowers. All 3 sunflowers drooped their flower heads, sleeping like people. Hayashi nodded and returned to the second-floor bedroom. Tilde. Comfortably lying on the big bed. Hayashi lay on his side, scrolling through his phone, planning to play for a while before sleeping. At this time, Power, location pin. Power, Makima seems to be asleep. Boss, how are you coming over? Infiltration? Or should I come get you? How about the forest or a hotel? If Makima-sama discovers us, I'll die horribly, right? Hotels aside. Forest, you're really. Hayashi was impressed. Truly a devil, just like Makima, playing so openly. Basically no sense of shame. Makima, such a cold and powerful devil, yet in that aspect, wouldn't refuse anything as long as Hayashi was happy. Even to make Hayashi happy, to reward Hayashi. She would wear particularly shameful clothes. Yet still didn't feel ashamed. Instead thought it was right. To this Hayashi could only say, well done. Devils were great, he had to play well with devils. Power had the thief's heart, but not the thief's courage. She dared to play, but was afraid of being caught by Makima and dying horribly. Hayashi replied, don't worry, count down 3 seconds, look behind you. Powers. Teleportation magic currently had 2 most commonly used methods. One was ignoring location, directly blind targeting, like choosing a direction and teleporting 10 kilometers. What the result would be was unknown, so this type of teleportation was generally only used for aerial teleportation. 2 was knowing precise coordinates, then precise teleportation was possible. Hayashi looked at the coordinates power sent. Teleportation magic. He held 2 spells and 1 ability in his hands, leaving a scouting eye in his own room. When the teleportation magic took effect, Hayashi instantly disappeared. Appeared in Power's bedroom. The moment Power turned around, the string fruit ability instantly wrapped the room from inside, almost airtight. Another one-way silencing magic took effect. Sounds from inside couldn't get out, but sounds from outside could be heard inside. Also known as sound version magic mirror. Wow, shop owner. Power turned around, seeing Hayashi appear, directly exclaimed. Then quickly covered her mouth, scared enough that sweat was about to flow. Hayashi looked at Power speechlessly. He knew Power was unreliable, so he came prepared with magic just to prevent this from happening. Sure enough, he guessed right. If the magic hadn't been prepared in advance. With that shout of hers. Oh ho tilde tilde tilde. No sound now, Hayashi helplessly gave Power a hand chop. And explained that he had used magic to soundproof the room. Wow tilde. Power was immediately very interested. She looked at the ceiling, making her hands into a megaphone shape. Then under Hayashi's incredulous gaze. Shouted, Makama-sama, can you hear me? Hayashi clenched his fist, mouth twitching. I'll endure, won't find fault with you over this. I'll be happy Superman later, when happy I become Superman. Power shouted once. After confirming no movement, she said to Hayashi with delight. Really, really soundproof. Ha ha ha, so interesting. Power might have been somewhat pressure damaged living in Makama's place. Though not the same floor, just the same building. But it still counted as living with Makama. You dummy, Hayashi sighed helplessly. Hee hee tilde tilde tilde. Power wore only a t-shirt and triangle shorts. She pounced on Hayashi at this moment. Legs clamping around Hayashi's waist. I've owed so much debt, you finally came to collect. Hayashi revealed a kind smile. Don't rush, take your time repaying this debt. Power was stunned, what do you mean? Because this is a high-interest loan. After Hayashi spoke, Power was suddenly pressed onto the sofa. She just wanted to lift her head and look back. Immediately after, a strong, powerful hand pressed on her neck, firmly pressing her against the sofa armrest. Ah! Suddenly, Power became like a cat, having its tailbone tickled. Expression intense yet absent. Shaking her head, wanting to struggle but not struggling. She bit the sofa armrest. The spirit in her eyes gradually disappeared, pupils gradually becoming heart-shaped. After an unknown amount of time, Hayashi got up, crossed out an item from the debt list, and wrote a 1 on Power's leg. Power still lay on the sofa. Hands drooping to the ground. Head tilted to the side, no movement. Hayashi originally wanted to remove the magic and leave directly. But remembering Power's trait of not liking to bathe, he could only shake his head helplessly. Cleansing magic. In an instant, Power's body became clean as new. The milkshake and such also disappeared without a trace. Hayashi replenished the silencing magic with more magical power, making it naturally fade only after daytime. After doing all this, he teleported back. The next day, Hayashi woke up under the noon sunlight. He lay in bed, wiggling left and right, resting for a while before opening his eyes. Sitting up, he first checked the scouting eye magic he had set up yesterday. It was simply a recording plus broadcasting magic. Recording surrounding images. Real-time broadcast, watch whenever you want. The downside was no storage. Because magic had no physical form to save images, you'd need at least a carrier. Still need to improve it. Hayashi used magic to look outside the courtyard. No one queuing. That was good. Then looked inside the house. Toru had just woken up and was cleaning the second floor. After cleaning her own and other rooms, she was walking toward his bedroom. Knock knock tilde tilde. Toru knocked, Hayashi-san, are you awake? As she spoke, she secretly opened the door crack to peek inside. If Hayashi wasn't awake, she couldn't guarantee she wouldn't do something unexpected. Like secretly eating lollipops or something. She had done this before. I'm awake, Hayashi stretched, revealing his well-proportioned muscular upper body. Toru's eyes became starry. Hayashi-san, do you need a massage? Let me massage you. Who gets massages first thing in the morning? Hayashi got up and under Toru's regretful gaze, put on his shirt and pants. Come in. Toru entered the room and began helping Hayashi clean. I'll go make breakfast. Hayashi went to the kitchen to make breakfast. After seeing Hayashi leave, Toru immediately pounced on Hayashi's bed, covered herself with the blanket, breathing in the scent full of Hayashi. After she wiggled around thoroughly in the blankets, only then did she emerge with glowing eyes, full of energy. Energy replenishment complete, begin cleaning. Washing clothes, airing bedding, cleaning, organizing things, basically these tasks. Hayashi went downstairs. First personally fed Pochita and petted it. Then fed the cat and petted it. The cat contentedly squinted its eyes, rubbing against Hayashi with its head. Its tail also curled around Hayashi's hand, showing great dependence. It was very smart. It knew Hayashi was very strong, very gentle, had lots of delicious food, and all made by this man. So it had to curry favor properly. Hayashi petted the cat, then went to the backyard to check on the sunflowers. How was it? Were the blood packages tasty? The 3 sunflowers saw Hayashi coming. They all swayed their bodies, waved their green leaves, greeting him. After one night, the sunflowers that had absorbed nutrients all day seemed to have grown bigger. Hayashi walked forward and compared with his own height. Yesterday, the sunflowers seemed to only reach his belt. Now comparing, they had reached his waist. They grew nearly 10 centimeters overnight. You grew this much, Hayashi said in surprise. The sunflowers conveyed, good nutrition means fast growth. How tall can you grow? Hayashi asked. The sunflowers indicated, about as tall as women, then begin condensing essence and growing demon cores. As tall as women. That would be about 1.617 meters. Hayashi looked at the flower heads. Sure enough, they had grown sunflower seeds again. Let's harvest the seeds first. Hayashi found a basin. Hearing about harvesting seeds, the sunflowers swayed even more happily, all looking forward to the vibration. Hayashi used the tremor fruit, gave each sunflower a wave of vibration, shaking all the seeds down. The sunflowers comfortably swayed their flower heads. Hayashi collected the seeds and went to roast them. Then began making breakfast. Let's make steamed dumplings. Capitulo 104, Chapter 104, Market crowds arguing, Shiyu and Takatsuki-sen meet again. Hayashi wrapped dumplings. 1 portion beef and glass noodles, 1 portion pork and scallions, no vegetarian ones. Because Hayashi felt vegetarian dumplings really didn't taste good, vegetarian buns were okay, but dumplings, forget it. After wrapping the dumplings, he put them in the steamer to steam. Toru finished cleaning upstairs, wiped her mouth, and came downstairs with Kana. Kana went to get the watering can to water the plants. Toru cleaned the restaurant interior, wiping down tables and decorations. After a while, the dumplings were ready. Time to eat. As soon as Hayashi called out and brought them to the table, Toru, Kana, Pochita, and the cat all came over. 1 portion beef, 1 portion pork, eat as you like. Hayashi took a beef one and popped it in his mouth. Seeing him eat first, everyone hurriedly started eating. Pochita and the cat waited on the side to be fed. Hayashi picked one up and tossed it to Pochita. Pochita, catch it. Pochita did a backflip and caught it. Hayashi picked up another one for the cat. Kitty. The cat did a high jump, hooked with its paw, and also caught it with a flip. Beautiful. Everyone ate happily. While eating, Toru asked, are we going shopping today too? We could. Nothing else to do anyway. After finishing the steamed dumplings, leaving Pochita and the cat to guard the door, the 3 of them left in the small van. Driving on the road out of the city center, pedestrians walked along the roadside. When passing some shopping centers, they could already see CCG installing detection gates and similar devices. But only at large shopping centers and at high-traffic facilities like light rail. Most other places didn't have them. Toru saw this and turned to ask Hayashi. Hayashi-san, can installing these detection gates really prevent ghouls? Hayashi made a pinching gesture like he was disappointed at losing the market. Probably just this little bit. Really just this little, Toru was surprised. Really just this little, Hayashi confirmed. Only installing them at large shopping centers and light rail stations was basically just to prevent ghouls from going in and massacring people or carrying out terrorist attacks. But in reality, normal ghouls still wanted to coexist with humans. If they carried out terrorist attacks, they would be severely cracked down on. There were also intermediary contacts between CCG and ghouls. So only ghoul organizations dared to plan large-scale operations. Individuals would be caught easily. Otherwise, who would be imprisoned in ghoul prisons? Even SS-rank ghouls were captured. Actually, it's more just for show, Hayashi said helplessly. There's another point, it can check public figures to see who are ghouls, like Takatsuki-sen. In the later stages, there would definitely be high officials, nobles, and celebrities thrown out as scapegoats. After investigating a batch, that would count as a purge. The core group could then be safe for a long time. Only then did Toru understand. So this was politics. The car drove to the market. After Hayashi parked in the parking lot, the three got out. Coming to the market entrance, a group of people were having a heated discussion. And one side was actually CCG's administrative department. What's the administrative department doing at the market? Hayashi was puzzled. Grocery shopping. Toru showed a gossip-watching expression. She quickly pulled Hayashi and Kana to watch and listen from not far away. Kana couldn't see and was a bit anxious. She tugged on Hayashi's sleeve. I can't see. Come here. Hayashi picked up Kana. Let her sit on his shoulders to watch. Wow, Kana was immediately happy. So high. Actually not that high. If she transformed into a dragon and flew, it would be much higher. It just looked high from a human perspective. Toru noticed from the side. Immediately spread her hands. Me too, Hayashi-san. You go away, Hayashi glared at her. With your peach butt, could my shoulders even hold it? Did she think he had refrigerator-wide shoulders like in manga? If Toru sat on his shoulders, at most half her butt would fit. Toru took it as a compliment. So she held Hayashi's other hand and watched the show from the side. The three watched the show. The people over there were arguing. The market manager said, "What are you talking about? Why should my vegetable market purchase your detection gates?" The CCG administrative staff said, "Areas with high foot traffic need to prevent ghouls from entering. These are all potential threats." Market, why should we pay for these gates? CCG, because the gates are very expensive and this is for your own good. What if ghouls sneak into this vegetable market? Market, do you even hear what you're saying, you bastard? CCG, so what? Market, this is a vegetable market, you moron. What would ghouls come to a vegetable market for? CCG, well, you should still buy them. Market, baka yaru. Both sides argued irreconcilably, looking like they were about to fight. The surrounding people immediately held them back. Then began heated discussions. On the side, Hayashi ate melon seeds while watching the drama. Even cracked sunflower seeds. This drama was so delicious. So delicious he was about to faint. Hayashi couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth. Hagahaha. Toru hugged Hayashi's arm and couldn't stop laughing. Wiping tears. So they want the market to pay part of the money for these gates, trying to sell gates to the market, but ghouls don't need to buy vegetables. After watching, Kana said, "Idiots. Did ghouls need to buy vegetables? What a joke." Only dishes made by Hayashi could be eaten by everyone and taste good to all. Other than that, ghouls could only eat human flesh. So who needed to buy vegetables? Unless ghouls were hiding their identity and putting on a show, but that was too few cases, completely unnecessary to deliberately come buy vegetables. This CCG operation was like trying to sell gaming consoles to blind people. Or selling Bluetooth headphones to deaf people. Too fucking ridiculous. Both sides almost came to blows, but were pulled apart by surrounding people again. Some people who understood the situation also laughed uncontrollably on the side. Finally, the CCG administrative, sales staff also felt they were in the wrong, so they left cursing. Don't just think they were stupid. Actually, many things really were like this. Like Japan's TV advertising and channel services, etc. They all went door to door asking for money like this. Getting it was earning it. Really outrageous. Hayashi, Toru, and Kana finished watching the comedy and went into the market to buy groceries. Meat, vegetables, bought everything. Also bought some fruit. Then the three came out and continued strolling around. Then went home. The car drove on the way home. Hayashi counted on his fingers, calculating who was planning to come to the shop today. It turned out he didn't realize until counting. So many people were coming. It seemed like everyone had scheduled to come today. Fortunately, even if they all came together, there actually weren't that many. Then it's fine. The car entered the city center. When passing a park, Kana saw toys inside. What's that floating chair? Kana pointed at a wooden board hanging from 2 ropes. Though the car passed by quickly, Hayashi still caught sight of it from his peripheral vision. That's a swing, Hayashi explained, a hanging chair that can sway back and forth. Oh, Kana indicated she understood. But seeing her eager expression, Hayashi knew Kana looked very interested. So he directly turned the car around. There was nothing to do in the afternoon anyway. Getting out of the car, he said, "Want to try it? If you like it, we can make one in our courtyard too." Try it. There were 3 swings in total. A triangular frame with a row of swings hanging from it. Kana sat on the left one, Toru on the right one. Then Toru pointed to the middle one and said to Hayashi, "Come on, Hayashi-san, you sit here." "I'll pass." "Come on, tilde. All right." So in the park, the 3 swung on swings, swaying back and forth. The summer heat also dissipated quite a bit while swinging. Just the afternoon sun was a bit too strong. Getting a bit hot from the sun. Let me cool things down. Hayashi stopped first, touched the ground with 1 foot, creating ice vapor under the earth that slowly rose. Then got caught up in the airflow created by the swings. Finally, the 3 of them swung cooler and cooler. Wow, tilde. Kana's hair fluttered in the breeze. She looked very happy and swung quite vigorously, flying high up before coming back down. Ha tilde. Toru was also swinging. When the swing reached its highest point, she let go with her hands, flew out directly, did a 720-degree spin in the air plus side flips, then landed steadily and raised both hands. Perfect score. Hayashi clapped. Then Kana also tried this. Did several aerial spins before landing. Also perfect score. Hayashi applauded. Then seeing their expectant gazes, Hayashi immediately shook his head. Impossible, don't even think about it. Just like that, the 3 played in the park for a while longer. After playing enough, they got back in the car and drove home. When the car stopped at the alley entrance, Hayashi asked Kana, "Did you like it? If you do, we can make one and put it in the courtyard." Kana nodded decisively, "I like it." Toru agreed. Indeed, Hayashi nodded, he quite liked it too. Who could refuse swinging when there's nothing to do? It was really interesting. Back at the restaurant, Hayashi began planning the swing design. Definitely putting it in the front courtyard as decoration by the window would look nice too. But should we buy a frame or figure out where to hang it from, or? Hayashi wasn't worried about the hanging problem. He could use string fruit threads inside the chains later. Or even use only threads to achieve better visual effects. Like a floating swing. Like rainbow-colored swing ropes. But if buying industrial equipment, the overall style wouldn't match the Midnight Diner's decor and exterior. Better to do it himself. Plant one myself, Hayashi fell into thought. Toru thought for a moment beside him. How about I go pull up a tree from the mountain and bring it back to plant? Hayashi thought about it. The main issue was that mountain trees looked pretty ordinary. So he still shook his head. Let's wait and see. The swing isn't urgent for these few days anyway. Okay, Toru nodded. If the swing hung from a tree, it would indeed look good. Peach trees, cherry trees, willow trees, they all had unique charm and atmosphere. But those trees on the mountain really didn't look good. And they were all straight. The branches were just so-so too. So wait and see. Hayashi nodded and said to Toru, "Let me research what trees look best, then we'll go pull one up and bring it back, how about it?" Hearing this, Toru immediately became interested. Yes. All right then. The afternoon time slowly passed. The sun gradually descended from noon, falling toward below the horizon. By 6 p.m., dusk had begun. Those getting off work had left, those working overtime were still working, and there were more people on the streets. At the alley entrance, the long-absent Kasumigayaka, Shiyu and Sakurajima, Mai arrived together. At the same time at the alley entrance, they also encountered Takatsuki-sen, who had hurried over after not sleeping all night. After the two sides met, they immediately felt curious. Takatsuki-sen smiled faintly. Utaha-san, congratulations on your new book's great success. Utaha returned the courtesy. Thank you, Takatsuki-sen sensei, looking forward to your new work. New work? Takatsuki-sen's smile became a bit happier. Indeed, it's coming soon. Utaha was very surprised. A new book so soon? That was indeed very fast. The three came to the midnight diner together. Just as Toru opened the door and saw them. Long time no see, you all came together. We met at the alley entrance. Upon entering, Utaha and Mai first found seats. Only Takatsuki-sen went directly to Hayashi, handed him the manuscript she was carrying, and said with anticipation and excitement, "Want to see the opening? It's already 10,000 words." Already 10,000 words, Hayashi was a bit surprised. Writing this kind of book wasn't like writing light novels, where you could pad things. This was published literature content had to be compressed, stories better interwoven with various narrative techniques, backgrounds, philosophy, etc. 10,000 words in one night was already a lot. Hayashi looked at Takatsuki-sen's slightly baggy eyes. You didn't sleep all night, did you? Why, Takatsuki-sen nodded. The inspiration was just too much. What about your plan? You didn't forget, did you? How could I? It's all planned out. I just wait for them to make their move. It's tonight, and I don't even need to act personally. Hiss. So you're also a strategist. Looks like the ghouls' big operation would start tonight. However, Hayashi first put down the manuscript. He said, but I still want to make the customers' dishes well. For you, let me make a hand-ground coffee first. Momoe Takatsuki-sen nodded. Hayashi began making coffee first. At another table, Utaha had just finished ordering. When Utaha heard that Takatsuki-sen's new book already had an opening draft written, and had handed the opening to Hayashi to read, her hair immediately stood on end. She became very nervous, feet pressed together, eyes wide. Takatsuki-sen's new book. No wonder, she said, soon, at the alley entrance. This wasn't soon, the draft and opening were already done. With Takatsuki-sen's fanbase and operational level, it probably wouldn't be long before publication. Mai was also a bit surprised after hearing this. She's Takatsuki-sen. I heard she's a very amazing great author. She's willing to show her new book draft to Hayashi-kun, then Hayashi-kun must have great insight. Utaha nodded in agreement. My new work, I also showed it to Hayashi-kun first. Mai was immediately surprised. If that was the case, it indeed showed Hayashi had good judgment. And she understood why Utaha was nervous. Competing with such a fellow female author, with considerable charm. Though everyone was in publishing. But Utaha wrote light novels, while she wrote literary publications. It would be fine if sales were close. After all, everyone talked through sales. But she was a great author, whose literary publications sold well. That pressure would be too great. Mai patted Utaha and said softly, "It's okay, keep working hard, Utaha. Hayashi-kun isn't someone who cares that much about results anyway. Don't forget I'm here too. If I make a comeback, together we definitely have more popularity than Takatsuki-sen. If there's a chance, we could even pool money and start an entertainment company. Let's focus on improving ourselves first." In terms of popularity, among Hayashi's shop customers, Mai was indeed the biggest. After hearing this, Utaha nodded in agreement. Looks like I need to keep working hard and write new books with even better results. At the bar counter, Hayashi finished grinding the coffee. While Takatsuki-sen tasted her coffee, he began reading Takatsuki-sen's new book, Beastars Ha. Capitulo 105, Chapter 105, Three Women's Rice Bowls, Tauka and Irina's Conversation. Takatsuki-sen's book had a worldview that wasn't human, nor anything else. But anthropomorphized beast girls, no beastmen. Different people were divided into many races, but all were animals. Animals were mainly divided into herbivores and carnivores. Even omnivores, as long as they ate meat, were considered carnivores. After all, they might end up eating other city dwellers. They lived in one world, with civilization and cities very similar to humans. But under this worldview, the city's order was very chaotic, similar to a dystopian world where different humanoid animals could savagely prey on each other. The male protagonist was a deer person. The female protagonist was a wolf person. Though clearly in a hunter and hunted relationship, later through various circumstances, they supported each other, understood each other, and fell in love. The male protagonist's development: peaceful, perceptive, healthy, loving, wise, practically no flaws, with the only weakness perhaps being that as a deer person, he had no aggressiveness. The female protagonist's development: young, bullied, angry, counterkilling, manic, chance encounter, change, joining hands, mutual aid. The wolf girl's character development was both frenzied and rational, violent yet careful, emphasizing contrast. After reading it, Hayashi took a sharp breath. He had seen this setting before. But this plot was indeed quite exotic. The male protagonist was a deer person, the female protagonist a wolf person. One relying on intelligence and charm with some leadership ability, the other on combat power and organizational skills. Finally helping each other, destroying the city, then rebuilding it. Only this city had also changed hands. Hayashi looked and pursed his lips. "I'm not sure what to say, Ito." Ito immediately became nervous. "Is it not good?" "No," Hayashi shook his head. "I don't know about the audience for this genre, including readers' acceptance level." Hayashi pointed to the worldview settings on the manuscript. "Strictly speaking, this is a combination of light novel plus literature, but involving anthropomorphic animals makes it yet another type of audience. If people can accept it, then with your ability, it would definitely be a good story, even very suitable for selling manga rights, film and TV rights, even movie rights, game rights, etc. But everything hinges on audience size and whether readers can accept it." Hearing it was this issue, Takatsuki-sen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She shook her head. "I don't care about sales as long as I write my story, as long as I write out my inner thoughts and ideals." Not caring about sales, you're really bold, but indeed had the capital to be bold. After all, she was Takatsuki-sen, and the one-eyed ghoul of ghouls. When she said she didn't care about sales and results, she truly didn't care, no pretense at all. "All right, then I take back what I just said." Hayashi put down the manuscript. "Then this is indeed a very good story. As long as you can properly combine the female protagonist's psychological growth with the plot progression, this will be a very good long literary light novel story." Only then did Takatsuki-sen nod with satisfaction. Actually, with her influence, the first batch of audience and acceptance wasn't something to worry about. With her current fame, book fans would read whatever she wrote. As for the rest, that really depended on the book itself. Hayashi returned the manuscript to Takatsuki-sen. Takatsuki-sen took it back, confidence greatly increased. Hayashi was a bit curious. "You have both exposing your identity and this new work together. How will you time it? What's the sequence?" "Of course, release the work first, then expose myself." Takatsuki-sen waved the manuscript in her hand. "Even if I don't care about results, I still want its concepts and core to be known and understood by more people." "Got it," Hayashi nodded. So it would be the method Hayashi had mentioned. Make the new book popular while also making it a banned book. That would be explosive popularity. When the electronic pirated versions came out, it would be impossible to ban completely. Foreign websites would be full of them. At this time, Toru came over and handed him a menu. "This is Utaha and the other's menu." "Good." Hayashi took the menu and turned to wave at Takatsuki-sen. "I'll go cook first. Think about what you want to eat and tell me." Takatsuki-sen quickly thought and hurriedly replied, "Seafood rice bowl, thank you." "Sure." Hayashi went to the kitchen to cook for them first. Utaha and Mai also ordered rice bowls. After all, rice bowls were the most commonly eaten dishes. Eating grilled meat, steak, big fish every day would get tiresome quickly, except for pure carnivores like Kamishiro Rise. Making 3 rice bowls together. Mai wanted chicken cutlet rice bowl, Utaha wanted curry rice bowl, Takatsuki-sen wanted seafood rice bowl. First cook the rice properly. Hayashi used 3 pans to cook simultaneously, including side dishes. When the rice was speed steamed, the 3 rice bowls were also ready. plating rice in the dishes. Pouring the 3 preparations over half the rice, flowing along the rice's slope, half flowing to the plate, half staying on the rice, perfectly half and half. Pour it tilde tilde tilde. This sound echoed in Hayashi's mind. Toru tilde. Coming tilde. Toru entered, carried out the 3 rice bowls to serve. Mai was still chatting with Utaha. Seeing the food arrive, immediately closed her little mouth, ready to eat. Takatsuki-sen was the same. Originally still propping her chin with her hand, contemplating her new book. But seeing the food arrive, immediately perked up, ready to eat. The 3 ate with great enjoyment. Hayashi brought a cup of lemon tea, drinking while cracking sunflower seeds. Toru, having nothing to do, came to Hayashi's side and asked, "Hayashi-san, is Takatsuki-sen planning to write a new book again?" "Yes," Hayashi nodded. "Is the new book good? Will it do well?" Toru asked again. "It should be quite good. Ito is very capable." "Really amazing. I also want to try writing something." "Huh?" Hayashi was startled. "What do you want to write?" Toru pointed her finger at her chin, thinking, "I want to start by writing diary entries and little stories. I've read many books now, so I should be able to write." Hearing it was diary entries and little stories, Hayashi breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she wasn't jumping straight to publishing, then there was no problem. "I support you," Hayashi waved his hand. "Just diary entries and little stories to cultivate sentiment. I'll buy you a password-protected notebook for you to write in when you have nothing to do." Hee tilde tilde tilde. Toru was overjoyed. "No need for a password notebook, a regular notebook is fine. I want to show you what I write." "No problem." Hayashi went to the storage room and brought out a beautiful notebook. This notebook was a collector's edition, somewhat like a cosplay prop. Anyway, it looked very nice. "Here." "Thank you, Hayashi-san." Toru happily took the notebook, held it up to look at it, tails swishing back and forth. She opened it to look, not knowing what she was thinking about or planning to write. Suddenly her face turned red, and she closed the blank pages. Hayashi felt something was off. But it was just diary entries and little stories, should be nothing. At this time, the restaurant door opened. Hayashi looked up. It was Takanashi Tauka bringing Rika. As soon as the two entered the restaurant, the cool air immediately refreshed them both, and they sighed in relief. Tauka wore a white casual shirt and blue denim shorts, her legs characteristically slender, truly worthy of someone who had practiced gymnastics before. She brought Rika to the bar counter and set down her bag. Sighing in relief, she said softly, "Your restaurant's temperature is still the most comfortable. This natural temperature can't be compared to air conditioning. The humidity is just right too, making customers much more comfortable while eating." Her opening comment was very professional. Hayashi hadn't even thought about these things. He just felt the ice sculpture central air conditioning was natural. He didn't realize there were these benefits. But Hayashi was very clear. Other shops couldn't replicate this even if they wanted to. The manual work and cost aren't something normal shops can afford. I'm just doing it because I have nothing else to do. Tauka nodded definitively. Even the high-end restaurant where she worked couldn't support the cost of daily ice sculptures. Putting out ice blocks directly was possible, but unnecessary. Might as well use real central air conditioning. No need to waste money on this aspect. While the two chatted, Rika saw Kana watching TV and hurried over to watch together. Kana saw it was Rika, whom she recognized. So she shared her sunflower seeds and drinks, letting her sit down to watch together. Hayashi asked Tauka, "What would you like to eat?" Tauka glanced at Rika, planning to order the same thing. The weather's so hot and a bit stuffy. Something light and refreshing would be good. Hayashi thought for a moment, how about trying cold noodles, a new preparation method? Hearing about a new preparation method, Tauka, being a fellow chef, was very interested. She nodded seriously, her eyes full of anticipation. "Yes, 2 portions, thank you." "All right." Hayashi turned and went into the kitchen to make cold noodles. The cold noodles he wanted to make weren't buckwheat cold noodles with just a bit of vinegar, but using the cold skin noodle method, adding scallions, soy sauce, gluten, cucumber, and other ingredients to make cold mixed noodles. Compared to buckwheat cold noodles that didn't taste that great anyway, cold mixed noodles were definitely refreshing and delicious. Hayashi began preparing. At this time outside, after Arado Hisako dropped Nakiri Irina off at the alley entrance, Irina pushed open the door somewhat anxiously. Really, so many things at the academy, coming so late. What's the point of keeping cooking clubs that can't make qualified cuisine? Just wait until they're capable and reopen. Arado Hisako firmly supported Irina. She nodded in agreement. Irina-sama has been merciful enough. It's not permanent closure, just elimination waiting for restart. They should thank Irina-sama. HMPH tilde, Irina shook her head, then took out a mirror to check her hair and clothes. Let's talk about these things later. I'm going to learn real soul cuisine. Right now, nothing was more important than tasting soul cuisine. Ever since eating Hayashi's cooking, Irina felt her stomach had already taken Hayashi's shape. Other cuisine. From eating to feeling uncomfortable from tongue to stomach, better not to eat at all. After Irina confirmed, she was impeccable from head to toe. I'm going. She got out of the car, closed the door, and walked toward the midnight diner. Upon entering, the cool, fresh, natural cold breeze was something air conditioning couldn't provide. Though most air conditioning was odorless with at most a tiny bit of smell, for Irina even this tiny difference in scent was significant. The natural cold wind, formed by ice sculptures and decorations, was very fresh. The humidity at her nose tip was just right, suitable for tasting deliciousness. Entering the restaurant, Irina looked at the customers. The others were fine. She had some impression of Takatsuki-sen, seemed like a famous author. Looked like everyone had good taste. A pair of sisters sitting at the bar counter. The younger one came back for a sip of drink, said something, then ran back to watch TV with that little girl. Wait. Irina looked at Tauka and Rika. Subconsciously, she felt these two were the people Hayashi had mentioned that day. The sister was a high-end restaurant head chef who didn't go to Italy. The one who stayed for her sister's safety. Nakiri Irina walked to the bar counter and asked directly, but politely. Excuse me, are you Takanashi Tauka? Tauka looked at Irina puzzledly and nodded faintly. I am. Hearing it was her, Irina immediately became more polite. As fellow women, she interacted more naturally and confidently, directly extending her hand. Hello, I'm Nakiri Irina. Nice to meet you, please take care of me. Once the name Nakiri Irina came out, Takanashi Tauka seemed to think of something and recognized her immediately. So it's you, Tatsuki Academy's God Tongue. The legendary judge who can taste the essence of any dish and every technique used by the chef, the Demon King critic. Though it sounded quite Chunibyo, that was indeed the reality. Nakiri Irina's fame in the culinary world was like Takatsuki-sen's fame in the writing circle. Both were very famous existences, even in terms of authority and power. Irina was considerably higher than Takatsuki-sen. Of course, this only counted the ordinary world. Those are just academy evaluations, not applicable here. Nakiri Irina had heard such words too many times, but at the midnight diner, she humbly said, I only respect capable chefs, where they come from doesn't matter. So Hayashi-kun is who I learned from. Originally seeing that Irina was a Tatsuki student. And very likely an arrogant type. Toka initially didn't plan to give her much of a friendly face. But she didn't expect Irina to answer this way. Starting by mentioning her Tatsuki identity. Yet showing such respect for Hayashi. This gave Tauka quite a good first impression and favorable feeling toward her. Then let me reintroduce myself. I'm Takanashi Tauka, temporarily serving as head chef at Yukiya Cuisine. Temporarily, Irina expressed confusion. Tauka shook her head helplessly. Because I don't have any graduation certificates or competition achievements, new chefs keep applying for the head chef position or challenging me. I estimate I'll want to leave by next year and find a stable restaurant. Others wanting to squeeze out Tauka was of course impossible. Unless Tauka lost badly. But this kind of life was too troublesome and unstable. Better to switch to a stable place. And graduation certificates meant places like Tatsuki Academy. Competitions referred literally to various chef competitions, some held by Tatsuki, some by civilian and official organizations, etc. After hearing this, Nakiri Irina felt for the first time how severely Tatsuki squeezed the survival space of normal chefs. Even chefs that Hayashi thought were good had such troubles. What about ordinary chefs? They probably could only make small dishes. Irina didn't know what to say for a moment. But Tauka waved her hand. It's nothing. Hayashi-kun probably told you about my situation. Let's talk about those things later. Irina nodded, making note of this matter in her heart. She planned to get to know her better if there was a chance. Nakiri Irina's mother was a special executive officer of the WGO Gourmet organization. If she really had something, then with Irina's influence, she wouldn't mind helping a chef that even Hayashi thought well of. This would count as a recommendation. But as long as Tauka truly had ability, it would help her too. A talent scout with good judgment. This was top-level evaluation for discovering gold. Then in the industry, they would say Nakiri Irina not only inherited her mother's high standards, but even surpassed them. Of course, this depended on seeing Tauka's actual ability first. The cold mixed noodles are ready. At this time, Hayashi came out carrying 2 bowls of cold mixed noodles, immediately attracting the attention of Tauka and Irina. Irina immediately sniffed. Her eyes lit up looking at the cold mixed noodles in Hayashi's hands. Capitulo 106, Chapter 106, My Doing Self-Media, Restless Feet Under the Table. 2 bowls of cold mixed noodles were ready. Hayashi handed 1 bowl to Tauka. Toka called Rika over, and they began eating noodles. Nakiri Irina looked at the cold mixed noodles with glowing eyes. She could even smell that this was Hayashi's special preparation method, slightly improved and different from the normal version. So she immediately raised her hand. I'd like a bowl too, please. Sure. Hayashi turned around to make another bowl. There were plenty of ingredients, and cold mixed noodles were quite easy to make. But in just these few minutes, Nakiri Irina kept hearing slurping sounds from both sides. The sounds made her mouth water and her heart itch. She turned to look. Tauka was eating with puffed cheeks, her originally cool demeanor gone, transformed into a little glutton. Noodles were being slurped into her mouth. Then chew, and swallowed with satisfaction. Irina could clearly see some mixed sauce splashing onto the bowl walls, then slowly sliding down. The aroma of those cold mixed noodles was so wonderful. Though clearly light in flavor, they smelled so fragrant. Gulp tilde. Nakiri Irina couldn't help but swallow. This was the first time she so desperately wanted to eat food from someone else's bowl, like a starving ghost. How had she become like this? It was all Hayashi's doing. After Tauka heard the gulp sound, she turned to glance at Irina. Irina immediately blushed embarrassedly and turned away, explaining. I just haven't eaten anything all day, so I'm too hungry. That's all. Tauka smiled lightly without exposing her. Facing Hayashi's cooking, this was too normal, she'd get used to it later. So she lowered her head and continued eating. So Irina's gaze turned toward the kitchen doorway. Please hurry up tilde. At this moment, what Irina most hoped for was to see a figure emerge from the kitchen doorway. That would be the best news. Before long, Hayashi walked out of the kitchen, carrying a bowl of cold mixed noodles. Wonderful. Irina happily clenched her fists, again surprising Tauka. Getting so excited seeing food come out. This Tatsuki Academy pearl, the god tongue, seemed to have already been conquered by Hayashi-kun's cooking. No, this was completely Hayashi-kun's shape already. Clack tilde. Hayashi placed the cold mixed noodles in front of Irina. Then picked up chopsticks to demonstrate how to mix the noodles for Nakiri Irina. He held the chopsticks like stir-frying twice, letting the cold noodles fully blend with the sauce. Mix like this until everything's combined, then you can eat. Understand? Hayashi handed the chopsticks to Irina. Irina immediately learned and started mixing. Then seeing it was about right, she opened her mouth and ate. Tilde. The deliciousness at the moment of entry made Irina clamp her legs together, push out her chest, and tilt her head back. The sauce's texture invaded her taste buds in an instant. Salty, sweet, sauce, meat flavor, they could perfectly blend together, finally satisfying her mouth with the cold noodles. She couldn't help but chew and swallow. After that, only the first bite was her own eating. The rest was all instinct. Tauka, Rika, and Irina, 3 people at the bar counter continuously eating noodles. On the other side, Takatsuki-sen, Utaha, and Mai had already finished eating. Hayashi acted as intermediary, bringing Takatsuki-sen to Utaha and Mai's table to chat together. At the four-person table, Hayashi looked at them and smiled. Two great authors and one big star. Now it seems like only I'm an ordinary passerby. Takatsuki-sen propped her chin with both hands and rolled her eyes at him. Are there such handsome passersby? Hiss tilde tilde tilde, Hayashi pressed the corners of his mouth. When you put it like that, I really have no way to deal with you. Takatsuki-sen's timely response left Utaha and Mai unable to react. After reacting, they realized the person across from them was much more mature than them. Utaha curled her toes under her black stockings and looked at Takatsuki-sen. Takatsuki-sen sensei, I heard earlier that you're about to publish a new book. Yes, Takatsuki-sen waved at Utaha. No need for the sensei honorific, just call me by name. Sensei was an honorific, not just for teaching teachers. Things like manga, light novels, film, and TV could all use the sensei title. All right, Utaha nodded. Takatsuki-sen looked at Hayashi before explaining. Originally, the new book wasn't this one, but another theme. But since meeting Hayashi-kun, inspiration exploded, so I switched to this theme. What a coincidence, me too, Utaha showed surprise. Both had inspiration because of Hayashi. This made Utaha realize. Could it be that the male and female protagonists in Takatsuki-sen's new book were also herself and Hayashi? Just like Utaha's new work. This really is, Utaha felt ominous. She shook her head and said firmly and diligently, if a great author like Takatsuki-sen can publish books so quickly, it seems I need to work harder too. Takatsuki-sen nodded without disparaging or boasting about herself. Instead, she extended her hand to Utaha. Let's work hard together to let more people see the stories we want to express. Utaha was slightly surprised, then nodded. Yes. Mai watched the two. Feeling like Utaha was immediately softened. Though this also showed that Takatsuki-sen was a very nice person, it equally showed she was very capable and charming, able to resolve potential conflicts like this. Watching the two chat, Mai looked at Hayashi and talked about her recent situation. That ability control, I seem to have grasped the trick. Now I can make some people not ignore my existence, but they still can't remember who I am. Can't remember who she is, but can be recognized as a person rather than ignored. That's quite fast. Hayashi gave a thumbs up. As long as you've gotten started, through practice you'll eventually be able to control it freely. Yes, Mai thought so too. But Mai looked at the two authors chatting. She also thought of her former profession and fell into hesitation and contemplation. Seeing this, Hayashi asked, after you can live normally, do you have any plans? Of course, Mai nodded. First, get into a good university. As for career, I'll see. The entertainment industry is a bit too. Mai didn't finish, but Hayashi knew. The entertainment industry relied too much on connections. Without connections, you either don't get famous or face harassment. During Japan's golden period, which celebrities didn't suffer persecution, even globally, it was like this. Korean chaebols also played dirty. The celebrity entertainment industry was too dark. Mai used to be a child star, so she passed through safely. But just reaching high school, they wanted her to shoot sexy swimsuit sets, and this was even arranged by her mother. Once that door opened, what came after naturally went without saying. So Mai didn't want to go back. But regarding career, if she didn't return to the entertainment industry, what else could she do later? It wasn't that she couldn't do other things, it's just that she was most familiar with the entertainment industry. Ahem. Thinking about this, Hayashi also felt it wouldn't be good for Mai to return to the entertainment industry. Moreover, the entertainment industry was gradually declining with the arrival of the short video era, with movie box office revenues hitting new lows. Wait, short videos. Hayashi had a flash of inspiration and suggested to Mai. How about trying self-media? Not only is it free, but the content is also flexible. After hearing this, Mai's eyes lit up, like being a streamer. That's up to you. You can choose never to stream or stream occasionally. Streaming should be simple for you. Of course, but for self-media, what type of videos should I upload? Food broadcasts, store reviews, daily life, fashion, travel. Hayashi counted on his fingers, then looked at Mai's face and waved his hand. Forget it with your looks and figure, as long as you appear on camera, whatever you film will be popular. If you dare wear that day's bunny cough cough, anyway you're not just randomly starting an account. In the short video era, although it was an era of compressed video content, there was one thing that never changed. That was the content creator themselves. As long as girls were good-looking, that was a trump card. Then with some slightly interesting content, as long as it was rich and could showcase themselves, that was a king card. Playing both together was a royal flush. Whatever they did would be popular. Short videos were inherently a face-based era. With Mai's figure and face, wouldn't she dominate the internet? Geez, Tilda, really, it's not as exaggerated as you say. Mai blushed at Hayashi's words. She waved her hand, rolled her eyes at Hayashi, and made a gesture of sealing her mouth. Meaning he almost let slip about the bunny girl outfit. Just stating facts. Hayashi took a sip of lemon tea. You can start by making an account, verify yourself, usually film daily life, miscellaneous stuff, try various things. Finally find the type that suits you, then do that. It might not necessarily be better than being a celebrity, but it will definitely be much more relaxed and free. Mai nodded in agreement. Her primary goal was still to study hard and get into a good university. If she really wanted to become a celebrity immediately, that would be after university, which was still far away. But she could start an account even tonight. Just treat it like posting on social media. Mai was very interested in this self-media idea. So she began chatting with Hayashi in detail. Mai, what platform do you think would be good? YouTube. Hayashi shook his head. No, TikTok is fine. If you want to go bigger, you can also try Twitter. Mai asked again, then let's start with TikTok. Do I need any equipment? Hayashi thought, depends on how deep you want to go. Low end is just a phone for photos and videos. Mid-range is an action camera like DJI's Pocket 3. High end would be professional cameras. Mai considered portability and professionalism, chose the middle ground. Then DJI's Pocket 3 it is. With a phone, no matter what, it would only be average at best, usable. Professional cameras were too heavy, and subsequent importing, editing, and video making would be very troublesome. Although Japan had top camera equipment, for personal self-media, considering everything comprehensively, gimbal action cameras were unbeatable. Calculating everything, only DJI's Pocket 3 was most suitable. One person could create complete self-media content. The two continued chatting about other content. Sitting face to face, they almost completely ignored Takatsuki-sen and Kasumigaoka Utaha beside them. When the two had chatted enough, looking to the side, Hayashi and Mai were chatting enthusiastically. Both leaning forward to talk, Mai full of excitement, almost standing up to speak. Seeing this, Takatsuki-sen smiled somewhat indulgently. Thinking to herself, this was the charm of the man she had set her sights on, handling little girls with ease. If he could handle non-human beings, how could he not handle ordinary girls? Utaha looked at Hayashi. Then looked at Mai. She felt something was off. This Mai girl was indeed also a potential rival. HMPH tilde. Utaha wouldn't do anything obvious. But under the table, she took off her shoes and extended her small foot wrapped in black stockings. Found Hayashi's calf. Gripped with her big toe and the toe next to it, pinching hard. Hiss tilde. Hayashi raised an eyebrow and sucked in a breath. Mai, who was chatting enthusiastically with him, was startled. What's wrong? Nothing. Hayashi glanced at Utaha without showing any emotion. No matter how he thought about it, it had to be Utaha. Who else could it be? Nice job. Just as he looked over, Utaha turned her head away to continue chatting with Takatsuki-sen, pretending she knew nothing. Did she even need to pretend? At this time, Mai was full of enthusiasm, didn't notice these things, and continued chatting. If I do food broadcasts, I might accidentally get fat. How dangerous. Hayashi nodded, supporting his forehead with one hand. After Utaha pinched with her toes, she continued scraping upward. Now she had reached his knee. Going further up would be trouble. His gun was right there in his pants. On the other side, with Takatsuki-sen's powerful perception, she immediately noticed Utaha's movements and Hayashi's reaction. Without looking, She had already guessed what was happening. Looking at Utaha with slight surprise, not expecting this girl to be so bold today. If little girls are doing this, then I can't admit defeat either. Suddenly, this thought was born in Takatsuki-sen's mind. She took off her shoes and joined the battle. When Hayashi felt two different sensations. He was truly stunned. Hayashi supported his forehead with one hand, secretly glancing at both women. Just happened to make eye contact with both who were pretending to chat, but actually absent-mindedly stealing glances at him. For a moment, everyone simultaneously looked away. Hayashi's fists clenched. Who could endure such provocation when it was already very itchy? But he still had to chat with Mai on the surface. It was just getting harder and harder to chat. Like ants were crawling all over his body. Utaha and Takatsuki-sen together. Both seemed to know of each other's existence, so they exchanged glances, smiled slightly, and both were being mischievous. Teasing at his calves, teasing at his knees. Hayashi could endure all of this. But suddenly, seeing that Hayashi could still endure, still chatting enthusiastically with Mai. The two talking endlessly, as if unaffected. So Utaha and Takatsuki-sen suddenly moved upward together, wanting to tickle his thighs. Finally both touched the forbidden zone, simultaneously. Hayashi froze. Takatsuki-sen and Utaha also froze. Utaha didn't even know what it was, and deliberately pressed it before suddenly understanding and withdrawing her foot. Even Takatsuki-sen couldn't quite maintain her composure. She smiled slightly, but still poked it once before withdrawing. Hiss. Hayashi took a long breath, slightly adjusted his sitting position, and glared at them. Utaha embarrassedly lowered her head, covering her face with her hair. Her face was red as blood, even her ears were flushed and rosy. Takatsuki-sen calmly lowered her head to drink her coffee. Facing Hayashi's scrutiny, she even gave him a slightly provocative look. Hayashi gave her a just-you-wait expression, then turned back to finish chatting with Mai. Seeing the conversation ending, Utaha hurriedly took Mai and left after paying the bill. See you next time in Senni, let's exchange contact information. Mai, Utaha, and Takatsuki-sen all exchanged contact information. Then paid the bill and left together. Hayashi stood at the door, watching them leave. All of you just wait. Getting me riled up without letting me land, it won't be long before you'll have hell to pay. These three had already suffered badly in Hayashi's mind, and it would soon become reality. As she was leaving, Takatsuki-sen turned back and blew Hayashi a kiss. Hayashi responded with his pinky finger. Capitulo 107, Chapter 107, Opening the Lottery, Equipment, Tree Monster, Gourmet Cells, Ant Cow Canned Food. After the celebrity and two authors left, only two chefs and one, Wicked Lord Shingen, remained in the shop. The Wicked Lord Shingen finished her cold mixed noodles and went to watch TV with Kana. The two chatted while watching TV. Kana asked her, "Are you still going to school now?" "Not now," Rika shook her head while watching TV. "Why?" Kana thought you had to go to school every day. "Because it's summer vacation," Rika answered. "What's summer vacation?" Summer vacation is a holiday when you don't have to go to school. When you do go to school, you get 2 days off each weekend, plus holidays and such. That's the happiest time. "Oh, do you like going to school?" Rika thought carefully. "I guess I like it." "Why?" Kana asked again. "Because there are classmates and friends. At home, there aren't really any friends." "Oh, tilde tilde tilde," Kana indicated she understood. The two continued chatting while watching TV. Hayashi looked over, very satisfied. Being idle and bored. Hayashi looked at the empty lemon teacup in his hand. Getting a bit tired of this, how about making some milk tea? Said and done. What he wanted to make wasn't powdered milk tea, but milk tea with brewed tea soup. The original, authentic flavor. At the bar counter, the two chefs were also discussing culinary arts and cuisine. From various dishes to various culinary styles. From seasonings to ingredients. They chatted about everything. Later they talked about when they first started cooking. Speaking of this, Tauka said nostalgically, "My original dream wasn't to be a chef." "What was it?" Irina was very curious. "Since I was little, my father desperately cultivated me, making me try endless ingredients every day. It was truly a hellish life. My original dream was gymnastics. Tauka answered seriously. When I was little, I dreamed of being a gymnast. Irina was very surprised. Actually, gymnastics, do you still want to now? Not anymore. Tauka shook her head. Now culinary arts are more important. Gymnastics is more of a hobby, for maintaining my figure and such. Thinking about it now, if I had persisted with gymnastics back then, it might not have been as good as now. I wouldn't be able to let Rika come to Tokyo to study safely. Even if you became famous in gymnastics, it was hard to make money. But as a chef of her level, and a head chef at that, the income was very high. Higher than high-income families. Not to mention in Japan's class-rigid society, where wages were discussed by seniority. That was quite high. Dreams also need to be cultivated. If not cultivated, they'll gradually be forgotten. Irina nodded in agreement after hearing this. But she suddenly thought of something and immediately said, "Then when you're free, how about teaching me gymnastics? I've been eating too much cuisine lately and feel like I'm getting fat." Irina touched her stomach, very troubled. Getting fat, this statement also silenced Tauka. She reached out to pinch her belly. Though there wasn't much fat, she felt quite a sense of crisis. The two looked at each other, simultaneously realizing whose fault it was that their stomachs had grown. So they both looked toward Hayashi, who was making milk tea at the bar counter. Hayashi noticed the two gazes and immediately understood. He looked at them puzzledly. "What's wrong? I'm making milk tea." Hearing about milk tea, the two who were originally glaring immediately widened their eyes. What kind of milk tea? What flavor milk tea? Though their words were different, they meant the same thing. What flavor? As for whether it would taste good with Hayashi making it, of course it would be delicious. Hayashi had been brewing tea bags in the kitchen earlier. Now the milk, ingredients, and ice were ready. He turned and said, "I'll go get it from the kitchen, it's ready." Hayashi went to the kitchen, then brought out a large pot of tea soup. The tea soup had a very rich aroma, with a faint green tea scent and elegant flavor. Irina had a keen nose. She sniffed lightly and immediately said, "Tea soup brewed with jasmine and green tea." "Yes," Hayashi nodded. Toka thought for a moment. If it's tea leaves, then it's English black tea. With tea leaves and added milk. Generally, this drinking method was English-style milk tea. A drinking style popular since WWI that many people still drank today. But this wasn't English milk tea. Hayashi shook his head. "My milk tea could be called fresh milk tea. You'll know once you drink it, Tilda. By the way, where's Toru? Come over to drink milk tea, call Kana and the others too." Hearing Hayashi's call, Toru poked her head out from the second floor. "Okay." At the bar counter, under everyone's gaze, Hayashi began mixing the milk tea. He brought over those large beer glass mugs. Hayashi began adding his homemade ingredients. 25 ml condensed milk, 25 ml syrup, 100 ml milk, 250 ml jasmine green tea, 500 ml water. After adding everything, Hayashi took a spoon and added vibration ability. Began thoroughly mixing. After just a few seconds, a cup of fresh milk tea was ready. Hayashi first brought out several small cups, poured 150 ml for each person and said, "I call this boya Jukian milk tea. Try the flavor first, then I can mix the rest all at once." At the bar counter, Hayashi was inside. Outside from left to right were Toru, Irina, Toka, Rika, and Kana respectively. Each held a cup, all filled with fresh milk tea. Under Hayashi's gaze, everyone simultaneously drank this cup of iced milk tea. tilde. Huh. For a moment, all sorts of strange sounds were everywhere. Hayashi couldn't even tell who was who at first. But their expressions were basically the same. All squinting their eyes, tilting their heads back, slowly savoring. After a while, Toka was the first to react, praising, "The taste is very rich, with a tea leaf fragrance and milk tea richness. These two flavors can actually pair so well together." Irina let out a long breath, very different from other milk teas. This one has less greasiness and more elegance. Like Toka said, the taste is more refreshing and mellow, suitable for most people to drink. The others all said, "Delicious." Toru opened her eyes with just one sentence, "Another cup." In the end, The iced fresh milk tea received rave reviews. Then this ratio it is. Hayashi nodded definitively. I'll mix it like this, everyone gets a big cup later, my treat. Clap 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 tilde tilde tilde. Though it wasn't much money, or rather nothing at all, Toka, Rika, Irina, and the others still applauded. Under their gaze, Hayashi began making iced fresh milk tea in large batches, directly mixing bucket by bucket. He first mixed one bucket, then poured everyone a large cup. Here, drink up. Everyone started drinking. Kana even downed half a cup in one, go several hundred milliliters. Tauka and Irina also took big sips. Then tasting the flavor in their mouths, they realized. This milk tea. Wasn't it also a fattening drink? We're doomed. The two looked at each other, both with bitter smiles. At first, they only thought about how good it tasted and wanted to drink, forgetting the reason they were glaring at Hayashi. They were both going to get fat. Need to start practicing gymnastics quickly. Tauka made up her mind. Yes, yes, Irina strongly agreed. Let's exchange contact info. If we're free tomorrow, we can meet up, and when free, we can come to the shop together. Tauka agreed, okay. The two exchanged contact information. Just like that, everyone drank milk tea, chatted, and watched TV. Time unknowingly reached 10 p.m. Tauka and Irina looked at the time. Both exclaimed and stood up. It's so late, we need to go. Me too. Everyone paid their bills and left the restaurant together. Hayashi saw them off to the door. Irina, Toka, and Rika waved, come again when free. Hayashi nodded, be careful on the way. Rika waved, the wicked Lord Shingen will return. Hayashi couldn't help but laugh. Toka gave her a hand chop. Kana also responded from the side, waiting for your return. After seeing the three off, Hayashi returned to the restaurant. Toru began cleaning up the food waste left by customers, mainly restoring cleanliness. After 10 p.m., generally the busiest time of the day had passed. There wouldn't be many more customers afterward. Kana leaned on the sofa, getting drowsier as she watched, finally falling asleep in a daze. 11 p.m. Toru carried Kana to the bedroom, then came down to cuddle with Hayashi. Hayashi read books while she lay across his lap, playing with her phone. But Toru suddenly reacted after seeing something. Midnight. That is 0 o'clock. Hayashi continued reading, while Toru began writing her diary. Diary page 1. July 7th. Today is the Folk Kixie Festival. Toru just learned this. So today, on the first page of the diary, I'll only write 5 sentences. Love Hayashi the most. Love Hayashi the most. Love Hayashi the most. After writing the diary, Toru snapped it shut, blushing as she secretly glanced at Hayashi. Then flipped the diary to the last page. Started writing a short story from the back. Night raid operation. That night I XXX, Hayashi-san XXX, we XXX, then XXX. Toru wrote happily, completely immersed. Writing while bobbing her head, her whole tail swishing back and forth. Hayashi on the sofa looked strangely at Toru, writing her diary at the desk. Writing a diary can be this exciting. What proper person writes diaries? What Toru was writing should also be proper, right? Hayashi closed his book and stretched. Woof woof tilde tilde tilde. At this time, Pachita ran in from the backyard, calling out to Hayashi. Woof tilde, the sunflowers are calling you. Hayashi stood up, I'll go see. What did the sunflowers want him for? Hayashi came to the backyard, opened the door, and received the meaning and emotions conveyed by the sunflowers through magic. 2 sunflowers meant, tomorrow, rain, heavy rain. Simply put, there would be heavy rain tomorrow. Another sunflower indicated, tomorrow, earthquake, magnitude 5. You can sense earthquakes too, Hayashi exclaimed. The sunflower nodded its flower head, indicating it sensed through its root system. They had roots that extended very deep to detect underground and surrounding potential environmental changes. Heavy rain plus magnitude 5 earthquake. Hayashi shook his head helplessly. That's fine, magnitude 5 isn't serious, just shake a bit and it passes. For Japan, magnitude 5 really wasn't big. Here magnitude 3 was constant, and magnitude 5 would just cause doors, windows, and roofs to tremble and shake, with decorations in homes possibly falling. Moreover, Japan frequently had small earthquakes, so it was abnormal that Hayashi hadn't felt any these days. But tomorrow, there definitely won't be much business. Actually, no, I don't have many regular customers anyway. After learning the news, Hayashi encouraged the 3 sunflowers and watered them with magical water. But if he remembered correctly, tomorrow seemed to be when Takatsuki-sen's Aogiri tree would act. Heavy rain plus earthquake. Attacking at this timing was too perfect. Simply the right time, place, and people. What's wrong, Hayashi-san? At this time, Toru finished writing her short story and came out puzzledly. Heavy rain tomorrow, plus a small earthquake, Hayashi explained briefly. Is that so? Toru extended her hand, then stuck out her tongue to lick the air and sniffed. And then nodded. Indeed, there will be heavy rain. Huh? Hayashi was stunned. You can taste humidity too. Of course, Toru gave herself a thumbs up. Actually, Irina-san's god tongue is just a basic ability for us dragon folk. And I can also taste emotions, magic, and environmental flavors, but it has to be quite severe. Otherwise, I need to use perception magic. After hearing Toru finish, so this was the dragon race's racial talent, Hayashi couldn't help but sigh. Irina's god tongue. Dragons were born with it. Amazing, Hayashi admired. Then Hayashi-san needs to practice transformation magic more too. Toru urged Hayashi. Once ordinary transformation magic reaches master level, you can start learning dragon transformation magic. Master level, such high requirements. Of course, transforming into dragons. Just knowing how isn't enough, you need many dragon companion items to learn it. Exaggerated, but I'm a genius. Toru believes so, otherwise ordinary people could never learn it in their lifetime. True. Master level ordinary transformation magic was the qualification to learn dragon transformation magic. Above master was god level. Even druids, most would be stuck at master level unable to advance. Low-level druids could only transform into ordinary creatures like rabbits, mice, bats, owls. High-level druids could transform into bears, tree spirits, and such. Master druids could transform into some mixed-blood sub-dragons. Thinking of this, Hayashi was a bit curious. Toru, how many people have learned dragon transformation magic and successfully transformed into dragons? Toru counted on her fingers and named a few people, that I know of too. Oh wait, it's one. The other is a remnant dragon who learned without companion items, so has no dragon majesty or dragon soul. Without companion items for learning and absorption, you could only be a remnant dragon. No wonder it was hard to learn, who could steal things from dragons. All right, I understand, Hayashi nodded. He could try learning transformation magic later. Just like that. Until 2 a.m. When the time came, closing time check-in. The Midnight Diner's doors closed. Ding tilde, check-in successful obtained. Myriad Realms Food Lottery X1. Hayashi first let Toru go up and prepare the bed. Toru immediately had hearts in her eyes and bounced off to make the bed. Hayashi thought to himself, let's draw all the saved ones, consecutive draws. Drawing lottery. Obtained, Zasek's Breach. Obtained, Crimson Seal Tree Monster. Obtained, Primitive Gourmet Cells. Obtained, Brutal Jaw Dragon Meat X 100 pounds. Obtained, Ankau Canned Food X 100 cans. After a series of draws, the others were all ingredients, processed products, ingredient-like items, etc. But 3 were very useful rewards. As for the bottom 2, dragon meat could definitely be eats. But Ankau canned food, that was hard to say. Forget it, let's look at the useful things first. Capitulo 108. Chapter 108, Daily Stable 1 gold coin, unlimited physical growth. Toru was still waiting for Hayashi upstairs. So he didn't waste time and directly began looking at the detailed descriptions. Zasek's Breach increases health, 200 base health regeneration, 75% base mana regeneration, 75% daily, 1 gold coin. Active, place an invisible scouting ward to provide vision, maximum 3, recovers 1 charge daily. Hayashi's first reaction after reading, isn't this a game equipment, counts as food. You could say plants count, as food eating tree bark was certainly possible. But could this also count as food? Let me see where you're like food. Hayashi took it out to look. Uh. In Hayashi's palm was a purple cyst-like thing, resembling a fish bladder. Around the fish bladder were some small sharp claws. It looked about palm-sized. But overall, it looked truly bizarre and unnatural. This should be a void creature from Runeterra. Zasek's breach, who is Zasek? Is this a mouth part or an evolved organism? Hayashi looked at the detailed description again. Found that the most important thing wasn't the item itself, but the effects it brought. 1 gold coin daily. Real gold, how many grams? Hayashi held Zasek's breach and shook it in the air. Does today count? Hurry up and drop gold coins. Holding this thing and shaking it for a while, nothing dropped. The result indicated it needed to be used first, before it could start dropping gold coins and placing scouting wards. How to use it, eat it. Hayashi held this thing. Thought about it, crushed it, fried it in a pan with hamburger meat, then sandwiched it with 2 pieces of vegetables and bread to eat as a burger. 1 bite down, immediate devouring. Hayashi instantly felt his life essence increase a bit. Well, indeed, just a bit. But the recovery speed of stamina and mana became much faster. 75% health and mana regeneration bonus. On Hayashi's body, this improvement was quite significant. If it were on Toru, it would be unimaginable. What about the gold coin? I'm not going to start dropping gold coins myself, am I? Of course not. The next moment, Hayashi found an extra gold coin in his system space. He took out the gold coin to examine it. Round, no patterns, very plain, not very thick either. Weighed it in his hand. 25 grams, Hayashi was certain. His hand was like a scale. Cooking every day, estimating these weights was simple. Speaking of which, how much was 25 grams worth? Calculating at 600 yuan per gram of gold, 25 x 600 equals 15,000 yuan. Converting to Japanese yen, that was over 300,000 yen. Approximately 12,000 yen per gram of gold. So from now on, doing nothing. Just relying on daily gold, earning 300,000 yen daily, 110 million annually. In Tokyo's core area, that equaled 1 apartment per year. Hayashi's first thought was, can slack off more peacefully now. Financial freedom to completely slack off. Finally could truly run the shop not for money. Could be uninterested in money from now on. Hayashi clenched his fist. Continued looking at the invisible scouting ward. Scouting ward, place an invisible scouting ward that can help you gain additional vision. Maximum of 3 can be placed, recovers 1 daily. So it's like having 3 extra cameras anywhere. Hayashi nodded, understanding. He could see if it could be combined with magic later. Hayashi directly placed 1 at home. Sure enough, he directly gained vision of the entire house, could even see through walls and wooden boards to view surrounding areas, seeing through walls too. That's not bad. Having it was better than not having it. Used well, this scouting ward could be quite helpful. Let's look at the next one. Come on, detailed description. Crimson Mark Tree Monster. The 4th Scourge respectfully calls it. Red buff, but in Runeterra, it's an ancient tree that has fused with living beings. When it lies dormant, it provides positive buffs like vitality and health regeneration to allies in range. When it's angrily defending home or receives your commands, it will attack targets recklessly. Red buffs. Hayashi looked in the system space and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't too big. But it wasn't small either. The trunk's diameter was nearly over a meter thick. And the canopy could cover half the Midnight Diner's roof. Then I'll use this to guard the house. Hayashi looked at the tree's appearance. Very beautiful. It was a maple tree style. This style presented a full bright red or pink red color, extremely eye-catching. The leaves were diamond-shaped, very distinctive, giving a unique visual feeling, truly one of a kind. Planted in the backyard, and it can even hang swings. Earlier, he was thinking about how to make swings. Now the swing support had arrived. Using red buff's branches for swings, and it looked so good, couldn't be better. It's too late today, I'll plant this tree tomorrow. Next one, detailed description. In a hurry, Hayashi immediately looked at the next one. Primitive gourmet cells. Gourmet cells are magical cells that appeared after the birth of the gourmet universe. They have extremely strong growth and adaptability. After complete absorption by a living being, life can evolve infinitely, surpassing limits. Regeneration is just the most basic ability. Simply put, supercells could break through human limits and evolve infinitely, like some kind of sacred body. Even if normal people obtained this, they would need transplantation to have this ability. Hayashi took out the gourmet cells. Jellyfish. Yes, though the gourmet cells were oval-shaped, they looked like jellyfish. Let's make teppanyaki squid then. Hayashi returned to the kitchen and directly pressed it on the grill, frying it. Applied oil sauce, sprinkled seasoning and salt. Done. Teppanyaki squid was ready. Hayashi ate it in one bite. No choice, that was all there was. One bite down, immediate devouring. Others needed transplantation, but Hayashi directly devoured and absorbed. The next moment, he felt his whole body tingle and heat up, then absorption was complete. From now on, his body could continuously evolve and break through limits. Could even reach Superman's level. With sufficient growth, fighting dragons bare-handed wouldn't be a problem. But first he needed to eat lots and lots of high-quality, high-tier cuisine. Meaning eating powerful creatures. Like demons, dragons, phoenixes, alien creatures, anything powerful that could be made into cuisine. That works, Hayashi nodded satisfactorily. This way, devouring demons and high-energy foods will give double benefits. Both gaining abilities and upgrading the body. Wasn't this a win-win? Too suitable for him. As for the remaining two. Brutal jaw dragon meat x 100 pounds. Strong sub-dragon meat, eating it heavily supplements nutrition and energy. Ant cow canned food x 10. Before use, note to remove bones, check if drill meat larvae remain in meat chunks, and cook for at least 4 days. Use bayonet to pierce to ensure no signs of activation, then consume again. Note, before opening packaging, please be fully armed to ensure no deadly surprises inside the can. Note, must be fully cooked, strictly forbidden to eat raw or half-cooked. Note, if parasitic larvae grow inside the can and are discovered upon opening, you and it are destined to have one side as food. The 100 pounds could be understood. Sub-dragon meat delicious and nutritious, he'd eaten it before. But this ant cow canned food. Who the hell eats this stuff? Hayashi took out a can to look at the packaging. The packaging was metal with a cutesy logo, and the bottom left corner read, "More jaw meat, 20% extra." Hayashi looked through with X-ray vision. The meat inside was a bloody whole chunk, almost unprocessed. Just cut meat and stuffed it in directly. So the flesh even had body parts from when alive, like tentacles and horns. Hi. Hayashi shook his head. This might be the worst can, let me look at the rest. After looking at one can, then looking at the remaining 9 cans, Hayashi realized, turns out the first one was the best. The remaining cans had ones with eyes, ones with organs, ones with parasites. The tentacles were even moving, eyes looked alive. Is this food for humans? Hayashi couldn't help but think, do Astartes count as human? Astartes could probably eat this. But Astra Militarum, who still counted, as human would suffer greatly. After a day on the battlefield, finally surviving the first day, but dinner could kill you at night. Throwing this near the officer's tent. Could probably get court-martialed for throwing dangerous objects, assaulting superior officers. Incredible. Hayashi put away all the cans. Planned to use them as biological grenades later. Whoever opened them would be unlucky. After seeing all rewards, Hayashi stretched and prepared to go upstairs to rest. Toru waited a while, seeing no movement from Hayashi. So wearing a hollow swimsuit, she poked her head out from the second-floor stairs asking, "Hayashi-san." His tilde. Hayashi looked with both heads spinning. Coming. He hurried upstairs, hugged Toru and returned to the bedroom. Looking at Toru's clothes. While his hands didn't stop, Hayashi curiously asked, "How do you know about these clothes?" Toru's face flushed red, mumbling, Online. Hayashi. He knew it, the internet was really harmful. Not to mention the industry here in Japan was just like this. Such content could be seen easily. Toru had been corrupted. Well, at least she was only bad for him. Hayashi said nothing, just acted as a dragon rider. Of course, occasionally, let the dragon ride too. The next day, noon. When Hayashi woke up, Toru had gone back to sleep after finishing last night. He stretched in bed, But all he heard was patter 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 tilde 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 of falling rain. Hayashi crawled to the bedside, pulled open the curtains to look. Outside it was raining moderately. Tokyo's sky above was gloomy, filled with dim atmosphere. Dark clouds formed patches, barely any sun visible. Rainwater crashed down heavily, not just falling. They smashed against glass, ground, rooftops, cars, trees, making continuous pattering sounds. Looked quite chaotic. But closing eyes to listen was actually very nice. White noise, quite comfortable. Hayashi lay in bed a while longer, dozed for half an hour. Half an hour later. Hayashi-san, Toru questioningly opened the door slightly to peek. Hayashi got up late today. She suspected if last night was too intense and Hayashi was too tired. But it shouldn't be like that. After all, she was a dragon, at most lost consciousness briefly then recovered. And Hayashi's body was very good with super high endurance, not that tired either. They stopped only when time was up. Toru secretly opened the door to look. Hayashi had just woken up and was looking at the rainy weather outside. Hayashi saw Toru, sat up, and the blanket slid down from his upper body. Hungry. Toru looked at Hayashi's upper body with slightly obsessed eyes. Hayashi's strong and well-built upper body muscles weren't those big bulky blocks, but beautiful streamlined ones, with every muscle part just right. Arms, chest muscles, abs, shark muscles, latissimus dorsi. Together outlining angular body parts. But this scene didn't stay in Toru's eyes for long. It was covered when Hayashi put on his shirt. Tilde tilde tilde, Toru made a regretful sound. What are you awing about? Hayashi helplessly put on his clothes. Are we eating breakfast or not? Eating, Toru gave a sincere answer. But also said quietly, actually we could eat later, or eat me first. Hayashi made breakfast in the afternoon. And today there was no sun, so Toru had no clothes or bedding to dry. Could only clean the rooms, then followed Hayashi downstairs. In the restaurant, Pachita lay by the door, not in the yard. The cat curled up in front of Pachita, using itself as a cushion, letting Pachita's chin rest on its body. Really a nice picture. Seeing Hayashi get up, Pachita immediately stood and followed Hayashi for a while. So the cat also got up and followed. The restaurant became Hayashi walking in front, with one dog and one cat following back and forth. Hayashi first went to the backyard. He looked at the 3 sunflowers and asked, "Is the rain okay? Can you handle the coming heavy rain? Should I build a shelter?" The 3 sunflowers swayed their flower heads together, indicating no need. Even if it hailed, they could ignore it. And they needed to feel natural atmosphere anyway. This atmosphere would help them grow better. All right then, you can get rained on. Call me if you need anything. The 3 sunflowers nodded and told Hayashi more detailed rain information. It'll stop for an hour in the afternoon, then heavy rain. The 3 sunflowers nodded. Okay, I understand. Stopping for an hour at noon was perfect for planting the tree. Red buff was also strong. A little heavy rain wouldn't matter, plus there were blood packages below, so no big problem. Turning back to the kitchen, Hayashi began making breakfast and decided on golden fried rice. Changing flavors every few days, occasionally switching back. Golden fried rice hadn't been eaten for several days, so nostalgic. Hayashi happily fried the rice. Pickled vegetables, beef, and some sausage. Today he added some more ingredients. After finishing cooking, Hayashi called Toru. Coming tilde. Toru entered the kitchen, smelled it, and suddenly asked, "For this morning's drink, can we have last night's milk tea?" "Sure." "Great." Clearly hadn't drunk enough last night. Toru carried out the fried rice, while Hayashi took out the iced fresh milk tea he'd made in one go last night, added some ice cubes, and carried it out. At the dining table, everyone ate fried rice and drank milk tea, quite happily. Then, knock knock tilde. The door was knocked twice. Everyone turned to see it was Kamishiro Rise. She had just moved her rain umbrella away, leaning it against the door entrance. As Hayashi let her in, he said helplessly, "Every time I see you it's raining, I thought you were injured again." Kamishiro Rise brushed her hair, her mature body showing bright atmosphere. She opened her light purple eyes to look at Hayashi. "I've become much stronger since I first met you, and I'm still improving constantly, but that's nothing worth mentioning." Is there any extra rice? I've been hungry for several days. Capitulo 109. Chapter 109. Kamishiro Rise Change, Appointed Time, Start Planting Trees. Before long, there was one more person at the dining table, eating fried rice together. Kamishiro Rise seemed to be becoming more ladylike. Before, when she first ate steak, she was no different from tigers or lions, all tearing and swallowing. Yes, swallowing, she didn't even have a chewing process. Basically tearing into small pieces, then swallowing them. A complete savage. Later, she became slightly aware and started changing. But still couldn't break the habit of taking big bites. Whether eating steak or other meat, she always seemed rushed, somewhat fierce, like protecting her food. Until now, she was much, much better. Eating fried rice one bite at a time, not immediately stuffing a second spoonful before finishing what was in her mouth. Her movements had also become elegant. She moved unhurriedly, chewed at a steady pace. She looked much more ladylike overall. Better than normal people. Noticing Hayashi's gaze, Kamishiro Rise smiled slightly and brushed her hair behind her ear. What's wrong? Am I eating too wildly? No, you're much better now, Hayashi sighed. You're improving so fast. Kamishiro Rise smiled gently. Because I have a goal and someone I care about. The goal went without saying. The person she cared about was even more obvious. It was practically a confession. Hayashi ate his food, gave her a just wait look, and continued eating with his head down. Kamishiro Rai's eyes were charming, containing autumn waves. After finishing breakfast, Hayashi poured Kamishiro Rise a cup of iced fresh milk tea. Try this, see how it is. Kamishiro Rise took a sip, her eyes indeed lighting up. A bit sweeter, but not overly sweet. There's a tea flavor, but it doesn't conflict. The combination is really good. Hayashi asked, compared to the coffee I make, which do you prefer? This was a difficult question. Kamishiro Rise frowned and thought. Finally could only use innocent eyes. Both are delicious, really both are delicious. I can't choose. All right. If both were delicious, then forget it. Ghouls were already used to drinking coffee. If it could match coffee, that meant it was very delicious, maybe even better. Next, Toru cleaned up the dishes and chopsticks from the meal. Hayashi stretched and sat at the table by the window. The rain was still falling outside. This position best matched the mood of rain. Kamishiro Rise came over, sat across from Hayashi, then took off her high heels and put her feet on the chair on Hayashi's side. Hearing the movement, Hayashi looked down. Your legs are this long. To reach from there to here, you'd need legs over 1 meter long. Hearing this, Kamishiro Rise moved her feet closer, resting them on Hayashi's legs. Don't you already know? True. Not just know. He'd even carried them. He was just focused on touching at the time and didn't carefully look at how long they were. Anyway, they went past his shoulders. Hayashi leaned back on the sofa, listening to the rain, waiting for it to stop. Tell me what you've been up to these days. Under the table. Kamishiro Rise toes teased Hayashi's thigh. Above the table. Kamishiro Rise looked calm and composed, propping her chin with one hand, sometimes looking at the rain, sometimes at Hayashi as she spoke. I've been investigating the human experimentation matter. Initially, I only knew the Washu family was involved. Their purpose in cultivating me was to create more and stronger half-kakuja to control and achieve their goals. Hayashi nodded. Right, that's how it is. Kamishiro Rise continued, but I discovered it goes far beyond that. The Washu family are hidden high-ranking members of CCG, so CCG can't escape involvement either. Through investigation, I found that CCG's investigator academies, children's welfare institutions, and so on all have ulterior purposes. I even discovered ghoul traces inside, very strong ones. I couldn't go in to investigate. What Kamishiro Rise said immediately reminded Hayashi of later events. The Black and White sisters seemed to have come from the Investigator Academy. And that children's welfare institution, he remembered it was a hidden boss location. These matters were all vague. Even Hayashi couldn't be certain. So what do you plan to do? Have you considered my suggestion? Hayashi asked. His suggestion was not to fight alone. Kamishiro Rise could work as a hawk faction, teaming up with Takatsuki-sen to investigate these matters. With Aogiri Tree and Kamishiro Rise. This matter would definitely have results. I considered it. Kamishiro Rise nodded definitively. I'll wait for Takatsuki-sen's next big operation. If it suits my taste, we'll cooperate. SS rank ghouls also had their operating styles. Cooperation also depended on compatibility. So Kamishiro Rise planned to wait for one of Takatsuki-sen's big operations to judge if their styles matched. If suitable, they'd cooperate. If not, forget it. Otherwise, one saying investigate and the other saying too dangerous. No way. That would lead to internal strife sooner or later. But Hayashi could see that Kamishiro Rise and Takatsuki-sen had quite compatible personalities. One said do it and did it, trading heavy injury for life. One thought it through and acted, giving up identity. If these two came together, they'd probably become like the gold and silver horned kings. Then you shouldn't have to wait long to see action, Hayashi said. Kamishiro Rise immediately understood. Takatsuki-sen is about to act soon. Not soon, immediately. Hayashi tilted his head, indicating the weather outside. It's moderate rain now, heavy rain tonight. Dark and windy, perfect for sneak attacks. Hearing heavy rain, Kamishiro Rise knew it was true. Then I'm very much looking forward to it. The weather forecast also showed approximate timing. But the weather forecast's estimate was wrong. It estimated afternoon light rain, evening moderate rain, but actually heavy rain plus earthquake. And a magnitude 5 earthquake at that. At this time, Hayashi's phone buzzed with a message. Hayashi picked it up to look. Takatsuki-sen, tonight is really a good opportunity. Pay attention to news tonight, there's a big surprise. Hayashi, can it count as a surprise for CCG2? Takatsuki-sen, any sudden event is a surprise, right? Hayashi, true, but let me give you an extra reminder. There's also a magnitude 5 earthquake tonight, please note. Takatsuki-sen, really? That's also a surprise for me then, this is a big opportunity. Hayashi, then I wish your plan success. Also, remember to manage the people you rescue, don't turn it into social unrest. Takatsuki-sen, understood, will train them into good children. Couldn't she use better words? Although CCG knew heavy rain might bring danger, so what? They couldn't call investigators in advance for defense. The investigators for each district and ghoul prison were fixed. Couldn't be more or less. Could only strengthen vigilance. What Takatsuki-sen wanted to do was just use the heavy rain to make sneak attacks easier. After chatting with Takatsuki-sen, Hayashi nodded to the curious Kamishiro Rise. Takatsuki-sen is acting tonight. You can go observe the scene or wait for news like me. Kamishiro Rise wanted to go see. But tonight, she also wanted to stay by Hayashi's side. As the saying goes, once you taste the marrow, you know the flavor. Both men and women have this experience. So Kamishiro Rise looked at Hayashi, slightly tilted her face, and whispered, "You haven't come to my new home yet, it's been so long." When she said this, Hayashi also realized. This matter seemed to have been discussed early on, but there had been no opportunity until now. Seeing Kamishiro Rise eyes full of autumn waves, Hayashi smiled slightly. "If you want to watch, go watch first. After 2 a.m., just send me your home location." Kamishiro Rise immediately turned. "Really? Really? Then I'll go watch." Kamishiro Rise nodded, wanting to go immediately. She took out her phone, and even in front of Hayashi, set a 2 a.m. alarm. Also opened her memo, preparing to write something. "Do I need to buy any vegetables, prepare any meat? Let's make a meal at my place." Making a meal at home. To represent the male master's status, she was expressing meaning to Hayashi. "No need for vegetables and meat, I'll bring my own. But you have all the kitchen utensils at home, right? Can't do without those," Hayashi said. "Yes." Hearing about kitchen utensils, Kamishiro Rise looked at Hayashi somewhat resentfully. "Actually, as soon as I bought the house, I bought kitchen utensils first thing. Just hadn't had a chance to use them until now." Hayashi smiled apologetically. "I was too busy before." "It's okay, as long as you can come." The two sat by the window like this, chatting and drinking milk tea. The moderate rain outside continued pattering, but getting lighter and lighter. 2 hours later, it became light rain. Another hour later, the rain stopped. Hayashi looked at water drops falling from the eaves outside. Time to plant the tree. Plant a tree, Kamishiro Rise was stunned. Plant what tree? Plant a tree in the yard. Hayashi couldn't explain well to Kamishiro Rise. Mainly, he didn't know how to explain this thing. Better to just do it. Follow me and you'll know. Hayashi got up, also calling Toru and Kana. Toru, Kana, come watch tree planting. A tree from another world. Plant a tree from another world. Toru and Kana became interested immediately and followed. Even Pachita got up from the door, bringing the cat along to see. In the backyard. The rain had stopped. Hayashi first said to the 3 sunflowers. You're getting a new friend, a taciturn ancient tree. The crimson mark tree monster had no gender, only personality. And its personality was honest, unresponsive, just sleeping all the time. As long as no one bothered it, Red Buff could keep sleeping, until someone disturbed it. The 3 sunflowers were quite curious. Hayashi-san, do you need me to help dig soil? Toru asked then. No need, digging soil is too tiring. Hayashi shook his head. The earthwork this time is quite substantial. Big tree, Kana immediately said. Yes. Under everyone's gaze. Hayashi began operating magic. Such a big red buff tree, trying to plant it by hand would definitely be exhausting. So it was better to use magic for ease. Earth and wood magic. Hayashi controlled with one hand, directly lifting entire chunks of soil and grass from the backyard, exposing the deep soil beneath. With sharp eyes, you could even see earthworms drilling holes in the soil. Utilda Kana clapped her hands, expressing amazement. Toru was the same. Only Kamishiro Rise had her eyes wide open, looking at the floating soil one moment, then at Hayashi's profile the next. Hayashi-kun, are you Kami-sama, God-sama? No, Hayashi smiled, just an ordinary scholar of all schools. Knowing everything, having to learn everything, the road ahead was still long. Under the gaze of 3 people, plus 1 dog and 1 cat. The floating chunk of soil and grass was also divided by Hayashi into several portions. Then, Hayashi's left hand controlled the soil chunks and grass. His right hand waved again. The next moment, a huge maple tree appeared above the backyard. Kamishiro Rai's eyes widened, completely shocked. What kind of operation was this? With such amazing abilities, why use them to plant trees? Wow, so pretty. Seeing the fiery red maple tree, Kana immediately fell in love with it. Toru also happily said, Hayashi-san, this tree is really beautiful, prettier than most trees I've ever seen. This maple tree wasn't standing straight and rigid, but twisted and winding upward, forming a lush, fluffy feeling with flourishing branches and leaves. Looked a bit messy, but upon closer inspection, somewhat elegant. Below the maple tree was a clustered tree heart. The tree heart was like a furnace, emanating warm energy fluctuations, with red light pulsing rhythmically. Protecting the red light core was a tree stump resembling a tree spirit. Looked like a crab, huddled together in a ball, couldn't make out what it was. But as long as you violated its homeland, enemies would know what the fury of the crimson mark tree monster meant. So, the maple tree grew on top of the crimson mark tree monster's head. Or rather, they were originally one entity. As long as the crimson mark tree monster stood up from the earth, the maple tree would reach even higher. At this moment, the crimson mark tree monster floated in the air. Hayashi stepped forward, touched it and said, Just grow well, there are nutrients you need in the soil, keep your buff active normally, I'll call you when needed, understand? The crimson mark tree monster opened its eyes and nodded. Its eyeballs looked a bit dull but full of loyalty, then it fell asleep. Hayashi looked at the tree's size. About 1 meter in diameter, a bit over 2 stories tall, just higher than the Midnight Diner's roof. Looking from the front yard, you could see the maple tree's canopy. It was like the Midnight Diner had a cloud of sunset glow above it. Very beautiful. Good, that's it then. Hayashi lightly pointed with his right hand, and the crimson mark tree monster slowly descended toward the soil pit. After touching the soil, the tree monster actively huddled up, curling in the pit like hibernating and sleeping. The furnace-like core's fluctuations also slowed down. But the effect continued. After settling in the soil pit, Hayashi lowered his right hand, the canopy trembled, and it stood firm completely. Then, he also waved down with his left hand. The previously floating soil began slowly filling above the tree monster, filling in all the surrounding soil pits, returning to the original appearance. At this point, the tree was planted. Done, Hayashi clapped his hands, stepped back 2 paces to look, and said satisfactorily, "Just need 2 swings and a cradle to be perfect, could even build a treehouse." "Oh right, Crimson, later use branches and leaves to shelter the swings and cradle from rain, naturally, let the rain roll to the canopy edges and fall down. Understand." Rustle tilde tilde tilde. The maple tree swayed twice, releasing emotions indicating it understood. "Good then," Hayashi nodded. When he turned around, he found Kana, Toru, and Kamishiro Rise all looking at him incredulously. Kamishiro Rise was because what Hayashi displayed was all like divine miracles. Wasn't this moving mountains and filling seas, finding a divine realm on earth? So the Midnight Diner was Hayashi's divine realm, shrine. What surprised Toru and Kana was what Hayashi brought out wasn't ordinary plants either. The previous 3 were flower sprite-like sunflowers. What he brought out now was again something with high growth potential, specifically for guarding the house, an honest, simple tree monster. These things even Toru hadn't seen many of. Yet Hayashi could casually produce them. Capitulo 110, Chapter 110, Swings, Cradle, Hammock, Heavy Rain, The Approaching Night. After the crimson mark tree monster completely settled into the soil, Hayashi clapped his hands, very satisfied. Looking up from the ground, the big tree was magnificent and beautiful, with a thick trunk and lush canopy. When the wind blew through the crimson leaves, they rustled but not a single leaf fell. No need for cleaning at all. When it rained, the canopy adjusted the angle of every leaf, making raindrops roll outward on each leaf, finally falling from the outermost edge of the canopy, ensuring no rainwater would drip under the tree. Perfect. From now on, at least half of the Midnight Diner's backyard wouldn't get rained on. The other side was where the 3 sunflowers were located. From the 2nd floor, several branches specifically extended over, spreading and weaving under the 2nd floor balcony, at the edges and above, finally forming flower-like windows. On the roof, though the big tree was planted in the backyard. When at the entrance, looking back and up, you could see the canopy just emerging from the rooftop, displaying its elegant and lush crown. It could be said to be impeccably beautiful from any angle. Hayashi stepped forward, touched the leaves and trunk, said, "From now on you'll be called Crimson." Hearing this, the crimson mark tree monster's canopy rustled, expressing happiness and joy. Hayashi patted the trunk and returned. Looking at everyone, "How's this tree? Does it look good?" Kamishiro Rise rolled her eyes. "Do you even need to ask? Hayashi-kun, it's like a scene from poetry and oil paintings, simply like a dream." Kana tilted her head back so far that the back of her head was almost parallel to the ground. She looked at the canopy, clapping and cheering. "Beautiful, really beautiful." Toru circled around the trunk several times, even flashed up to the canopy to look around, climbed the branches, then came down saying, "This tree spirit called Crimson has a very strong amplification effect." Toru held up 3 fingers. "I feel my whole body's chi and blood have become active. If injured, recuperating here would increase recovery speed by at least 30%. Hayashi nodded, "About right." Red Buff's effect was transformed by the tree monster into something like a formation buff, useful for all allies within the Midnight Diner, equivalent to Hayashi and the employees always enjoying this effect. This counted as employee benefits. At this time, Kana came to Hayashi's side, tugging at his hem. Hayashi lowered his head. Kana looked up, pulling his clothes with one hand, pointing at the branches with the other hand and murmuring, "Swings, swings like in the park." Park swings were very simple. Just 4 ropes holding the 4 corners of a wooden board, hung from a railing, that was a swing. "Don't worry, Kana," Hayashi flexed his fingers, "I'll give you something even better." Kana's eyes lit up, "Even better?" "Yes." "Great." Under the gaze of Toru and Kamishiro Rise, Hayashi began making swings. He first made a regular swing. Hayashi came under a thick branch at the chosen location and extended his hand. The next moment, strings from the string fruit began rapidly extending from his fingertips. The strings that came out this time were grass green. They intertwined and wove together, forming vine shapes climbing upward. After going over the thick branch, they tightened and fell back down. Hayashi turned to Toru. Toru, go get all the remaining lumber from when we made things for Pachita. Okay, Toru went to get them. Kana followed along. Kamishiro Rise also turned to help carry some. When they had moved everything over in several trips, Hayashi picked up a suitable wooden board, used strings to cut it, trimmed it, dealt with splinters, then placed it below the vines. The strings easily passed through the wooden board, locking tight from the four corners. Finally, a vine swing that looked better and more natural than those in parks was completed. Kana's eyes sparkled. Hayashi turned around and gestured to Kana. Come try it out. Coming, hearing this, Kana ran over and jumped onto the swing with a leap. Once she sat on the swing, Hayashi gave a gentle push. Kana immediately began swaying. At first only swaying to about positive and negative 35 degrees. But Kana looked expectant. Can it go higher? Sure, let's go higher then, so Hayashi pushed harder. Kana's swing angle immediately became positive and negative 60 degrees. Kana swayed while looking completely happy. The swaying wind blew through Kana's bangs, revealing her smooth forehead. Her two little short legs under the swing swayed back and forth, following the swing's motion to gain momentum, making herself swing even more vigorously. If this were an ordinary child, whoever swayed like this would probably get beaten. The child helping would get beaten by parents. Dad helping would get beaten by grandpa. If an ordinary child fell from this, they could break bones or get disfigured. But even if Kana fell, she would only make a crater in the ground. Then get up and continue playing. Hayashi-sen At this time, seeing Kana having so much fun, Toru also ran over, shaking Hayashi's arm coquettishly. I want to swing too Hayashi helplessly covered his head. What's the rush? I'm not just making this one. The others will all be different, just watch. Different? Toru was puzzled. Yes, there are also cradles and hammocks. Cradles and hammocks. With so many places on one tree, of course he couldn't just make swings, that would be too simple. So Hayashi planned to make several different styles. First was the cradle. This was made the same way as the swing. Like an egg hollowed out, then with a big opening. But this time, the strings weren't hung from four sides. Instead, every 120 degrees. Hung in a triangle formation. The cradle overall was wrapped in strings, with an outer frame of raw wood branches and thick string padding inside. Overall, it was like a cocoon room. Hayashi stepped back to look and nodded with satisfaction. Done. His done was like a starting pistol at a sporting event. Let me try. Toru instantly rushed up and curled into the cradle. This cradle was very large. Could even fit two people lying down inside. As Toru went in, Hayashi shouted, "Slippers." So in the air, two shoes flew out. Toru curled up inside and began rolling around. The cradle also swayed back and forth. Kana immediately abandoned her swing. Kana wants to look inside too. She jumped down from her swing and flew into the cradle together. Toru and Kana rolled around in the cradle. No matter how the cradle swayed on the branch, they wouldn't fall out. Even ghouls pulling and tearing wouldn't work. Hayashi looked at Kamishiro Rise beside him, who seemed a little envious. What do you think? You can try it later. Kamishiro Rise tilted her head and smiled slightly. If possible, I'd be willing to try it with you. The words "try it" Kamishiro Rise emphasized heavily. The meaning was self-evident. Hiss ... Hayashi sucked in a breath, looking at the cradle. Firing cannons in there seemed actually possible. Cough cough, Hayashi touched his chin. We'll see, if there's a chance we can try it. After all, this was the backyard. This was getting a bit wild. What difference was this from outdoor action? Watching Toru and Kana play happily. Kamishiro Rise asked beside him, "What's the hammock like, hanging an entire bed from the tree to sleep?" When she said this, Hayashi could see the teasing in her eyes. Do you want to play something this hentai? No, Hayashi immediately denied. A hammock doesn't hang a bed up, but makes a single-person small bed with high elasticity. Kamishiro Rise didn't understand. Isn't it still a bed? Then he had nothing to say. Just watch. Hayashi could only helplessly make the hammock first. Hammocks were actually the simplest. Even simpler than swings. He didn't need any extra materials. Just strings would do. 2 ropes, one end tied to the back of the branch, one end tied to the front of the branch. The separated middle part was caught by a mesh woven from strings. You could think of it as a supersized mask hung up. Originally, the mask's sides were for hanging on ears. Now hung on the front and back of the branch. The middle part that would cover the mouse was where people would lie down. The whole process took less than 1 minute. Done. Hayashi clapped his hands, and under Kamishiro Rai's surprised gaze, gestured for her to try it. Your turn to try. Pull down the hammock, sit on it, or you can lie down too. Kamishiro Rise nodded and went up. She came to the edge of the hammock, first smoothed her hands from behind to make her skirt fit her body, then reached out to pull down the highly elastic hammock and gently sat on it. In an instant, the dress outlined her breathtaking, voluptuous figure. The peach-like shape curved down from above, then gathered between her legs. Hiss tilde tilde tilde, Hayashi secretly sucked in a breath. This suddenly revealed figure was really too eye-catching. Noticing Hayashi's subtle expression, Kamishiro Rise secretly smiled at the corners of her mouth. She did it on purpose. Sitting on the hammock, she swayed back and forth, left and right, up and down. The feeling is quite nice, Hayashi-kun. Hayashi shifted his legs, adjusted his trajectory, and nodded. Try lying down and see how it feels. Kamishiro Rise obediently lay down. She put her hand over her forehead, brushing through her long hair, slightly exposing her forehead. Her other hand rested in front of her body, supporting those 2 burdens that seemed ready to burst out. Finally, she turned her head to look at Hayashi. Her eyes flowed with spring waves. It feels also very suitable for trying something. After saying this, she gently pushed the ground with her foot, and the hammock immediately began swaying. Her light purple hair also swayed back and forth with the hammock. Cough cough. Hayashi walked to the side. Kamishiro Rise sat up, making room for Hayashi. As soon as Hayashi sat down, due to his heavier weight, he sank deeper, with Kamishiro Rise in the higher position. So she slid down, her shoulder against Hayashi's shoulder. Hayashi bounced twice. The 2 of them swayed together. It really is, Hayashi couldn't help but laugh. Kamishiro Rise also laughed softly. It had to be said. It really was quite suitable for that. Not only interesting, but also labor-saving. With just a light bounce from him, whoever was riding on top would sway 3 times, and with rotation too. Now if there was a chance, they'd have to try it. After swaying on the hammock for a while, Hayashi went to try the swing again. Using strings from the string fruit to make these toys, Hayashi played with complete peace of mind. Even if the branches broke, these strings wouldn't break. He swung himself flying in one go. The swing flew out to 80 degrees directly. We tilde tilde tilde. Hearing the commotion, Toru and Kana poked their heads out from the cradle to watch. Hayashi swayed for a while. Then when the swing reached its highest point, he jumped directly down. His whole body flew out several meters. Then he turned in the air. Thud tilde. Landed steadily. Toru and Kana both clapped, their emotional value maxed out. Then following Hayashi's example, Kana also swung to the highest point, did aerial spins, and landed with arms spread. Cool, Hayashi gave a thumbs up. Toru also flew along, then spun like a top in the air, finally landing with arms spread. Good, also cool. Everyone played happily. The afternoon time was spent under the tree until 4 p.m. Rumble tilde tilde tilde. Thunder suddenly began in the sky. The weather that had just had sunshine suddenly became much darker, as if the sun had disappeared. The sky was dim and gloomy. Thunder roared. Soon heavy rain came down. Splash tilde tilde tilde. The torrential rain had no warning, suddenly pouring down like water being splashed. The roof was hit with pattering sounds. The beaten doors and windows made creaking noises. Ah tilde tilde tilde. From the roadside and alley entrance came pedestrians' exclamations. The sudden heavy rain soaked everyone to the bone. They ran around looking for shelter. Kamishiro Rise looked up at the sky, really good timing. Referring to Takatsuki-sen's action tonight. Not just that, Hayashi smiled. In a while the earthquake will come, magnitude 5. Kamishiro Rise looked at Hayashi in surprise. You can predict in advance, are you really Kami-sama? Not really, I'm just a highly sensitive player. Speaking of which, Hayashi also felt some familiar sensations coming from underground. A bit like touching guns and knives. He half-crouched down, pressing his hand on the ground. Sure enough, as the earthquake approached, this feeling appeared. He could sense the earthquake's approach from the surface too. The specific time was 2.5 hours later. Hayashi sensed again and finally confirmed, the timing is correct. Kamishiro Rise looked incredulous. 2.5 hours later, a magnitude 5 earthquake will occur. Hayashi nodded and casually took out his phone, finding Takatsuki-sen in front of Kamishiro Rise. Hayashi, magnitude 5 earthquake in 2.5 hours. Send. 2.5 seconds later. Takatsuki-sen, thank you Hayashi-kun, remember to watch the news. Only 2.5 seconds. Almost an instant reply. This speed basically meant Takatsuki-sen unconditionally believed Hayashi's judgment. Without even questioning or doubting. Kamishiro Rise shook her head in disbelief and finally decided. Then I'll leave in 2 hours. Hayashi gave an okay gesture, indicating no problem. Hayashi-san. At this time, Toru stood under the eaves, waving at Hayashi. It's pouring rain, let's go inside. Coming. Hayashi put away his phone and quickly went back with Kamishiro Rise. Although they wouldn't get rained on under the tree, the strong wind outside brought high humidity, and clothes would get damp quickly. Entering the house, everyone had nothing to do and started watching TV. Hayashi turned on the restaurant's lights, illuminating the interior. Then he suddenly thought of something. The earthquake won't cause a power outage, will it? No, wait, I have magic. If the power goes out, I'll just make a temporary power source. After 2 hours passed. 6 p.m. The midnight diner opened. Heavy rain poured outside. Though the door was open, it wasn't actually opened, just unlocked. Kamishiro Rise looked at the time, stood up and said, Then I'll go first. I need to watch the show and maybe help Takatsuki-sen. Be careful on the way, Hayashi waved, seeing her to the door. Heavy rain was like it didn't exist for Kamishiro Rise. She turned to Hayashi and said, I'll go home to change clothes first before going. With that, Rise entered the rain. Her figure flashed quickly and soon disappeared. She didn't take the umbrella by the door either. At that speed, holding an umbrella would instantly turn it into just a handle. Capítulo 111, Chapter 111, Earthquake, Going Out to Play, Takatsuki-sen's Full-Scale Attack. After watching Kamishiro Rise leave like a teleport, Hayashi, slap, closed the door to prevent rain from being blown in by the wind. It was now business hours. But with this terrible weather, Hayashi shook his head. Even if customers wanted to come, I don't want to work, I just want to lie down. Rainy days go better with sleeping and Tilda. In this awful weather, Hayashi would rather lie on the sofa all day, play games, watch TV, browse his phone, read books, and just let the day pass. Rumble tilde tilde tilde. Another thunder roared. Heavy rain was pattering outside, but with the door closed inside, the sound was much, much quieter. Hayashi looked at Toru. There shouldn't be anything today, let's rest well and have fun. Toru nodded, asking expectantly, Want to play games? Let's play. Play games? Hayashi nodded affirmatively, sure, let's play games. Just as the two finished speaking, a white flash suddenly flickered outside. As if the sky suddenly brightened. Hayashi knew without looking, big thunder is coming. After he said this, about 2 seconds passed. Rumble tilde tilde tilde. An incredibly loud thunder roared outside. Light travels almost instantaneously. But based on the speed of sound, hearing it after 3 seconds meant the thunder was about 1 kilometer away from Hayashi. After Toru heard it, she said, it's the kind of thunder Kana really likes. Hayashi. Who likes it? Kana likes it. Likes thunder, or big thunder. Huh? Hayashi was first stunned. Toru pointed behind Hayashi, toward the floor-to-ceiling window near the wooden wall. Hayashi turned to look. Kana was pressed against the glass, looking up at the sky. Every time thunder roared, Kana's tail would float and sway with a buzzing sound, then fall back down after a while. Rumble tilde. When thunder roared, Kana's purple yo-yo-like tail buzzed and floated up again. Hayashi was first puzzled, then suddenly understood. Oh tilde tilde tilde. He remembered. Kana was an electric dragon, her power source was electricity. Hayashi asked, Kana's other name, is it Kana Kamui? Toru's eyes lit up. Hayashi-san actually knows Kana's other name. Do you know about the otherworld? No, I heard it from mythology stories. I only know a little bit about your affairs. Hayashi naturally shook his head. Actually, he had just remembered. The reason Kana came to Earth was, 1. Following Toru, 2. Because she pranked, and got exiled. Her characteristics were, loves eating, cute and naive, mischievous. But at Hayashi's place, he hadn't seen Kana show any mischievous traits. Maybe because her love of eating was completely satisfied by Hayashi, so she wouldn't prank Hayashi for food. Others might not be so lucky. Rumble tilde tilde tilde. When thunder struck, Kana's tail lit up. Hayashi walked over, crouched down, watching the tail flash. He watched the thunder with Kana for a while. Then curiously asked, with thunder in the sky, can you absorb energy from here? Yes, Kana nodded seriously, but very little, and it doesn't taste good. Doesn't taste good. Kana added, not as delicious as Hayashi's cooking, but thunder is familiar, haven't seen it in a long time. Oh tilde tilde tilde, so it's like meeting an old friend. Just this friend isn't a person. But thunder. As an electric dragon, Kana and thunder were good friends. The best of friends. Each thunder strike was like two friends greeting each other. Hayashi looked at the thunder. Then looked at Toru, who was watching eagerly. Hayashi thought for a moment and asked, want to go up to the sky and take a look? Kana immediately turned to look at Hayashi. Toru looked at Hayashi with surprise and delight. Being watched by both, Hayashi was also a bit confused. What's wrong? Don't want to go. There's nothing wrong with heavy rain outside. Just use invisibility magic and rain-avoiding magic. As for thunder, with Kana here, it'll definitely be fine. Isn't being young about doing whatever you want, as long as you're sure there's no major danger. Heavy rain really wasn't anything. Maybe for people in bad moods who weren't optimistic. Heavy rain meant depression and stuffiness. But for people in good moods, optimistic, even a bit crazy, heavy rain meant white noise. Could even try playing soccer in the rain, having fun. Wasn't this an absolutely novel experience? Want to go? As soon as Hayashi finished, Kana and Toru almost simultaneously said they wanted to go. Then shall we go? Let's go. Without much ado, Hayashi was already walking toward the door. Toru and Kana immediately followed. But at the door, Toru looked at the open wooden sign, a bit worried. Hayashi-san, what if customers come? Hearing this, Kana also stopped, looking a bit conflicted. She was thinking, was she being a bit selfish? Wouldn't this interfere with Hayashi's business? Still open shop? Open what shop? Hayashi looked completely opposed when he heard this. He waved his hand. I'll know if anyone comes, and Pachita is watching the door. We also have teleportation magic. If someone comes, we'll just teleport back. Right, Pachita? Pachita, who was lying by the door, immediately perked up when he heard he finally had something to do. He stood up at once to respond. Woof, yes. Then there was no problem. Pachita was watching the house at home. There was a red buff guarding the backyard. Hayashi had also left an invisible scouting ward at home, providing 24/7 surveillance with no blind spots. All three of them could use teleportation magic. With all these conditions, couldn't they prevent customers from suddenly arriving? Let's go, Hayashi shouted to go. Toru immediately hugged Hayashi's arm and acted cute. Ride on me, Hayashi-san. Kana heard this. Quickly hugged Hayashi's other leg. Ride on Kana, ride on Kana. The two of them. One hugging a leg, one hugging an arm, swaying back and forth. Hayashi was completely dizzy from being shaken. A flash of inspiration came to his mind. How about this ride on Toru when going, ride on Kana when coming back? That's settled. One way each, one person each time, very fair. Toru and Kana looked at each other, both nodded in agreement. Good, X2. So Toru first transformed into a big green dragon. She leaped toward the sky, light flashed, and she became a giant dragon as tall as a building when standing. And in the air, she used invisibility magic and rain-avoiding magic. Invisibility magic made her invisible to both humans and electronic technology, like cameras and satellites. Rain-avoiding magic made the heavy rain fall to the sides, creating a space around Toru where no rain fell. Let's go. Hayashi took Kana's hand. Teleportation magic. The two flashed and appeared on Kana's back. Departure. Roar tilde tilde tilde. Toru let out a light roar and flew straight up into the sky. 300 meters, the sky was dark. 1,000 meters, passing through the dark clouds. 3,000 meters, reaching clear skies. At 3,000 meters, all of Tokyo appeared in Hayashi's view. The storm clouds that seemed endless from below actually only covered an area of 1 or 2 provinces, looking quite small from up here. On the ground, the sky was dark. But at 3,000 meters high, at 6 p.m., there was still sunlight, just setting below the horizon with only a bit of afterglow remaining. There was no more rain around. The entire environment was incredibly quiet. As if peaceful. So beautiful, Hayashi gazed at the horizon and sighed. This feeling was incomparable even to being on an airplane. Sitting on a plane, you felt like just a package, with the scenery along the way being fleeting glimpses. But when you could fly, you felt like the entire sky belonged to you. It was no longer brief. You had more time to stop and waste this time. And it was all immersive experience. Hayashi sat on Toru's dragon back. Kana sat in Hayashi's arms. At this moment, their altitude was higher than the clouds. So when looking at lightning, they had to look down at their feet. And with the broader view, they could see much more lightning. When viewing an area the size of provinces, lightning was truly continuous. There was lightning everywhere. Kana sat in Hayashi's arms, her eyes glowing blue, her whole body buzzing like 100,000 volts. Need to get closer, Hayashi asked. Kana spoke up, shaking her head. It's all the same, already close enough. These thunders, first time meeting, saying hello, making friends. Hayashi found it very magical, honestly. Thunder spirits could greet thunder and make friends. So what kind of consciousness was thunder? What were its emotions like? Similar to flower spirits. Then let's just fly around Toru. Hayashi patted Toru's back, consider it getting some air. Roar tilde tilde tilde. Toru responded, okay. Then began flying around everywhere. Soaring in the sky, flying through thunder clouds, accompanied by lightning strikes. Sometimes the lightning was right beside Hayashi. Aside from being a bit loud and bright, Hayashi felt everything was fine. Just like that, the three played in the sky for nearly half an hour. Hayashi felt a pulse from the Earth's veins. Earthquake! As soon as Hayashi said this, the next moment, waves rose at Tokyo's seaside, the earth began trembling and shaking. Due to the heavy rain, most residents in the city were inside their houses. This earthquake made many people start taking precautions and seeking shelter. From Hayashi's aerial perspective, first and second floor houses showed basically no visible changes. But those high-rises were visibly swaying, though the amplitude was small. A magnitude 5 earthquake was right at the stage where buildings began swaying. Not violent, but would cause objects to fall. This feeling was quite interesting to watch from above. There's an earthquake, Toru said. Hayashi looked carefully. Feels a bit like when playing with blocks and accidentally hitting the table corner. This god's eye view is really interesting. No wonder the gods in stories don't care about people. Just looking down from this perspective, he felt humans were just so-so. If it became like playing a civilization game with a god's eye view, you probably wouldn't treat people as people, but like animals, also as animals. A magnitude 5 earthquake from a god's perspective looked like a trembling table. At this moment, Hayashi's phone rang. He took it out to look. Takatsuki-sen, it's starting. Only then did Hayashi react, patting Toru's back. Go to District 23 to watch the show. If we're late, there'll be nothing to see. Roger tilde. Toru flapped her dragon wings. instantly accelerating and disappearing from her original position. This definitely wasn't physical propulsion. If it were purely physical propulsion, Hayashi and Kana would have been thrown off long ago. Just like that, in a short while, Toru had arrived above District 23 and descended to about a kilometer, the height of 2 skyscrapers. Hayashi looked around and pointed to the tallest building nearby. Let's stand on top of that. Floating in air is too high and we don't need to stay transformed. We'll be snacking later. Okay. Toru flew to the rooftop of a skyscraper. Hayashi jumped down holding Kana, landing on the building's roof. Toru also transformed back into human form, holding her maid skirt hem as she gently landed. The three stood on top of the skyscraper. The surrounding strong winds, heavy rain, and thunder didn't affect them in the slightest. Even the ground beneath their feet was dry. Toru looked down below and found the CCG branch's underground ghoul prison. She pointed at the prison and asked curiously, "Hayashi-san, will Miss Takatsuki-san attack this prison later?" "Yes," Hayashi nodded, then added, "but there's also a feint attack location that will attack first to draw attention in District 13 at Aogiri Tree's branch." Takatsuki-sen's operation this time would have 2 locations. District 13 was the feint ghouls from the Aogiri Tree branch would feint attack the CCG branch to draw attention, since the feint's purpose had to look like a full-scale assault, when other CCG forces mobilized to suppress it. The ghoul prison in District 23 would be attacked by Takatsuki-sen, leading an elite force. The elite force had far fewer people than the feint force, but their combat power was on a completely different level. The feint force only had 1 SS-rank ghoul leading, while the elite force had many SS-rank ghouls. At this moment, the earthquake stopped. Hayashi took out his phone and started browsing news. Why isn't there any news yet? Just as he finished speaking, a news alert popped up. District 13, CCG branch under full-scale ghoul attack again. Large numbers, CCG branch in great danger. As soon as the news broke, it caused a sensation. And the next moment, rumble tilde tilde tilde. Another earthquake struck. Even the skyscraper Hayashi was on swayed along with it. Though only slightly, it was like a signal. Around the ghoul prison Toru had pointed to earlier, a group of cloaked ghouls suddenly appeared, rapidly approaching. They were even carrying lots of explosives. The fight's starting, the fight's starting. Toru shook Hayashi's arm to remind him, "Look over there, I can sense Miss Takatsuki-sen's aura." "Wait a moment, let me distribute some sunflower seeds." Hayashi quickly pulled out several bags of sunflower seeds. Then he lightly tapped the ground with his toe. A layer of clean white cloth, woven from thin strings, appeared beneath their feet. "Sit, sit, sit." Hayashi sat down with Toru and Kana, then distributed sunflower seeds to them. Crack, 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 tilde, 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 accompanied by the sound of cracking sunflower seeds. Under the three's gaze, Aogiri Tree's elite force rushed near the CCG prison. This prison was underground, so they needed to fight first, clear out the guards above, before they could enter underground. But Takatsuki-sen obviously didn't have such a simple plan. SS plus Ghoul Tatara glanced at the nearby squad leaders. "You clear out the guards above." After saying this, he led other SS-rank ghouls and explosives straight underground. The purpose was obvious: split operations. One group would clear the guards. The other would go directly down for a fierce assault, not giving the layered guards above and below any time to gather or react. So under Hayashi's distant observation, above the ghoul detention facility, ordinary elite forces and ordinary CCG defense forces began fierce combat. These groups were roughly evenly matched at 50-50. At most, counting the surprise attack, it was 60-40, with ghouls at 6 and defense at 4. While the fierce battle raged above. A few minutes later, boom tilde tilde tilde, accompanied by a small mushroom cloud rising above the detention facility. It directly collapsed. Hayashi looked at the smoke rising straight up, then extinguished by the heavy rain. Isn't this just giving Rizé the Bomb Devil more power for free? Capitulo 112. Chapter 112. Taking the Ghoul Detention Center, one person and 2 dragons cracking seeds while watching the show. A sudden thunderous roar. The curtain officially rose. The ground battle was fierce and spectacular, while underground they were caught off guard by the sudden fierce assault. Since Hayashi's naked eye couldn't see the underground scenes, neither could Toru and Kana. So they used Magic Eye to broadcast the underground footage. Similar to Mirror Flower Water Moon. An image appeared before the three of them. Hayashi cracked sunflower seeds, cracked Hilda. Quick, they're about to break in, hurry and guard the gate. Everyone hurry. At the only underground passage of the West District Detention Center, several investigators ran quickly. Boom tilde tilde tilde. But with a loud explosion. Everyone stopped in their tracks, looking up in terror. Although there were thick walls above, this explosion definitely meant great danger had occurred. Ghoul detention centers didn't have such things. What happened? What's the situation above? What do we do now? Amid everyone's confused voices, two black shadows rapidly attacked from deep in the passage. Watch out! Quick reacting investigators immediately shouted. But the shadows were too fast. After instantly passing through the crowd. Gasp tilde tilde tilde. Two investigators directly fell while clutching their throats. Seeing these figures in long robes and face masks, an investigator immediately drew his quink and shouted, "It's ghouls, quickly defend." These two ghouls were the Bin brothers from Aogiri Tree, both S rank. Everyone drew their quinks, preparing for a life-or-death battle with the ghouls. Cold sweat poured down their faces, because just from that one attack, everyone knew these two ghouls' strength was considerable. At least S-rank ghouls. But how could all the investigators stationed here be S-rank? If they really fought among these few people, at least more than half would die. So everyone was very nervous. But what happened next was beyond their expectations. The Bin brothers looked at each other. Then both nodded simultaneously, turned and left. Their speed was so fast, like flying on flat ground, disappearing from sight in an instant, heading straight for the depths of the prison. Hi. This left several investigators somewhat confused. Why did you just leave like that? Not fighting us anymore. Then, what did you come to attack the detention center for? Amid everyone's confusion, sounds of resistance and fighting continued from outside. They came back to their senses. Hearing these sounds, they didn't know what to do. What should we do, support above or chase after them? This was a difficult decision to make. Finally, the investigator captain gritted his teeth. Split in half, some go up to support, some go chase. But go quickly. Yes. The battle continued. On the skyscraper rooftop. Crack tilde. Hayashi cracked another sunflower seed, and seeing this, shook his head. This investigator is somewhat smart, but not very. He thought of the ghoul's purpose, but didn't fully think it through, indecisive. Toru also cracked sunflower seeds while watching. Seeing this scene, she thought for a moment. Hayashi-san, those two ghouls are the vanguard force, specifically to disrupt the formation, to scout information and rescue ghouls first, right? Right, Hayashi nodded. You can understand it that way. These two ghouls are actually rushing in to scatter CCG's defensive formation. If CCG doesn't chase, then the forces above won't have support. If CCG chases, then the battle line will be cut off, and when the follow-up ghouls arrive, all these people will be finished. And not chasing has another problem. The ghouls in the detention center will be released by them, causing even bigger problems. The detention center had steel doors, true. But the reason ghouls couldn't get out was that they were all injected with RC cell suppressants. This made ghouls like ordinary people, no strength, unable to use abilities. As long as normal ghouls got in. Steel doors were just toys to S-rank and above ghouls. Then they could break everything and rescue everyone at once. That would cause even greater chaos. And this investigator. Forget it, I won't comment. Hayashi shook his head, stopping his critique. Actually, in this situation, the general trend can't be changed. Whatever decision is made will be wrong. Want to save those above, the prison is doomed. Want to save the prison, everyone's doomed. Split forces, also doomed. So what else could they do? Nothing. Toru swung her legs at the edge of the building, saying appreciatively, Miss Takatsuki-sen is really clever. Planning this well, for a long time no one will come to support. Who all is in this prison? Hayashi thought about who was there. But he couldn't remember many people. He seemed to only remember there was a very strong ghoul inside. Seems like there are over 20 A ranks, several S ranks, and one SS plus or SSS rank ghoul called Kamishiro Matasaka. Kamishiro Matasaka's specific strength was either SS plus or SSS. This was because he mainly used martial arts rather than Kagyun weapons. So his strength was unclear. But he wasn't as strong as Takatsuki-sen. He later joined Aogiri Tree too. As a person, he was actually not bad, like a fierce version of Yoshimura Kyuzen. Kamishiro, Toru heard this and immediately became curious. Is he related to Miss Kamishiro Rise? Yes, Hayashi nodded. When Rise escaped as a child, she was adopted by Kamishiro Matasaka, but before Kamishiro Rise grew up, Kamishiro Matasaka was arrested. Oh tilde tilde tilde, Toru made an understanding sound. So there was this relationship. So Kamishiro Rise and Kamishiro Matasaka had an adoptive father-daughter relationship. But Kamishiro Rise didn't have deep feelings for Kamishiro Matasaka. In Hayashi's memory, they were quite distant. But Kamishiro Matasaka did protect Kamishiro Rise. Next, under the three's gaze, the elite forces' general assault began. Hayashi saw Takatsuki-sen and Kamishiro Rise walking together. The defensive forces above had been cleared, and the remaining Aogiri Tree members gathered at the edge of the huge hole in the detention center, looking down from above. Takatsuki-sen and Kamishiro Rise were on the rooftop. How do you feel? Takatsuki-sen looked at Kamishiro Rise. How would you evaluate CCG? Trash, Kamishiro Rise said coldly. So trash should be swept into the garbage dump and burned. Takatsuki-sen laughed somewhat crazily. Whether it's the Washu family or the V organization, they should all die. This isn't about humans versus ghouls. Kamishiro Rise nodded definitively. Just like Hayashi-kun said, not all humans are good people, not all ghouls are bad people. The reverse is also true, it only depends on what they do. Takatsuki-sen nodded. Let's go down, time to finish this. Kamishiro Rise nodded. After Takatsuki-sen finished speaking, she leaped down, jumping directly from the rooftop toward the deep pit of the underground prison. Kamishiro Rise immediately followed. Below in the prison, the Bin brothers were already rapidly opening the prison gates. Wherever they passed, all ghouls were released, regardless of who they were. Soon, riots began in the underground prison. Once these ghouls recovered, they began slaughtering the investigators in the prison. At this point, the situation was completely out of control. Takatsuki-sen's plan was more than half successful. After she and Kamishiro Rise landed, the Aogiri Tree organization members just stood in the center of the riot, unmoved, letting these newly released ghouls vent their anger. The Bin brothers completed their mission and quietly returned. Tatora, after killing the station's senior investigator, also returned with the opponent's quink. When all Aogiri Tree personnel were assembled, Takatsuki-sen took out her phone and checked the time. 10 minutes. The riot continued. Time passed second by second. Takatsuki-sen and Aogiri Tree remained unmoved. After a while, Takatsuki-sen didn't check the time. A nearby ghoul was responsible for timekeeping, 3 minutes. Then reporting every minute. 2 minutes. 1 minute. Until time was up. Some ghouls realized and immediately quieted down, standing in place waiting for news. But some ghouls had already gone blood crazy. Some had no idea what was happening, just mindlessly rioting. Takatsuki-sen gave no chances. She directly ordered, kill them. Disobedient ones, kill them all. The next moment, the elite force behind her quickly moved out. Regardless of who it was. Even if you were a ghoul. Disobedient ones, still rioting ones, still running around. Catch one, kill one. Not even one chance for repentance. Either obey now. Or die. No. I know I was wrong, I'll be obedient. Not moving anymore, not moving. I wasn't moving, don't kill me, I was always obedient. In an instant, countless newly released ghouls were immediately killed. They still had RC cell suppressants in their bodies, never mind A-rank ghouls. Even S-rank ghouls, when encountering the current Aogiri Tree elite force, would be killed directly. And SS rank ghouls weren't fools. As soon as Kamishiro Matasaka was released, he wanted to run. But as soon as he moved, he was suppressed back by Takatsuki-sen's gaze. Not to mention, he smelled Kamishiro Rai's scent. So Kamishiro Matasaka just waited there in place, not fighting and running away directly like in Hayashi's memory. Just like that, after the elite force slaughtered nearly 1/3 of the ghouls, the remaining ghouls all obediently stood around waiting for Takatsuki-sen's orders. Seeing the ghouls become docile, only then did Takatsuki-sen speak. All surviving ghouls follow Aogiri Tree's footsteps. Whether you're S-rank or SS-rank ghouls, all arrangements will be decided by Aogiri Tree. Hearing they were released, but then required to follow orders, each ghoul's first reaction was unwillingness. Imprisoned inside. Did they also have to be essentially imprisoned outside? Wasn't this imprisonment for nothing, but intimidated by Takatsuki-sen's authority and that powerful aura? No one dared say a word of refusal. Seems everyone agrees. Seeing no one objected, Takatsuki-sen turned and left directly. Follow me. Takatsuki-sen departed. The elite force all quietly and solemnly followed closely. The other ghouls had no choice but to follow. They could only follow and begin transferring. On the building, Hayashi watched the scene inside. This is the power of groups and authority. One person's existence has no impact. Only the will of a group is the greatest motivation. Unless you could be strong enough to single-handedly break group will and authority. Otherwise, looking at this scene, which ghoul would dare resist Takatsuki-sen's will? After watching, Toru thought of her own dragon clan. In the Chaos faction, her father was also an absolute authority. Also the only existence Toru feared. Otherwise, even gods, Toru felt were nothing. Can Miss Takatsuki-sen really do it? Toru murmured. Do what? Create a world without barriers between ghouls and humans? Hayashi smiled. Yes, Toru nodded. Impossible. Hayashi directly shook his head in denial. Huh? Toru was stunned. Even Kana, who was cracking sunflower seeds and watching the show, was stunned. They both thought Hayashi agreed with Takatsuki-sen's ideals and believed such a world could be created. But they didn't expect Hayashi to deny it so quickly. Instantly denied it. Seeing their expressions, Hayashi smiled helplessly. Nothing in this world is absolute, and humans are the most complex creatures. How could true coexistence be achieved? Takatsuki-sen's ideals are too utopian. Even if she could do it, it would only last for a while. Once authority weakens, rules will collapse. Let me ask you, do you think black and white can absolutely coexist peacefully? Only gray works. Just like blacks and whites. Different cultures can merge and coexist. But different races are impossible. Between ghouls and humans, either all ghouls become human, or humans also have ghoul power. Only then could peace be achieved. Oh, Toru indicated she understood. But she was still a bit puzzled. Then Hayashi-san, why do you still support Miss Takatsuki-sen so much? This question, Hayashi had anticipated. Because Takatsuki-sen is the only one taking action, working hard toward the goal. Should we not do it just because the goal is difficult? It's not like this plan and ending can't change from beginning to end. When there's a suitable opportunity to see new changes, Takatsuki-sen will also change, like becoming gray. After hearing this, Toru's eyes lit up. This statement suddenly made her understand many things. From her past hatred of her environment, to the missions set for her from birth, to leaving the faction, to traveling the continent, to meeting Kana, to finally challenging gods. All of this seemed to have many moments that weren't certain. Like the mission her old man gave her. She could also do it openly, and when she became strong enough, cultivate her own faction, then kick the old man out. Heck. After understanding, Toru was very happy for a moment. But after looking at Hayashi, she shook her head again. But I don't regret it. All these experiences finally led me to meet Hayashi-san. Fate works in mysterious ways. I don't know what will happen in the future. But I know the current Hayashi-san is the best. After saying this, Toru pressed close to Hayashi, reaching out to hug his arm, holding it against her chest. I still need to crack sunflower seeds. Hayashi's right hand was wrapped up, leaving only his left hand to crack seeds. Toru shook her head, then I'll feed you, Ah. Really, is this necessary? Yes, it is. On the building, laughter and joy. At the ruined ghoul prison, countless ghouls and investigators were dead or wounded. Eatery tree, led by Takatsuki-sen with the elite force and Kamishiro Rise, headed first to the Eatery tree branch for arrangements. Capitulo 113. Chapter 113. Going home, Takatsuki-sen's statement, changing story lines. Watching Eatery tree depart. Crack tilde. Hayashi finished the last sunflower seed in his hand, clapped his hands, and stood up. All right, the show's over, let's go back. Kana had been unenthusiastic from beginning to end, because she had no interest in all this fighting. But now, she suddenly perked up. It's my turn now. Yes, 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 you still remember. Hayashi rubbed Kana's head. Have you had enough fun going out? If not, we can continue exploring. Kana looked expectant. Keep exploring. Hearing this, Toru immediately changed her expression and acted cute. Hayashi-san tilde, then I. You already explored for a long time when we came. No overtime, we'll talk about it next time. All right then. Just as they finished speaking, the earth's veins trembled again. The building only swayed slightly for a moment, then the trembling disappeared. Just an aftershock. Hayashi shook his head. Kana was already stepping back and forth in place, looking impatient. Hayashi nodded. Let's go. We tilde. After hearing this, Kana leaped toward the sky. After a flash of light dispersed, a pure white dragon with feathers, resembling a white spirit, with a bird-like body type appeared floating in the air. Compared to Toru, Kana's form was more elegant. Her entire body was more streamlined, clearly a completely different type of dragon. That's why Hayashi had said before. Kana's magic was more powerful. She was a thunder spirit dragon. Hurry up and get on tilde, Kana urged. Coming, Hayashi turned around. Toru had already spread her arms, indicating she also wanted to be carried up by Hayashi like Kana had been before. Hayashi smiled helplessly. He could only reach through Toru's legs and waist, carrying her princess style. Hee tilde tilde tilde, Toru made happy humming sounds. Hayashi's body flashed. The next moment, the two appeared on Kana's back. Hayashi put Toru down, letting her sit as well. Toru immediately grabbed Hayashi's hands, making him wrap his arms around her waist. Departure. Roar tilde tilde tilde, Kana let out a dragon cry. Then with a flap of her wings, her figure instantly disappeared from the original spot, rushing toward the sky. In the blink of an eye, they instantly reached 10,000 meters high. It was now past 8 p.m. The sun had completely moved to the other side of the blue planet, stars appeared, and the night scenery was all in view. This is also beautiful. Hayashi let out a sigh of admiration. Without thick clouds and light pollution, the brightness of the stars had also increased. From this place, it was truly a sky full of stars. Stars had always been there. The blue planet could see them less and less, but that was its own problem. It had nothing to do with the stars. We tilde tilde tilde. Kana was very happy tonight. Flying around in the sky. It was pouring rain above Tokyo, but they flew above the clouds, enjoying the wind and starry sky. No need to worry about tomorrow's work. No need to worry about future or recent matters. This is the beauty of having power. Hayashi spread his arms and sighed. True freedom isn't being able to do whatever you want, but being able to not do whatever you don't want to do. Toru didn't care about anything else. Seeing Hayashi shouting, she also spread her arms and shouted, Hayashi Daisuki, love you the most. Kana soared freely in the air. The three flew for nearly an hour. Not just around Tokyo, but circling around all of Japan several times before returning above Tokyo's District 20. Let's go back. Hayashi looked at the time, having had enough fun, and patted Kana's body. Time to go home, drink beverages, and watch TV. Watch TV. Kana's dragon head turned around, looking agreeable. They'd been away from home for several hours. Time to laze around. Let's go. Kana turned around and flew toward home, instantly returning above the alley. Kana directly transformed back into human form. Hayashi had originally planned to hold Toru with one arm and Kana with the other, wanting to land slowly. But he had a flash of inspiration. How about playing super trampoline? Huh? Toru and Kana were puzzled. Hayashi let go, dropping down first. Ah, accompanied by Toru's surprised voice. Hayashi fell toward the backyard. A super large trampoline, woven from thin strings, instantly appeared above the backyard. Hayashi landed on it. Boing tilde. He bounced up at once. In the air, he just crossed paths with the falling Toru and Kana. Then Toru and Kana also landed on the trampoline. Ooh tilde. Wee tilde tilde tilde. The two landed on the trampoline one after another, then bounced up one after another. As they went up, Hayashi just landed. Both sides crossed paths in the air. After bouncing back and forth like this several times, Hayashi did a flip and landed at the backyard entrance, landing steadily. Toru also landed, then raised both hands like a gymnast. Kana played a bit more before landing. Fun, will we play again later? Kana quickly asked. We can play anytime. Hayashi rubbed Kana's head. We can prepare a proper trampoline for later. Yes. Turning to enter the house, Kana ran to turn on the TV to watch cartoons. Hearing Hayashi return, Pochita quickly stood up and barked woof tilde once, indicating that during his absence, nothing had happened except the earthquake. Oh right, the earthquake. Let me see if anything fell on the ground. Only then did Hayashi remember he also had a house. So he went back to the kitchen to check. Toru also reacted. Then I'll check the restaurant and second floor. Hayashi went to inspect the kitchen. Nothing had happened. Even the tableware that was originally unstable and would shake or fall even without falling hadn't moved at all. Toru found the same in the restaurant. She went upstairs to check everything. When she came back, she said strangely, Hayashi-san, how strange. Our house seems like no earthquake happened at all. Hayashi seemed to think of something. He found Pochita and asked for details. Pochita, during the earthquake, did the house shake along? Did you feel it? Pochita shook his head, woof tilde, no. Then was it shaking outside? Did you see it? Hayashi asked again. Pochita nodded, woof tilde, yes. That's right then. Hayashi snapped his fingers and turned to look at the confused Toru. Our house is earthquake-proof, even immune to natural disasters. You can understand it as having super blessings and protection. Volcanoes, floods, earthquakes are all fine. Ooh tilde tilde tilde. Toru showed a surprised expression. This time she was truly surprised. Blessings and protection were abilities only super high-level beings had. Generally defaulted to demigods or actual gods. Dragon clans also had this protective ability. But only very, very old elders could do it. At this moment, for Hayashi, a scene suddenly appeared in his mind. That is, what would he do if he really encountered a serious disaster, like Tokyo becoming uninhabitable? The first image that appeared in his mind, up. I'll damn well take the house and move. Hayashi smiled and rubbed Pochita's head. All right, sleep well. After figuring out the reason, Hayashi returned to the bar counter to make milk tea. At this time, heavy rain suddenly began falling outside again. Patter, 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 tilde, tilde, tilde. The torrential rain formed a curtain, pattering loudly outside. Hayashi finished making milk tea, gave Toru and Kana each a cup, and one for himself, then went to lie on the sofa while reading. Yawned tilde, tilde, tilde. He even yawned. The rest of the time was slacking time, slack however he wanted. At this time, District 23, Eatery Tree Branch. In an abandoned underground room. All the ghouls brought out from the ghoul prison this time were gathered here. Whether you were B rank or A rank, even S rank and SS rank, all silently dispersed throughout the area, listening to the Eatery Tree executive's speech. This kind of thing naturally didn't require Takatsuki-sen to do. She only needed to display force and leadership at the right times. At this moment, executives were introducing the Eatery Tree organization to everyone, and explaining the darkness within CCG, as well as Eatery Tree's goals and ideals. Finally clarifying Eatery Tree's rules and treatment. Then there was no more after that. This was a notification, not a request. If you could do it, do it. If you couldn't, that was fine too. But you had to work first and contribute. After you compensated Eatery Tree for the costs they paid to rescue you, you could leave the organization. Nearby, Takatsuki-sen, wearing a coat, asked Kamishiro Rise, who was also wearing a coat, somewhat curiously. Though I shouldn't pry, Kamishiro Matasaka is also in there. Don't you plan to communicate? Kamishiro Rise shook her head. Work is work, that he could come out alive is already good news. Takatsuki-sen nodded approvingly. With her intelligence gathering abilities. Actually, before the operation, she already knew Kamishiro Matasaka was Kamishiro Rise's adoptive father. Kamishiro Rise was testing Takatsuki-sen. Takatsuki-sen was also testing her. Obviously, Takatsuki-sen was very satisfied with this view. Similarly, Kamishiro Matasaka in the ghoul group had also been restraining his emotions, showing no expression. He neither tried to escape nor made any moves. He recognized Kamishiro Rise, but didn't approach to reveal their relationship. Having been in prison for a long time, he didn't know what Kamishiro Rise's current status was, or what her relationship with Eatery Tree was. Just that it looked good now. But acting rashly might cause big mistakes. So facing Eatery Tree's recruitment, Kamishiro Matasaka, who originally would have taken some time before joining Eatery Tree, directly nodded and agreed. I'll join. Facing the SS plus Ghoul's decisive answer. Even the Eatery Tree senior executives were somewhat stunned. This decisive, and other ghouls who were originally still hesitating, hearing that even the SS plus Ghoul agreed directly. Then stopped thinking about it. Join first, then talk. I'll also join. Join. Sai, count me in too. Just like that, all the ghouls brought out from this Eatery Tree prison break chose to join Eatery Tree. Facing this situation, Takatsuki-sen stepped forward to make the final conclusion. Very happy to see this scene. I believe none of you will regret it in the future. Eatery Tree is far more ambitious than you imagine. To show determination, my real identity in reality will also be self-exposed and announced soon. In the future, please work hard, everyone. Don't be left far behind by your colleagues. After Takatsuki-sen finished speaking, all the new ghouls present were stunned. The Eatery Tree boss was willing to self-expose her public identity in human society for the organization and goals. This was playing for real, not using them as cannon fodder. For a moment, everyone was thinking about who this boss's real identity was. Celebrity, official, plutocrat, CEO. Or military, artist. Even president. No, wait, the president wasn't female. No matter how they thought about it. After Takatsuki-sen finished speaking, she directly turned and retreated behind the scenes, no longer appearing, leaving directly. Before leaving, she handed all these matters to Tatara to handle. This group of newly arrived ghouls would undergo coordination training and internal analysis at the branch. After roughly understanding and filing them, they would begin assigning departments, units, affairs, etc. In short, after Eatery Tree's internal renovation, it had officially become an organization with rules and regulations. Not a hodgepodge makeshift group. Outside the branch at this time, on a high building, Takatsuki-sen finally asked Kamishiro Rise about family matters. Do you need me to arrange for him to meet you, or will you handle it yourselves? Kamishiro Rise still shook her head. When I'm free, I'll go see him. I'm very busy recently. Very busy, referring to entertaining a certain head chef tonight. Not only preparing food, but also offering herself as food to be thoroughly enjoyed. After hearing this, Takatsuki-sen nodded. Then, I'll give you temporary senior executive status later. That way you can freely enter and exit the branch's core areas. Of course, only the branch. Only Takatsuki-sen could freely enter and exit the headquarters core areas, no one else. Kamishiro Rise nodded. Thanks, Takatsuki-sen. No need to thank me. We'll be cooperating in the future, right? Yes, what do you plan to do? We can discuss it now. There's no clever way. CCG's interior is tightly controlled by the Washu family. There won't be opportunities to leak confidential information. Takatsuki-sen obviously indicated. The best method is to take down CCG branches one by one, find key people, collect information, strengthen ourselves, then confront the Washu family. CCG was already completely rotten, completely controlled by the Washu family. So force was the best solution. Hit them a few times first. As long as the Washu family didn't have more SSS ghouls than Aogiri tree, then Aogiri tree could win. It was that simple. Not to mention having the actor Arima Kishu. Premium insider actor. Kamishiro Rise thought about it and also agreed. Seems our thoughts are the same. No wonder Hayashi-kun told me we could try working together. Mentioning Hayashi, the two looked at each other and both smiled warmly. Takatsuki-sen suddenly relaxed, stretching. That's just how he is, unique perspective and fresh understanding. That's why I like him. He's different from everyone else. Kamishiro Rise nodded, same here. Neither cared that they'd said the word like. It was a confession session anyway. Everyone was so strong, with such sharp perception, they all knew each other's feelings. Stop acting. It was disgusting. The two chatted for a while. Takatsuki-sen covered her somewhat hungry stomach. Looking at the pouring rain outside, she suddenly had an inspiration. Hayashi-kun hasn't closed yet, right? Shall we go eat? Kamishiro Rise's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, she jumped directly from the building toward the midnight diner. Let's go. Takatsuki-sen was stunned by her reaction. No wonder she ignores her adoptive father, she's got a real daddy now. Then she also jumped down. Just refused to take the stairs. Capitulo 114. Chapter 114. Takatsuki-sen and Rise Cooperation, Kamishiro Rise Bedroom Address. At this time in the restaurant, Hayashi was lying on the sofa by the window reading a book. Reading while listening to the sound of heavy rain pattering beside his ears. The rainwater first hit the roof, then slowly flowed down. Then poured down from the ground together. Finally, all entering the manholes together. The sounds of this entire process were like a natural symphony. As Hayashi read his book, his attention gradually shifted away from the words. He emptied his mind, covered his face with the book, and began meditating with closed eyes to enjoy it. Rainy days really do go better with napping Tilda. Hayashi dozed lightly for a while. Before long, he felt someone outside the glass looking at him. The aura was very familiar, someone he knew. He ignored it. After a while longer, the person outside the window came in. They walked to Hayashi's side, crouched down, and reached out to poke Hayashi's cheek. Hayashi already knew who it was. He pulled the book down, revealing his eyes to look. Back so soon? Doesn't Aogiri tree have things to handle? CCG must be exploding right now. Turning his head, both Takatsuki-sen and Kamishiro Rise were crouching beside him. The one who had poked him with her finger was Takatsuki-sen. Hearing Hayashi's confusion, Takatsuki-sen wiggled her finger. Detailed matters just need to be left to subordinates. I only need to display power and guide Aogiri tree's direction. You understand quite well then. Hayashi sat up and stretched. Kamishiro Rise rubbed her stomach and said directly, hungry. What do you want to eat? Steak. Takatsuki-sen thought for a moment, seeing Hayashi had just gotten up so, I'll have the same. Steak was the simplest thing to make. Even more so for Hayashi. The most crucial part was the beef itself. Next was the heat control. Finally the technique. Easy enough. Hayashi returned to the kitchen and took out 2 high-quality steaks. After simple draining and salt marinating, Hayashi started pan-frying on high heat. The pan heated until scorching hot. 2 steaks went in. Sizzle tilde tilde tilde. The pan bottom immediately made a scorching sizzling sound. This was the signal that the temperature was right. While pan-frying the steaks, Hayashi prepared a small piece of butter. Because the steaks also had their own fat. After frying one side for a certain time, Hayashi flipped them precisely. The flipped side had turned a beautiful reddish-brown color due to the perfect Maillard reaction. The other side fried a bit more. Hayashi added the butter and began basting for heat retention. Timing it perfectly, he precisely removed them and began resting. The remaining time was for making small sauces and side dishes. When the 2 steaks finished resting, Hayashi carried them out to serve. Clack tilde tilde tilde. The steaks were placed on the table. Both Takatsuki-sen and Kamishiro Rise couldn't help but swallow and take deep breaths. Then simultaneously looked up at Hayashi. Hayashi was startled by their stares. Why are you looking at me? If you want to eat, then eat. This sentence was like athletes hearing the starting gun. Takatsuki-sen and Kamishiro, Rise both coincidentally grabbed their knives and forks to start eating. Fork stabbing a corner. Knife cutting fiercely. As soon as a piece of steak was cut off, it was stuffed into their slightly parted rosy mouths. Then chewed vigorously. Both Takatsuki-sen and Kamishiro Rise ate very intoxicatedly. Both slightly tilting their faces up, eyes squinting as they swallowed. Completely expressions of enjoyment. The kind of enjoyment that almost sent them to heaven. While eating, they also made tilde, humming sounds like felines. Seeing this, Hayashi smiled helplessly. Then sat at the bar counter to play on his phone. It was now past 10 p.m. Opening TikTok to scroll. Almost everything was about tonight's heavy rain, earthquake, and ghoul attacks on CCG. Damn, can't even find any edge content. Hayashi scrolled through videos that were all Big Trouble content. Either posting heavy rain videos, or posting earthquake scenes and aftermath videos, and videos of District 13's CCG branch being opportunistically attacked by ghoul organizations. Hayashi watched the videos. Wait. He discovered something interesting. Why can't I find any videos of the District 23 Ghoul Detention Center prison being raided? He searched around, and there really weren't any. There were videos of District 13 being attacked, but almost no videos of the District 23 prison break. Even if there were, they were just citizens who heard the commotion posting videos from very far away, asking why were there such loud explosion sounds in District 23? What happened? Did something collapse, or did some nuclear whatever leak again? CCG suppressed the District 23 prison break incident. Hayashi couldn't help but laugh. Compared to a prison break, obviously being ambushed was more bearable. Prison defenses were very strong, and so many ghouls were imprisoned inside. All of them had been released. Big trouble was coming. So they chose to suppress the prison break and only let people know about the branch being ambushed. Really fucking corrupt. Hayashi shook his head helplessly. But that's right. The investigators who can still work properly now are either driven by hatred or are crazy. It's hard to find normal people. Ammon Kauteru is an exception among exceptions. Not to mention having a god-level insider actor like Aramakishu. It would be a miracle if CCG was any good. Seeing Hayashi chuckling to himself, Takatsuki-sen finished her steak, wiped her mouth, and asked curiously, "Did you see something happy?" Hayashi told Takatsuki-sen what he had just seen, evaluating it as completely shameless while still being stubborn. After learning this, Takatsuki-sen laughed. Her smile was both contemptuous and filled with dangerous aura, even somewhat manic. Seeing this, Hayashi knew she was probably thinking about the next phase of her plans, possibly an amplified version. Seems like the new book needs to be written faster, Takatsuki-sen murmured. Publish it quickly or it'll be too late, Hayashi smiled. Yes, Takatsuki-sen nodded. I'm actually staying up late writing every day now. After all, from publication to printing takes time. I plan to print a lot at once and release the electronic version simultaneously. Electronic version released simultaneously too. That meant she was going all out for sales. Don't care about pirates either, Hayashi asked. Who knew? Takatsuki-sen looked at Hayashi and smiled. Wouldn't that be better? You're ruthless, Hayashi admired. On the other side, Kamishiro Rise had just finished eating. After wiping her mouth with a napkin, she opened her eyes to look at the two. CCG itself isn't a human organization, it's a ghoul organization. How could it truly protect humans? But the Washu family's methods are too vile. Both humans and ghouls are their enemies and must be eliminated. Takatsuki-sen nodded in agreement. There was infighting among ghouls, but it wasn't serious, just issues of living space and interests. But the Washu family directly attacked both humans and ghouls indiscriminately. They only cared about their own family. They were even harsher to ghouls than to humans. Who could tolerate that? Seems you've already decided. Hayashi clapped his hands, satisfied. Since you've decided, go ahead and do it. Just don't cause social unrest. This statement suddenly made Takatsuki-sen dissatisfied. Hayashi-kun, how can you worry like that? I'm not antisocial. I just want all ghouls to have a home. Kamishiro Rise also said, I just want to stabilize my current life by eliminating unstable factors in advance. One wanted to rule ghouls, forcing them to coexist with humans. And the worst organization among ghouls was the Washu family. One wanted a stable life, but the Washu family's existence was the biggest unstable factor. So according to Rai's personality, she would take initiative to eliminate them all. That's why their goals were so highly aligned. Hayashi nodded. As long as you know what you're doing. When I remind you, it might be too late to salvage the situation. I won't allow antisocial personalities to enter my diner. That would also make my future days no longer peaceful. Antisocial personality was inherently bad. Hayashi's dislike wasn't because of the antisocial aspect, but because being antisocial would also make his life unstable. It would be touching his territory. But as soon as he finished speaking, his left and right hands were grabbed by Takatsuki-sen and Kamishiro Rise. Hayashi looked up. Both their eyes were extremely sincere and serious. Takatsuki-sen showed no emotion, but this was her most serious moment. If I ever start going in a direction you most despise, even just a little bit, you must remind me. However you remind me is fine, scolding, or hitting. Kamishiro Rise gripped tightly and only said, everything revolves around you. Seeing their expressions, Hayashi immediately understood. These two were scared by the statement about being banned from the store. That statement was equivalent to banishment. And both their dreams and goals were built upon Hayashi. If they lost even the only pure land in their hearts, what would be the point of what they were doing? Might as well die. You're overthinking. Hayashi pulled out his hands and patted theirs. But both still looked very serious. Like cats staring at you very solemnly. Hayashi thought for a moment, then gave an example. How about this? I'm a chef, and I put my heart into every dish I make. So if I'm dissatisfied with you, then the dishes I make for you will definitely lack sincerity and soul. That way you'll know and can reflect on yourselves, okay. Only then did Takatsuki-sen and Kamishiro Rise nod vigorously. Yes. Just like that. The steaks were finished. Everyone chatted and drank iced milk tea. Time gradually reached 12 o'clock. The rain outside had also changed from heavy rain to moderate rain. It looked like it would become light rain around dawn. Seeing it was about time, Takatsuki-sen stood up. Time to go back. I still need to stay up writing my new book. Hayashi was helpless. Don't tire yourself out, you're really being a bit extreme. Takatsuki-sen smiled. Thanks for the compliment. Kamishiro Rise stood up, also indicating she was leaving. Before leaving, she made a peace gesture at Hayashi. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. It looked like a peace sign. Actually, it was telling him 2 a.m., she still remembered. Hayashi nodded helplessly. He saw them to the door and watched the two leave. Midnight. After seeing off the last 2 customers, there definitely wouldn't be anyone else for the remaining time. Hayashi closed the door and started watching TV and playing games. Seeing Hayashi come over, Kana leaned against him to watch TV. Having nothing else to do, Toru also ran over, squeezed into Hayashi's arms and looked up asking, Hayashi-san, what game are we playing? Hayashi was also bored. These past days, he'd played through all the 2-player games with Toru. There was nothing good left to play. They'd completed everything. Let me see. Hayashi opened Steam to look. He also opened the city building category to search carefully, finally settling on cities, skylines. How about raising some troublesome citizens? Toru didn't understand. What are troublesome citizens? People who cause trouble and don't listen, disobedient citizens. Then why can you raise them? Because this game is about building cities. You manage everything, including troublesome citizens. You have to solve problems for them. That sounds fun. Looking at Toru's expression, Hayashi guessed she understood it as that otherworld kingdom type where you're the king managing subjects. But it didn't matter. Add to cart, pay, download. With good internet speed, it downloaded quickly. Let's play. Hayashi immediately chose terrain and started building and planning. To get rich, build roads first. Build more toll stations, fewer intersections. Hayashi operated efficiently, first attracting people. Roads were built casually, but entrances and exits all had toll stations. Amusement park water was cheap, but using toilets cost money. Sewage and waste were buried in a volcano crater. The gameplay gradually went in a twisted direction. Toru's eyes went from 00 to 0, then to 00. At this time, Kana paused her cartoon and curiously came over to watch. But after seeing Hayashi torture the troublesome citizens, Kana stood up and pointed at Hayashi with her small hand. Wakata, I understand. Hayashi tilted his head, huh. Kana stood up and declared seriously. Hayashi is the demon king who destroys the world. You finally revealed your true nature. Haha tilde. Hayashi couldn't help but break character. But seeing Kana's dissatisfied look, he straightened his face, slightly raised his chin, and said arrogantly, That's right, I am that kind of very bad demon king who delights in tormenting humans, with the goal of destroying the world. Only then was Kana satisfied and clenched her fist. At a speed of 0.1 meters per second, she struck Hayashi's chest. Then by defeating you, Kana will be the hero. Hayashi collapsed and lay in Toru's arms. All right, you win then, you're the hero. Kana. Hayashi lay on Toru's lap. Looking up, he could just see Toru's face. At this moment, Toru was frowning. Hayashi thought she was going to say he and Kana were being too childish. But instead, she put on a sad expression and gesture of preparing to die. I'm the Demon King's personal secretary. If the Demon King is already dead, then I won't live either tilde. Hayashi. All right, so they were all childish. The three played around and gamed together. When tired, they ate and drank. After playing for a while, Kana became so sleepy she couldn't go on, like a battery suddenly running out, and fell asleep immediately. Just like that, it reached 2 a.m. Hayashi closed the shop. He had Toru take Kana back to sleep. Sleep well. If it's not raining too hard tomorrow, we'll go to the market to shop. Toru nodded. She decided that if it was raining heavily tomorrow, she'd secretly use magic to move the clouds away. That way the rain would stop or be lighter, and then she could go shopping with Hayashi. The restaurant closed. Hayashi returned to his bedroom to lie down and rest. And his phone message arrived almost precisely at 0200. Kamishiro Rise, my location address. Capitulo 115. Chapter 115. Kamishiro Rise House, CCG planning street sweeps. Seeing the address Kamishiro Rise had sent him right on time. Hayashi searched for the location. He found it was quite a luxurious single-family house. Not only did it have a front yard and courtyard, but the entrance also had a large parking area and gateway. This house would cost 70 to 100 million yen, roughly around 5 million yuan. Wealthy indeed. Hayashi looked at the additional gold coin that had appeared in his system. Today's automatic income, 300,000 yen. A promising future. Hayashi replied to Rise, coming. After confirming the location, he used teleportation magic. His entire body instantly teleported into the room. He appeared right in the living room. Kamishiro Rise was currently in the kitchen, preparing the cooking utensils and ingredients Hayashi would need. Tilde. She was humming while wiping expensive kitchen knives with a towel. These were all prepared for Hayashi, even if he would only come occasionally in the future. When her phone buzzed with a message. She had just picked up her phone to look when she heard movement in the living room. Hayashi-kun. Kamishiro Rise, still holding the knife and forgetting to put it back, walked out from the kitchen to look. It's me, Hayashi saw the knife in Kamishiro Rise's hand and almost froze. What did this mean? Was she going to stab him? Was he about to follow in Makoto's footsteps? Tilde. Seeing Hayashi's expression, Kamishiro Rise looked down at the knife in her hand and immediately threw it back into the kitchen. It's not what you think, I was just cleaning the kitchen utensils. They had some dust from being stored. It's fine. Hayashi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He went to pick up the thrown knife and looked at it, saying, My body is tough enough that knife damage wouldn't be enough. Don't worry about that. Kamishiro Rise patted her chest and sighed in relief. Good thing you didn't misunderstand. If this scene happened when an ordinary human was dating a ghoul, no matter how much they loved each other, the human side would surely have bad thoughts. What did that knife mean? Was he about to become people fragments? Only Hayashi could understand clearly and feel at ease, without a single worry. Transcendent. But Hayashi didn't really care what Kamishiro Rise was thinking. As a chef, he first rescued the kitchen knife. What he cared about most was also the knife. Are you okay? Hayashi held the knife, gently stroking the blade to check for any nicks or damage. I'm not. Kamishiro Rise thought he was asking about her. But halfway through saying she was fine, she saw Hayashi caring about a knife. Kamishiro Rise was torn between laughter and tears, her expression showing intriguing confusion for the first time. Should she be glad Hayashi didn't mind? Or should she be troubled that Hayashi was caring about a knife? At this moment, Hayashi had already sighed in relief. Good thing, this knife is quite good, a little fall didn't damage it at all. Hayashi picked up the knife and lightly sliced a thin piece from some vegetables. After confirming there were no problems, he put it back in the knife rack. He turned to look at Kamishiro Rise, whose expression was strange. What's wrong, that expression? Nothing. Kamishiro Rise stepped forward and opened the refrigerator storing food. The vegetables I bought during the day are all here. They might not be so fresh anymore, sorry. That's nothing, leave it to me. Hayashi waved his hand, indicating it wasn't a big problem. You just need to eat later. Oh, and wash the dishes yourself afterward. Kamishiro Rise immediately nodded. Of course, that's a Yamato Neidshiko's responsibility. So Hayashi began cooking. Kamishiro Rise had just eaten. So Hayashi didn't plan to make a full meal. Just planned to make some late-night snacks. Late-night snacks should naturally focus on seafood. Seafood was fresh-tasting, wouldn't make you gain weight, and wasn't too heavy. Hayashi began making teppanyaki squid, pan-fried scallops, boiled clams, foil-wrapped enoki mushrooms and eggplant, steamed mantis shrimp, salt and pepper swimming crab. Initially, Kamishiro Rise. While Hayashi was cooking, she came up behind him, gently hugged him, and buried her head against Hayashi's back. At first, she was greedily breathing in Hayashi's scent, cherishing this hard-won alone time. But as she held him, the waves of delicious aromas reaching her nose made Rise couldn't help but peek her head out from the side to watch. Even though her hands were still around Hayashi's waist, Rise still asked curiously, did the house have so much seafood prepared? Cough cough, don't worry about that, magically air-shipped. All right, you're amazing as always. Hayashi quickly made the seafood late-night snacks. Kamishiro Rise hugged him, nuzzling around and saying she was hungry. Didn't you just finish eating? I'm smelling the delicious aromas again. It's all Hayashi-kun's fault. Almost ready. Really? Then I'll go change clothes. Hearing it would be ready soon, Kamishiro Rise went to change clothes. Hayashi paid no attention and focused on finishing up. He brought all the prepared dishes to the table. He also prepared fruit wine, poured it into a decanter, and poured glasses for both himself and Rise. After everything was ready, Kamishiro Rise still hadn't come out. Hayashi had just started speaking when he saw Kamishiro Rise come out wearing a cool, sheer dress. The dress had very transparent gauze. As Kamishiro Rise walked over, with light coming from behind, Hayashi could even clearly see her figure. Her body's silhouette was completely imprinted in the light and shadow. And she was wearing underwear under the sheer fabric. But this underwear seemed to be called a victory outfit. The kind that was one piece, with straps, thin strings, and ties. Hayashi sucked in a breath. Kamishiro Rise brushed back her long hair, looking a bit shy. This weather is really too hot. It was summer after all, so being hot was normal. Hot is good, Hayashi nodded satisfactorily, good that it's hot. Let's eat quickly. Obviously, the dining table was very large. But the two ended up squeezing together on one sofa. And they had both eaten not long ago. So this bit of seafood, with the two taking turns, bite by bite, was quickly finished. The wine was also drunk clean. Gradually, there were no more eating sounds in the house. Instead, muffled collision sounds could be heard, not loud but steady, as if each impact hit the heart. After a while, the sounds gradually added layers of sobbing. That seemed like suffocating sounds of desperation. Before long, There came a sound of deflated collapse and the splash of water. The next day, noon. Hayashi woke up in his own home. He woke up and looked toward the window. It was still raining outside. But just a drizzling rain, without the pattering sounds, only a shallow layer of rain mist sounds. After changing clothes and taking a shower, Hayashi curled up in bed again, scrolling through TikTok for a while. After enjoying himself with Kamishiro Rise last night, he was the same as usual, just cleaned himself up and left. The remaining dishes and soy milk. She could clean them herself when she woke up. This was kind of a twisted pleasure, wasn't it? But it really wasn't intentional on Hayashi's part. He had offered to help clean up. But Kamishiro Rise refused. Even though her consciousness was blurry at the time, she was still reluctant, covering her head with a blanket and holding her lower abdomen, saying she wanted to keep it and feel the warmth of the afterglow. Yes, anyway, humans and ghouls had reproductive isolation. So naturally, Hayashi filled her completely every time. Not a drop leaked out. So he could only clean himself up and return. After Hayashi left, Kamishiro Rise immediately fell asleep, a happy smile on her lips, not letting any leak out. Now Hayashi was awake, continuing to scroll through his phone. And the video content was really. After last night's incident fermented. After eatery successfully attacked the CCG branch in District 13 again, eatery became completely famous. Once was one thing. This was already the second time. Citizens were very angry. Was there going to be a third time? Comment sections of various videos were full of harsh criticism. Like Bagayero, a bunch of useless people, they've been eliminated again and again. Is CCG useful at all? Like, is CCG really fighting ghouls? Why did they force us to buy ghoul detection machines earlier? But not only did they not find ghouls, CCG can't even beat ghouls. Like, as a human, I'm really fed up. Can't control demons, can't control ghouls either. President, step down and let someone else do it, otherwise I'll assassinate you. Seeing these comments, Hayashi laughed. There really might be a third time, and more than just 3 times. And what was 3 times anyway? These people now don't even know the ghoul prison has been raided. If this matter gets exposed too, Hayashi didn't dare imagine what the online public opinion would become. It would probably completely explode. After scrolling through videos, no pretty girls, so he stopped scrolling and prepared to get up and make breakfast. At this time, a message popped up on his phone. Kamishiro Rise, monster. Hayashi. Kamishiro Rise, slept until now before waking up, can't get up. Hayashi, should I come over for another round? Kamishiro Rise, no, don't. Hayashi, I saw you quite liked that near-death feeling, looking like you were about to expire. Kamishiro Rise, that was being immersed in the state, I was addicted, now I've come back to my senses. Hayashi, then rest well. The online reaction to yesterday's events is quite exciting, I suggest you take a look. There's still some useful information to strike at CCG's weak points. Kamishiro Rise, I'll go look. After ending the chat with Kamishiro Rise, Hayashi got up and went downstairs. At this time, Toru was lying on the balcony railing, looking at the drizzling rain in the sky, hesitating. Hayashi-san said if the rain isn't heavy, we'll go to the market. So does this rain count as heavy or light? Hayashi-san might not be awake yet. To be safe, it's better to use magic to move them all away, but what if I get discovered? Ah, so annoying, Tilda. While Toru was troubled, Hayashi's puzzled voice came from behind. Toru, what are you doing? Ah, Tilda, Toru was startled. I was thinking whether to use magic to move the rainy weather away. No, this rain isn't even heavy. Hayashi looked at the rain, then at Toru's expression, and immediately understood. All right, this little rain doesn't matter. We can just take 3 umbrellas. For Toru, whether to use an umbrella or not didn't matter. When she heard they could go out, she immediately nodded happily. Good. Then I'll go make breakfast, wake Kana up later. Good. Hayashi went downstairs, first petted Pachita and the cat. Then went to the backyard and collected all the sunflower seeds from the sunflowers, using vibration ability to shake down all the seeds. Hayashi looked at the sunflower's height. Seems like they've grown again and have more of a jade-like quality. Hearing his words, the sunflowers swayed their bodies, showing happiness and affirmation. Grow well. Hayashi went back to start roasting sunflower seeds. And also made pickled vegetable beef sausage golden fried rice. After finishing, Toru brought Kana down together. The three began eating at the dining table. After finishing eating, a figure with an umbrella came to the alley entrance. Hayashi saw it was Kirishima Tauka. Tauka came in with her umbrella, indicating she wasn't here to mooch food, but to tell Hayashi some news. Go ahead, Hayashi indicated she should speak. Kirishima Tauka put down her umbrella and said seriously. Yesterday's incident made CCG's high-ranking officials declare they must produce some results. So we learned from inside sources that CCG is going to start arranging personnel cooperation to investigate all commercial and residential fixed populations. They'll start today, going house by house. Whether it's dangerous districts or stable districts, one CCG member will work with police to conduct searches together. But this matter doesn't have much to do with Hayashi-kun. We'll be responsible for reminding Miss Rise. As for Takatsuki-sen, where would they need to remind her? Unless they invented a portable ghoul detection device. Otherwise, with Takatsuki-sen's level of fame, it would be impossible to investigate her, and they wouldn't find anything anyway. All right, Hayashi nodded, then you all be careful. We will, I'll go now, Kirishima Tauka said seriously, preparing to leave. But Hayashi suddenly called out to her again, Wait, Tauka, I still have some fried rice left over. Take it back to share. Hearing about fried rice, Kirishima Tauka immediately lost her serious demeanor, her eyes widening as she looked at Hayashi. Really? Really, Kana didn't have much appetite today. Thank you so much. Kirishima Tauka quickly bowed in gratitude. Don't be so dramatic. Hayashi waved his hand, taking out the remaining half bucket of fried rice he had just put in his system space, packing it up and handing it to Kirishima Tauka. Kirishima Tauka received it with both hands, as if receiving a precious treasure. She bowed again in thanks, arigato. Go back and eat quickly, Hayashi waved his hand. Yes, only then did Kirishima Tauka beam with a happy smile, turn around with her umbrella and leave. Compared to her serious expression earlier, Tauka's current expression was like someone who had successfully hunted and brought back food. It was quite funny, but also quite endearing. Toru finished cleaning up the plates and pots in the kitchen, then came out and pulled Hayashi's hand. Mark it. Kana also nodded. Mark it. Let's go, let's go. Hayashi took out the car keys and agreed. Let's go, remember to bring umbrellas. When Hayashi said to bring umbrellas, Toru went to the storage room to get them. When she came out, Hayashi helplessly reminded her again. That's only 2 umbrellas, get 3 okay. Toru protested dissatisfiedly. Hayashi-san and I can squeeze under 1 umbrella. No, if we can have 3, why squeeze together? Fine. Toru had to go back and get 3 umbrellas. Then the 3 got in the car and drove to the market. Capitulo 116. Chapter 116. Makima's plan for the gun devil. Can we kill the cabinet first? The rain kept falling. The misty drizzle hit the car window, and soon it would be covered with a layer of water droplets. Hayashi turned on the windshield wipers, adjusting them to the slowest setting. The wipers swept back and forth occasionally. The car drove toward the market at a moderate pace. All along the way, there were more public safety and CCG personnel again. There had been fewer of them just recently. Now there were more again. Really exaggerated. Thor looked at the public safety and CCG officers on the streets and asked in confusion. Is this really useful? Even if they sweep out ghouls like this, they'd only be ghouls planning to live normal lives, right? What does that have to do with what happened before? Isn't CCG just forcing normal ghouls to do bad things by acting like this? Normally, shouldn't they be gathering forces to sweep out ghoul organizations? Thor couldn't understand what the purpose of these operations was. Was it just for show? It was all just surface-level work. Hayashi was used to it, just normal backwards thinking. Organizing forces to clear out ghoul organizations is definitely something they'll do, but they'll only pick the soft targets first. They won't go after eatery right away. CCG's compensation payments are so expensive. Going up against eatery would probably result in heavy casualties, but picking soft targets won't, and the report card they turn in looks better too. This way, they have something to show the government cabinet. Otherwise, too many deaths would be hard to explain. So accountability comes first. Cost-effectiveness comes second. Actually dealing with danger comes third. No matter which ghoul organization they clear out, they can claim it was the mastermind. It's all just accountability anyway. If it weren't for the fact that humans and ghouls have different core structures, they might even solve some gang problems and claim they were ghouls. Thor tilted her head and thought, why does this sound similar to some kingdoms in the other world? That's perfectly normal, Hayashi smiled. History spirals upward. What's happening now can definitely be found in history too. Human societies are all extremely similar. Memo. After a while, the car arrived at the market. After parking, Hayashi took Thor and Kana out of the car with umbrellas. Oops, Tilda. But just as Toru got out, she accidentally broke the umbrella. The entire umbrella bent in the middle and was obviously unusable. Hayashi, 0. Facing Hayashi's gaze, Toru calmly said, I didn't notice and broke it, sorry. Deduct it from my salary, but now I can only share an umbrella with Hayashi-san. Hayashi. He knew exactly what Toru was thinking. What didn't notice and broke it? All right, fix the umbrella and put it back, then share one with me. Hayashi waved his hand helplessly. Heck, tilde. After discovering that Hayashi had seen through her, Thor didn't care about that, he had agreed anyway. So she immediately used magic to repair the umbrella, then threw it back in the car. She immediately flashed to Hayashi's side, hugging his arm tightly. Then let's go. You really are. Let's not talk about that. Today's light rain is really nice, Hayashi-san. Now you're changing the subject, huh? Of course. You're not even as independent as Kana. Look, she's walking ahead by herself. I don't care, I just want to stick to Hayashi-san. Compared to Kana, Toru was obviously particularly clingy. Kana was so independent despite being so young. Thor would immediately stick to him whenever they were almost alone together. But when they weren't in a private setting, like when there were several acquaintances around, she wouldn't be very clingy. This was one of Hayashi's favorite traits about her. The three walked toward the market. As they approached the market, they saw CCG and Public Safety conducting inspections. They were doing a sweep, mainly checking household registrations and various documents. Under normal circumstances, people who could clearly state where they lived, what job they did, whether they had a driver's license, normal people who could answer these questions clearly wouldn't have problems. But with CCG nearby, weak ghouls would generally be very nervous. As long as they became hesitant, had no address, and no job, it would be easy to spot them. Of course, this time it was also at the market. After the market management personnel were called out, seeing Public Safety and CCG, he immediately said angrily, "You guys again. How many times do I have to say it? Ghouls can't eat normal food, what's the point of inspecting the market like this?" When the old manager was scolding and wanted to continue scolding, his eyes glanced over and saw that the CCG personnel who came this time were also carrying a case. They were combat personnel. Cough, cough. The old manager cleared his throat twice. Fine, inspect however you want, just don't make a mess of things. So Public Safety led CCG inside to begin their sweep. Hayashi and Thor were shopping normally, buying things. He had just bought some seafood, when he heard the shop owner suddenly click her tongue. Really, these people are here again. Instead of investigating ghoul organizations, what are they doing at the market? Hayashi turned to look and saw it was Public Safety and CCG. Of course, this wasn't his concern. He continued shopping with Toru and Kana. Along the way, when they encountered tomatoes and Kana wanted to eat them, he bought some and gave them directly to Kana to swallow. When they encountered fruit, he also bought some for Kana to eat. When they encountered seafood, oysters were fine, but the rest could be skipped. As they were shopping, Public Safety and CCG members passed by Hayashi. A CCG member Hayashi didn't recognize. Looked carefully at Hayashi, Toru, and Kana, then left. Thor looked back at them, then turned and asked, "Why did they look at us like that? Is there something wrong with us? Why didn't they inspect us?" Because we obviously look different from ordinary people. Hayashi looked helplessly at Thor and Kana. These two women, whether in their usual demeanor or appearance, didn't fit the same style as normal people. He himself was actually the same. Receiving attention was normal. They didn't come to inspect us because he thought people like us had an extremely low probability of being ghouls, and even less likely to come to the market to buy groceries. Kana had just been eating raw oysters and tomatoes. They probably saw all of it. If Kana was considered to be Hayashi and Toru's child, then a ghoul's child similarly couldn't eat normal food. So there was no need to inspect them at all. Oh, Tilda, I see. Toru indicated she understood, then patted Kana's head. Kana, you can eat more. Kana nodded. The three continued browsing the market. They bought everything they wanted, then carried large and small packages back to the car once. Then continued to go shopping at the mall. The three came to a bookstore. This kind of cultural building generally wasn't just one floor selling only books. Very likely the second floor would sell figures, the third floor would sell manga, the fourth would have an entertainment center, the fifth floor would have adult manga-related industries, etc. In any case, they were all together. The three came to take a look. As soon as Hayashi entered, he saw a shelf in the store with writing that said, Takatsuki-sen Complete Collection. That is, including Black Goat's Egg. All the works published by Takatsuki-sen, several books in total, packaged and sold together. Thor also noticed and exclaimed, so Takatsuki-sen-san is this famous? The bookstore even had her books. This definitely counted as famous. The display location was also very good. How should I put it? Hayashi picked it up to look and finally nodded. Let's buy a set to collect. We'll put it in the shop, also as support for Takatsuki-sen. Thor agreed. Kana walked around in the bookstore. She wasn't very interested in reading books. She looked at several but didn't like any of them. So the three bought the books and came out. They strolled around some more. After finding nothing else they wanted to buy, they drove back. The vehicle traveled on the road. The misty drizzle had been falling for half the day. Hayashi looked around boredly. There weren't many people on the road either. At this time, his phone rang. Looking at it, it was actually Makima. He answered, hello. Makima, Hayashi-kun, sorry. What sorry? Sorry for what? About the gun devil flesh pieces. The cabinet firmly refuses to budge. This is their strategic weapon, already sealed in a classified area, but I know it should be at some president's house. Oh, it's about the flesh pieces. For Makima to want to get the gun devil flesh pieces was really too difficult. The gun devil was like a nuclear weapon in America. In Japan, it was even more so, because they didn't even have nuclear weapons. So how could they possibly give such a thing to someone else? No matter what, it was impossible. As for who exactly had it, that didn't matter. They weren't good people anyway. Hayashi held the phone with one hand and drove with the other, saying carelessly and consolingly, don't be too anxious about this. If you can't get it now, then you can't get it. There's still plenty of time. No matter how you make contracts, the existence of nuclear weapon-level things will never be given to you. Take it slowly. Unless there's something Japan can't solve that only you can solve, only then might it be possible to naturally obtain the flesh pieces. This sentence from Hayashi seemed to make Makima suddenly think of many things. She was silent for a while on the other end. Then answered, I do understand now. Thank you, Hayashi-kun. I'll come to the shop for dinner this afternoon. Hayashi, good, come anytime. After hanging up, Hayashi drove home normally. Since Toru was right beside him, she also heard the conversation. Afterward, she sighed, I feel like Makima-san's goals are even loftier than Takatsuki-sen's. Can this really be achieved? Takatsuki-sen's goal was to create a world where humans and ghouls coexisted. Don't ask specifically how they would coexist for now. While Makima's goal was to make all demons in hell disappear, creating a world without domination. Don't ask specifically how there would be no hell and domination either. Even if she dominated the entire world, then made the world have no domination, wouldn't that also be a kind of no domination? If Makima's operation were applied to Takatsuki-sen, that would be first eliminating all ghouls, then dealing with human affairs. A ruthless person among ruthless people. Whether it's either of them, wanting to achieve this is something close to an impossible utopian world or a dystopian world. But as I said that day, let them do it first. Nothing stays the same forever. In the mid and late stages, there will always be adaptive changes. It's not a bad thing anyway. Thor thought about it and it really was true. That's right too. Whether it was Takatsuki-sen's forced ghoul management law or Makima's demon extermination law, both were good things for human beings and social stability. So why care so much about it? Let them do what they want to do. It doesn't affect you anyway. On the other side, inside the Devil Hunter Association building. After Makima hung up, she kept thinking about a sentence Hayashi had just said. When there's something that Japan itself can't solve, but you can solve it, then the gun devil's flesh pieces can naturally be obtained. Actually, the Japanese cabinet holding onto it themselves wasn't very useful. But this kind of thing couldn't be easily given to people either. Even if they wanted to give it, it couldn't be given directly. There had to be a reason. The process had to work. And what Hayashi said was the process. This was society. Makima thought about this sentence. She looked down at the documents on her desk. In the documents was a list of individual names of a new batch of demon assassins. This batch of assassins was very strong, all elite assassins from overseas. Some even required Makima to personally take action. And her original plan was to prepare in advance and hunt them individually. Then dig out their source hearts and bring them to Hayashi to make husband and wife lung slices, which was a dish. But thinking about it now, it seemed there was no need to be so hasty. How about guiding them to assassinate a batch of cabinet ministers? 1 or 2 deaths might not be enough. But what about half of them dying? Then she could express that she lacked a bit of power. With the gun devil's flesh pieces, she could eliminate all the demon assassins. Although it seemed to have loopholes, it was nonetheless legitimate. The content of the contract was that Makima couldn't kill cabinet ministers, while the cabinet was willing to use the fortune of all Japanese people to give Makima unlimited resurrection. But these people weren't killed by her, nor were they ordered by her. It was just incompetent handling of affairs. There was another point. Makima didn't want to put on so much of a show, leaving a few loopholes that the cabinet could understand would be fine. She was Japan's only supreme combat force. If she wanted it, they had to give it. It wasn't a matter of principle anyway. The faster they gave it, the fewer would die. Finally, Makima nodded. Let's do it like that. Looking at the time, Makima sent a message to Himeno. Himeno, call the newly joined members. After work this afternoon, let's have a group dinner at the late-night diner. Himeno, yes ma'am. On the other side, Kamishiro Rise, who had woken up and slept for several more hours in bed, finally woke up and went to the bathroom to clean her body. Warm water splashed on her body. Kamishiro Rise opened her eyes, washed her hair, washed her body, and finally touched her lower abdomen, showing a troubled expression on her face. She dried her body and returned to bed. Taking out her phone, she found Takatsuki-sen and asked, "Is it possible for a second existence like you to be naturally born?" After a while, Takatsuki-sen replied, "What are you talking about? Even if there's a probability, it's so low it can be ignored. Moreover, a powerful mother would automatically devour the fetus, while a normal mother would be devoured by the fetus. Do you think it's possible?" Kamishiro Rise saw this message. She was stunned for a while, then sighed, "Fine,